Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 2855 to Chapter 2936. Although the experts of the Hua clan and the three immortal Holy Lands looked terrible, they could only agree in the end. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had unimaginable prestige in the immortal world, so they did not dare to resist. Rumble, the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain radiated a dazzling light, and a mysterious chaotic mist spread out. There seemed to be a mysterious scene of the birth and death of the world in his eyes. An immeasurable light rose up. It was pure and mysterious like flowing moonlight. It bloomed above the ancestral land of the Hua clan, enveloping the Hua clan and the people of the three immortal Holy Lands. The light seemed to be a mysterious force at the beginning of the world. It could penetrate time and space and illuminate everything. It was extremely powerful. After being illuminated by the light, everyone trembled slightly. They seemed to have become transparent, and no secrets could be hidden. All of them were exposed to the eyes of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. What a powerful heaven-illuminating technique! Xianxia thought to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. The heaven-illuminating technique was mysterious and unfathomable. It contained a kind of origin power that Xianxia could not understand. It seemed to be able to see through everything, and any power appeared clearly. Moreover, the heaven-illuminating technique was cast on so many people at the same time, which made Xianxia feel that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was unfathomable. Are there really spies of the immortal race among the Hua clan and the three immortal Holy Lands? It's very likely. Even Lord Kunwa has confirmed that Hua Tianchong became so powerful just now. I'm afraid it's because of the imprint of the immortal race's great emperor. If there are spies of the immortal race among the Hua clan, then the Hua clan is really a disgrace to the Emperor of Tiandu. Everyone secretly guessed in their hearts. If Xianxia pointed out this matter, perhaps everyone would be skeptical. However, Lord Kunwa said that Hua Tianchong was colluding with the immortal race. Moreover, it was very likely that there were spies of the immortal race among the Hua clan and the three immortal Holy Lands. Almost everyone believed it. The prestige of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was too high. It was so high that no matter what he said, no one would doubt it. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few figures among the Hua clan and the three immortal Holy Lands suddenly burst out with dazzling immortal light. Propitious chi rose, and runes intertwined. Each of them burst out a supreme power and were about to escape. Are there really spies from the immortals? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. No one had expected that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain would actually find a Chinese spy among the people of the Hua clan and the three immortal sacred grounds after using the heaven-illuminating technique. Almost all of those figures were at the Saint King realm, and their strength was unparalleled. However, at this moment, their bodies were shrouded in celestial light, and a strange energy was erupting from them. Under the heaven-illuminating technique of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, those figures could no longer conceal the immortal energy in their bodies and were instantly exposed. They all knew how terrifying the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was, so they didn't even think about it and wanted to teleport away. You'd better stay here. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain sighed softly. Boom, with a wave of his sleeve, a resplendent light bloomed. There seemed to be another universe within his sleeve. It was like a vast world, and an incomparably powerful devouring force erupted, sucking those figures into his sleeve. The many experts of the Hua clan and the three immortal sacred grounds looked extremely gloomy at this moment, and their eyes were filled with panic. They had really been infiltrated by the immortals, although there were only a few of them, almost all of them were at the level of supreme elders. They were powerful and influential, and they had access to the secrets of the various immortal sacred grounds. Even such people had become spies of the immortals, which showed how terrifying the immortals were. Only a few spies of the immortals? It seems that the immortals are still extremely cautious. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself softly. Originally, he thought that the Hua clan and the three immortal sacred grounds might have been infiltrated by the immortals. After all, Hua Tianchong had become a subordinate of the immortals. However, it seemed that Hua Tianchong hadn't had time to take action, or the immortals were more cautious, so only a few people had become spies of the immortals. The Hua clan, the Five Elements Sacred Sect, the Spacetime Heavenly Sect, and the Heavenly Curse Sect have even been infiltrated by the immortals. How sad! The Emperor of Kuan Wu Mountain sighed softly. The people of the Hua clan and the three immortal sacred grounds panicked. The four heavenly venerable ancestors, who were the leaders, bowed deeply to the emperor of Kuan-Wu Mountain and said, "Lord Kuan-Wu, please understand. We also don't know how the immortals managed to infiltrate us. We will never betray the human clan. Please be lenient." They were completely flustered. Their eyes were filled with panic, and their bodies were trembling slightly. The immortals had infiltrated all the supreme elders of the four superpowers. The four superpowers couldn't absolve themselves from the blame. If Lord Kuan-Wu was really furious, the four superpowers wouldn't be able to bear it. As the pillars of the human clan, you didn't think about protecting the human clan. Instead, you repeatedly coveted Ling Xiao and targeted Ling Xiao and the war god temple. Your crimes are unforgivable. However, since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, you can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. All the experts of the Sage Realm and above from the Hua clan, the Spacetime Heavenly Sect, the Five Elements Heavenly Sect, and the Heavenly Curse Sect will be incorporated into the Demon Suppression Army to support the extraterritorial battlefield. The four superpowers will seal your mountains for 100 years to reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to roam the realm of the gods as you wish. In addition, you have to lend Ling Xiao the Heavenly Capital Scripture, Void Scripture, Five Elements Scripture, and Heavenly Curse Scripture. Do you accept this? The Emperor of Kuan-Wu Mountain's voice boomed like thunder in the void. Instantly, the faces of the people from the four superpowers turned ugly. Their eyes were filled with fear. All the experts of the Sage Realm and above were going to be incorporated into the Demon Suppression Army. This was a devastating blow to them. The Demon Suppression Army was a powerful army formed to fight against the Demon Clan. They had been stationed in the extraterritorial battlefield and weren't allowed to return to the realm of the gods. The Demon Suppression Army had suffered heavy casualties, and the United States had to replenish their strength from the realm of the gods for almost 100 years. Now that the Emperor of Kuan-Wu Mountain wanted all the experts of the Sage Realm and above from the four superpowers to be incorporated into the Demon Suppression Army, it was a drastic move. From now on, although the four superpowers were still preserved, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Ling Xiao and the War God Temple. Compared to this, sealing the mountain and even lending the four flawless Imperial Sutras to Ling Xiao was not a big deal at all. If you agree, the three Holy Lands and the three Holy Lands will still have a chance. The Chinese and the three Immortal Holy Lands still have a chance to survive. If you don't agree, then I won't interfere in today's matter. The Emperor of Kuan-Wu Mountain said calmly. The faces of the Chinese and the three Holy Lands turned ashen. Their eyes were filled with despair, and their hearts sank. If the Emperor of Kuan-Wu Mountain didn't interfere, with Ling Xiao's powerful strength, he would definitely kill them all. The four superpowers would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The Emperor of Kuan-Wu Mountain was telling them that they only had one choice. End of chapter. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain in awe. One had to admit that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain was too ruthless. All the powerhouses above the Saint Realm from the Chinese and the three Immortal Saint Lands had been recruited into the Demon Suppression Army. This meant that more than half of the four super forces were crippled. They could no longer pose a threat to Ling Xiao and the Combat God Temple. No one knew how long it would take for them to recover to their peak strength. But on the other hand, this was the best choice. Compared to annihilating their sects and clans, this was considered merciful to the four superpowers. Most importantly, they would be able to preserve their orthodoxy. In the end, the Chinese and the three Immortal Sacred Grounds chose to submit. Under Jiang Yuyang's supervision, all the Sage Realm experts from the four superpowers gathered together and prepared to head to the extraterritorial battlefield to be recruited into the Demon Suppression Army. The complete copies of the four flawless Imperial Sutras were also handed over to Ling Xiao. Whoosh, the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain waved his sleeves again, and all the experts above the sage stage from the four superforces, which numbered in the tens of thousands, were sucked into his sleeves. Ling Xiao, are you satisfied with my decision? The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled faintly at Ling Xiao. I'll follow your decision, Senior. I have no objections. Ling Xiao said seriously. He could roughly guess the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's intention. To Ling Xiao, annihilating the sects and clans was the best way to eliminate all future troubles. However, from the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's point of view, the most important thing was to unite the human race as much as possible and preserve the strength of the human race to face the invasion of the foreign races. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain's decision relieved Ling Xiao of his worries. Naturally, Ling Xiao had no objections. That's good. Come with me. There's a change in the situation. Xianxia is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation today. You need to protect him first. There's something important I need you to do later. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain nodded and transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. He's going to undergo the heavenly tribulation today? If that's the case, please wait for a moment. I'll go and settle down. Ling Xiao's eyes glinted as he nodded his head and said. Previously, he had heard from Xianxia that the heavenly tribulation would take a few months to prepare. However, he did not expect it to come so quickly. Moreover, even the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain came personally. It seemed that something important must have happened. Ling Xiao used the heaven's might to open up the void passageway, allowing Anai Shang and the rest to lead the Saint army back to the demon realm temporarily. As for the old goat and Taoist Wuliang, they stayed behind. Together with the white dragon horse, they were prepared to explore the divine world. Ling Xiao naturally did not stop them. The rest of the emperors of the sacred heavenly tribulation, after Xiao Emperor of Kunlun Mountain, Xianxia, Emperor, and Emperor of Kunwu Xianxia. Looking at the backs of Ling Xiao and the Kunlun Mountain sovereign emperor, everyone's body trembled violently. All of them revealed different expressions. No one had expected that the Chinese race and the three immortal holy lands would be saved in such a way. However, after this battle, all the experts above the sage realm from the four superpowers were incorporated into the demon suppression army. There were no longer any sage realm experts in the sect. Furthermore, under the orders of the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain, the sect was sealed off for 100 years. Who knew what it would be like 100 years later? Everyone knew that the three immortal sacred grounds were likely completely weakened. It would be extremely difficult for them to recover their peak strength. However, today's battle also shocked everyone. The news of the battle started from the ancestral land of the Hua clan and spread to the divine world, causing another shock in the divine world. Ling Xiao's name once again spread throughout the god realm. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao followed the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain and Xianxia out of the Chinese ancestral land and headed for the extraterritorial battlefield. Senior Kunwu, what happened? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Right now, I'm just guessing what happened. I can't tell you for the time being. After Xianxia transcends his tribulation, everything will become clear. Xianxia will also undergo the heavenly tribulation today. At that time, only you and Slovenly will be able to protect him. I will also be restrained by others and will not be able to help you. So, everything will depend on you. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain said slowly with an unprecedentedly solemn look in his eyes. Heavenly Venerable Yuyang, why are you undergoing the heavenly tribulation in advance? Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and asked. Because the news of my heavenly tribulation has already been spread. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be. So, I might as well choose to undergo the heavenly tribulation before they react. Although the preparation is a little rushed, it's enough. Xianxia smiled faintly. Someone spread the news? Who is it? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He knew how important Xianxia was. This supreme expert who cultivated the great path of the human emperor was born for 9 lifetimes just to complete this heavenly tribulation. Logically speaking, the news of Xianxu's heavenly tribulation should be very secretive. Who would be so crazy as to spread the news of Xianxu's heavenly tribulation? I'm still investigating who it is. However, this person deserves to die. How dare he spread such a big news to the foreign races? Yuyang's heavenly tribulation will be even more dangerous. Ling Xiao, are you afraid? The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly. Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? Heavenly Venerable Yuyang's heavenly tribulation this time is also an opportunity for me to observe. Those foreign races who dare to attack Heavenly Venerable Yuyang are probably tired of living. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a trace of cold killing intent surged in his eyes. The human race was already in a precarious situation, He didn't expect that someone would be so crazy as to spread the news of Xianxu's heavenly tribulation to the foreign races. Moreover, they hid it so well that even the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain didn't discover it. Ling Xiao's heart also surged with anger. No matter who leaked the news, they deserved to die. He had already promised to protect Xianxu, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Ling Xiao also wanted to see who would come to stop Xianxu's heavenly tribulation this time. That's right. They're tired of living, but they're also extremely daring. If they can kill Heavenly Venerable Yang, I'm afraid they won't let go of this opportunity. Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao, I'm afraid this time is far more dangerous than you think. I'll stop those Supreme Emperors for you, but you'll have to face the other dangers alone. I hope Yu Yang can successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation this time and break through to the Emperor realm. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly. I'll have to trouble you, young friend Ling. Jiang Yuyang also said seriously to Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Heavenly Venerable Yuyang. Since I promised, I'll definitely do it. Ling Xiao replied with a smile, but there was a blazing sharpness in his eyes. End of chapter. In the extraterritorial void. This was outside the divine world, but it was within the divine world's heavenly way. It was shrouded in mist, and the bright starry sky above looked vast and lonely. In the distance, there were lonely stars floating in the chaotic void. Lightning flashed in the surroundings, and there was a divine light storm surging past like a raging sea. Ling Xiao could feel that the extraterritorial void was extremely dangerous. If experts below the Sage Realm were to come here, they would not be able to survive. Even if they were Sage Realm experts, if they were to fall into the terrifying lightning and divine light storm, they would either die or be severely injured. This was a chaotic region. At the same time, it was the best place to undergo the tribulation. Ling Xiao understood why Jiang Yuyang chose to undergo the tribulation here. The Emperor Tribulation was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was a test of the heavenly way. It would cause too much damage in the divine world. Moreover, one would not be able to experience the vast heavenly way and heavenly way origin. Jiang Yuyang's human emperor's great way was extraordinary. Only in this chaotic region could he unleash his full potential with the addition of heavenly way origin. Moreover, it might not be safe in the divine world. The divine world had become the focus of the heavenly way origin. Many foreign races were eyeing the divine world. On the contrary, undergoing the tribulation in the extraterritorial void was a natural barrier. It could conceal one's aura to the greatest extent. However, once Jiang Yuyang started to undergo the tribulation, the vast heavenly way origin that would be unleashed by the Emperor Tribulation would be discovered by others. However, at this time, he would need a protector. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the Emperor of Kuanwu Mountain, Jiang Yuyang and Ling Xiao landed on a star that was covered in lightning. And on this star, Ling Xiao also saw an old friend. The slovenly Taoist, Yi Liangchen's master. He could be called the slovenly emperor now. Jiang Yuyang's Tao protectors were the sloppy emperor and Ling Xiao. Greetings, Senior Slovenly. Ling Xiao bowed to the slovenly emperor solemnly. 200 years ago, the slovenly emperor blocked many experts from the immortal sacred grounds for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was indebted to him, and naturally, Ling Xiao was extremely grateful. There's no need to be so courteous. Little friend Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to grow to such an extent in a short 200 years. It's truly unbelievable. The sloppy monarch sighed with emotion. Senior, you flatter me. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Ling Xiao had been observing the star beneath their feet. This star looked very ancient and was hidden in the chaotic fog. Countless blazing thunderbolts intertwined around it like a sea of thunder. This was a natural place for tribulation transcendence. The lightning in the surroundings was formed by the Great Tao laws. The Great Tao lightning formed by the interweaving of the Great Tao laws in this chaotic domain had unfathomable power and was incomparably terrifying. If he were to trigger the descent of the Myriad Taos during his tribulation, even if someone were to sense that something was amiss, it would be very difficult for them to discover it immediately. Yu Yang, this is the place I've chosen for you to transcend your tribulation. Next, I will take action to block the spying of some of the supreme experts in the universe. However, if there are any fish that escapes the net, then you can only rely on yourselves. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly. Thank you, sir. I understand. Xianxia said with a nod. Then prepare for your tribulation. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said before taking a step forward and disappearing into the void. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and the sloppy monarch and said slowly, I'll have to trouble the two of you to protect me from now on. I have a feeling that the tribulation transcendence this time won't be so peaceful. Don't worry. This time, no one can stop you from attaining the human emperor realm. However, the key to protecting you this time is still my young friend Ling Xiao. The sloppy monarch said with a smile. Me? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. That's right. My young friend Ling Xiao, I didn't expect that the Demon Emperor's 10,000 demon banner would fall into your hands. The 10,000 demon banner is the core of the Zhou Tian stellar formation. I've been searching for it for countless years, but I couldn't find it. With the 10,000 demon banner, I'll personally preside over the Zhou Tian stellar formation. Even if it's an emperor expert, he'll die if he comes. The sloppy monarch's eyes lit up as he spoke. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Senior, are you going to preside over the Zhou Tian stellar formation? That's a good idea. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile. He had once heard Yi Liangchen boast that the sloppy monarch was known as the Formation Dao monarch. His attainments in the Formation Dao were unparalleled in the world. 200 years ago, it was the sloppy monarch who set up the Zhou Tian stellar formation and blocked many experts from the various immortal sacred grounds. It could be seen that the sloppy monarch's attainments in the Zhou Tian stellar formation were also very deep. This is the best place to set up the Zhou Tian stellar formation. After the Zhou Tian stellar formation is set up, it can guide the power of the stars in Zhou Tian and illuminate the souls of billions of demons. It can erupt with destructive power. Even an emperor can forget about taking a step forward. The sloppy emperor said excitedly as he looked at the stars around him. His face was filled with confidence. Previously, he was still a little worried. However, after the battle in the ancestral land of the Hua people, Ling Zhao's 10,000 demons banner had set up the Zhou Tian stellar formation and blocked the 12 divine beings' wraith formation of the Hua people. The sloppy monarch was much more confident after hearing this news. The Zhou Tian stellar formation was known as the #1 emperor formation in the demon realm. It was naturally terrifying. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Senior to set up the formation. The massive heavenly cycle stellar array could indeed unleash an even greater power here. When the time comes, Senior will preside over the formation while I hide in the formation and wait for an opportunity to kill the enemies. Ling Xiao smiled and took out the 10,000 demons banner without hesitation and handed it to the sloppy monarch. Compared to using the formation to trap and kill the enemies, Ling Xiao preferred to rely on his own strength to kill the enemies. That's my intention too. Your combat strength is extraordinary and you even have an extreme Dao monarch weapon. In the Zhou Tian stellar formation, you can even kill an emperor realm expert. I'd like to see if those reckless fools dare to come. The sloppy monarch sneered. Xianxia sat down on a mountain peak. His white robe fluttered in the wind and his body exuded an ethereal and strange aura. Ling Xiao could feel that Xianxia was accumulating power. At the same time, the vast Tao of heaven and earth around him intertwined and formed a strange resonance with the surrounding void. Xianxu's aura was vast and unfathomable. Ling Xiao could even feel that Xianxu's aura was not something that a heavenly master could possess. Even the reincarnation master, who had just entered the emperor realm, was inferior to Xianxu. This peerless figure who had cultivated the human emperor's great way and had reincarnated 9 times was indeed extraordinary. However, the more this was the case, the more Ling Xiao could understand the seriousness of Xianxu's tribulation this time. Not only was the emperor tribulation terrifying, but the experts of the demon race and the great thousand world probably did not want such a peerless figure to appear in the human race. Rumble, the sloppy emperor held the 10,000 demon banner in his hand as he muttered under his breath. A vast and mysterious aura rippled from his body. In an instant, the stars in the sky swayed. The starlight was dazzling as it gathered in a mighty manner. The massive heavenly cycle stellar formation was slowly taking shape. P.S. I've not been in a good state for the past 2 days. The plot has been stuck and I can't write it. I'll adjust my state tomorrow and try to write more. End of chapter. The Zhou Tian star formation was successfully set up. The sloppy emperor lord hid in the dark with the 10,000 demon banner. Only Ling Xiao and Jiang Yuyang were left on this star. Rumble, blazing lightning rose in the surroundings, and chaotic mist filled the air. Vast great Tao laws interweaved, forming mysterious runes, causing the place to become even more chaotic. Jiang Yuyang sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. His body seemed to be able to attract the stars in the sky, releasing a blazing and dazzling light. Ling Xiao could feel Jiang Yuyang's aura rising and merging with the surrounding heaven and earth, causing many of Jiang Yuyang's imprints to appear in the void. Jiang Yuyang was already on the verge of a breakthrough. Legend has it that the Emperor Tribulation is also known as the Quasi-Emperor Tribulation. If one wants to control the origin of the Great Tao, one must pass the test of the origin of the Great Tao. Therefore, it is also known as the Tribulation of the Heavenly Tao, the Tribulation of the Origin, and the Tribulation of the Inner Demon. Only after passing the 3 tribulations can one break through to the Emperor realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Among the 3 tribulations, each one was more dangerous than the last. The slightest carelessness would cause one to turn into ashes. Although the Zhou Tian star formation had been set up around him, Ling Xiao still did not relax at all. He was extremely vigilant as he observed the vast starry sky around him. Ling Xiao, Jiang Yuyang's Emperor Tribulation is about to arrive. This great tribulation might last for a few days. During this period of time, it's up to us. Suddenly, the sloppy Emperor Lord's voice entered Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Zhao's body trembled. He immediately saw 3 great Tao immortal flowers blooming above Jiang Yuyang's head. They were mysterious and sparkling, as if they were rooted in the great Tao and contained the vast secrets of heaven and earth. Rumble, a resplendent divine light shot into the sky from each of the 3 great Tao immortal flowers. It was vast and mighty, connecting the heavens and the sun. In an instant, the stars in the sky lost their color. The Emperor Tribulation has begun. Ling Zhao's heart trembled, and his gaze immediately became sharper. The 3 great Tao immortal flowers were Jiang Yuyang's essence, energy, and spirit. They began to guide the descent of the great Tao. This meant that he had begun to break through to the Emperor realm. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled and the heavens shook. Blazing lightning gathered and filled with chaotic colors. It was as if an incomparably terrifying sea of lightning had appeared. The sea of lightning covered the heavens and the earth, and it was blazing and resplendent. Moreover, various mysterious and unfathomable phenomena were formed within it, and it faintly seemed like an extremely ancient world had appeared. A world formed by lightning. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel the majestic might of the heavens descending. The might of the great path intertwined and merged into the sea of thunder. It was nurturing an incomparably terrifying destructive force. Tribulation of the Heavenly Tao. The so-called Tribulation of the Heavenly Tao was a test left behind by the Heavenly Tao for living beings who wanted to break through. It was also a baptism of the Heavenly Tao's will. Every single bolt of lightning was formed from the power of the heavens and contained the power to destroy everything. It was incomparably terrifying. If one couldn't withstand it, they would instantly turn into ashes. Under the Heavenly Tao Tribulation, the slightest flaw could be fatal. Therefore, if Zhou Tian could not become one and condense his essence, energy, and spirit into a leakless true body, he would not be able to survive the Heavenly Tao Tribulation. Crack, under Ling Zhao's gaze, a blazing bolt of lightning instantly connected the heavens and the earth and descended from the sea of thunder. The lightning tribulation that was like a heavenly pillar emitted a black light, causing the surrounding space to distort. Even the blazing lightning around the star was attracted over, forming a lethal domain. The first bolt of the Heavenly Tao Tribulation is actually comparable to an attack from an imperial emperor. I wonder how many Heavenly Tao Tribulations Senior Jiang Yuyang will attract. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The Heavenly Tao Tribulation was actually so terrifying. He wondered what the Origin Tribulation and the Tribulation of the Inner Demon would be like. Rumble, Jiang Yuyang was instantly drowned by the black lightning. He did not block it and allowed the black lightning to flow throughout his body, causing his body to emit a blazing and dazzling light. Ling Xiao saw that behind Jiang Yuyang, chaotic light spewed out. Vaguely, an ancient figure wearing a high crown and a wide belt seemed to appear. Although it looked a little illusory, it emitted a mysterious aura that could enlighten all living beings. Jiang Yuyang had used his physical body to forcefully withstand the tribulation of the Heavenly Tao, but his entire body was flawless. Not only was he not injured at all, he even seemed to have digested the tribulation thunder, causing his aura to become even stronger. The figure behind him also became more solid. Is that Senior Jiang Yuyang's great Tao of the human emperor? Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. That figure seemed to be a saint who had walked out of the human tribe's arduous journey. He also seemed to be the king who had created the human tribe's new era. Although his face was a little blurry, his eyes were filled with compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, as well as determination and courage. That was the embodiment of Jiang Yuyang's own Tao, and also the source of his power. Although it was illusory, it gave Ling Xiao an extremely strange feeling, as if he was facing an ancient emperor. Rumble, in the void, the vast sea of lightning seemed to boil, and a terrifying pressure descended, pressing down on Jiang Yuyang. At the same time, bolt after bolt of terrifying lightning pierced through the sky, piercing through the void, shattering everything as they crashed down on Jiang Yuyang. Jiang Yuyang sat cross-legged, his face solemn, and a faint smile on his lips. He vaguely resembled the figure behind him. He was enveloped by the lightning tribulation, and mysterious light spewed out from his body. The great Tao laws intertwined, and the vast heavenly might seemed to crush everything, but he was able to deal with it calmly. The lightning was formed from the heavenly Tao laws, not real lightning. It contained the destructive power of the heavenly Tao, but it could not cause any harm to Jiang Yuyang. Ling Xiao vaguely realized that the lightning was being absorbed and refined by the figure behind Jiang Yuyang, causing the figure to become more solid. Ling Xiao had a feeling that if that figure really became solid, there might be some unimaginable changes. Buzz, the mysterious sound of the great Tao sounded like the chanting of ancient people, but also like the chanting of sages. Around the figure, billions of figures of the human race appeared, and at this moment, they were all worshipping the figure with incomparable fanaticism. And around the figure, mysterious scenes of the destruction of the heavens, the fall of gods and demons, and the bloodshed of the heavens appeared. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the figure's originally blurry face was gradually becoming clearer, and it was extremely similar to Jiang Yuyang's. The human emperor's great Tao? Senior Jiang Yuyang really has great wisdom, great perseverance, and great fortune. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation realm, he could see that Jiang Yuyang was walking on an unprecedented path. He used the human tribe's destiny and belief as the foundation to achieve his own great path. This was different from the reincarnation master. The reincarnation great path that the reincarnation master walked was originally the path that the reincarnation emperor once walked. The reincarnation master was just a latecomer. The 3,000 great paths could be said to have been opened by the predecessors. Although it was easier for the successors to break through to the emperor realm by following the predecessors' path, they were destined to never surpass the predecessors if they didn't open their own path. The reason why the Sky Emperor was able to sweep across the universe and even kill an emperor was because he had walked on an unprecedented path, the Heavenly Emperor path. Jiang Yuyang was the same. He had walked on his own path, the Human Emperor path. Jiang Yuyang's Human Emperor path was originally the most likely person to become the 10th emperor of the human tribe. Unfortunately, he has been reincarnated 9 times and missed the opportunity of the first 8 reincarnations. Although he has accumulated a lot of experience, the great calamity is coming and the human tribe's destiny will be weakened. Although he has made great progress, I'm afraid he won't be able to break through to the great emperor realm in this lifetime. The sloppy emperor's voice traveled into Ling Zhao's ears with a tinge of regret. That may not be the case. If the human tribe can survive this great calamity and become the epic master again, the human emperor path will be completed. Senior Jiang Yuyang's human sovereign's great Tao has reached perfection. He may have a chance to take a peek at the great emperor realm. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he spoke slowly. You're right. But it's too difficult. This epic tribulation is the most terrifying one in 108 epics. At that time, countless geniuses, kings, and even ancient emperors will be resurrected to fight for the only chance to transcend. The sloppy emperor sighed softly. Chance to transcend? Ling Xiao grasped the crux of the sloppy emperor's words and asked curiously. Don't ask me. I'm not too sure either. It should be related to the realm above the great emperor realm. Lord Kunwa might know a thing or two. The sloppy emperor said. The realm above the Great Emperor realm? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a tinge of yearning. Great emperors were already the strongest in the myriad worlds. They were known to be invincible and immortal. It was very difficult to determine a victor between great emperors. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor, who could suppress and kill great emperors, was an exception. What? Was the realm above the Great Emperor? Perhaps he was truly immortal and indestructible? No matter what, Jiang Yuyang has walked the human sovereign Great Tao. Even if he can't break through to the Great Emperor realm, as long as he steps into the Imperial Emperor realm, he can quickly reach the 9th heavenly layer and become an invincible Imperial Emperor, just like Lord Kunwu. At that time, the pressure on the human race will be greatly reduced. The sloppy monarch said slowly. His voice was filled with anticipation. Although the current human race was protected by the barrier of the God realm, danger still lurked everywhere. Once the great calamity of the epoch arrived and the myriad worlds completed their final integration, the human race would no longer be able to defend themselves. At that time, if the 3 great emperors of the demon race returned, how would the human race resist them? Not to mention, other than the demon race, there were also immortal race, monster race, and other alien race experts. There might be hidden great emperors. At that time, when the great emperors took action, the human race might be in danger of being exterminated. I understand. I hope this place can be hidden for a period of time. Ling Xiao nodded and said. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Next, we have to be prepared for a great battle. Jiang Yuyang's heavenly tribulation is too loud. I'm afraid the demon race will find out soon. The sloppy monarch shook his head and said. Rumble, Jiang Yuyang had already passed through 50 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Although he looked safe and sound, his aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. The figure behind Jiang Yuyang, in particular, was like an ancient human sovereign descending into the world. It became more and more solid and exuded a majestic, ancient, and mysterious aura. With such a powerful aura, it was difficult for the chaotic lightning field around the planet to conceal it. It wouldn't be long before it was discovered by those foreign race powerhouses. Especially the demon race knew Jiang Yuyang the best. They also didn't want Jiang Yuyang to break through the heavenly tribulation. Ling Xiao and the sloppy monarch had been on guard the entire time. They vigilantly observed everything around them. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that after Jiang Yuyang had passed through 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation, he had completed the number of supremes. The heavenly tribulation was finally over. Rumble, Jiang Yuyang's entire body emitted a resplendent glow. He was like a floating immortal. His entire body emitted a vast heavenly might as if he had become a part of the heavenly Tao. He didn't seem to have changed, but his aura became more unfathomable. Especially his physical body, it began to become crystal clear and filled with an immortal luster. This was a sign that his physical body was transforming into the body of origin. Although it was only a preliminary transformation, it meant that Jiang Yuyang had 1 foot in the Imperial Emperor realm. Crack, boundless chaotic light rose around Jiang Yuyang. In an instant, the chaos was split apart. It was as though a vast and ancient world had appeared, enveloping Jiang Yuyang within. In that ancient world, there was a great war between gods and demons. The mysterious scene of ferocious beasts filling the sky appeared. The human race wore beast skins and walked out of the primeval forest. They suffered hardships and became food for foreign races. From an incomparably miserable state, they began to work hard and gradually grew. Jiang Yuyang's entire body became incomparably illusory. It was as if he had entered that chaotic world. In the chaotic world, Jiang Yuyang became the human emperor of the human race. After comprehending the world, he comprehended a cultivation method. He taught all living beings of the human race and led the human race to gradually become stronger. He killed gods and demons, slaughtered ferocious beasts, and chased away foreign races. He led the human race to win battle after battle and won the opportunity for the human race to recuperate. He drilled wood to make fire, weaved cloth to make clothes, and cut wood to build nests. He passed down the human language and established the human language, causing the human race to know shame. He then comprehended the world and the truth of the great Tao. He led the human race from weakness to strength, from barbarism to civilization. The scene Ling Xiao saw seemed to be Jiang Yuyang's Tao. Jiang Yuyang's belief, Jiang Yuyang's persistence, and Jiang Yuyang's persistence. This was the human emperor's great Tao. It appeared incomparably clearly in front of Ling Xiao. This is the tribulation of origin? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. He guessed that Jiang Yuyang was currently transcending the tribulation of origin and was immersed in the world of origin constructed by his human emperor's great Tao. This was a test of the great Tao's origin, and also a test of Jiang Yuyang's own Tao. Moreover, Ling Xiao finally understood why Jiang Yuyang only asked him and the sloppy emperor lord to protect him. Jiang Yuyang's human emperor's great Tao was clearly displayed in front of Ling Xiao and the sloppy emperor lord when he was transcending the tribulation of origin. If the two of them had any ulterior motives, they could completely destroy Jiang Yuyang with a single strike. This was also a heavy trust. Outer space. A figure with a monstrous aura sat cross-legged on a sun, exuding endless demonic aura. Every time he breathed in the void, a vast amount of fire from the sun would be swallowed into his stomach. The sun flickered. After dozens of breaths, the sun gradually shrank. In the end, it flew directly into his mouth and disappeared completely. Such a powerful imperial emperor tribulation. It must be Jiang Yuyang's tribulation. Human emperor great Tao? I'll kill you today. The figure suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with bloodthirsty and cold-killing intent. Rumble, he instantly soared into the sky, with monstrous demonic aura surging around him. He took a step forward, broke through layers of void, and headed in the direction of Jiang Yuyang's tribulation. In the lonely starry sky, there was a floating continent, exuding a monstrous aura of death. Boom, the continent trembled violently. In an instant, a giant bronze coffin rushed out from the depths of the continent, exuding an ancient and mysterious fluctuation. Jiang Yuyang. Tribulation. Damn it, an obscure and cold sound wave came from the giant bronze coffin. The giant bronze coffin instantly soared into the sky, broke through layers of void, and left. On a planet shrouded in dazzling immortal light, there were mountains and valleys. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and auspicious steam rose. It was like a fairyland. An old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. The sea of clouds in front of him was ethereal, mysterious, and unfathomable. The old man looked like an immortal, and his aura was unfathomable. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out two terrifying beams of light like divine lamps. Human emperor of the human clan? It can be used as the main ingredient of this cauldron of immortal pills. I can refine a human emperor immortal pill for his highness. The old man whispered to himself. In the next moment, he held a horsetail whisk in his hand and rode a majestic white crane. He instantly rushed into the depths of the starry sky and disappeared. The divine realm was the focus of all the worlds in the universe. Although powerful people could not enter the divine realm, there were often fierce battles in the extraterritorial battlefield in the divine realm. Jiang Yuyang cultivated the human emperor's great Tao. Although he had yet to break through to the imperial emperor realm, his reputation was second only to the human race's imperial emperor of Kunwa Mountain. After knowing that Jiang Yuyang was about to pass the tribulation, many experts in the universe were monitoring the God realm, paying attention to Jiang Yuyang's every move. They didn't want such a person who cultivated the great Tao of the human emperor to successfully break through to the imperial emperor realm. Although Jiang Yuyang's tribulation was hidden, the commotion caused by his tribulation was too great. Even the lightning domain around him was unable to conceal it. In the end, he was discovered. Rumble, the middle-aged man with monstrous demonic aura, the giant bronze coffin, and the white-haired old man simultaneously pierced through the void and appeared in the starry sky outside the God realm. Devil race, zombie race, and immortal race? Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort for our human Jiang Yuyang. A faint yet ethereal voice rang out, rumble, blazing divine light blossomed, shattering the void with a loud bang. An immemorial divine mountain connected the heavens and the sun. It was unknown how tall it was. It instantly blocked the three figures in front of it. The imperial emperor of Kunwa Mountain stood at the peak of Kunwa Mountain, his white robe fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent and ethereal. His aura was so powerful that the surrounding stars seemed insignificant. The imperial emperor of Kunwa Mountain? The middle-aged man from the devil race, the giant bronze coffin, and the old man from the immortal race exclaimed in unison. There was a hint of fear in their voices. If you retreat now, I can spare your lives. However, if you insist on coming forward, don't blame me for being impolite. The Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said indifferently. Impolite? Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, you're indeed powerful. However, we're going to kill Xianxia today. You can't stop us. The middle-aged man from the devil race said coldly. Just the three of you? Perhaps it's not enough. The Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said indifferently. Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, don't be so arrogant. We're going to kill Xianxia today. If you dare to stop us, we'll kill you as well. The voice from the giant bronze coffin was domineering and cold. Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, although you're powerful, can you stop all of us? The old man from the immortal race said with a smile. Swoosh, as if in response to his words, a figure with a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. Cold killing intent surged out from the figure and locked onto the Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Kunwa Mountain, I'm going to kill you today and avenge the humiliation from 1,000,000 years ago. An incomparably cold voice exploded in the void like a thunderclap. Rumble, it was as if another black hole had appeared, exuding a terrifying aura that could devour everything. A figure with black hair fluttering in the wind and cold eyes strolled out from the black hole. He held a black war spear in his hand and exuded a monstrous murderous aura. It was a young man in a black robe. As soon as he appeared in the void, his aura overpowered the other three. He was on par with the Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain and was even stronger. The black war spear in his hand exuded an extremely terrifying Emperor's aura as if it could destroy everything. Demon Lord Chaos? A divine light flashed in the Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's eyes as his expression turned solemn. The Demon Lord Chaos of the demon race was an invincible demon lord of the demon race. His cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor and he was known as the strongest person below the 3 demon emperors. As soon as he appeared, he immediately exerted a great pressure, causing the 3 figures to lower their heads. It's not just the Demon Lord Chaos. I'm here too. Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, you won't be able to save Xianxia. A crisp laughter sounded. The chaotic mist in the void dispersed and a woman in a black dress stepped out. She looked extremely beautiful, but her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Nether Queen. The Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly as his eyes became extremely sharp. The Nether Queen of the Underworld was a peerless expert who was no weaker than the Demon Lord Chaos. She was also a 9th heaven Imperial Emperor and her strength was unfathomable. Now, the Demon Lord Chaos and the Nether Queen had come out together to stop the Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Do you think you can stop me with just the 2 of you? The Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said indifferently. His expression was very calm as if he was not surprised at all. Hee, Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, we know that your combat strength is monstrous. You have supported the human race for hundreds of millions of years and are the pillar of the human race. Although we can't kill you, it won't be a problem for us to trap you for a while. However, Xianxia will be in danger. The Nether Queen said with a smile as she walked towards the Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. She and the Demon Lord Chaos stood in front of each other while the 3 Imperial Emperors spread out in all directions. The 5 Imperial Emperors simultaneously blocked the Imperial Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Rumble, the vast Emperor's aura emitted by the 5 Imperial Emperors shattered the surrounding void. Even the stars that were floating in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. The 5 of them seemed to have formed a killing zone, trapping the Kunwa Mountain Emperor in the center. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. You want to trap me? Then be prepared to lose a few great emperors. The Kunwa Mountain Emperor smiled faintly. However, his smile was a little cold, and his voice was sharp. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the 5 great emperors. The primordial sacred mountain under his feet came crashing down majestically. It contained an immortal and indestructible fluctuation, and it blasted towards the Demon King of Chaos first. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and the vast power of space spread out. A terrifying devouring vortex seemed to have appeared in his sleeve, leading to another world. It enveloped the Underworld Empress and the other great emperors. How dare you? The 5 great emperors were enraged. Their eyes were cold, and the vast emperor aura around them surged. They charged towards the Kunwa Mountain Emperor. Rumble, the void shattered, and the chaotic mist filled the air. An incomparably terrifying battle broke out in an instant. At this moment, there were also a few silent shadows that flew towards Jiang Yuyang, who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. "Who is it? Come out!" A cold glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he roared. While he was protecting Jiang Yuyang, he instantly sensed several figures with incomparably powerful auras approaching this place. Eh? The one protecting Jiang Yuyang is only a heavenly venerable ant? He's really courting death. Kill him. Kill Jiang Yuyang. We can't let Jiang Yuyang break through successfully. Kill. In the void, a blazing light bloomed. In an instant, 3 figures with powerful auras appeared and pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The 3 figures were as fast as lightning. Even Ling Xiao didn't have time to see their faces clearly. However, from the aura that erupted from their bodies, they were all great emperors. There were 3 imperial emperors and each of them was extremely powerful. They were far more powerful than the Samsara master who had fought with Ling Xiao previously. Ling Xiao could sense that these 3 great imperial monarchs were actually all members of the devil race. In order to prevent Jiang Yuyang from transcending tribulation this time, the fiend race really paid a heavy price. Ling Xiao stood protectively in front of Jiang Yuyang. His gaze was incomparably calm. Resplendent purple light gushed out from his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. Just as the 3 emperors approached Ling Xiao and Jiang Yuyang, a blazing light erupted. Billions of streaks of starlight descended from the sky, gushing down like a vast ocean. The Zhou Tian star array was activated. Zhou Tian star array? Sloppy imperial monarch, you want to trap us with this half-baked formation of yours? The 3 immortal emperors seemed to have expected this. At this moment, they could not help but laugh coldly. They still did not hesitate and continued to pounce towards Ling Xiao and Jiang Yuyang. Obviously, they knew Jiang Yuyang and the sloppy imperial monarch very well. They knew that the sloppy imperial monarch would definitely be protecting Jiang Yuyang this time. They had fought with the sloppy imperial monarch before and knew that the sloppy imperial monarch had broken through using formations. His attainments in formations were extremely high and he had even mastered the demon race's Zhou Tian star array. However, their cultivations were extremely powerful. The sloppy imperial monarch had just broken through to the immortal emperor realm not long ago. So what if he set up a formation? It would not change the outcome. The ignorant are truly fearless. I didn't expect it to be the sun, moon, and star demon monarchs of the devil race. However, do you really think that you can break through the Zhou Tian star array? The sloppy imperial monarch laughed coldly. The sun, moon, and star demon monarchs were extremely powerful. The sloppy imperial monarch had interacted with them many times and had a certain understanding of each other. Without the 10,000 demon banner, the sloppy imperial monarch would not be able to trap the 3 demon monarchs even if he set up the Zhou Tian star array. However, with the 10,000 demon banner in hand, so what if the 3 demon monarchs were the sun, moon, and star demon monarchs? The sloppy imperial monarch was confident that he could keep all of them here. Ling Xiao, I will activate the Zhou Tian star array and separate the 3 of them. You can use the power of the formation to see if you can kill them. I have a feeling that there are other people watching us from the dark. If we can kill the 3 demon monarchs, we will definitely be able to intimidate those people in the dark. The sloppy imperial monarch quickly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. All right. Ling Xiao nodded without any hesitation. Blazing lightning flashed in his palm, and the heavenly punishment saber appeared in his hand in an instant. It gave off an unparalleled radiance and slashed down at one of the demon monarchs. Rumble. At the same time, the Zhou Tian star array released a dazzling radiance and a vast emperor's aura erupted. 360 supreme stars seemed to appear in the boundless void. The Zhou Tian star array received the power of the Zhou Tian star array and instantly changed the heavens and earth, forming a vast formation space. The sun, moon, and star demon monarchs instantly felt the scenery before them change. They appeared beneath a vast expanse of starry skies. Moreover, the 3 of them were separated from each other, leaving them all alone. What? The Zhou Tian star array is 10 times or 100 times stronger than before. The three demon monarchs' faces changed drastically and their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, they quickly guessed it. Especially when they sensed the majestic extreme Tao Emperor's aura within the grand formation. They understood that the sloppy monarch had probably found the core of the grand heavenly cycle stellar formation. Kill. Break the formation by force. The three demon monarchs' eyes were cold. Blazing demonic light rose from their bodies as they unleashed their strongest attacks. They wanted to shatter the void and break the Zhou Tian star array by force. At this moment, Ling Xiao held the heavenly punishment saber and arrived behind demon monarch Starry. The sharp saber light slashed down with overwhelming force. "You're courting death." Demon monarch Starry was furious. He suddenly turned around and punched out. Demonic chi rose from his fist and it contained an immortal luster, making the punch unparalleled. He was trapped by the Zhou Tian star array, but he never thought that Ling Xiao, an ant with only a heavenly venerable cultivation, would dare to attack him. Although the heavenly venerable realm and the imperial emperor realm were only separated by one realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not to mention, demon monarch Starry had broken through to the imperial emperor realm many years ago. He had long used the power of the origin to temper his body. He had formed an origin body and his body was immortal. That was why he dared to use his fist to block Ling Xiao's heavenly punishment saber. Gotcha. The heavenly punishment saber and demon monarch Starry's fist collided. In an instant, blazing light gushed out. The heavenly punishment saber hummed and trembled, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Demon monarch Starry's face changed. He felt a terrifying divine power coming from the heavenly punishment saber that he could not resist. It caused his body to tremble violently and he was suddenly sent flying. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he suddenly roared and charged at demon monarch Starry again with the heavenly punishment saber. Ling Xiao had inherited the lightning imperial scripture and wielded the heavenly punishment saber. Hence, he could unleash the heavenly punishment origin within the heavenly punishment saber. When he swung the saber, it was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down. The saber radiance was dazzling and it went straight for the Star Demon Lord's neck. The Star Demon Lord's expression changed and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He did not dare to take the terrifying saber essence from the heavenly punishment saber head-on. He could not help but move away from it. The Star Demon Monarch was different from the Samsara Master. He had already understood the origin of the Great Path and used the power of the origin to refine his body, forming the body of origin. His physical body was extremely strong, and normal attacks were useless against him. However, the heavenly punishment saber contained the heavenly punishment origin and was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Under Ling Xiao's control, it seemed to be able to destroy everything and the Star Demon Lord did not dare to take it head-on. Freeze! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he suddenly shouted. Rumble! The time compass gave off a dazzling light as it rose into the sky and floated above the Star Demon Lord's head. A long river of time spread out and contained the vast power of time. It was like a mysterious time domain that enveloped the Star Demon Lord. The river of time seemed to have solidified, causing the surrounding space to come to a standstill. Furthermore, it was spreading towards Demon Lord Star. Oh no! This is the time compass? You are Ling Xiao? The Star Demon Lord's body shook and his eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed. Rumble! He clearly recognized the time compass and Ling Xiao's identity, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. Blazing divine light rose from his body as a vast emperor's aura erupted, trying to break free from the time compass shackles. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. It was as if he had no intention of responding to the Star Demon Lord. The heavenly punishment saber once again emitted a dazzling light. As the saber light fell, the surrounding space was annihilated. It was as if a terrifying black hole had appeared, slashing down at the Star Demon Lord. The Lightning Emperor's Void Slash, this was the Supreme Emperor technique of the Lightning Imperial Scripture. Ling Xiao used both the time compass and the heavenly punishment saber at the same time to kill the Star Demon Monarch as soon as possible. After all, there were 3 demon lords trapped in Zhou Tian's great astral formation, and there were probably other experts spying on them. They had to deal with these 3 demon lords as quickly as possible so as not to affect Jiang Yuyang's breakthrough. Furthermore, Star Demon Monarch was the weakest of the 3 demon monarchs. Even if he was slightly stronger than Samsara Master, it was not by much. Ling Xiao picked a soft persimmon to pinch, wanting to kill Star Fiend Lord first. Scram! The Star Demon Lord roared out as a terrifying demonic light rose from his body. His eyes revealed a hint of madness. He could feel a strong killing intent from Ling Xiao's eyes. At the same time, the Time Compass and Heavenly Punishment Saber made him feel a fatal threat. His entire body turned cold, and he was both shocked and furious. This legendary Heaven's chosen son actually possessed such horrifying combat strength with only Empyrean realm cultivation. Rumble. It was as though a demonic storm had been stirred up around Demon Monarch Starstar's body. It dispersed some of the surrounding time-stop domain and he struggled to escape. However, the Heavenly Punishment Saber had already descended, blazing starlight bloomed from the Star Demon Lord's body, and the divine light in his palm was resplendent. The power of the stars instantly condensed into a silver battle spear. It was as clear as crystal, and it met the Heavenly Punishment Saber head-on. Crack! The Heavenly Punishment Saber carried an unparalleled saber intent as it swept across the sky and slashed at the silver battle spear. Unsurprisingly, the silver battle spear was cut into two. Surging thunderbolts, containing the vast heavenly Tao's might, slashed at the Star Demon Lord. Poof! Blood light bloomed in the void as one of the Star Demon Lord's arms flew across the sky and was chopped off by the Heavenly Punishment Saber. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. The Star Demon Lord's eyes were filled with frenzied killing intent. Blazing divine light rose around him as his emperor's might gushed out in a mighty manner. Black demonic light swept out in all directions like a storm. Black meteorites appeared in the black demonic light, exuding a heavy and ancient aura. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Myriad Calamity Meteorite, destroy! As the Star Demon Lord roared, the meteorites around him came crashing down on Ling Xiao. The black meteorites gathered together like a black storm. However, each meteorite was incomparably heavy, as if it could shatter everything. They were like mountains that came crashing down on Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably cold. He slashed with the Heavenly Punishment Saber, and the saber light was dazzling, shattering one of the meteorites. However, the powerful rebounding force within the meteor caused Ling Xiao's arm to feel numb. Even with the Heavenly Punishment Saber, an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, it was extremely difficult for him to cut the meteor apart. This showed how strong and tough the meteor was. Only now did Ling Xiao realize that the meteorites were actually formed from pure star source. Furthermore, they contained star cores, which were both a powerful emperor art and a powerful supreme treasure. The majestic meteors streaked across the sky, as if they wanted to bury Ling Xiao completely within them. I'm afraid you've forgotten that this is the Zhou Tian star array. Ling Xiao said faintly with a mocking look in his eyes. What? The Star Demon Lord's expression changed. Rumble! At that moment, blazing starlight gathered in the surroundings. Divine chains of order rose, as if 360 supreme stars had appeared. At the same time, 360 divine chains of order fell from the sky. They intertwined in the void like a star net, instantly blocking the meteorites. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Heavenly Punishment Saber rose into the sky, accompanied by blazing lightning, and slashed down on the Star Demon Lord. The Star Demon Lord's expression was extremely ugly. The vast star source energy around him exploded. However, he realized that in the Zhou Tian star array, his star source energy was greatly suppressed, causing his combat strength to be greatly reduced. Moreover, what was even more troublesome was that the star net formed by the divine chains of order had not only trapped his meteorites, but it was also coming down on him. Boom! 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 The Star Demon Lord was in an extremely sorry state. He threw out a few punches, and the black fist imprints were unparalleled. They were like stars that swept across the sky. However, the Heavenly Punishment Saber released a sharp saber light. Rays of saber light cut across the void, shattering all of the Star Demon Lord's fist imprints. In the end, the Star Demon Lord was unable to dodge. Behind him was the star net, while in front of him was the Heavenly Punishment Saber. It was as if he had fallen into a desperate situation. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. The Star Demon Lord's eyes revealed an extremely pained expression. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, and a black stone talisman appeared in his palm. It looked simple and mysterious, and dazzling immortal light bloomed from it. Rumble, the void in front of Demon Monarch's starry star seemed to shatter in an instant. The black stone talisman enveloped him, and in an instant, he was about to transform into a beam of immortal light and disappear into the grand heavenly cycle stellar array. He was extremely decisive. Not only was he no match for Ling Xiao in this massive heavenly cycle stellar formation, but he was also in danger of dying. Therefore, he decisively activated his treasure in an attempt to escape. It's an immortal talisman? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. The black stone talisman in the Star Demon Lord's hand was surrounded by bright immortal light and exuded a mysterious and powerful immortal aura. It was very similar to the immortal talisman in Taoist Wuliang's hand, so Ling Xiao recognized it at a glance. How could the Star Demon Lord have an immortal talisman? Could it be that the Devil Clan and the Immortal Clan were in cahoots? Want to leave? Hee, Star Demon Lord, you'd better stay here. At the same time, the sloppy Emperor's voice rang in the void with a hint of mockery. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, causing the surrounding space to tremble in an instant. Billions of streaks of starlight gathered, forming a colossal starry dragon that was billions of kilometers long. It radiated with a vast and terrifying dragon might, as if the immemorial ancestral dragon had awakened. It tore through the layers of space, and with a swing of its huge tail, it struck the barrier of immortal light around Demon Lord Star Demon. Crack, the Star Demon Lord's body trembled violently. The immortal light barrier and the black stone talisman in his hand shattered at the same time. He was pulled back into the Zhou Tian star formation by the giant star dragon. Kill. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes and he instantly seized this rare opportunity. Blazing lightning rose around him and the heavenly punishment blade slashed down. At this moment, the Star Demon Lord was pulled back and he was flying in the direction of Ling Xiao. At the same time, there were divine chains of order surrounding the Star Demon Lord. It was the power of the Zhou Tian star formation that the sloppy Emperor had activated. It temporarily trapped the Star Demon Lord and exposed him to Ling Xiao's blade. No! The Star Demon Lord roared out as his eyes were filled with indignation. Puff! With a flash of blood-red light in the void, the heavenly punishment saber slashed down from the sky, chopping off his head. Rumble! Blazing lightning rose as the vast heavenly punishment origin within the heavenly punishment saber charged towards the starry demon lord's primordial spirit. At the same time, the time compass spun as it descended from the sky. The vast time domain once again pressed down, directly suppressing the star demon lord's physical body. Even though Demon Monarch Starry Demon had been beheaded by the heavenly punishment blade and was heavily injured, he was still an imperial monarch after all. Not only had his fleshly body condensed into an origin body, his primordial spirit had also formed an indestructible primordial spirit. It wasn't so easy to annihilate an imperial monarch, however, with the suppression of the heavenly punishment saber and the time compass, these two apex emperor armaments, the Star Demon Monarch's indestructible primordial spirit was unable to even charge out of his sea of consciousness. Swallow! Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. He leaped forward and slammed his palm on the Star Demon Lord's body. A vast devouring power erupted from his palm. He had activated the heaven-devouring secret skill to the extreme. A vast heaven-devouring sacred domain appeared around him and enveloped the Star Demon Lord's body. The Star Demon Lord had condensed his origin body. His physical body was formed from the pure star origin and contained a vast amount of origin energy. It had been completely crystallized and was a supreme treasure. A drop of his blood was comparable to a powerful sage elixir and could allow a sage's cultivation to improve greatly. His indestructible primordial spirit contained a powerful primordial spirit power and even contained his comprehension of the star origin. Ling Xiao intended to refine the Star Demon Lord directly. Even though the Star Demon Lord was heavily injured, it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover. Instead of suppressing him, it was better to kill him completely to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the heavenly venerate realm. Using both the chronological compass and the heavenly punishment blade at the same time was quite a burden on him. Devouring the Star Demon Lord would not only restore Ling Xiao's energy, it would also allow his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao had a premonition that there would be a fierce battle today. Therefore, using battle to nurture battle was the best method. Rumble, as if it had sensed the Star Demon Lord's vast origin energy, Even the wordless heavenly book that had merged with Ling Xiao's body emitted a strong desire. With the support of the wordless heavenly book, the speed at which Ling Xiao devoured the Star Demon Lord instantly increased by 100 times. The Star Demon Lord's flesh and blood was being devoured by Ling Xiao at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into vast origin energy and fused into Ling Xiao's body. As for the Star Demon Lord's body, it rapidly shriveled up. Even though his indestructible primordial spirit had been suppressed by the wordless heavenly book, it sensed that Ling Xiao wanted to devour and refine him. Instantly, his soul left his body and he could not help but beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao was unmoved. He continued to devour the Star Demon Lord's flesh and blood. In the end, the Star Demon Lord even began to feel despair. He began to curse Ling Xiao with incomparable viciousness. Rumble, Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent and calm. His body emitted a purple glow. The devouring sacred domain spread out mightily. Like 100 rivers returning to the stream, it completely devoured the Star Demon Lord's body. As for the Star Demon Lord's indestructible primordial spirit, it could not withstand it in the end. Its consciousness was wiped away by Ling Xiao. It turned into boundless primordial spirit energy and fused into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's entire body spewed out blazing light. His body was filled with boundless energy. The vast star origin surged, giving him a slight understanding of the star origin that the Star Demon Lord had comprehended. The trace of star origin was like a seed that fused into Ling Xiao's body, waiting for the day it took root and germinated. Ling Xiao had devoured an emperor. Brat, you actually devoured the Star Demon Lord? The Sun Demon Lord and the Moon Demon Lord have already sensed the death of the Star Demon Lord and have begun to go crazy. Quickly go and kill the two of them. Don't let them affect Jian Yuyang's tribulation. The sloppy emperor's voice was filled with amazement as it entered Ling Xiao's mind. Even with the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation and the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the sloppy emperor was incomparably amazed that Ling Xiao had defeated and even devoured the Star Demon Lord. He had already sensed that Ling Xiao's cultivation aura was becoming increasingly unfathomable and his accumulation was becoming more and more robust. At this rate, Ling Xiao would not be able to stay in the Heavenly Venerate realm for long. One had to know that although the Heavenly Venerate realm and the Emperor realm were only separated by one realm, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Countless Heavenly Venerate experts were trapped in the same place, unable to break through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. In order to take that final step, not only did one have to comprehend the Great Tao origin, one also had to have an incomparably robust accumulation. Otherwise, one would not even be able to pass the Emperor tribulation and would be reduced to ashes in the end. Demonic Lord Sun and Demonic Lord Moon? If I devour the two of them, I might be able to reach the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Ling Xiao licked his lips as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. The Star Demon Lord's body and indestructible soul were supreme nourishment to Ling Xiao. He had reaped even greater benefits than refining 100 billion origin pills. Not only had it replenished what he had lost, but it had also allowed his body and soul to swell by a large amount as well. Ling Xiao's body was filled with explosive energy and he urgently needed a huge battle to vent it out. Rumble, under the sloppy Emperor Lord's control, the stars shook, the sun and the moon turned upside down, and the void changed. A figure with a monstrous aura appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was a young man in a black robe. His body was shrouded in black flames. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. He was emitting a monstrous killing intent. Demonic Lord Sun's strength was unfathomable. Even the sloppy Emperor Lord felt great pressure. Zhou Tian's Great Star Formation was almost unable to suppress him. Originally, the sloppy Emperor Lord wanted Ling Xiao to deal with Demonic Lord Moon first before dealing with Demonic Lord Sunday. However, he had no choice but to deal with Demonic Lord Sun first. You killed my third brother? You deserve to die. Demonic Lord Sun's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. It was cruel and bloodthirsty. It was as if two black suns were rising from his eyes. Although the three demonic lords had mistakenly entered Zhou Tian's Great Star Formation and were isolated by the sloppy Emperor Lord's Supreme Emperor Formation, Demonic Lord Sun still sensed the death of Demonic Lord Star. His heart was filled with grief, but at the same time, monstrous killing intent surged. That's right. I killed demonic Lord Star. Next, I will send you to reunite with your third brother. You three demonic lords have killed many experts of the human race over the years. Today, you will pay with your lives. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. However, his smile was incomparably cold. The three demon kings, Sun, Moon, and Star, could be said to be the vanguard of the demon clan's invasion of the divine world. Over the years, they had been stained with the blood of countless human experts in the extraterritorial battlefield. Even the sloppy emperor had fought with them before. Ling Xiao had also heard of the Sun, Moon, and Star demon lords. If he could get rid of the three demon lords here, it would be a good thing for the human race. Arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me just because you have the Zhou Tian star array? Ant-like thing, you will never understand how big the gap between you and me is. Demon Monarch Day said coldly, and a vast and blazing storm of demonic light erupted from his body. Rumble. There seemed to be a black sun rising behind Demon Monarch Day, exuding a terrifying demonic light that contained the aura of darkness, evil, calamity, and destruction. Black Sun Calamity. Following Demon Monarch Day's roar, the black sun pressed down on Ling Xiao in an instant. The surrounding void began to distort. Much of the power of the stars in the Zhou Tian star array was swallowed by the black sun. The black storm surged as if it was going to devour all living beings. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards Demon Monarch Day with the heavenly punishment blade in his hand. Rumble, blazing lightning rose around him, causing the void all around him to tremble violently. The power of the origin of thunder spread out, forming a sea of thunder. Thunder dragons roared, and thunder giants rose into the sky, evolving into many thunder creatures. Behind Ling Xiao, a terrifying figure appeared. Bathed in lightning, it was like the true body of the Lightning Emperor, exuding a vast heavenly might. Lightning was originally the power of Yang and could destroy all evil and darkness. It had a natural suppressive effect on the experts of the demon clan. Facing Demon Monarch Day's Black Sun Calamity, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to activate the Lightning Emperor scripture and use the heavenly punishment blade. Ling Xiao could sense that Demonic Monarch Day was much stronger than Demonic Monarch Star. Although the great heavenly stellar array had trapped him, it had little effect on him. However, this was also because Sloppy Monarch was using all his strength to activate the Emperor array, wanting to finish off Moon Demon Monarch. Rumble, the Black Sun Calamity clashed with the Sea of Lightning, creating an earth-shattering divine light fluctuation. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao and Demon Monarch Day crisscrossed in the void, clashing over 100 times in an instant. Blazing saber lights exploded, causing the blood of both of them to churn. They were shocked. He's at least a second heavenly layer monarch, maybe even a third heavenly layer. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with battle intent as he thought to himself. Demon Monarch Day was incomparably powerful. He could actually withstand Ling Xiao's heavenly punishment blade with his bare hands. Moreover, the Black Sun Calamity did not seem to be afraid of the lightning origin. He was evenly matched with Ling Xiao. Demon Monarch Day was also incomparably shocked. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the heavenly venerable realm, but he was able to erupt with such powerful battle strength. He was no weaker than an Emperor realm expert. Was this the potential of the heaven's chosen child? The greater the potential Ling Xiao displayed, the greater the killing intent in Demon Monarch Day's heart. Rumble, the battle between Ling Xiao and Demon Monarch Day became more and more intense. Every move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. At this moment, outside Zhou Tian star array, several figures with incomparably powerful auras appeared. There were both men and women. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as they stared at Zhou Tian star array and Jiang Yuyang. Terrifying auras erupted from their bodies. It was another few Emperor realm experts. This time, it was just as the Kunlun Mountain Emperor had said. Jiang Yuyang's tribulation had attracted countless powerful enemies. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or the other races, none of them wished for Jiang Yuyang to succeed in his tribulation. Demon Monarch Day has fallen? Could that heavenly venerable kid be the heaven's chosen child, Ling Xiao? It shouldn't be wrong. He obtained the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor. The thing he used to suppress Demon Monarch Day was the time compass. I didn't expect this. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Today, we'll get rid of Ling Xiao and Jiang Yuyang once and for all. That's right. Ling Xiao's talent is too terrifying. Perhaps he's already comparable to the former Heavenly Emperor. The human race must not produce another Heavenly Emperor. The massive heavenly cycle stellar array erupted. Although it enveloped the entire star, everything that happened within was still seen by the few imperial emperors. All of them were filled with killing intent. Rumble, right at this moment, blazing divine light rose from Jiang Yuyang's body. That ancient and mysterious chaotic world slowly returned to his body. Divine light gushed out from his body, and auspicious chi coiled around him. Dazzling and resplendent runes interweaved together, causing his aura to rise explosively once again. He had survived the origin tribulation without a single scratch. Next, only the inner demon tribulation was left. As long as he passed it, Jiang Yuyang would become a true Emperor realm expert. Seeing that Jiang Yuyang had passed the heavenly tribulation and origin tribulation, leaving only the inner demon tribulation, Ling Xiao and the sloppy celestial emperor were overjoyed. As long as the Zhou Tian stellar formation could hold on for a while longer, they would be able to return to the divine world after Jiang Yuyang passed the tribulation. However, before that, they still had to kill the 3 demon monarchs. Ling Xiao knew that even though it seemed like only the 3 demon monarchs were attacking, there were still countless celestial emperors hiding outside the Zhou Tian stellar formation, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They had to kill the 3 demon monarchs to intimidate them so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Rumble, Jiang Yuyang's body glowed brightly as dazzling lightning circled around him like a divine dragon. All kinds of mysterious phenomena appeared around him. Ling Xiao could see the tremendous origin energy surge and condense around Jiang Yuyang. It surged towards his limbs and bones, beginning to refine his body. This was a sign that the origin energy body was about to condense. Ling Xiao could feel that Jiang Yuyang's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it was like a tsunami, as if it could destroy everything. A mysterious emperor's aura spread out. At the same time, a black mist appeared around him, forming mysterious scenes of gods and demons, struggling to devour Jiang Yuyang. The divine light around Jiang Yuyang began to recede. His entire person became extremely ordinary. Only the ferocious black mist enveloped Jiang Yuyang. The inner demon tribulation had arrived. Ling Xiao and the sloppy celestial emperor's eyes shone brightly as they charged towards Demon Monarch Day and Moon Demon Monarch. Rumble, within the massive heavenly cycle stellar matrix, the battle continued. Supreme stars fell from the sky one after another. The vast star origins intertwined with each other, containing an aura that could destroy the world. Within the Myriad demon banner, terrifying figures appeared. They were all ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Under the convergence of the star origins, they seemed to have come back to life, and they all charged towards Demon Monarch Day and Moon Demon Monarch. Puff, Ling Zhao's heavenly punishment saber emitted a dazzling light, leaving a deep wound on Demon Monarch Day's back. Demon Monarch Day trembled as he was sent flying. The stars seemed to be lit up one by one. In Zhou Tian's star formation, the 360 supreme stars had gathered the vast star source. Above each star, there was an archean divine beast or a powerful fierce beast phantom. Under the condensation of the star power, they revealed their true forms and erupted with a terrifying aura. Roar, roar, chirp, the cries of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of phoenixes, caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. It was as if they could shatter the universe and shatter the heavens. They emitted a ferocious and monstrous aura. The auras of the 360 figures were terrifying to the extreme as they charged towards the Day Demon Monarch and Moon Demon Monarch. Every single one of them had the strength of an imperial emperor. Ling Xiao, quickly kill Demon Monarch Day and Demon Monarch Moon. I can't hold on for much longer. The sloppy monarch's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. He sounded weak and anxious. Evidently, the sloppy emperor had paid an enormous price to unleash such a frightening power from the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. He would not be able to last for long. Good heavens! Senior Sloppy Emperor has completely lost his temper. Even I can't manifest the true forms of the 360 divine beasts. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The reason why the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation was known as the #1 emperor formation of the demon clan was that when the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation had the 10,000 demon banner as the core of the formation, it had gathered the endless fortune of the demon clan. It could condense the strongest 360 divine beast true bodies of the demon clan in countless eras, erupting with destructive power that could annihilate everything. Ling Xiao could see that among the 360 divine beasts, the ancestral dragon, the true phoenix, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the qilin were all present. In addition, there were legendary divine beasts such as the Tao Tai, the Kuei cow, the three-legged golden crow, and the golden-winged roc. The overwhelming number of figures made Demon Monarch Day and Moon Demon Monarch's expressions change drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. No. Demon Monarch Day and Moon Demon Monarch roared. Their voices were extremely shrill and their hearts were filled with despair. Rumble, the 360 divine beasts rushed over at the same time. Their terrifying attacks were like a blazing storm that enveloped Demon Monarch Day and Moon Demon Monarch in an instant. Clang, Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. His killing intent was boiling as he held the heavenly punishment saber in his hand and circulated the lightning imperial scripture. Blazing lightning rose around him as the vast might of the heavenly punishment erupted. He swung his saber in the air, sealing off the heavens and earth. He wanted to kill Demon Monarch Day and Moon Demon Monarch. Oh no! Save them! Outside the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation, the powerful figures could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock as they hurriedly shouted. Rumble, in the void, a vast Extreme Emperor aura erupted from the west. A shuttle-shaped Extreme Emperor weapon swept across the sky. It was as majestic as a mountain. Blazing runes and divine chains of order intertwined with each other. It contained a mysterious fluctuation as it pressed down on the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. At the same time, a dazzling immortal sword swept across the sky from the east. The sword light illuminated the 10 boundaries. Vast sword intent rose, containing the divine might of the sword Tao that could destroy everything. Endless ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the north. Chilly winds blew and ghostly chi filled the air. A black skull the size of a mountain swept across the sky, shrouded in black will-o'-the-wisp. It also pressed down on the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. Is that the limitless formation-breaking shuttle from the demon world? There's also the immortal world's immortal slaying sword and the underworld's silent burning skeleton. 3 Extreme Emperor weapons have arrived. Especially the limitless formation-breaking shuttle. It will definitely be able to break the Supreme Emperor formation. Everyone, let's attack together and kill Jiang Yuyang, Ling Xiao, and the sloppy monarch. Kill. Outside the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation, the eyes of the few figures with terrifying auras lit up. Without any hesitation, they instantly swept across the sky and charged towards the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. Rumble, the 3 Extreme Emperor weapons swept across the sky and arrived first. They unleashed an unparalleled Extreme Emperor aura and instantly collided with the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. The Zhou Tian Great Star Formation shook violently and let out a loud rumble. The limitless formation-breaking shuttle, in particular, seemed to be able to break open the heavens. It contained a great destructive force and instantly pierced through the layers of space of the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. It actually charged into the formation and shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, be careful. The sloppy monarch spat out a mouthful of blood and roared at Ling Xiao. Peek. Although the 3 Extreme Tao Emperor weapons did not completely break through the Zhou Tian star array, it still put a lot of pressure on the sloppy Emperor. He was already burdened by forcefully activating the true bodies of the 360 divine beasts. At this moment, due to the terrifying destructive power of the infinite formation-breaking shuttle, he instantly suffered the backlash of the formation and was injured by the origin of the great Tao. Tao injuries were the most difficult to heal in the first place. At this moment, the sloppy Emperor could barely use the 10,000 demon banner to activate the great heavenly cycle stellar formation to block the Lu Zhuxian sword and the burning solitude skeleton. However, he was unable to stop the infinite formation-breaking shuttle. He could only watch as the infinite formation-breaking shuttle charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, within the Zhou Tian star array, Demon Lord Sun and Moon Demon Lord had suffered unimaginable injuries and were on the brink of death. The 360 divine beasts unleashed an attack that was comparable to the Imperial Emperor realm. They charged towards the two of them at the same time. Even though the 2 Imperial Emperors were extremely powerful, they were still severely injured in an instant. Just as Ling Xiao held the heavenly punishment sword and was about to kill Demon Lord Sun and Moon Demon Lord, he felt a sense of danger behind him. Gotcha! Ling Xiao did not hesitate and slashed the heavenly punishment sword behind him. The sword radiance released millions of lightning rays and collided violently with the infinite formation-breaking shuttle. The collision of the two extreme Dao Emperor weapons triggered a dazzling extreme Dao Emperor aura, causing the Zhou Tian star array to shake violently as if it was going to shatter at any time. Ling Xiao was also pushed back by the backlash. His blood and qi were in turmoil as if he had collided with an immemorial divine mountain. The Zhou Tian star array was severely injured under the attack from both inside and outside. Especially the infinite formation-breaking shuttle. When it entered the Zhou Tian star array, the array space was destroyed inch by inch as if it was going to collapse at any time. The sloppy Emperor could not do anything by himself. Let's go. Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord seized the opportunity to see the cracks in Zhou Tian's grand array of stars. At the same time, they also saw the powerful figures coming from outside. They were overjoyed. Initially, they were already in despair. However, to their surprise, the three great imperial weapons appeared at the critical moment and almost broke through the Zhou Tian star formation, saving their lives. You want to leave? Freeze! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The time compass flew out of his body and shone with a dazzling light. A vast river of time flowed through the void, forming a time domain. He wanted to lock down the two demon monarchs on the spot. Boom! Meanwhile, Ling Xiao soared through the sky and attacked. His blazing fist emitted an unparalleled light. Purple qi spread out for 30,000 miles. The light of primal chaos rose. The scene of the birth and death of an epic appeared once again. Ling Xiao activated his primordial immortal body and unleashed his strongest epic fist. Ling Xiao, how dare you! At that moment, the figures outside Zhou Tian's grand array of stars appeared. There were a total of 6 imperial emperors. Each of their auras was terrifying and their eyes were cold. They soared through the sky and attacked, trying to break through the time domain formed by the time compass and save Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord. Those who block me shall die. Ling Xiao growled. The killing intent in his eyes surged like the ocean. The heavenly might was like a prison, and the monument instantly shot across the sky like a mountain, pressing down mightily. It was like a hell, blocking the 6 great emperors' path, using the heavenly punishment saber, the time compass, and the heavens might prison steel at the same time seemed to have reached Ling Zhao's limit. The vast origin energy that he had accumulated from devouring Star Demon Lord was rapidly being consumed. It turned into powerful energy and poured into the 3 great imperial weapons. At the same time, they shone with dazzling light. Rumble! Ling Zhao's figure was extremely fast. In an instant, he was behind Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord. The epic fist destroyed everything and pierced through Day Demon Lord's chest. Moreover, it did not slow down and pierced through Moon Demon Lord. Puff! Blood-red light filled the air. Demon Lord Sun and Demon Lord Moon were trembling. Their eyes were filled with despair as they let out unwilling roars of rage. No! Rumble! Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord's terrifying Emperor aura filled the air. Their origin energy intertwined and a terrifying aura spread out like a volcanic eruption. Both of them felt the threat of death looming over them. They were no match for Ling Xiao, but they were unwilling to die in Ling Zhao's hands. Self-destruction, if they were going to die, they would die together. Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord crazily activated the origin energy in their bodies. Even their indestructible primordial spirits began to burn. They wanted to self-destruct and die together with Ling Xiao. You want to die? You can't even die. You'd better become a part of me. Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out. In an instant, Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Rumble! Ling Zhao's body erupted with a mighty devouring power. At the same time, the power of the wordless heavenly book flowed through Ling Zhao's arm into Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord's bodies. It instantly destroyed the self-destruction aura and imprisoned them. Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord trembled. They felt as if they were fish on a chopping board. They could no longer control their own lives. They could only watch helplessly as Ling Xiao used the secret devouring technique. Then, the origin energy of their flesh and blood, as well as the power of their indestructible primordial spirit, surged into Ling Xiao's body. Crack, in the void, the power of lightning intertwined. The heavenly punishment saber blocked the destructive limitless formation breaking shuttle, while the heavenly might prison steel blocked the strongest attack of the 6 imperial emperors. It rumbled and trembled. However, Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed in an instant. As he devoured Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord, the mighty origin energy gathered in Ling Xiao's body. It was like a raging river. Ling Xiao felt that his body was filled with boundless energy. At this moment, he was using 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons at the same time. He didn't feel like his energy was about to be depleted. Damn it! The expressions of the 6 imperial emperors turned extremely ugly. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Even though they attacked together, they couldn't stop Ling Xiao. Day Demon Lord and Moon Demon Lord had died in Ling Xiao's hands. The 3 great demon monarchs, Sun, Moon, and Star, were extremely famous in the demon world. They had killed countless human powerhouses in the foreign battlefields, but now they had been slaughtered by a human Empyrean powerhouse. Do you all want to die? Ling Xiao stared at the 6 imperial emperors in front of him. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His voice boomed like thunder in the void. Rumble, the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation trembled violently. Under the pincer attack from both inside and outside, the 3 Supreme Emperor weapons, and the sloppy Monarch Emperor's exhaustion, the formation shattered into pieces. The sloppy Emperor Lord held the 10,000 demons banner, but his face was extremely pale. His hair was stained with blood, but his eyes were extremely bright. Ha ha ha, this is great. The Sun, Moon, and Star Demon Lords are dead. Who dares to be impudent? The sloppy Emperor Lord held the 10,000 demons banner and stood beside Ling Xiao. He looked at the 6 emperors in front of him and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Behind them was Jiang Yuyang, who was undergoing the inner demon tribulation. In the void, the infinite formation-breaking shuttle, the fairy-slaying sword, and the burning silent skeleton were 3 extremely powerful Supreme Emperor weapons. In front of them were the 6 emperors. Their auras were extremely terrifying and their strength was overwhelming. Ling Xiao's heavenly might was like the prison steel, time compass, and heavenly punishment saber. At that moment, they were also floating in the void and facing the 3 Supreme Emperor weapons. After devouring the Sun, Moon, and Star Demon Lords, Ling Xiao possessed an endless amount of origin energy. He also temporarily had the strength to use the 3 Supreme Emperor weapons. Although Ling Xiao and the sloppy Emperor Lord seemed to be at a disadvantage, their auras were powerful and their killing intent was overwhelming. Even in the face of the 6 emperors, they were not at a disadvantage. Senior Sloppy, go and protect Senior Jiang Yuyang. Don't let him be disturbed during the inner demon tribulation. Leave the 6 emperors to me. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to the sloppy Emperor Lord. Although I can't set up the Zhou Tian Grand Constellation formation with the 10,000 demons banner, it shouldn't be a problem to protect Jiang Yuyang. However, there are 6 emperors and 3 Supreme Emperor weapons here. The owners of the 3 Supreme Emperor weapons are probably hiding in the dark and could attack at any time. Can you really handle it? The sloppy Emperor Lord asked worriedly. In such a situation, even if the sloppy Emperor Lord was at his peak, he would definitely die in front of the powerful enemies in front of him, let alone Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the heavenly venerable realm. The owners of the 3 Apex Monarch weapons must have been held back by Senior Kunwu. They can only attack from afar. These 6 Imperial Emperors are merely at the same cultivation level as the Sun, Moon, and Star Demon Monarchs. Today, I really want to see exactly how strong the Outerium Imperial Emperors are. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Ling Xiao said slowly, his eyes filled with sharpness. Then be careful. The sloppy monarch nodded and instantly retreated to Jiang Yuyang's side with the 10,000 demon banner. The 10,000 demon banner released a bright light that enveloped both him and Jiang Yuyang. The chosen one, Ling Xiao? You only managed to kill Sun, Moon, and Star by relying on the power of the formation. Do you really think you can fight against an Imperial Emperor? Today, this is where the 3 of you will be buried. A black-armored demon emperor who was enveloped in demonic light said coldly. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. The death of the Sun, Moon, and Star Demon Monarchs made him feel like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. He gritted his teeth and hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. "You can try," Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. His blade-like eyes swept across the 6 imperial emperors in front of him. There were 4 imperial emperors from the demon race, the immortal race, the underworld race, and the zombie race. There were also 2 imperial emperors who Ling Xiao couldn't tell which race they were from. However, Ling Xiao would remember these 4 races. One day, he would definitely repay them 100 times over. This time, it was obvious that the demon race was leading the attack on Xianxia. The demon race had sent a total of 4 imperial monarchs. However, the 3 imperial monarchs, Sun, Moon, and Star, who were the vanguard, were unlucky and fell into the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation. In the end, they were killed by Ling Xiao. However, the deaths of the Sun, Moon, and Star demon monarchs also caused the collapse of Zhou Tian's great star formation. This made the 6 imperial emperors have no more worries. 3 brothers, follow me to kill Ling Xiao. The other 2 brothers, please kill Sloppy and Xianxia. The demon race's imperial emperor said coldly. Without any hesitation, he instantly charged towards Ling Xiao. The 3 imperial emperors from the immortal race, the underworld race, and the zombie race also charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The other 2 imperial emperors charged towards Sloppy and Xianxia. This time, they had come to kill Xianxia. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Ling Xiao. In particular, the demonic combat strength that Ling Xiao had displayed made them want to kill him. The human race definitely couldn't have another heavenly emperor. Therefore, Ling Xiao was even more important to them than Xianxia. Today, even if they didn't kill Xianxia, they had to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble. In the void, the 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons were also ready to attack. However, they were blocked by Ling Xiao's heavenly punishment saber, time compass, and heaven's might. The 6 extreme Dao Emperor weapons fought in the void. Vast extreme Dao Emperor aura intertwined and the light was vast and dazzling. They intertwined to form a terrifying killing domain that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The 4 imperial emperors charged towards Ling Xiao. Their eyes were cold and they didn't show any mercy when they attacked. Unparalleled emperor aura enveloped the area, causing Ling Xiao to feel extremely pressured. However, there was no trace of fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. His eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Every pore on his body opened up, and his powerful battle instincts erupted like a volcano. Crack, blazing purple light spewed out from the pores of Ling Xiao's body. His body seemed to have turned into a glazed color. Purple gas filled the air and rays of light shone brightly. An immortal fluctuation filled the air. The purple light spread out, and even Ling Xiao's eyes and hair were dyed purple. His aura began to rise. "Let's fight." A thunderous roar exploded from Ling Xiao's mouth. His eyes were extremely sharp. He faced the 4 imperial emperors who were charging towards him and threw out a punch. When this punch was blasted out, it was as if a primeval world had been formed, and it gave birth to the most primeval energy. Its might was terrifying to the extreme. This was actually a supreme way of the fist that was different from the fist of the epic. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into an ancient sovereign. His fist pierced through the past, present, and future, and contained peerless divine force. This was a fist technique that used strength to prove its Tao. This was the primitive fist. Ling Xiao had refined the primitive heart in the primitive secret realm. In 100 years, he had comprehended a fist technique that was different from the epic fist. He called it the primitive fist. If the epic fist was the Tao of origin that nurtured hundreds of scriptures and merged all techniques, then the primitive fist was the Tao of origin that used strength to prove its Tao. It was an incomparably pure Tao of the physical body. The primitive fist could even unleash the primordial immortal body's divine power. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the primitive fist. Facing the 4 imperial emperors, the primordial immortal body released the most dazzling light. Crack, the void shattered as the vast desolation ancient world enveloped the 4 monarchs. Then, an unparalleled fist imprint exploded. P.S. I drank too much during a social gathering yesterday. Sorry for not updating. This is to make up for yesterday's 3 chapters. There are 3 more chapters tonight. Ling Xiao did not choose to dodge. Instead, he unleashed the Chaos Fist and clashed head-on with the 4 imperial emperors. Crack, the void shook violently and suddenly became distorted. Blazing divine light gushed out. Ling Xiao and the 4 imperial emperors trembled and were sent flying back at the same time. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as the blood energy around him rose. He suddenly roared and unleashed an unparalleled fist intent as he took the initiative to attack. Purple light gushed out from his body. His body was flawless and immortal, mysterious and unfathomable. The primordial immortal body was pushed to the extreme by Ling Xiao's chaos fist, causing Ling Xiao to exude a vast heavenly might that was invincible. 3,000 worlds seemed to appear behind Ling Xiao, containing 3,000 great Tao laws. It was vast and unparalleled, encompassing everything. The 3,000 great Tao laws were the foundation of Ling Xiao's Tao. It was also the source of the primordial immortal body's power. This kid's physical body is actually so strong? The 4 imperial emperors' faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only in the heavenly venerable realm, but Ling Xiao's physical body was unparalleled. It was actually not weaker than their origin bodies. In fact, it was even stronger. Ling Xiao unleashed the chaos fist and the power of the primordial immortal body, causing the 4 imperial emperors to feel a lot of pressure. In terms of physical body, who can compare to my zombie tribe? You overestimate yourself. Die. The zombie tribe's imperial emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. His body was filled with a terrifying aura of death. His body emitted a black light and unparalleled divine power as he punched Ling Xiao. The zombie tribe was a tribe formed by the corpses of ancient experts after they died. This tribe was not invisible and jumped out of the myriad worlds. They were immortal and their physical bodies were unparalleled. Even the demon tribe and the demon tribe, who were known for their powerful physical bodies, were slightly inferior to the zombie tribe. Boom! The zombie tribe's imperial emperor's fist intent was vast and unparalleled. It contained an unparalleled ferocious power. In an instant, it collided with Ling Xiao, causing the surrounding void to shake violently. A muffled sound rang out in the void. Ling Xiao felt as if he had punched an ancient divine mountain, and his arm felt slightly numb. However, his fist intent encompassed everything and was vast and boundless. It contained the concept of ancient primordial times. When he punched out, the strength of his physical body increased by several times. Even the imperial emperor of the zombie race was unable to withstand the power of this punch and was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Damn you! The zombie race's sovereign emperor's eyes were cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. There was even a trace of greed in them. As soon as he exchanged blows with Ling Xiao, he immediately felt Ling Xiao's extraordinariness. Ling Xiao's physical body was actually stronger than his despite having a heavenly venerate cultivation base. If they could obtain Ling Xiao's body, they would definitely be able to create an extremely powerful zombie guard. The zombie race's sovereign emperor couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Rumble, his battle intent surged as he charged toward Ling Xiao once again. The zombie race's sovereign emperor looked ferocious with a green face and fangs. His black fingernails were like blades. At this moment, his arm turned into a blazing black blade light and slashed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his fist to meet the attack. When his fist collided with the zombie race's sovereign emperor's arm, there was the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying in all directions. This boy killed the 3 demon monarchs of our demon race, Sun, Moon, and Star. If he breaks through to the Imperial Emperor realm, he will definitely be a greater threat than Jiang Yuyang. He must die. The demon race's sovereign emperor's eyes also revealed a cold killing intent. Black demonic light rose around his body. In an instant, beams of black light interweaved with the power to penetrate everything and shot toward Ling Xiao. Clang! As for the celestial race's sovereign emperor, his hair and beard were all white. He looked like an immortal. His fingers were like swords, and his body released an unparalleled sword intent. When he pointed in the air, an immortal sword instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void and pierced toward Ling Xiao's forehead. Boom! As for the nether race's sovereign emperor, a terrifying storm rose around him. Blazing light burst out from his forehead, and the powerful primordial spirit surged. It was like a vast whirlpool that swept toward Ling Xiao. The whirlpool contained a kind of power that could devour the primordial spirit. It was as if it wanted to pull Ling Xiao's primordial spirit out of his body and devour it completely, the Nether race was originally good at cultivating the primordial spirit. Therefore, the Nether race's experts in the same realm had extremely powerful primordial spirits. Moreover, their methods were unpredictable, making it impossible to guard against. The four sovereign emperors each had their own thoughts. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's powerful potential, they all attacked at the same time. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with battle intent. There was no trace of fear. Although the four sovereign emperors attacked at the same time, it gave him great pressure. However, it also stimulated the unparalleled battle intent in his heart. Boom! Ling Xiao was like a purple lightning bolt. His body was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the void. He dodged the zombie race's sovereign emperor's claw. That claw seemed to want to dig out Ling Xiao's heart. Crack! Ling Xiao grabbed the zombie race's sovereign emperor's wrist and kicked out in the air, sending the zombie race's sovereign emperor flying. Black light beams fell from the sky and intertwined into an inescapable net that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The devil race's sovereign emperor was charging towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could vaguely sense that this devil race's sovereign emperor was an expert from the Dark Devil sect. He cultivated the pure darkness origin. The black light beams could annihilate all flesh and blood. It was domineering and ruthless. Rumble! Ling Xiao used the light and darkness secret skill and the sky-devouring secret skill at the same time. Light and darkness intertwined around his body like a Taiji diagram. At the same time, a vast devouring power erupted. When the black light beams shot towards Ling Xiao, they were converted into the power of light by the light and darkness secret skill. Then, Ling Xiao directly swallowed them into his body. He dodged the devil race's sovereign emperor's attack and exposed himself to the nether race's sovereign emperor. Vast and turbulent power of primordial spirit enveloped him. The terrifying vortex seemed to want to pull Ling Xiao's primordial spirit out. The nether race's sovereign emperor's attack was strange and unpredictable. It targeted the primordial spirit directly. If it were anyone else, the nether race's sovereign emperor would definitely pose the greatest threat. However, Ling Xiao's head had merged with the wordless heavenly book. The primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness sat cross-legged in the void, reflecting the heavens. It was extremely sturdy. The nether race's primordial spirit attack could not cause any damage to Ling Xiao's primordial spirit at all. Boom! On the contrary, Ling Xiao took advantage of the carelessness of the emperor of the nether tribe to throw a punch in the air. The vast untainted ancient world exploded and directly hit the emperor of the nether tribe, sending him flying. The one who posed the greatest threat to Ling Xiao was the immortal race's sovereign emperor. Bookmark for easier reading: the Tao of the immortal sword that the celestial emperor cultivated contained the mysterious origin of the celestial race. The sword light was extremely sharp and could actually cause damage to Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body. Ling Xiao felt a chill all over his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's fists were like dragons. He instantly threw out hundreds of punches. The primordial fist was ferocious and domineering. It was a supreme fist technique that Ling Xiao created for his primordial immortal body after merging with the primordial heart and using the heavenly emperor's fist as a foundation. Even though Ling Xiao felt that the celestial emperor's Tao of the sword was extremely powerful and posed a great threat to him, Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he raised his fist to meet the attack. Rumble! The fist seal and the sword chi intertwined. Runes appeared in the void and then disappeared, forming a blazing sea of divine light. That incomparably sharp sword chi was completely reduced to dust under Ling Xiao's desolate fist. However, Ling Xiao's fist was also badly mutilated, revealing his purplish gold bones. They looked crystal clear and flowed with immortal energy. Ling Xiao did not even frown. He continued to attack. His fist seal was vast and unparalleled, facing the four celestial emperors, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit sword. He became braver and braver as he fought. For a moment, he actually blocked the attacks of the four celestial emperors. On the other side, the sloppy celestial emperor was not so lucky. He had previously set up the Zhou Tian star formation and suffered unimaginable damage and backlash. Even with the 10,000 demon banner in hand, it was still extremely difficult for him to protect Jiang Yuyang from the two celestial emperors. Rumble! The sloppy celestial emperor had already set up a powerful defensive formation around Jiang Yuyang. With the 10,000 demon banner in hand, he charged toward the two celestial emperors. The two imperial emperors were like blood brothers. They had a tacit understanding of each other. What they used was a set of incomparably mysterious yin-yang saber techniques. They were yin and yang, and they complemented each other, causing their strength to multiply. Even though the sloppy imperial monarch had the Myriad demon banner in his possession, he still instantly fell into a disadvantaged position when facing two imperial monarchs. The battle between the sovereign emperors was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the battle was extremely intense. After the sloppy imperial monarch and the two imperial monarchs fought over 100 rounds, the sloppy imperial monarch's strength was slightly lacking, and he started to be surrounded by danger. As for the two imperial emperors, they were fighting the sloppy imperial emperor while attacking the formation that the sloppy imperial emperor had set up. They wanted to break through the grand formation and kill Xianxia, who was within it. Xianxia, hurry up and get through the inner demon tribulation. I'm afraid Ling Xiao and I won't be able to hold on for long. The sloppy monarch thought to himself anxiously. He was going all out now, but he was still suppressed by the two imperial emperors. He had originally attained the Tao through formations and had extremely high attainments in the path of formations. However, the backlash from the Zhou Tian star formation had reduced his strength to less than 10%. Otherwise, even if he wasn't a match for the two imperial emperors, it wouldn't be difficult for him to keep the two imperial emperors outside the grand formation. A deep saber wound was left on the sloppy imperial monarch's back, causing his entire body to tremble. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. The sloppy imperial monarch felt extremely aggrieved. The peerless emperor's might contained within the Myriad demon banner wasn't something that he could activate at the moment. Otherwise, how could the two imperial emperors dare to be so fearless? The sloppy imperial monarch began to fight with his life. He was even prepared to burn his origin energy in exchange for powerful strength to block the two imperial monarchs. Ling Xiao also noticed the sloppy imperial monarch's state and felt a little anxious. However, he couldn't even protect himself at this moment. Under the attacks of the four imperial emperors, Ling Xiao could only barely hold on. He couldn't split himself and was unable to rescue the sloppy imperial monarch. The current plan is to kill an imperial emperor first and break the balance first. Only then will I have the chance to rescue Senior Sloppy and Senior Xianxia, Ling Xiao thought to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. If this continued, he might be able to barely hold on under the attacks of the four imperial emperors. However, the sloppy imperial monarch would probably not be able to hold on. Once the sloppy imperial monarch couldn't hold on, Xianxia would definitely die. Xianxia was currently undergoing the inner demon tribulation and couldn't sense anything outside. His entire body was enveloped by the inner demon. This was also the most crucial tribulation. After overcoming it, he would naturally become a true imperial emperor. If he couldn't, he would be devoured by the inner demon and die. Demon imperial emperor, looks like I can only start with you. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the demon imperial emperor. Without any hesitation, he instantly threw a punch at the demon imperial emperor. Among the four imperial emperors, the immortal imperial emperor's sword Dao was unparalleled and caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. The zombie imperial emperor's body was unparalleled. It wasn't that easy for Ling Xiao to break his tortoise shell. Although the nether imperial emperor's primordial spirit attack was ineffective against Ling Xiao, he could travel through the void. His methods were strange and impossible to guard against. It wasn't that easy for Ling Xiao to kill the nether imperial emperor. Only the demon imperial emperor's darkness origin was restrained by Ling Xiao's light and darkness secret technique. Furthermore, the demon imperial emperor's body wasn't strong. Ling Xiao had a direct understanding of the demon imperial emperor's combat strength after fighting with the three demon imperial emperors. Most importantly, Ling Xiao found out the location of the life gate to cultivate the darkness origin from darkness Ling Xiao. Once he used his lightning-fast methods, the one most likely to be killed was the demon imperial emperor. After Ling Xiao made up his mind, his attacks became even more frenzied. That's right, frenzied. At this moment, Ling Xiao was fighting as if he was going to perish together with his opponents. He actually gave up all his defensive methods. His fists were like dragons that constantly bombarded the four imperial emperors. Not only was the Chaos Fist a physical fist, but it also contained the Chaos Origin energy that could destroy everything. Its power was unparalleled. Even though the zombie Imperial Emperor's body was so abnormal, it was still slightly inferior to Ling Zhao's. The four Imperial Emperors weren't used to Ling Zhao's frenzied fighting style. Apart from the zombie Imperial Emperor, who could still fight Ling Zhao head-on, the other three Imperial Emperors didn't dare to take the brunt of Ling Zhao's attacks head-on. They constantly dodged Ling Zhao's unparalleled fist imprints. The four Imperial Emperors became more and more shocked as the battle went on. Ling Zhao, who was at the Heavenly Venerate realm, could actually fight against four Imperial Emperors alone. How terrifying would Ling Zhao be if he broke through to the Imperial Emperor realm? Ling Zhao gave up on defense. However, his primordial immortal body was incomparably sturdy and indestructible. Even if he took a blow from an Imperial Emperor head-on, he wouldn't die. At this moment, the four Imperial Emperors were a little hesitant. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as their majestic emperor aura rose. At the same time, a powerful origin energy erupted. The four Imperial Emperors executed their Supreme Emperor techniques and unleashed their strongest attacks, wanting to kill Ling Zhao directly. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Zhao gave up on the demon race, nether race, and zombie race Imperial Emperors and charged towards the celestial race Imperial Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Prison Suppression Technique. Ling Zhao roared as a bright light rose around him. The shadow of a great emperor appeared as though it was going to suppress hell and sweep across the heavens. Ling Zhao slammed his palm towards the celestial race Imperial Emperors. The palm print was as vast as hell, trying to suppress the celestial race Imperial Emperors. You're courting death. The celestial race Imperial Emperors were enraged as murderous intent surged in their eyes. A blazing immortal sword bloomed and shot towards Ling Zhao's forehead. However, Ling Zhao ignored it as though he did not care about the immortal sword at all. Without any defense, he closed the distance between him and the celestial race Imperial Emperors at lightning speed. Puff, blood radiated from Ling Zhao's forehead, but it seemed to be blocked by something. The immortal sword did not pierce through Ling Zhao's forehead. It only made Ling Zhao tremble as he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, Ling Zhao charged towards the celestial race Imperial Emperors. His unparalleled fist print forced the celestial race Imperial Emperors to retreat. When the huge palm print landed, it was as though an ancient great emperor was suppressing the heavens. The celestial race Imperial Emperors could not help but change their expressions. The demon race Imperial Emperors, nether race Imperial Emperors, and zombie race Imperial Emperors could not help but change their expressions. They could feel the resolute murderous intent in Ling Zhao's heart and immediately rushed forward to help the celestial race Imperial Emperors. If Ling Zhao really killed the celestial race Imperial Emperors right under their noses, they would become complete laughingstocks. Moreover, the four Imperial Emperors had joined forces to gain the upper hand and suppress Ling Zhao. They could not let this situation be broken by Ling Zhao. Rumble, the demon race's Imperial Lord released a vast darkness origin that surged over like a black sea. A black and white beam of light shot out from the eyes of the underworld monarch. Like a divine chain of order, it silently pierced through the void and wrapped around Ling Zhao. The eyes of the Imperial Emperor of the zombie clan were filled with cruelty. His attack was extremely simple and violent. A huge fist blasted out. In an instant, tens of thousands of fist imprints fell and enveloped Ling Zhao. Rumble, crack, Ling Zhao's palm instantly shattered, and the immortal sword slashed down from the sky, leaving deep bloody wounds on Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao's body instantly became a bloody mess, and he coughed up blood and retreated. You don't know your limits. The celestial race's celestial emperor sneered, his eyes cold beyond compare. Whoosh, at this moment, the Imperial Emperor of the underworld race charged over. The black and white divine chain of order wrapped around Ling Zhao's body. At the same time, the Imperial Emperor of the zombie clan's celestial race punched Ling Zhao's body. Pft. 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 Ling Zhao's entire body shook violently while blood sprayed from his mouth, and his aura instantly became dispirited. Even though his body was peerlessly strong, he was still blasted flying by the ferocious attacks of the corpse race Imperial monarchs, and the direction Ling Zhao was sent flying was where the Imperial Emperor of the Devil clan was. Ling Zhao, you can die now. The Imperial Emperor of the Devil clan sneered. He grabbed the air and grabbed Ling Zhao in his palm. At the same time, the vast darkness origin surged and drowned Ling Zhao. The Imperial Emperor of the Devil clan wanted to turn Ling Zhao into a part of the darkness origin, Then, he could directly devour Ling Zhao's flesh and primordial spirit. He could even devour the heavenly Daoqi in Ling Zhao's body, rumble, just as the vast darkness origin in the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's body enveloped Ling Xiao, an extremely terrifying devouring power erupted from Ling Zhao's body. The secret skill of light and darkness was activated by Ling Xiao. A mysterious Taiji image seemed to form around Ling Zhao's body. Light and darkness intertwined and transformed at the same time. That boundless darkness origin turned into a majestic origin energy in an instant and was swallowed into Ling Zhao's body. There was no trace of panic in Ling Zhao's eyes. There was only a strong sense of mockery. Oh no! The Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Divine light spewed out of his palm, and he instantly wanted to send Ling Xiao flying. It's too late. Ling Xiao sneered. In an instant, he pointed in the air and activated the Sutra of Time. A mysterious river of time swept across the sky and suppressed the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan. The Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan trembled. His entire body seemed to have stopped, and he was instantly unable to move. However, with the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's cultivation, Ling Zhao's Sutra of Time could only trap him for a breath's time. However, a breath's time was more than enough. Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands. The power of light and darkness intertwined and instantly turned into a strange black and white ball of light. Then, Ling Xiao slapped it into the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's forehead without hesitation. Oh no! Quickly stop Ling Xiao! The three Imperial Emperors reacted at this moment. All of them were filled with murderous aura, and they wanted to save the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan. However, it was too late. The Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. The black and white ball of light suddenly emitted endless light. The Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's indestructible primordial spirit seemed to burn and exploded into a pile of ashes. The Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan actually died in an instant, leaving only an empty physical body. Whoosh! Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. His speed was extremely fast as he grabbed the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's corpse. As he used the secret skill of devouring, he began to devour the majestic flesh and blood source of the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's body. At the same time, he rushed out of the encirclement in the direction of the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan and charged towards the two Imperial Emperors who were besieging the sloppy Imperial Emperor. Damn it! How did he do it? The Immortal Clan's Imperial Emperor, the Nether Clan's Imperial Emperor, and the Zombie Clan's Imperial Emperor's expressions were extremely ugly. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Ling Zhao's attack was too strange. He used the Sutra of Time to cast the time domain and imprisoned the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan for a breath's time. Then, a strange ball of light burned the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's indestructible primordial spirit into ashes. Wasn't this too much of a joke? What they did not know was that after Ling Xiao realized that the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan was from the Dark Demon sect, he had already thought of a way to deal with him. The darkness origin that the Dark Demon sect cultivated was incompatible with the light origin. Without the secret skill of light and darkness, it was impossible to comprehend the power of the fusion of light and darkness. Ling Xiao found out the location of the life gate of the Dark Demon sect through his clone, Dark Ling Xiao. Then, he used the secret skill of light and darkness to condense a ball of fusion power of light and darkness and injected it into the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's life gate. As a result, the Imperial Emperor of the Devil Clan's primordial spirit exploded like adding oil to a raging fire. This kind of death was somewhat inexplicable and incomparably aggrieved. However, it happened in front of the three Imperial Emperors, causing them to feel a little scared. Zhu Baihua. An emperor from the demon race had fallen. In addition to the 3 demon kings from before, the 4 demon kings from the demon race had been completely annihilated. Moreover, all of them had died in Ling Zhao's hands. Even the remaining 3 demon lords were shaken in their hearts. Their expressions were incomparably ugly. For Emperor Realm experts besieged Ling Xiao, but one of them was killed by Ling Xiao instead. They did not even have the chance to save him. It was as if Ling Xiao had slapped them hard in the face. As for the 2 Imperial Emperors who were attacking the sloppy Emperor, they were extremely shocked at that moment. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao actually break out of the encirclement and charge towards them, they were both shocked and furious. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. The two imperial emperors roared furiously. However, they felt extremely fearful in their hearts. They did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao at all. They actually gave up on the sloppy imperial emperor and charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, the void shook as Ling Xiao's chaos fist and epic fist collided. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with chaotic light. It was like a mysterious scene of the creation of heaven and earth. The aura was extremely grand. Ling Xiao and the two imperial monarchs collided head-on, and an unparalleled divine power erupted, blasting the two imperial monarchs away. At that moment, the sloppy emperor could finally heave a sigh of relief. He held the 10,000 demon banner in his hand and instantly returned to the formation around Xianxia. The younger generation will surpass us in time. From today onwards, Ling Xiao's name will not only shake the God world but also the myriad of worlds. The sloppy emperor sighed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was already at the end of his rope and was almost at his limit. If Ling Xiao had not intervened, he would have died in the hands of the two Emperor Realm experts. Ling Xiao had actually killed a demon king despite being besieged by 4 Emperor Realm experts. He was extremely shocked by such unparalleled fighting power. Ling Xiao must not die. Xianxia, hurry up and get through the inner demon tribulation. If Ling Xiao dies here, you and I will be sinners of the human race. The sloppy emperor looked at Xianxia, who was shrouded in black fog, and said slowly. Xianxia didn't know how long it would take for him to overcome the mental demon tribulation. Ling Xiao and the sloppy emperor lord had bought time for him. The sloppy emperor lord's eyes were filled with determination. He took out a fiery red pill that flowed with a mysterious glow. It contained a vast amount of origin energy, and he swallowed it in a single gulp. Rumble, the aura around his body began to rise, and the injuries in his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His aura became stronger and stronger. He began to heal himself at full speed, wanting to share some of Ling Xiao's burden. No matter what, he couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. At this moment, the other 3 great imperial emperors had also charged over. The 5 great imperial emperors gathered together and surrounded Ling Xiao. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Don't bother about that tortoiseshell Xianxia. Ling Xiao is more important than Xianxia. Let's kill Ling Xiao first. The Immortal Tribe's imperial emperor said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. They could feel how monstrous and terrifying Ling Xiao was. With such heaven-defying battle prowess, they could vaguely see that another peerless genius had appeared in the human race. Just like the celestial emperor from an epoch ago, the human race must not have another heavenly emperor. At this moment, the 5 great imperial emperors decided that they had to kill Ling Xiao first no matter what. Kill. The Nether Tribe's imperial emperor and the Zombie Tribe's imperial emperor roared at the same time. Their killing intent surged as they executed powerful emperor techniques and charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, the 5 great imperial emperors attacked at the same time. 5 divine rainbows exploded in the void, and the majestic emperor aura intertwined with each other, surging like the sea. The 5 great imperial emperors didn't hold back at all. They executed their killing moves one after another. In an instant, the starry sky shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. The stars seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The aura was terrifying to the extreme. Ha ha ha. So what if all of you attack together? Why should I, Ling Xiao, be afraid? Ling Xiao laughed aloud. His eyes were bright and resplendent. He was fearless as his body radiated with an extremely powerful battle intent. Even though the 5 great imperial emperors had brought great pressure to Ling Xiao, he still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Now that the crisis of the sloppy imperial emperor had been resolved, Ling Xiao had no more worries. He could fight to his heart's content. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body emitted a bright purple light. Auspicious vapors rose around him, and lightning flashed. He was like a purple sun that rose majestically. With an unstoppable force, he instantly engaged in a great battle with the 5 great imperial emperors. The originally dark and lonely starry sky seemed to have 6 dazzling suns at this moment. The battle between Ling Xiao and the 5 great imperial emperors was like 6 suns constantly colliding in the void, erupting with shocking divine power. Ling Xiao fought to the point of madness. He used all kinds of techniques. The Epic Fist and the Chaos Fist contained his own Tao. It was an immortal path. Although it was only in its embryonic form, the terrifying power that erupted from it still shocked the 5 great imperial emperors. The Heavenly Prison Scripture, the Age and Menstruation Scripture, the Thunder Imperial Scripture, and the 12 Sky Arts were all activated by Ling Xiao. All kinds of supreme secret arts burst forth, as if Ling Xiao was displaying the true will of the great sovereign. Mysterious figures appeared one after another, as if the great sovereign had awakened, providing Ling Xiao with endless power. As for the physical body of the demon race imperial emperor, Ling Xiao directly used the sky-devouring secret skill to devour his flesh and blood to strengthen himself. He replenished what he had consumed and provided Ling Xiao with endless power. However, even so, Ling Xiao was still injured. The 5 great imperial emperors attacked with all their might. They were all experts who had comprehended the great Tao origin and had condensed the indestructible primordial spirit. They could use the great Tao origin to activate Supreme Emperor techniques and erupt with peerless divine power. However, they still injured Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao fought a bloody battle. His body was dyed red with blood. His face became a little pale, but his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. A heavenly lord fought against 5 great imperial emperors alone. Ling Xiao's name would definitely shine brightly in the world. Rumble. At the same time, a vast formation suddenly soared into the sky, enveloping the surrounding space in an instant. The slovenly imperial emperor held the 10,000 demon banner and flew across the sky. He quickly set up the Zhou Tian star formation. The extraterritorial starry sky was the best place to set up the Zhou Tian star formation. It could quickly absorb the power of the stars in Zhou Tian and erupt with unparalleled power. "You're courting death." The 5 great imperial emperors roared angrily. Their eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. If they allowed the sloppy imperial emperor to set up the heavenly cycle stellar formation, they would probably be in danger if the 360 divine beasts' true bodies were to appear once more. The third sect master. Crack, at that moment, the void shattered. The boundless formation-breaking shuttle, fairy-slaying sword and blazing solitude skeleton that were fighting against Ling Xiao's 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons suddenly shone brightly. A powerful force was awakened from the 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons, allowing them to break through the prison steel, chrono compass, and heavenly punishment saber. Rumble. The boundless formation-breaking shuttle flew across the sky towards the sloppy Emperor and the Zhou Tian star formation that he had set up. A terrifying force exploded as though a great emperor had come back to life. Its aura was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, the fairy-slaying sword shone brightly. Rays of sword chi rose and gathered together before slashing down towards Ling Xiao. The last one, blazing solitude skeleton, emitted an ominous aura and demonic light. It pounced towards Jiang Yuyang like an ancient divine demon. Oh no! The sloppy Emperor and Ling Xiao's expressions changed. The 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons suddenly exploded with such terrifying power. Perhaps the owners of the 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons had taken action and secretly strengthened them, causing them to become extremely terrifying. They broke through the blockade of Ling Xiao's 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. The sloppy Emperor and Ling Xiao were extremely vigilant. They were secretly guarding against any sudden attacks. Kill. The 5 great emperors were overjoyed. Killing intent rose in their eyes as they cooperated with the 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons and charged towards Ling Xiao. Boom! The boundless formation-breaking shuttle was extremely strange. The timing of its attack was just right when the Zhou Tian star formation was about to be completed. It crashed down and pierced through layers of formations, colliding with the 10,000 demon banner. The sloppy emperor's body trembled as he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the massive heavenly cycle stellar array began to crumble. The sword chi that filled the sky fell towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not even have time to recall the prison steel, chrono compass, and heavenly punishment saber before he was enveloped by the blazing immortal Tao sword chi. Puff. 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 Even though Ling Xiao's body was extremely tough and indestructible, the sword chi was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Even though most of them were destroyed by Ling Xiao, there were still a few dozen sword chi that landed on Ling Xiao's body, leaving behind deep gashes. Ling Xiao coughed up blood as he was sent flying by the 5 great imperial emperors' attacks. Not good. The sloppy emperor's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with rage. Because, at this moment, Fengji's skeleton had already pressed down from the sky, directly smashing onto Jiang Yuyang's body. Roar, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling erupted, and a terrifying demonic light rose. A black flame actually emerged from the Fengji skeleton, and directly enveloped Jiang Yuyang, wanting to burn Jiang Yuyang into ashes. It was the Nether clan's nirvanic flames that came from the ninth hell, and it contained the quintessence of the netherworld. It was peerlessly terrifying and impossible to eliminate. Could it be that Jiang Yuyang was really going to fall here? The sloppy monarch and Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with deep worry. Rumble, after the limitless formation-breaking shuttle, immortal slaying sword, and Fengji skeleton unleashed their strongest attacks, they were quickly stopped by Ling Zhao's prison monument, chrono compass, and heavenly punishment saber. The 6 extreme Dao Emperor weapons resumed their confrontation. The owners of these 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons should have been held back by Senior Kunwu. However, they suddenly awakened and caught him off guard. Could something have happened to Senior Kunwu? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with worry. However, he did not have time to think too much. The 5 great Imperial Emperors charged forward once again. Each of them had a powerful aura as they unleashed their ultimate attacks on Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, Jiang Yuyang is dead. I'll send you to accompany him. The Immortal Clan's Imperial Emperor laughed out loud, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Jiang Yuyang, who was being burned by the nirvanic flames and undergoing the inner demon tribulation, had no chance of surviving. In the eyes of the Immortal Clan's Imperial Emperor, he was already a dead man. Is that so? At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the void. The 5 great Imperial Emperors trembled as if they had thought of something. They suddenly turned to look at Jiang Yuyang as if they had seen a ghost. Rumble, the place where Jiang Yuyang was standing in the distance was originally enveloped by the nirvanic flames. The surroundings were filled with black fog, and it looked like Jiang Yuyang had died under the nirvanic skeleton's attack. However, at this moment, a blazing divine light shot up into the sky. Auspicious vapors rose and rays of light shone. It was as if an ancient and vast world had appeared. Jiang Yuyang's white robes fluttered in the wind as he slowly walked over. His eyes were bright and resplendent, and his entire body exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. It was as if an emperor had arrived. A vast and powerful emperor's aura filled the air, indicating that Jiang Yuyang was now an imperial emperor. Jiang Yuyang, you've finally broken through. I thought that you had been burned to death by the nirvanic flames. If you've really been burned to death, then you, as the human emperor of this era, are really aggrieved. The sloppy imperial emperor said excitedly, his eyes full of smiles. Although he was severely injured, his heart was at ease. Jiang Yuyang was not dead, and he had successfully broken through. At this moment, the 5 great imperial emperors' expressions were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The nirvanic skeleton's all-out attack had even erupted with the nirvanic flames. How could Jiang Yuyang still be alive? Humph. Jiang Yuyang, so what if you're not dead and have broken through to the Imperial Emperor realm? You've only just stepped into the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Since you're not dead, I'll kill you again. The Nether Race Imperial Emperor stared at Jiang Yuyang and said coldly. The 5 great Imperial Emperors sneered. Although Jiang Yuyang had successfully broken through, they had nothing to fear in their hearts. The so-called human emperor's great Dao cultivator, Jiang Yuyang, was only at the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, when they saw Jiang Yuyang's calm and indifferent expression, they suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. The ignorant are truly fearless. You came to stop me from transcending the Imperial Emperor tribulation, but you don't know why you have to kill me when I'm transcending the Imperial Emperor tribulation? Jiang Yuyang smiled indifferently, and then took a step towards the 5 great Imperial Emperors. Boom, he took a step forward, and it was as if he was stepping on the center of heaven and earth. It was as if the heavenly drum was beating, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The aura around Jiang Yuyang's body instantly began to soar. It actually soared from the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm to the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. What? The 5 great Imperial Emperors trembled violently, and their eyes were filled with shock. That's because after I become an Imperial Emperor, you won't have any chance. Jiang Yuyang sighed softly, and his voice entered everyone's ears clearly. Bang! 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 Jiang Yuyang walked forward step by step, and the aura around him began to soar crazily like a tsunami. With each step he took, it was as if some kind of sealed power had been unlocked, causing his entire being to become as majestic and vast as a mountain. 9 steps. 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Rumble, Jiang Yuyang's white clothes were purer than snow, and he looked heroic and imposing. His entire body was filled with explosive power, as if he could push open the sky and destroy the starry sky. He became the focus of the world's attention. His body emitted a vast heavenly might, like an ancient emperor who could push the sun, moon, and stars. He had a peerless aura that suppressed the heavens and swept through the world. How is this possible? The eyes of the 5 imperial emperors were filled with shock and despair. The terrifying aura emitted by Jiang Yuyang made them tremble involuntarily. Their hearts palpitated, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Jiang Yuyang was already a 9th-level imperial monarch now. The 5 imperial emperors couldn't believe it. Jiang Yuyang had just passed the imperial emperor tribulation, so how could he be so terrifying and powerful? Senior Jiang Yuyang, is this the cultivation of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation? No wonder even Senior Kunwu attached so much importance to Senior Jiang Yuyang's imperial emperor tribulation. The human emperor's great Tao is indeed heaven-defying. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He was able to sense that Jiang Yuyang's entire body was suffused with a mysterious aura of samsara. It seemed like some sort of seal within Jiang Yuyang's body had been opened, causing Jiang Yuyang's cultivation to rise explosively. Every single step he took caused Jiang Yuyang's cultivation to directly rise to the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm. The 9th level of the imperial emperor realm was already the peak of the imperial emperor realm. It was only a step away from the true supreme emperor. Ling Xiao recalled that the imperial emperor of Kunwa Mountain had said that Jiang Yuyang cultivated the human emperor's great Tao and reincarnated 9 lifetimes. Therefore, he guessed that perhaps after 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, Jiang Yuyang was able to break through to such a realm in one go. The human emperor's great Tao is completed. The sloppy imperial emperor's eyes were also surging with excitement. At this moment, Jiang Yuyang's body was surrounded by thousands of rays of light and auspicious qi. A vast and ancient world seemed to have appeared in the chaotic light. Countless powerful figures appeared, like the imprints left behind by many human experts, and they were worshipping Jiang Yuyang. The sloppy imperial emperor knew Jiang Yuyang very well, so he naturally knew what had happened to Jiang Yuyang. The human emperor's great Tao was completed after 9 lifetimes. However, the sloppy monarch's eyes revealed a trace of pity as he sighed inwardly. He knew better than anyone that Jiang Yuyang's original strength was not limited to this. Originally, Jiang Yuyang had a chance to directly break through to the emperor realm. However, now that the Great Tribulation had descended, the human race's providence had been greatly weakened. Jiang Yuyang no longer had a chance to break through. All of you are abandoned pawns. For the sake of probing me, you actually mobilized so many imperial monarch experts in one go. It's truly my honor. But since you're here, leave your lives behind. Jiang Yuyang said faintly. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the void. Not good, run. The expressions of the 5 imperial emperors changed drastically. They shouted and teleported into the distance. Even though they were imperial monarch realm experts, most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd level of the imperial monarch realm, so how could they be a match for Jiang Yuyang? Without the slightest hesitation, they turned around and fled. They only wanted to preserve their lives. Boom, Jiang Yuyang took a step forward. A dazzling divine rainbow flickered under his feet like a rainbow bridge that instantly traversed the void. He appeared behind the zombie race imperial monarch and slapped down with a seemingly light palm. Roar. The zombie race imperial monarch's expression changed drastically. His eyes revealed a crazy killing intent. In an instant, he revealed his green face and fangs. The terrifying origin energy in his body surged as he pushed out his palms. He felt a fatal threat from Jiang Yuyang's palm. It made his scalp tingle and his entire body tremble. Bang, the void trembled as a muffled sound was heard. It was as if there were mysterious waves rippling out. The zombie race imperial monarch's body shook violently as his arms shattered. Starting from his arm, his physical body and primordial spirit exploded into a bloody mist. The indestructible primordial spirit did not even have time to escape before it exploded together with his physical body. The zombie race imperial monarch had fallen. Xianxia casually waved his hand, and the zombie race imperial monarch's flesh and primordial spirit instantly condensed into a black pearl in his palm. It emitted a vast and majestic origin energy. Xianxia's expression was indifferent and calm. After killing the zombie race imperial monarch cleanly, he charged towards the two imperial monarchs who had besieged the sloppy imperial monarch. Xianxia, who was at the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm, displayed an incomparably terrifying strength that made Ling Xiao secretly click his tongue. The two imperial monarchs hastily blocked Xianxu's attack, but they were also instantly killed by Xianxu. Their flesh and primordial spirit turned into two pearls and landed in Xianxu's palm. Seeing Xianxu kill 3 imperial monarchs so easily, the immortal race imperial monarch and the nether race imperial monarch were even more frightened. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear. They desperately wanted to escape. Whoosh, Xianxu's speed was extremely fast. It was as if he could teleport. With a single step, he caught up with the nether race imperial monarch. He pointed his finger in the air and directly landed on the nether race imperial monarch's forehead. A terrifying power surged in, destroying the indestructible primordial spirit of the nether race's imperial emperor. The nether race's imperial emperor was also blasted into a mist of blood, which turned into a bead and was taken away by Xianxu. In the end, only the immortal race imperial monarch was left. The immortal race imperial monarch was the strongest among them. Previously, he was also the one who posed a huge threat to Ling Xiao and caused Ling Xiao to suffer heavy injuries. At this moment, he had already escaped very far away. Unfortunately, he had already been locked onto by Xianxu. Xianxu, the human race has already become the enemy of the entire world. If you dare to kill me, you will become the enemy of the immortal race. When the great emperor of the immortal race descends, the human race will be completely annihilated. You have to think about the consequences. The immortal race imperial monarch sensed that Xianxu had killed the other 4 imperial monarchs and was charging towards him. His expression changed drastically as he spoke in a fierce manner. Immortal race? The immortal race is just a bunch of rats who only know how to hide in the dark. If you want to annihilate the human race, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Xianxu said indifferently. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm towards the immortal race imperial monarch. Rumble, this palm was extremely fierce. Vast emperor's aura erupted. It was as if the palm had crossed 3,000 worlds, causing the vast starry sky to shake. A few stars that were enveloped by Xianxu's palm even exploded into dust. The immortal race imperial monarch had no room to dodge at all. Ancestor, save me. The immortal clan's emperor suddenly raised his head and roared at the endless void. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. Clang, at the same time, the celestial slaying sword in the void suddenly released a dazzling light. The immortal light was dazzling and the sword chi swept across the void as if it had been completely revived. It let out a clang. The celestial slaying sword released a peerless sword essence and instantly turned into a bright light that slashed down at Xianxu. The sword swept across the void with unparalleled sharpness as if it could pierce through the past and the future. It wanted to kill Xianxu directly under the sword. Get lost. Xianxu's eyes flickered with sharpness. His voice was like thunder as he suddenly roared, rumble, a terrifying sound wave burst out like a vast sea. It directly enveloped the sword chi that filled the sky and collided with the celestial slaying sword. The celestial slaying sword trembled violently as endless immortal light bloomed. An old man with white hair and a beard appeared vaguely. He looked like an immortal. However, the old man's face was cold and his eyes were filled with coldness. He stared at Xianxu and said, "If you dare to kill Qing Feng, I will kill 10 of your celestial race emperors." Xianxu's eyes flashed with a cold light as killing intent surged in an instant. He shouted coldly, "Old dog, wash your neck and wait for me to kill you." After saying that, Xianxu punched out, and the sword chi that filled the sky exploded. The old man's figure was also directly shattered. Xianxu did not hesitate at all. He directly punched down and killed the celestial race emperor. His flesh and primordial spirit also turned into a dazzling pearl. At this point, the 5 celestial race emperors were all killed by Xianxia, Rumble. Although they were in the starry sky outside the realm, the death of the 5 celestial race emperors still caused the surrounding starry sky to shake. The stars flickered and the laws of the great Tao became a little chaotic, revealing an incomparably mysterious scene. Is this the combat strength of a peerless celestial race emperor? How strong is a real great emperor? Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely bright. Looking at Xianxu's figure, a strong desire welled up in his heart. When the 5 emperor lords joined forces, they put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. They even put Ling Xiao at a disadvantage. It was not easy for Ling Xiao to kill a demon emperor. But now, none of the 5 great imperial emperors were a match for Xianxu. Watching Xianxu kill the 5 great imperial emperors consecutively and display unparalleled combat strength made Ling Xiao yearn for it. Whoosh, Xianxu soared through the sky and landed before Ling Xiao and the Sloppy Emperor. Brother Sloppy, little friend Ling Xiao, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to protect me this time. Xianxu said solemnly. There's no need to stand on ceremony between us. Your great path of the human sovereign has achieved great success. The human clan has another pillar of support. Congratulations. The sloppy imperial lord sighed softly. That's right. Senior Xianxu, being able to witness your imperial lord tribulation is a great gain for me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Xianxu opened his palm and 5 resplendent beads of different colors appeared. They all shone with a dazzling light, exuding a vast amount of origin energy. They were even more resplendent than the sun in the distance. These are the primordial spirit flesh essence of the 5 great imperial emperors. I'll give them to you. I hope you can break through to the imperial lord realm as soon as possible. Xianxu smiled and passed the 5 beads to Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao was at the end of his rope. He was severely injured. Moreover, activating 3 extreme emperor weapons at the same time and fighting against 5 great imperial emperors consumed a lot of Ling Zhao's energy. The vast energy contained in the 5 beads could not only heal Ling Zhao's injuries, but it could also improve his cultivation. Thank you, senior. Ling Xiao knew that Xianxu meant well and did not decline. He accepted the beads with a smile. The foreign clans from the outer region are not giving up on the realm of the gods. Since they dare to come, let's take this opportunity to severely injure them. Return to the realm of the gods first. I'll cooperate with Lord Kuan Wu to kill a few great imperial emperors. Xianxu said to the sloppy emperor lord and Ling Xiao. Then, he traversed the void and flew into the distance. In the void, Ling Xiao had already retrieved his 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons. As for the Wuji formation-breaking shuttle, the immortal extermination sword and the burning solitude skeleton, after Xianxu killed the immortal race emperor, they seemed to be extremely intelligent as they broke through the void and left. Xianxu had followed the auras of the 3 extreme Dao monarch armaments. Senior Xianxu successfully passed the emperor tribulation and broke through to the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. He even killed 9 great imperial emperors in this battle. I'm afraid the foreign clans will not be too arrogant and unscrupulous from now on. Ling Xiao said slowly as he looked at Xianxu's back. Hee, this battle will definitely shock the entire universe. Imperial emperors are not cabbages. Even the powerful demon race and celestial race will feel the pinch. This is a good thing. We can deter them and buy more time for the human race. The sloppy emperor lord said in a carefree manner. After this battle, he finally felt proud and elated. The humiliation that the human clan had suffered in the outer space battlefield for so many years was swept away with this battle. Xianxu had become a supreme emperor and the human emperor's great Dao. In the future, the emperor lords of Kunwa Mountain could also breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao and the sloppy emperor lord returned to the divine world. The sloppy emperor lord was also severely injured in this battle. He had used a forbidden technique to forcefully recover his peak cultivation. Now that the battle was over, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, his Dao injuries were also extremely serious. He politely rejected Ling Zhao's kind intentions of giving him a few pearls. Instead, he left the War God Hall to find a place to recuperate. Ling Xiao returned to the War God Hall. Seeing that he was severely injured, Xianxia and Shui Wei were extremely worried. Ling Xiao comforted them and then chose to go into seclusion to recuperate. Buzz, 10,000 Demon Banner, Heaven's Might Prison Steel, Time Compass, and Heavenly Punishment Saber. These 4 extreme Dao Emperor weapons floated in front of Ling Xiao. They were enshrouded in radiance and mysterious emperors might float around them. These were the 4 extreme Dao Emperor weapons that Ling Xiao had completely refined. With my current cultivation, using 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons at the same time is really overestimating myself. Perhaps I can only use a few extreme Dao Emperor weapons at the same time after I break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Fortunately, I have the 5 pearls that Senior Xianxia gave me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to fully recover in a short period of time. Ling Xiao sighed softly and muttered to himself. He had killed the 3 demon lords, Sun, Moon and Star, and slaughtered the demon race's imperial emperors. He had devoured the flesh, blood and primordial spirits of the 4 great emperors. However, he was only able to support 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons for such a long time. Moreover, he was severely injured and was in a huge deficit. The energy of the 4 great emperors' flesh, blood and primordial spirits was completely depleted. This showed how terrifying the extreme Dao Emperor weapons were. Although my cultivation can be said to be invincible in the Saint Path and can fight with an Imperial Emperor, it's not that easy to kill an Imperial Emperor. My cultivation is still a little weak. Ling Xiao muttered to himself helplessly. Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved extremely quickly. In the eyes of others, he was a rare genius that only appeared once in a billion years. In a short 200 years, he had stepped from the Saint Realm to the Celestial Venerable Realm. However, the challenges Ling Xiao encountered were getting greater and greater, and the enemies were getting stronger and stronger. As a result, he still felt that his cultivation was too weak. However, Ling Xiao also knew that his cultivation had improved very quickly. Moreover, breaking through from the Celestial Venerable Realm to the Imperial Emperor Realm was the difference between the Saint Realm and the Emperor Realm. It was no different from the difference between the Mortal Realm and the Divine Realm. In the myriad worlds, even if many geniuses could quickly break through to the Celestial Venerable Realm, they would remain in the Celestial Venerable Realm for many years to polish themselves and comprehend the origin of the Great Tao before choosing to break through. Even Xianxia, who cultivated the human emperor's Great Tao, had reincarnated 9 times before he attained the Great Tao. Ling Xiao's current accumulation was still not enough. It was not so easy to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm in a short period of time. However, I've gained a lot from this battle. After observing Senior Xianxu's Imperial Emperor tribulation and fighting with many Imperial Emperors, I have a deeper understanding of my own Tao. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he was severely injured, he had gained a lot from this battle. After his injuries healed, his cultivation would definitely improve greatly. Ling Xiao took out the 5 pearls that Xianxia had given him. The 5 pearls floated in front of Ling Xiao, emitting different colors of light. They contained majestic and vast origin energy. Ling Xiao knew that this was a gift that Xianxia had deliberately given him. Although the 5 imperial emperors had been killed by Xianxia had only wiped away their true spirits. Their physical bodies and indestructible primordial spirits were preserved, leaving only the purest physical body and primordial spirit energy. To Ling Xiao, these 5 pearls were more precious than 8 or 10 origin pill rivers. They could help him heal. Ling Xiao circulated the heaven-devouring secret skill and began to refine the energy contained in the 5 pearls. Rumble, blazing divine light bloomed around his body as the heaven-devouring divine world appeared. The vast and mighty origin energy fused into his body like a whale swallowing the sea. Ling Xiao's aura was also slowly strengthening. 3 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. His injuries had been completely healed. He had devoured all the energy of the 5 great imperial emperors, making his cultivation a little stronger. In particular, his comprehension of the origin of Great Tao had also advanced by leaps and bounds. The 12 sky skills contained 12 supreme Great Taos. They were also known as origin skills. Ling Xiao's attainments in the 12 sky skills grew deeper and deeper. The reason Ling Xiao came out of seclusion was because he sensed the auras of Xianxia and the Kunlun Mountain Emperor. Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain had returned from the outer space. Seniors, how was the battle? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He saw Xianxia and the Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor at the summit of War Mountain. This is a great victory. I cooperated with Lord Kunwa to kill a peerless monarch of the devil race and severely injured the owner of the immortal slaying sword. Xianxu's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. You killed a peerless monarch of the devil race? Congratulations to the two seniors. Congratulations to the human race. Ling Xiao's heart trembled as he said solemnly. What was a peerless monarch? At the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm, one had stepped foot onto the supreme peak, and one was only a step away from becoming a supreme imperial monarch. The Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor and Xianxia belonged to this category. It was extremely difficult to kill a peerless monarch at such a cultivation level. As long as a great emperor didn't appear, a peerless monarch was an invincible existence. Ling Xiao didn't expect Xianxia and the Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor to have such a result. It was indeed worthy of celebration. There are pros and cons in this battle. Although it can make the foreign race restrain themselves and stop spying on the human race unscrupulously, it will also completely offend the immortal race. The immortal race is stronger than the devil race. What I didn't expect is that there are actually spies from the immortal race in the Chinese race and many immortal sacred grounds. The immortal race knows the human race very well, but we know nothing about the immortal race. The Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor shook his head. Even with his peerless combat strength, he couldn't kill the owner of the immortal slaying sword. It could be seen how powerful the immortal race was, which made the Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor a little worried. The immortal race? The immortal race is known as the first epic master. After 108 eras, their foundation is extremely deep and their strength is unfathomable. When I was in the demon realm, I once met a prince of the immortal race who wanted to plot against the demon realm. According to him, he already controlled dozens of great kiliacosms. Ling Xiao said slowly and told him about his encounter with the prince of the immortal race. When he mentioned the immortal race, Ling Xiao felt a little fearful. How powerful was the immortal race to be able to survive 108 eras without dying? Such a powerful race was actually hostile to the human race like the devil race. This was definitely not a good thing. The immortal race has always been secretive. We don't even know where the legendary immortal realm is. However, this time, when Lord Kunwu and I were chasing the owner of the immortal slaying sword, we finally found some clues and found the whereabouts of the immortal realm. Xianxia said slowly. That's right. The immortal realm is vast and boundless. It's not smaller than the god realm. In fact, it's even bigger. Ling Xiao, after discussing with Xianxia, we have a plan. However, I'm afraid only you can complete this plan. The Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said. What plan? Ling Xiao asked curiously. We want you to make a trip to the immortal realm and investigate the situation there. The Kunwa Mountain Sovereign Emperor said slowly. Go to the immortal realm? A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. That's right. The immortal race's foundation is unfathomable and their strength is unparalleled. We know nothing about the immortal realm. If someone can enter the immortal realm and investigate the situation, the human race can prepare in advance. I've discussed with Lord Kunwu. It seems that only you can enter the immortal realm. You're the owner of the textless heavenly book. There's a heavenly immortal secret technique in the textless heavenly book. You can use the heavenly immortal secret technique and the textless heavenly book to change your aura and cultivation. You can turn yourself into a real immortal race member. This way, even the sovereign emperor won't be able to discover your true identity. Xianxia said slowly. That's right. You're indeed the most suitable person to enter the immortal realm. However, we won't force you. Think about it carefully. Moreover, the most important thing is that the Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. When the time comes, experts from all over the universe will step onto the Eternal Emperor Road to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor. If you enter the Eternal Emperor Road through the immortal realm, you may have a better chance of obtaining the opportunity to become an emperor. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously. The Eternal Emperor Road? Ling Xiao thought to himself. The Eternal Emperor Road was a test for countless geniuses to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor. Legend has it that if one reached the end of the Eternal Emperor Road, they would be able to become an unparalleled emperor, if one obtained the heavenly Tao's providence in the heavenly selection convention and became the chosen one, they would have a chance to become an unparalleled emperor. However, that was only a hope. Only on the Eternal Emperor Road would one have the opportunity to become an emperor. The Eternal Emperor Road is a path that leads directly to the Unparalleled Emperor Road. It opens once every epoch, and every epoch, there will be someone who will step onto the Eternal Emperor Road to become an emperor. At the end of the last era, although the Heavenly Emperor did not become an emperor through the Eternal Emperor Road, the most mysterious of the 9 emperors of the human race, the Blue Lotus Great Emperor, reached the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. He was invincible throughout the heavens and finally became an emperor. Xianxia said slowly. Green Lotus Emperor? I've heard that Green Lotus Emperor was the only female emperor among the 9 emperors of the human race. She was peerless in her generation, and her combat strength was extraordinary. I didn't expect her to be on the Eternal Emperor Road. Xianxia exclaimed. The Eternal Emperor's Road was a bloody path that was incomparably cruel. Many imperial emperors and even the self-proclaimed geniuses of ancient times would step onto the Eternal Emperor's Road in pursuit of the only opportunity to become an emperor. The Eternal Emperor Road was much crueler than the Heavenly Selection Convention. It was a bloody path that was destined to be paved with corpses. The origin of the Eternal Emperor Road is unknown, but it has been said that it has existed since the first epoch. The Eternal Emperor Road should be related to the immortal race. If you enter the immortal realm, it will be very beneficial for you to investigate the situation of the Eternal Emperor Road in advance. The Kunwu Mountain Emperor nodded in agreement. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. Although they said they would let Xianxia choose, Xianxia understood that they still hoped Xianxia would make a trip to the immortal realm. After all, Xianxia was the best choice. However, entering the immortal realm would be extremely dangerous. If Xiao's identity was exposed, he might really die in the immortal realm. After all, the immortal realm was very likely to be overseen by an unparalleled emperor. Seniors, if I enter the immortal world, what are your plans? Xianxia said slowly. Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain looked at each other before Xianxia said, Lord Kunwu and I have come to an agreement. This time, we have discovered the existence of the immortal realm. Next, we will think of a way to capture a member of the immortal clan. When the time comes, you will devour his body and primordial spirit and use his identity to enter the immortal realm. But once you're in the immortal world, you'll have to rely on yourself. Lord Kunwu and I will meet you outside the immortal world, but within the immortal world, it is beyond our reach. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Xianxia and the Kunwu Mountain Celestial Emperor didn't rush him either. They both understood that this was a very important decision. Good. I'm going to the celestial world. Xianxia raised his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. Xianxia agreed. As a member of the human race, he naturally did not wish for the human race to be enslaved and slaughtered by the immortals. If he could find out the truth about the immortals, the human race would be able to make preparations in advance. Most importantly, Xiao's attention was drawn to the Eternal Emperor Road. Although Xiao's cultivation was at the celestial venerable realm, he understood that the foundation he had accumulated before had been exhausted. Even with the 5 pearls that Xianxia had given him that contained the essence of the celestial emperor, Xiao would still need at least 100 years or even a few hundred years to break through to the celestial emperor realm. But where would he find that much time? When the great calamity of the epoch descended, heaven and earth would be overturned and the multiverse would collapse. No one would be spared. Xiao had to gather enough strength before that happened to protect those he cared about the most. Xiao looked into the distance. Shuiwei was holding Changxing's little hand and playing in the bamboo forest. Changxing's large, beautiful eyes were filled with a happy and pure smile, while Shuiwei's face was filled with indulgence. Her red dress was like fire, and a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She looked at Shuiwei and Changxing, her body shrouded in a layer of motherly radiance. Xiao's gaze became much gentler. All of this was worth cherishing and protecting. It was worth it for him to do his best to obtain great strength. Just like how Jinsei had once waited for Xiao in the Origin Sea for 10,000 years. Her black hair had turned white, and her red dress was like fire. She hadn't waited for Xiao's return, not for immortality. Just like how Shuiwei had once sacrificed herself for Xiao without hesitation. Although she'd died 9 times, she'd never regretted it. She'd only hoped that her young master would be happy. Now, Ling Xiao didn't want immortality either. He only wanted to protect their smiles. How could there be peace in this world? There were only people carrying the burden for us, and Ling Xiao was perfectly willing. Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain were also slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to agree so easily. Ling Xiao, I was right about you. However, your gains and opportunities on this trip to the immortal world will definitely exceed your imagination. This is a chance for you to transform. You once condensed the holy Tao tree with the 3,000 great Tao laws. Have you ever thought of breaking through to the Supreme Emperor realm with the 3,000 great Tao origins? The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain looked at Ling Xiao with a smile, his eyes full of praise. 3,000 great Tao origins? That's too difficult. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. The reason why he was able to condense the holy Tao tree with the 3,000 great Tao laws was most importantly because of the 3,000 great Tao contained in the creation jade disc. Moreover, condensing the holy Tao tree only required a trace of understanding of the great Tao laws. However, the great Tao origin was the pinnacle of the Tao. It was a supreme power condensed from the great Tao cultivated to the extreme. It was also known as the extreme Tao power. This was the foundation of the Supreme Emperor realm. Only by comprehending the great Tao origin could one break through to the Supreme Emperor realm. Countless heavenly venerables might find it difficult to comprehend the great Tao origin in their entire lives. It was simply a fool's dream to break through to the Supreme Emperor realm with the 3,000 great Tao origins. Even though Ling Xiao was extremely confident, talented, and had the heavenly Tao's providence, he knew that it was impossible. It's indeed difficult, but it's not impossible. If you can prove your Tao with the 3,000 great Tao origins, you will become the most powerful Supreme Emperor since ancient times. Even the celestial emperors are inferior to you. And there's hope in the immortal world. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain smiled slightly. Immortal world? Ling Xiao became more and more curious. He could feel that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain valued the immortal world. There was hope in comprehending the 3,000 great Tao origins in the immortal world. In the immortal world, there's a forbidden place called the Myriad Tao Mountain. Legend has it that the 3,000 great Tao origins are branded there. Countless immortals in the immortal world will go to the Myriad Tao Mountain to comprehend the great Tao origins. You can give it a try when the time comes. Now, you've already obtained the 12 sky techniques. The 12 sky techniques represent the 12 most powerful great Tao origins. If you can comprehend these 12 great Tao origins, you might have hope of reaching that step. Even if you don't succeed in the end, comprehending a few more great Tao origins before becoming an Supreme Emperor is also your foundation. It can allow you to erupt with even more powerful combat strength after breaking through to the Supreme Emperor realm. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said. Zhu Baihua. Thank you, Senior. I'll remember it. Ling Xiao nodded. He remembered the words Myriad Tao Mountain in his heart. Generally speaking, one could only become the weakest emperor after comprehending one type of great Tao origin. The more great Tao origins one comprehended, the stronger one would naturally be. Of course, Jiang Yuyang was an exception. Jiang Yuyang's human emperor's great Tao, including Myriad Tao, was connected to the human race's destiny. It was a supreme path that he had walked on himself. Therefore, after 9 reincarnations, Jiang Yuyang was able to break through to the Supreme Emperor realm in one go. Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain talked a lot. They were the pillars of the human race and naturally hoped that the human race could become stronger and stronger. They had many expectations for Ling Xiao. The plan to go to the celestial world this time could be said to be extremely daring. It was filled with countless opportunities, but it was also full of danger and death. But even so, Ling Xiao still agreed to such a crazy plan. Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain left. They set a date with Ling Xiao for a month. In this month, Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain would secretly capture a member of the celestial race and start their plan. Ling Xiao would also arrange the matters in the celestial world in this month. He could only go to the celestial world without any worries. When Ling Xiao told Jin Sei and Shui Wei about this, although they were extremely worried, they tacitly agreed not to stop him. Brother Ling Xiao, the celestial world is probably more dangerous than the demon world. I just hope that you can return safely. Although Xianxia said with a smile, she could not hide the worry in her eyes. Young master, Sister Xianxia and I will wait for your return. Shuai also nodded repeatedly. Chongqing was sitting on Ling Xiao's lap. She blinked her big clear eyes and her long eyelashes fluttered. She tilted her head and asked, Daddy, are you going to beat up bad people again? Ling Xiao smiled and patted Chongqing's head dotingly. That's right. Daddy is going to beat up bad people. However, before you leave, do you want to see your grandparents? Grandparents? Yes, Chongqing wants to. Chongqing's eyes instantly lit up. She had long heard about her grandparents from Xianxia and Ling Xiao, but she had never seen them before. She was extremely curious, and at this moment, she suddenly became excited. Her big eyes sparkled, and she looked very cute. Xianxia, Shuai, my parents are in the heaven prison realm, I will take you there. While I'm in the immortal world, you can stay with my parents in the heaven prison court. How about that? Ling Xiao smiled at Xianxia and Shuai. Heaven prison world? Xianxia and Shuai looked at each other and saw the nervousness and shyness in each other's eyes. Was she really going to meet her parents? Xianxia and Shuai had seen Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan before, but it was different this time. They understood the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words. He was officially bringing them home. Although Xianxia and Shuai were powerful and were about to become the masters of the Supreme Doctrine Palace and the Samsara Temple, when they heard that Ling Xiao was going to take them to see Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan, they were still very nervous. All right. Both Xianxia and Shuai nodded shyly, their faces flushed red. Ling Xiao was going to set up a super portal in the War God Temple to connect the Heaven Prison Court and the immortal world, so that the people of the War God Temple could enter the Heaven Prison Court in time. Although the immortal world seemed to have quieted down because of Ling Xiao's battle, and many immortal sacred grounds and monarch clans were very obedient, Ling Xiao did not trust them, so he had to leave a backup plan. If the War God Temple was in any danger, they could hide in the Heaven Prison Court in time. The various immortal sacred grounds, sects, and families had sent all kinds of treasures and origin source elixirs to the War God Temple. The rewards from this battle had increased the resources of the War God Temple by thousands of times. When had the country bumpkins of the War God Temple ever seen so many treasures? Even Lu Bai was not calm. Ling Xiao even saw Lu Bai sitting cross-legged on the 36 origin source elixir rivers and laughing foolishly. That's right, the War God Temple now had 36 origin source elixir rivers. This did not include Ling Xiao's rewards. The complete copies of the 5 elements scripture of the 5 elements heaven sect, the heavenly curse scripture of the heavenly curse sect, the void scripture of the spacetime heavenly gate, and the heavenly capital scripture of the Chinese, the complete copies of the 4 supreme emperor scriptures had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao wanted to perfect his Tao by comprehending these 4 supreme emperor scriptures. At the same time, he wanted to comprehend the origin of the great Tao to accumulate strength for breaking through to the imperial emperor realm. Rumble, the void shook, and divine light shone brightly. A super teleportation gate slowly appeared in the War God Temple. This was the super teleportation gate that connected the War God Temple and the Heaven Prison Court. Ling Xiao had spent a lot of effort to set it up. Moreover, the teleportation conditions were extremely harsh. Every teleportation required a huge amount of origin source elixirs. This teleportation gate was the War God Temple's last resort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not be opened. After Ling Xiao set up the super teleportation gate, he brought Xianxia, Shuai, and Chongqing back to the Heaven Prison Court. Rumble, when Ling Xiao appeared in the sky above the Heaven Prison Court, 3 powerful figures instantly sensed Ling Xiao's aura. They instantly came across the sky and bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. Greetings, Master. They were Hu Feng, Purple Thunder Prince, and Giant X. They were the people left behind by Ling Xiao in the Ling Xiao Celestial Court. They managed the entire Heaven Prison world for Ling Xiao, and their cultivation had already reached the peak Saint King realm. In the past 100 years, their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Get up. This is my wife, Xianxia, Shuai, and my daughter, Chongqing. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and lifted the 3 of them up. Greetings, madam, young master. Hu Feng and the other two then bowed to Jinsei, Shui Wei, and Changsheng. They were also extremely shocked because they felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the Heavenly Lord realm. His aura was unfathomable, which made them even more respectful. In just 100 years, Ling Xiao had cultivated to such a level. No wonder he was the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao who was in charge of the Heaven Prison Court. What shocked them even more was Jinsei, Shui Wei, and Changsheng. Jinsei and Shui Wei were both in the Saint King realm, and Changsheng, who looked like a child of a few years old, was in the Saint realm. What a monster, no wonder she was the master's daughter. The respect on their faces increased by a few notches. Where are my parents now? Ling Xiao asked. Hu Feng quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and replied respectfully, Master, the old master and old madam are now guarding Miss Cece at the Path Understanding Tree. Miss Cece is undergoing the Saint Tribulation today. Saint Tribulation? Cece has also broken through to the Saint realm? Very good. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up as he smiled and nodded. Rumble, at this moment, a vast heavenly aura spread out in the distance, accompanied by blazing lightning. Zhu Baihua. It was Shui Wei's first time in the heavenly prison court. Although Jinsei had been here once 200 years ago, it was completely different now. In the center of the heaven prison realm, which was in front of Ling Xiao and the others, was a vast heaven palace. Jade palaces, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions were everywhere, and auspicious vapors were everywhere. It was a magnificent sight. This was the Ling Xiao Celestial Court, the core of the entire heavenly prison court. In the heavenly palace, there was a towering tree that reached into the clouds. It exuded a vast and majestic aura of life. It was like a pillar that connected the heavens, ancient and mysterious. It was the tree of path understanding, the innate spiritual root that Ling Xiao brought from the God of War plane. The tree of path understanding was rooted in the ground. Its trunk was like a heavenly pillar, and its crown covered the sky. Its green leaves swayed with the breeze, making a crisp sound like wind chimes. At this moment, the vast heavenly might and lightning came from under the tree of path understanding. Let's go. Ling Xiao carried Changsheng and rushed towards the tree of path understanding with Jinsei and Shui Wei. Rumble, the tree of path understanding towered into the clouds, shrouded in bright light. Auspicious qi rose from it, making it look peaceful and ethereal. But at this moment, there was a girl in green sitting under the tree of path understanding. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her skin was as white as jade, and her face was pretty. At this moment, she was surrounded by Saint Aura. She had broken through to the Saint realm. The lightning above the void intertwined, and there were bolts of lightning striking her body. The girl in green was Ling Cece, Ling Zhao's sister. Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan were standing not far away, watching Ling Cece's tribulation with great anticipation. How can my sister undergo such an ordinary divine tribulation? Let me give you something to add. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Boom, Ling Xiao pointed his finger in the air, and suddenly, the blazing lightning in the void exploded. Like a volcanic eruption, endless lightning rose and intertwined with each other, containing an aura that could destroy everything. At the same time, a vast heavenly punishment rose. Ling Cece's little face suddenly turned pale. She was originally full of confidence in crossing the divine tribulation. Who would have thought that the divine tribulation would suddenly become so violent? It made her feel an enormous pressure and a strong threat. Of course, she did not notice Ling Xiao, so she did not know why the divine tribulation would suddenly become like this. It's just a divine tribulation. What can it do to me? I, Ling Cece, am the younger sister of the Celestial Emperor. Get out of my way. Ling Cece said in a low voice, her eyes revealing a trace of stubbornness. Even though her face was pale, she still channeled all of her cultivation and pushed her palms forward. A 5 elements divine light appeared and turned into a 5 elements palm print that sealed the sky and the earth. It was extremely powerful. 5 elements heaven sealing style? It's a pity that I haven't mastered it yet. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself. Big brother Ling Xiao, if Cece finds out that you're scaring her like this, she'll definitely kick up a fuss. Jinsei said helplessly. She didn't know where Ling Xiao got his wicked sense of humor from, scaring his own sister like that. Don't worry. I'm helping her. I'm making her divine tribulation stronger so that her path in the future will be wider. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Then, he struck another palm in the air. Rumble, Ling Xiao cultivated the Lightning Emperor scripture and was in charge of heaven's punishment. When he struck, it was as if the Lightning Emperor himself had arrived, causing the divine tribulation to become extremely terrifying. In an instant, it shattered Ling Xixi's 5 elements seal. Then, like a bolt of lightning that penetrated the heavens and the earth, it instantly pierced through the void and shot directly into Ling Xixi's body. Blazing lightning rose around Ling Xixi's body, and in an instant, she was enveloped by endless lightning. Oh no! Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan could not help but change their expressions. Their eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry, father and mother. Cece will be fine. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His voice reached Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan's ears. Xiao. Shower. Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan were shocked. They suddenly raised their heads and saw Ling Xiao, Jin Sei, Shui Wei, and Changxing floating down from the void and appearing in front of them. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Ling Xiao was back. Ling Xiao had been gone for hundreds of years. 100 years ago, he left the heavenly prison court with Long Outyan and went to the demon realm. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be gone for so long. In the past 100 years, they had been very worried about Ling Xiao. They did not expect Ling Xiao to finally return. Father, mother, I am unfilial and have made you worry. Ling Xiao said with a smile. There was a warm current in his heart. This was the feeling of home. How nice. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. Changxing looked timidly at Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan. She was extremely obedient and said in a childish voice. Grandfather and grandmother? Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan looked at each other. Suddenly, as if they had thought of something, their eyes were filled with surprise and inexplicable surprise. Father, mother, I forgot to introduce you. These two are Jin Sei and Shui Wei. You should have met them before. They are my wives. This little girl is Changxing, the daughter of Jin Sei and I, Ling Xiao said quickly. Changxing? Good girl, come and give grandmother a hug. Long Hanyan's heart almost melted at the sight of the adorable little Changxing. She narrowed her eyes, which were filled with joy. Without any explanation, she snatched Changxing from Ling Xiao's hands and held her in her arms with great care. Ling Zhen, who was extremely serious and reserved, was also at a loss at this moment. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. Once little Princess Changxing appeared, Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan immediately forgot about Ling Zhao's existence. They even forgot about Ling Cici and placed all their attention on Changxing. Boom! At this moment, the thunderbolts in the sky turned into a majestic thunder origin and merged into Ling Cici's body. Ling Cici's cultivation began to skyrocket in an instant. Ling Cici's aura rose and the lightning was dazzling. Her cultivation rose from the beginning stage of the Sage Realm to the peak stage of the Sage Realm in one breath. Although Ling Xiao was a little mischievous and scared Ling Cici, he still wanted to help Ling Cici improve her cultivation. Brother, you're back? Ling Cici also noticed Ling Xiao at this moment. She couldn't care less about stabilizing her aura. Her entire body was filled with blazing lightning. She was extremely excited and pounced on Ling Xiao like a skylark. Ling Xiao hugged Cici in his arms. His eyes were filled with love and emotion. He smiled and said, "My Cici has become a big girl now. You're really getting more and more beautiful. Brother, I'm already a sage now. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll help you teach them a lesson." Ling Cici said proudly. However, her gaze quickly fell on Changxing. She asked curiously, "Eh? Who's that cute little girl? Brother can't be your illegitimate daughter. Right? How can you face sister-in-law Jin Sei like this? I despise you very much. However, this little girl really looks like you. She's also very cute. However, father and mother are really too much. They don't even care about me going through the divine tribulation. I'm very hurt." Ling Cici's words made Ling Zhao's forehead full of black lines. P.S. Third update. Everyone, rest early. What you missed yesterday will be made up for tomorrow. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ling Sisi was indeed very hurt. It was indeed very dangerous when she first went through the divine tribulation. She didn't know why the divine tribulation would become so strong at the last moment. Until now, she still didn't know that it was Ling Zhao's doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a brother-sister relationship. Ling Zhan and Lan Hanyan were carrying Changxing at this moment. Their faces were full of smiles, and they had completely forgotten about their daughter. Don't talk nonsense. Her name is Changxing. She's the daughter of Jin Sei and I. Ling Xiao glared at Ling Sisi and said. Wow. So she's sister-in-law Jin Sei's daughter. No wonder she's so cute and beautiful. When she grows up, she'll definitely be as beautiful as sister-in-law Jin Sei. Ling Sisi also saw Jin Sei and Shui Wei beside Ling Xiao. She immediately rolled her eyes and said in surprise. At the same time, she walked up obediently and greeted Jin Sei and Shui Wei. This mischievous girl had a strong desire to live, however, Jin Sei and Shui Wei covered their mouths and chuckled. Obviously, they didn't care. Moreover, because of Ling Sisi's mischievous and sweet mouth, they had a good impression of her. The family was reunited and happy. Although Changxing was a little shy, she was very obedient. Ling Zhan and Lan Hanyan were all smiles when she called them grandpa and grandma. They treated Changxing as their precious baby and couldn't dote on her enough. Changxing, call me aunt. Ling Sisi ran in front of Changxing and said with a smile. Hello, aunt. Changxing said obediently. Good girl. Aunt will bring you out to play, okay? Ling Sisi said with a smile. Okay. Changxing clapped her hands excitedly. She was very curious about the world. Although she had the innate chaotic body and her cultivation was strong, she was no different from an ordinary child. She was pure and cute. Changxing had been bored staying in the War God Temple previously. Now that she had such a fun aunt, Changxing's curiosity was immediately aroused. Roar, Ling Sisi waved her hand. Immediately, a 9-headed lion with purple light and lightning circled around it appeared in the void. A primordial variant, 9-headed purple lightning lion, this was the mount that Ling Xiao once caught. Later, he gave it to Ling Sisi. Now, the bloodline of the 9-headed purple lightning lion had been completely stimulated. It grew 9 heads, and its cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the great sage realm. Master, where are we going to play this time? I'm suffocating. How about we go to the East Sea and kill that shark? Last time, it even spoke rudely to Master. The moment the 9-headed purple lightning lion appeared, it shook its huge lion head and spoke in high spirits. However, before it could finish speaking, it caught sight of Ling Xiao from the corner of its eyes. The 9 purple lightning lions were so scared that they wet their pants. Purple lightning lion? Not bad. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the great sage realm. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Old master, you're finally back. Your natural talent is exceptional, sweeping through the heavens. You are the son of heaven of this epoch, and you will definitely attain the position of an unmatched emperor in the future. I congratulate the old master. The 9-headed purple lightning lion swallowed its saliva and immediately revealed an incomparably flattering expression as it spoke. Little 9, you are now my mount. Why are you flattering my brother so much? Do you still have any dignity as a primordial species? Ling Sisi said with some dissatisfaction. Master, the old master's talent is superb. In the future, he will become Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao. You will be his sister. Who in this world will dare to offend you? Little 9 only worships the future Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao because I feel honored. The 9-headed purple lightning lion chuckled, revealing a simple and honest smile. Purple lightning lion, we haven't seen each other for more than 200 years. Not only has your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, your eloquence has also improved. However, protect Sisi well in the future, okay? If anything happens to her, I will chop off your 9 heads. Ling Xiao looked at the 9-headed purple lightning lion with a smile that was not a smile. Old master, don't worry. Whoever dares to harm Miss Sisi will have to step over my dead body first. The 9-headed purple lightning lion immediately expressed its loyalty and spoke righteously. Your cultivation is still a little lacking. Ling Xiao shook his head. Not to mention a mere great sage, even a sage ruler was not worthy of his attention now. Whoosh, Ling Xiao flicked his finger slightly, and immediately, a ball of purple lightning that contained a vast amount of thunder origin instantly merged into the nine-headed purple lightning lion's body. The nine-headed purple lightning lion was stunned for a moment. Then, it was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you, old master." That ball of thunder origin contained a vast amount of great Tao energy. If the nine-headed purple lightning lion completely refined it, it would have a chance to directly break through to the sage ruler realm. This was the opportunity and fortune that Ling Xiao had bestowed upon it. "Go." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. "Hee, thank you, brother." Cece made a funny face and giggled as she pulled Chongqing's little hand. She could not wait to jump onto the back of the nine-headed purple lightning lion. The nine-headed purple lightning lion flashed a flattering smile at Ling Xiao. Then, lightning flashed around its body, and wind and thunder surged. It let out a low roar, and its entire body exuded a wild and ancient aura. Like a purple lightning bolt, it instantly flew into the distance. Seeing that Cece and Chongqing were so harmonious, Ling Xiao was also slightly relieved. Next, his old friends from the Chongqing sect also came. They were on the Chongqing mountain at the side of the Lingxiao celestial court. When they saw Ling Xiao and Jin Sei, they all greeted them as Patriarch Devouring Heaven and Patriarch Chongqing. The Chongqing sect was also thriving now. There were many experts in the sect, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. And in the central area of the Lingxiao celestial court, there was a 10,000-foot-tall statue of Ling Xiao. That was the image of Ling Xiao pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. It looked like he was the sole ruler of the world. It was lifelike and majestic. The statue became clearer and clearer. It looked almost exactly the same as Ling Xiao. Auspicious vapors rose around it, and the mysterious power of faith lingered around it. It exuded a bright golden glow. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of faith of the billions of beings in the heavenly prison court was endlessly converging and merging into the statue. After the reports from Hu Feng, Purple Lightning, and Giant Axe, Ling Xiao had a clear understanding of the current heavenly prison court. Today, among the trillions of beings in the heavenly prison court, countless experts had emerged. Just those who stayed in the Lingxiao celestial court alone were tens of thousands of Saint King experts, and Ling Xiao led the army to conquer the boundless worlds around the heavenly prison court. He spread his faith, gathered experts, and became the overlord of this region. Everything was developing in a good direction. Ling Xiao also believed that once the power of the heavenly prison court was completely exposed in front of everyone, it would shake the heavens. This was also one of Ling Xiao's trump cards to compete for the heavens. In the Lingxiao imperial court, Ling Xiao was cultivating in seclusion in a secret chamber. After making a 1-month agreement with Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, Ling Xiao did not relax after meeting his old friends in the heavenly purgatory court. He quickly entered seclusion. In Lingjiao's sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit emitted a mysterious light, like a divine king sitting cross-legged in the void, exuding an eternal and immortal wave. In front of his primordial spirit, there were 5 golden scriptures floating. They were enshrouded in a mysterious emperor's aura and contained the vast truth of heaven and earth. 5 elements scripture, light and darkness scripture, nirvana scripture, heavenly capital scripture, void scripture. These were the 5 flawless emperor's scriptures. After Ling Xiao defeated the 5 elements celestial sect, the darkness heavenly sect, the spacetime heavenly sect, the Chinese, and the nirvana shrine, he had obtained the 5 flawless emperor's scriptures. Of course, there was also the lightning emperor's scripture that Ling Xiao had already refined. These flawless emperor's scriptures were the foundation of an immortal sanctuary. They were supreme techniques that protected the sect's fate. Only the master of the sanctuary and a saint could cultivate them. Now, they had all fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. Although they were only copies and not the original emperor's scriptures, they still contained the emperor's true meaning. If Ling Xiao could comprehend them, he would be able to comprehend the origin of the Great Path. Rumble, the 5 emperor's scriptures slowly merged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and he began to comprehend them. These 5 emperor's scriptures are inextricably linked to the 5 elements secret skill, the light and darkness secret skill, the nirvana secret skill, and the spacetime secret skill. Together with the 12 sky skills secret skill, these 5 emperor scriptures will be quickly comprehended by me. I might even be able to comprehend the origin of the great path. Ling Xiao thought to himself. These 5 flawless emperor scriptures were the life's work of the great emperors. Ling Xiao would not be able to comprehend them in a short period of time. He could only temporarily merge them into his primordial spirit and slowly comprehend them in the future. Moreover, Ling Xiao also discovered the mysterious connection between these emperor scriptures and the secret skills recorded in the wordless heavenly book. Although those imperial scriptures all walked their own paths, they were incomparably close to the 12 heaven arts' secret skills. It was as if they were supreme techniques created with the 12 heaven arts' secret skills as the foundation. The wordless heavenly book was a primordial treasure of chaos. It was extremely ancient and could be traced back to ancient times. The 108 secret skills of Tiangang and Disha contained the truth of heaven and earth. It was understandable that the great emperors of ancient times used it as a reference to create the supreme imperial scripture. Ling Xiao was extremely familiar with the 12 heavenly arts' secret techniques. Using them as a foundation to comprehend the 5 great imperial scriptures, he was naturally able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. A month was not a long time, but it was enough for Ling Xiao to comprehend the 5 imperial sutras. After Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to Empyrean realm, his cultivation speed clearly dropped. This time, if he hadn't protected Jiang Yuyang, it would still be very difficult for Ling Xiao's cultivation to improve. Jiang Yuyang had killed 5 great imperial emperors and kept their primordial spirits and flesh essence, condensing them into origin pearls and giving them to Ling Xiao. As for the Chinese imperial emperor, Ling Xiao handed him over to the emperor of Kunlun Mountain. Although the emperor of Kunlun Mountain didn't say it explicitly, Ling Xiao knew that the Chinese imperial emperor would probably be placed in the extraterritorial battlefield by the emperor of Kunlun Mountain. Not only would his life be in the hands of the emperor of Kunlun Mountain, but he would also be unable to return to the divine world for the rest of his life. A month passed very quickly. After Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he returned to the combat god hall and saw Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kunlun Mountain waiting for him. Bang! Jiang Yuyang threw a handsome young man in a purple Taoist robe in front of Ling Xiao. Is he from the celestial tribe? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the young man in the purple robe curiously. The young man in the purple robe had already fainted, but his body was crystal clear and exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. It was very similar to the aura of the celestial tribe's royal highness that Ling Xiao had seen before. His cultivation level was at the peerless Saint King realm. That's right. He was from the celestial tribe, and his name was Lei Ling. He was a rogue cultivator in the celestial realm and cultivated the thunder attribute celestial skill, 9 levels purple cloud art. Lord Kunwu and I have been waiting outside the celestial realm for a long time before we chose Lei Ling to be your substitute. Jiang Yuyang smiled faintly and introduced Lei Ling's identity once through. Lei Ling was only at the Supreme King realm, so he couldn't resist Jiang Yuyang's soul search. Jiang Yuyang could see everything in his primordial spirit clearly. His identity as a rogue cultivator meant that he didn't have a powerful celestial sect behind him. By disguising himself as a rogue cultivator, Ling Xiao could minimize the possibility of his identity being exposed. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. In the past, the celestial realm was hidden in the chaos and was completely sealed, so no one could pass through. However, after the Chosen One meeting, the celestial realm was unsealed, and recently, experts at the Supreme King realm and above were allowed to leave the celestial realm to explore the universe. Therefore, this is our opportunity. Otherwise, you won't be able to sneak into the celestial realm. The Emperor of Kunlun Mountain explained. Is the celestial realm so careless? Aren't they afraid of spies from other alien races sneaking into the celestial realm? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Sneak into the celestial realm? Unless you're from the celestial realm or have the permission of the celestial realm, you can only enter the celestial realm. Otherwise, you'll be killed by the Myriad Immortal Array and the Longevity Tower, dying without a burial place. Even an emperor would die without a doubt. Jiang Yuyang sighed softly. The Myriad Immortal Array was a supreme imperial array that enveloped the entire celestial realm. According to legend, it was jointly set up by several great emperors of the celestial realm. Moreover, it had been painstakingly set up by countless experts. In addition, the Longevity Tower was the core of the array. Even a supreme emperor wouldn't dare to barge in, let alone an emperor. The Myriad Immortal Array? The Longevity Tower, a chaos treasure? Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. According to legend, there were 10 chaos treasures at the beginning of the world. However, after numerous wars and countless great calamities, many of the chaos treasures were severely damaged and even lost. For example, the wordless heavenly book and the fortune jade disc were damaged. Chaos treasures. It was very difficult to complete them. The Longevity Tower, on the other hand, was a flawless chaos treasure. Chaos treasures were treasures of heaven and earth, nurtured by fortune. They contained a mighty power capable of splitting open the heavens. Even an apex emperor armament would pale in comparison to a chaos treasure. With the Longevity Tower guarding the celestial realm was absolutely safe. Seniors, with the Longevity Tower guarding the Myriad Immortal Array, even if I were to disguise myself as Lei Ling, it would be difficult for me to go unnoticed, right? Ling Xiao said slowly. A flawless Longevity Tower meant that it had an artifact spirit, comparable to a supreme emperor, capable of seeing through everything. Ling Xiao was confident that he could fool an imperial emperor. However, it would be difficult to fool a supreme emperor. P.S. I'm sorry, I'll continue writing tomorrow. End of chapter. If others disguised themselves as immortals, they would be discovered by the Longevity Tower before they could even reach the immortal realm. However, you are different because you have the wordless heavenly book. Together with the heavenly immortal secret technique, you can condense the immortal root in your body. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly. Immortal root? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. That's right. Check Lei Ling carefully. See if there is any difference between this immortal's body and ours. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain nodded. Ling Xiao walked forward. His eyes were shining brightly with yin and yang qi. He used the Delusion Breaker God's Eye and immediately saw Lei Ling clearly. Lei Ling's entire body was covered with immortal flesh and jade bones. His body exuded a kind of immortal power. His body structure did not seem much different from that of a human's, but his body naturally emitted a bright immortal light, ethereal and otherworldly. In the end, Ling Xiao discovered 2 different areas. In Lei Ling's dantian, there was a strange meridian that emitted a bright immortal light. It went from the dantian to the Shanzhong acupoint on his chest and then to the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. It went through the 3 most important acupoints in his body. These 3 acupoints were known as the lower dantian, middle dantian, and upper dantian. That meridian was extremely strange and emitted a bright light. It was as if the source of the immortal light in Lei Ling's body came from this meridian. At the same time, Lei Ling's primordial spirit also emitted an immortal light. The immortal light was bright and mysterious, as if it was sitting in the chaotic void, immortal and indestructible. Could this meridian be the immortal root that you mentioned? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right. The Kuan-Wu Mountain Emperor nodded and said, the most fundamental difference between the immortal race and the human race is the immortal root. Legend has it that the human race evolved from the ancient gods and devils, which is the god race in the first era. The immortal tribe is just the servant of the immortal tribe. Therefore, be it the immortal tribe, the demon tribe, or the extraterritorial tribe, once they transform, almost all of them will take human form. Their body structure is very similar. The immortal tribe is different from humans because they have the immortal root in their bodies, allowing them to step into the immortal Tao. The reason the present immortal plane had sealed itself away from the myriad worlds was because the immortal plane had gathered an endless amount of ageless matter. The immortal race did not want the ageless matter to flow into the other worlds. Thus, they used the Longevity Tower to suppress it and set up the grand array of myriad immortals. And the immortal substance was the foundation of their immortal roots. Using the immortal substance to form an immortal root allowed the immortal race to become a generation with supreme talent. The more immortal substance in the immortal root, the stronger the talent of the immortal race. However, the immortal root was incomparably mysterious. If others wanted to forcefully extract the immortal root, they would only be able to obtain some immortal matter to fuse into their own body, but they would not be able to form the immortal root. Once an immortal died, their immortal roots would also crumble. Just like the immortal emperor that Jiang Yuyang had killed before, his immortal roots had already crumbled, leaving behind only a portion of immortal matter. Maybe the great emperor can forcefully extract the immortal root, but there is no need for them to do so. However, you have the wordless heavenly book and heavenly immortal secret technique. The wordless heavenly book has a long history and is somewhat related to the immortal tribe. You can use the wordless heavenly book to extract the immortal root and integrate it into your body. As long as you have the immortal root, you will be a member of the immortal tribe, and the longevity tower will not be able to find you. The emperor of Kunwa Mountain explained the immortal root in the immortal tribe's body, and Ling Xiao finally understood. Legend has it that when the heavens and earth were first created and the myriad worlds had not yet appeared, there was only a complete primitive continent. At that time, as long as one broke through to the divine spirit realm, one would be able to live forever. But now, even sage kings and emperors have limited lifespans, and even great emperors are in danger of dying. Could it be because the immortal material was intercepted by the immortal tribe? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Ever since the myriad world split and the primitive continent shattered, the heavenly Tao was also heavily damaged. The immortal material that evolved since the heavens were created has been decreasing. Coupled with the intercepting by the immortal tribe, the immortal material in the myriad worlds is pitifully low. Every great tribulation is a process of the immortal material collapsing. Now, the sages still have tens of millions of years of lifespan, but after another great tribulation, the sages and emperors might only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Even great emperors will die because of time. That will be the true age of chaos. Jiang Yuyang sighed softly. Divine light flickered in his eyes as if he could see through the void and see the various scenes of the future. Even great emperors will die. Age of chaos? That will be a terrifying scene. Ling Xiao also sighed softly in his heart. As his cultivation gradually increased, he also understood the importance of the immortal material. The great emperors were said to be immortal because they could seal the immortal material in their bodies and even replenish it. That was why they could have such a long lifespan. However, if the Great Tribulation were to descend, the myriad worlds would collapse and the immortal material would rapidly decrease or even turn into nothingness. Under that kind of Great Tribulation, even great emperors would be in danger of dying. So, do you understand? As long as you can use the wordless heavenly book and heavenly immortal secret technique to extract the immortal root in Lei Ling's body and integrate it into your body, then you can devour his primordial spirit. You can replace him and become Lei Ling to enter the immortal realm. The emperor of Kunwa Mountain looked at Ling Xiao and said, "All right. I understand. Seniors, are you sure this Lei Ling is reliable? He didn't defend any big shots in the immortal realm, right? I don't want to be targeted by a big shot the moment I enter the immortal realm." Ling Xiao coughed dryly and said to Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kunwa Mountain looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. However, in the end, Jiang Yuyang nodded and said, "Don't worry. Lei Ling is an itinerant cultivator. He didn't defend any big shots. On the contrary, he has a lot of support. When I searched his soul just now, I only checked his shallow memories. I didn't check his deep memories for fear of damaging his primordial spirit. When you devour his primordial spirit and integrate all his memories, everything will be clear. At that time, you will be the real Lei Ling." "All right." Ling Xiao nodded, but there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He had a feeling that Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kunwa Mountain were hiding something from him. However, Ling Xiao trusted the two of them very much. They also treated Ling Xiao like a nephew, so Ling Xiao didn't suspect anything. In that case, I'll give it a try and see if I can extract Lei Ling's immortal root. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lei Ling. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly. In an instant, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly in his sea of consciousness. A mysterious immortal light burst out from Ling Xiao's body. Rumble, Ling Xiao used the celestial immortal secret technique. Immortal light emanated from his body, enveloping Lei Ling. The celestial immortal secret technique was the original secret technique of the immortals. It contained the profundities of immortal energy and was ranked 18th among the 108 celestial immortal secret techniques. Although Ling Xiao had manifested the celestial immortal secret technique after devouring the 9-colored immortal lotus fire during his battle with the immortal highness, his understanding of the celestial immortal secret technique was only superficial. Ling Xiao used the celestial devouring secret technique, the wordless heavenly book, and his delusion breaker God's eye. He immediately saw that the resplendent immortal light in Lei Ling's body was made up of extremely tiny particles. They seemed to be arranged in a strange way and gathered into a vast immortal light. Those tiny particles were like some kind of password. Could this be the true profundities of the immortal's origin? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he investigated more carefully. As he used the celestial immortal secret technique, the same force in Ling Xiao's body slowly transformed into immortal energy and surged into Lei Ling's body. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book emitted a nine-colored glow that enveloped both Ling Xiao and Lei Ling vaguely. There seemed to be a mysterious resonance between Ling Xiao and Lei Ling. It was the resonance of their magnetic fields, as well as the resonance of their life origin. Ling Xiao wanted to disguise himself as Lei Ling. Other than his external appearance and cultivation method, the most important thing was naturally his immortal root, as well as their life aura and fate imprints. Only when all of these were the same could Ling Xiao be the real Lei Ling. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to forcibly extract Lei Ling's immortal root. Instead, he used the celestial immortal secret technique as a bridge and borrowed the power of the wordless heavenly book to adjust his life aura and fate fluctuations, gradually forming a resonance with Lei Ling. It seems that Ling Xiao can really disguise himself as Lei Ling. Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's eyes lit up when they sensed Ling Xiao's aura. They were originally full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao and Lei Ling's aura were similar and even the fluctuations of their fate fluctuations were the same, they were even more confident. Ling Xiao and Lei Ling sat cross-legged facing each other at the peak of War Mountain. Resplendent immortal light enveloped them both. The wordless heavenly book floated in the air, emitting a mysterious nine-colored glow. Ling Xiao was very patient. This state of resonance lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, when Ling Xiao's life force and birth chart imprint had become exactly the same as Lei Ling's, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and slammed his palm into Lei Ling's dantian. Rumble, Lei Ling's body shook violently. His dantian was instantly shattered. Ling Xiao's palm was surrounded by mysterious immortal light. He directly reached into Lei Ling's dantian and grabbed Lei Ling's immortal root. Lei Ling's immortal root was pink in color. It looked like a divine dragon coiling in the chaos, mysterious and unfathomable. Feeling Ling Xiao grabbing his immortal root, Lei Ling's entire body trembled. Even though he was unconscious, he instinctively wanted to retaliate. However, the aura of the wordless heavenly book quickly integrated into Lei Ling's body. Like a mysterious net, it wrapped around Lei Ling's immortal root and directly extracted it. Ling Xiao could feel a dense immortal substance from the immortal root, causing his flesh to thirst for it, wanting to devour the immortal substance. Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. He directly integrated the immortal root into his body. It quickly entered his dantian, penetrated his middle dantian, and integrated into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body shook violently. Resplendent immortal light bloomed. After the immortal root integrated into Ling Xiao's body, his entire body trembled violently. Dense cracks like a spiderweb even appeared on his body. It was as if he would shatter at any time. This was a mutation caused by a human forcibly integrating an immortal root. If it was another person, their physical body would have exploded instantly and their soul would have been scattered. However, Ling Xiao was still bitterly holding on. With the protection of the wordless heavenly book, his physical body could quickly adapt to the immortal root's existence. He did not directly collapse. This kid really did it. Let's bleed a little too. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain's eyes also showed a hint of amazement. He chuckled softly. Then, mysterious immortal substance condensed in the palm of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a ball of light and was directly injected into Ling Xiao's body. With Ling Xiao, our plan will definitely succeed. Jiang Yuyang was also a little excited. Without any hesitation, he condensed a ball of immortal substance and integrated it into Ling Xiao's body. Rumble, after these 2 balls of immortal substance integrated into his body, Ling Xiao's body trembled instantly. His physical body seemed to have been integrated with a great tonic. The originally violent immortal root quickly calmed down. A ball of immortal substance was absorbed by Ling Xiao's physical body. His physical body quickly recovered to its original state, and a resplendent immortal light bloomed. A ball of immortal substance integrated into the immortal root, causing the immortal root to become even more radiant. It was like a divine dragon hibernating in Ling Xiao's body. At the same time, Ling Xiao did not hesitate. When he saw the immortal root gradually calming down, he directly used the heaven-devouring secret skill to suck out Lei Ling's primordial spirit. He integrated it into his own sea of consciousness and began to devour it crazily. You. Who are you? Spare me. At this critical moment of life and death, Lei Ling still woke up. He was extremely frightened and felt that his life and primordial spirit were constantly slipping away. Immediately, he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Is this Lei Ling so spineless? Begging for mercy the moment he opens his mouth? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but without any hesitation, he continued to devour Lei Ling's primordial spirit. Lei Ling's begging stopped abruptly, and his primordial spirit was completely devoured by Ling Xiao. Rumble, the memories in Lei Ling's primordial spirit were like a torrent, integrated into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, and were absorbed and digested by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to have become Lei Ling. From the moment Lei Ling was born, he experienced Lei Ling's life of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. He experienced Lei Ling's magnificent and incomparably sullen life. It was almost the same as what Jiang Yuyang had said. Lei Ling was indeed a rogue cultivator who cultivated the 9 levels of the purple cloud skill. He had once received the inheritance of an expert from the immortal tribe by chance. Although he had stumbled all the way until now, he had made a name for himself in the immortal realm. Lei Ling was dead, his physical body was shattered, his primordial spirit was devoured by Ling Xiao, and his immortal root was integrated into Ling Xiao's body. He was completely erased from this world. However, Lei Ling was still alive, because Ling Xiao had become Lei Ling. From today onwards, Ling Xiao was the real Lei Ling, the Lei Ling of the immortal tribe. However, after integrating all of Lei Ling's memories, Ling Xiao's head instantly buzzed and exploded. Seniors, you tricked me? Ling Xiao said in a flustered and exasperated tone. There was even some grievance and helplessness in his voice. Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a huge pit that was dug by Jiang Yuyang and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Let's look back at Lei Ling's magnificent life. Lei Ling, male, a rogue cultivator, orphaned by the death of both his parents. He grew up in a small mountain village. Later on, he accidentally stepped into the immortal world and obtained countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities. He gradually grew into a powerful expert in the immortal world. Lei Ling was also known as the Purple Firmament Immortal King. However, in the immortal world, immortal kings were only considered as powerful experts. Immortal primes were the overlords, and immortal monarchs were the invincible experts who suppressed the immortal sex. Therefore, although Lei Ling was the Purple Firmament Immortal King, he was only a rogue cultivator and was considered unremarkable in the immortal world. At first glance, Lei Ling was indeed a very good disguise target. His cultivation was not too high and was not conspicuous. He was not from the emperor clans and powerful immortal sects in the immortal world, which allowed Ling Xiao to sneak into the immortal world safely. However, this was only the surface of Lei Ling. After Ling Xiao merged all of Lei Ling's memories, he realized that although Lei Ling was only a rogue cultivator, he was more conspicuous than those people from the immortal sects in the immortal world. He even had the title of the romantic immortal king. Lei Ling had managed to seduce more than 100 women in the celestial realm with his handsome and dashing looks and his glib tongue. Most importantly, almost all of those women were married and were the Dao companions of various experts. There were the wives of immortal sects sect masters, the wives of emperor clans elders, and the wives of heretical sects sect masters. Ling Xiao was dazzled. It was an eye-opener. However, Lei Ling had seduced so many people, and none of them knew of each other's existence. They were all dead set on Lei Ling. Ling Xiao broke out in cold sweat for Lei Ling. This guy was simply audacious. He was walking on the edge of a cliff. The slightest carelessness would result in eternal damnation. Those experts were at least immortal kings, immortal primes, and even immortal monarchs. Lei Ling was so audacious that he was simply unrestrained. Ling Xiao could only admit that he was not as capable as Lei Ling. However, Lei Ling was indeed very smart. He only hooked up with married women and loved other people's wives. He never hooked up with those saintesses, proud daughters of heaven, and other virgins. This also ensured that he would not be exposed to the greatest extent. Moreover, relying on the resources provided by the companions of those experts, Lei Ling had broken through to the immortal king realm within a short span of 1,000 years. Hence, he was known as a genius in the immortal realm. Just the thought of becoming Lei Ling and having to face hundreds of beautiful wives and concubines made Ling Zhao's scalp go numb. Most importantly, Lei Ling had been forced to leave the immortal realm this time. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Lei Ling had seduced the daughter of the Cthulhuism Society's leader and made her fall head over heels for him. She had even stolen the Cthulhuism Society's supreme divine technique for him to cultivate. At the same time, Lei Ling's lust had reached the heavens, and he had also seduced the wife of the Cthulhuism Society's leader. The wife of the Cthulhuism Society's supreme divine pill had been given to Lei Ling to increase his cultivation. Being a two-timer, Lei Ling's heart was filled with glee. He did not know that he had already gotten himself into trouble. Coincidentally, the daughter and wife of the Cthulhuism Society's leader met each other. Then, Lei Ling's lies were naturally exposed. Lei Ling was naturally scared out of his wits. The Cthulhuism Society was one of the top forces in the immortal realm, and they could compete with the supreme immortal sects. The leader of the Cthulhuism Society was a supreme expert in the immortal realm. Lei Ling had slept with his wife and daughter at the same time. However, the leader of the Cthulhuism Society did not know. Although the daughter and wife of the Cthulhuism Society's leader hated Lei Ling to the core, they only found an excuse to send experts to kill Lei Ling. They did not conduct a large-scale search. Lei Ling felt that the immortal realm was not safe, so he fled the immortal realm in fear. However, he was targeted by Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. They followed him and captured him in the immortal realm. Now, he had died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Even his immortal root was taken away by Ling Xiao, and his primordial spirit was devoured by Ling Xiao. The romantic immortal king of a generation, Zishao Immortal King, had died silently just like that, ending his legendary life. However, the key was that Ling Xiao had inherited Lei Ling's identity. How was he going to return to the immortal realm? Once he returned to the immortal realm, he would have to face the Cthulhuism Society's inescapable net. Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had obviously searched Lei Ling's soul and knew about these things. However, they did not tell Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very angry now. When he thought about entering the immortal realm and having to face all the messy things that Lei Ling had left behind, Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. Cough cough. Ling Xiao, we really did not know about this. We only knew that Lei Ling had seduced many women, but we did not know that he was in such a situation now. Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain were a little embarrassed. Xianxia smiled bitterly. We were lying in ambush outside the immortal realm. However, the experts who came out of the immortal realm were all experts from the various immortal sects. If we were to capture them rashly, the immortal sects would definitely know. Lei Ling was the only one who was a rogue cultivator. We did not expect him to cause so much trouble. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said with a bitter smile. They did not lie to Ling Xiao about this. When Xianxia searched Lei Ling's soul, he only checked his shallow memories and did not check Lei Ling's deep memories. He did not know about Lei Ling's dirty deeds. After listening to Ling Xiao's story, the two of them were dumbfounded. They felt that Lei Ling was a street rat who had left the immortal realm because he could no longer survive in it. Ling Xiao, this matter is not completely unsolvable. Moreover, it will be beneficial for you. From what I know, the immortal realm is not a peaceful place. There are 9 immortal sects and various emperor clans in the immortal realm. However, there are also a few evil sects that compete with the immortal sects. These evil sects are called the Cthulhuism sect and are called heretics in the immortal realm. In actual fact, they are the descendants of the divine clan. If you can sneak into the Cthulhuism sect, you might gain a lot. Of course, this is our miscalculation. We did not expect Lei Ling to offend 2 big shots from the Cthulhuism sect at the same time. We do not wish for you to be in danger, so you can choose to give up on going to the immortal realm. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly. Descendants of the divine clan? The Cthulhuism sect is just the name given to them by the immortal sects. They call themselves the Ancient God sect. Are you saying that you want me to make use of the conflict between these evil sects and the immortal sects? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had obtained the divine clan mark during the Heaven's Chosen convention and it was still in his primordial spirit. However, he had not studied the use of the divine clan mark. If he met a descendant of the divine clan in the immortal realm, he might be able to unravel the mystery of the divine clan mark. However, when he thought about what Lei Ling had done, Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Ling Xiao finally decided to head to the immortal world as Lei Ling. Although Lei Ling had caused a lot of trouble in the immortal world, especially the daughter and wife of the ancient god cult master who were after his life, Ling Xiao felt that there was still a way to resolve it. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already merged with Lei Ling's immortal root. It would be difficult to change to another person. After all, the risk of being exposed was greater if he disguised himself as an expert from the immortal sect in the immortal world. Ling Xiao followed Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kuan Wu Mountain and left the divine world, moving towards the chaotic void. The immortal world was in the depths of the chaotic void. Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kuan Wu Mountain found it with great difficulty. This trip to the immortal world was like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Ling Xiao was extremely cautious. He left the 4 extreme Dao Emperor weapons in the heavenly prison court. After all, these extreme Dao Emperor weapons were very famous. If they were discovered by the immortal tribe in the immortal world, it would be a huge problem. As for the wordless heavenly book and the fortune jade disc, they had already merged with Ling Xiao's body. If Ling Xiao did not deliberately reveal them, even the great emperors would not be able to discover them. Rumble, in the chaotic void, there was nothing. There was no concept of time and space. There were no living creatures. There was only an eternal chaotic mist. Sometimes, there would even be chaotic storms. The chaotic void was extremely dangerous. Once there was a terrifying chaotic storm, even the emperor would be in danger of dying. Ling Xiao followed Jiang Yuyang and the emperor of Kuan Wu Mountain and moved hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He could vaguely feel that there were worlds around him. They were floating in the chaotic void like bubbles. Some of them looked extremely sturdy, but some were shaky as if they were about to collapse at any time. After moving for an unknown period of time, the chaotic void in front of them suddenly opened up. Rumble, blazing light bloomed from afar and shone in the chaotic void. It exuded a vast heavenly aura. Ling Xiao and the other 2 could feel a strong pressure coming towards them. In front of the vast aura, Ling Xiao felt that he was as small as an ant. The immortal world is in front. The emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the layers of chaotic void and see the vast and ancient world in front of him. This place was still very far away from the immortal world, but the majestic aura emitted by the immortal world had already reached here, causing Ling Xiao to be amazed. In the surrounding chaotic void, Ling Xiao could sense some floating broken continents and even some mountain peaks. Those were the remains of some destroyed greater worlds, and there might be some treasures produced in the chaos. Now that the seal of the immortal world had been lifted, many immortals had left the immortal world. Some had gone to conquer other greater thousand worlds, while others had gone to explore the chaos void in search of treasures. There were even caves left behind by unparalleled great emperors in the chaotic void, attracting countless people to explore them. Ling Xiao, the celestial realm is just ahead. If you keep going forward, you might encounter immortals. Additionally, the longevity tower will sense you. We can only escort you up to this point. You will have to rely on yourself for the rest. Jiang Yuyang said. Good. Seniors, don't worry. I will definitely obtain enough information on this trip to the immortal world. Seniors, just wait for my good news. Ling Xiao said with a smile, full of confidence. He had now taken on Lei Ling's appearance. From the outside to the inside, whether it was his appearance, bone structure, primordial spirit, or birth chart imprint, he was exactly the same as Lei Ling. Ling Xiao was now wearing a purple robe, looking handsome and elegant. His entire body emitted a bright immortal light, making him look ethereal and otherworldly. However, he did not hide his cultivation base. He was still a celestial venerable. After all, Lei Ling had been in the immortal king realm for a long time. Even if he broke through now, it would not be too abrupt. The former Purple Firmament Immortal King could now be called the Purple Firmament Immortal Venerable. Be careful. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said seriously. Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, am very tough. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain and said with a smile. Then, he soared into the sky and flew forward, looking at Ling Xiao's back. Xianxia and the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had a complicated look in their eyes. Lord Kunwu, it's too risky to let Ling Xiao go to the immortal world. Xianxia said with a sigh. I know, but there's no other way. This is the path he has to take. This is his destiny. However, I believe that he will be able to obtain the ultimate fortune in the immortal world. Then, he will defy the heavens and embark on his journey to the Emperor's realm. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said with a smile. You have high hopes for him. However, those great emperors in the immortal world should be flawless, right? They have been observing quietly for countless years. In this era, I'm afraid they will not be able to resist the temptation. Jiang said slowly. There's no other way. Everyone wants the only chance to transcend. For those great emperors since ancient times, it's a fatal attraction. The reason why this era's calamity is the cruelest and darkest in history is that all the great emperors since ancient times will appear. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said slowly with a compassionate look in his eyes. When the great emperors appear, let alone the human race, all the races in the universe will be like ants waiting to be slaughtered. They will not care about us at all. Now, I only hope that the moment will come later and give Ling Xiao more time to grow. We no longer have a chance, but he has endless possibilities. Jiang said. I hope so. The Emperor of Kunwa Mountain said noncommittally, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. At this moment, Ling Xiao had arrived in front of the immortal world. Is this the immortal world? Standing in front of the immortal world, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with amazement. Rumble, a vast and ancient world appeared. In front of Ling Xiao. Its aura was majestic and boundless. It was even bigger than the divine world and exuded an immortal aura. Blazing divine light bloomed and endless lightning bolts rose, enveloping the entire immortal realm and manifesting all kinds of mysterious phenomena. In a trance, Ling Xiao felt as if he had arrived in the ancient mythical era. Boom, suddenly, a vast and ancient aura erupted. Like a storm, it swept out in all directions and bloomed with dazzling light. In front of Ling Xiao, a gigantic pagoda that was over 1,000,000 zhang tall appeared. It exuded a dazzling immortal light and an immortal aura as it stood in the chaos. The gigantic pagoda was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Its aura was majestic and incomparably majestic. At the same time, divine chains of order and resplendent runes spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire world of immortals. Ling Xiao came to a realization. This gigantic pagoda was probably the longevity pagoda that suppressed the great array of 10,000 immortals. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The 1,000,000 zhang tall longevity tower stood in the middle of the primal chaos void, propping up heaven and earth and separating the clear and the impure to form a supreme great array that enveloped the entire immortal plane. The grand array of myriad immortals, it was an incomparably shocking sight. Only by passing through the grand array of myriad immortals and the longevity tower could they enter the immortal plane. Despite Ling Xiao's calm expression, he was inwardly feeling extremely nervous. He channeled a secret heavenly immortal technique and his body shone with resplendent immortal light. Be it his life aura or fate imprint, they were all identical to Lei Ling's. Then, he stepped towards the longevity tower. The closer he got to the longevity tower, the more Ling Xiao could sense how terrifying the longevity tower was. This primal chaos treasure seemed to have come from the very beginning of heaven and earth. It contained a supreme power capable of splitting open heaven and earth. Despite Ling Xiao's peerless cultivation base, which was very close to that of an imperial emperor, he still felt insignificant before the longevity tower. Suddenly, Ling Xiao sensed the wordless heavenly book and fortune jade disc, which had fused with his head and heart, trembling slightly. They released an incomparably wondrous wave of energy, which was on the verge of spreading out from Ling Xiao's body. Oh, no! Ling Xiao was shocked and he hastily suppressed the wordless heavenly book and fortune jade disc. At the same time, he channeled a secret heavenly immortal technique to isolate all auras. His entire being became as tranquil as an ancient well. The wordless heavenly book and fortune jade disc were also primal chaos treasures. Although they were incomplete, Ling Xiao had completely refined them and fused them with his body. Ling Xiao had not expected them to form a connection with the longevity tower. Boom, the longevity tower seemingly sensed something and it suddenly released a dazzling immortal light. It was as dazzling as the sun to illuminate the primal chaos void. At that very moment, an old man with white hair and beard, clad in Taoist robes, who was seated cross-legged inside the longevity tower, abruptly opened his eyes. What a familiar aura. I wonder, which fellow cultivator is this? Within the old man's eyes, there seemed to be a mysterious scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. It was unfathomable and divine light swirled around it. Carefully sensing it, the old man found nothing. The great epic tribulation has descended. Those old fellows are likely going to come out. The old man shook his head and closed his eyes again. The longevity tower fell silent as well. As for Ling Xiao, he was shocked. Unexpectedly, the longevity tower's senses could be so sharp. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would have been exposed before he could even enter the immortal plane. Could it be that the wordless heavenly book and the jade plate of good fortune still have their own wills? A shadow was cast over Ling Xiao's heart, and his gaze became incomparably sharp. He had previously self-detonated the wordless heavenly book, but by chance, the wordless heavenly book and the creation jade disc had fused into his body. Ling Xiao had thought that he had complete control over these two primordial chaos treasures and had thus condensed the primordial chaos immortal body. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. I'd like to see what you're up to. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. After sensing that the longevity tower's aura had calmed down, Ling Xiao slowly stepped forward and continued moving forward. Soon, Ling Xiao entered the area of the 10,000 Immortals formation. Resplendent and holy immortal light sprinkled down, gentle and soft. It seemed to have penetrated Ling Xiao's body and fused with him. In the end, when it sensed the immortal root within Ling Xiao's body, the mysterious aura slowly dissipated. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the mysterious aura contained some kind of powerful will. Is this the longevity tower's artifact spirit? Ling Xiao thought to himself. The fact that the immortal plane could use a flawless primordial chaos treasure to suppress the immortal plane and set up the 10,000 Immortals formation showed just how deep and powerful the immortal plane's foundation was. However, after the longevity tower sensed the immortal root within Ling Xiao's body, it naturally assumed that he was a member of the immortal plane. Thus, it did not stop Ling Xiao, allowing him to pass through the 10,000 Immortals formation unimpeded. Rumble, an ancient and majestic city appeared before Ling Xiao's eyes. It was like a giant beast hibernating in the primordial chaos. Its entire body radiated resplendent immortal light, giving it an incomparably mysterious appearance. 3 resplendent words hung above the huge city. Flying Immortal City. Now that the immortal plane was enveloped by the 10,000 Immortals formation, only the Flying Immortal City could enter and exit the immortal plane. Therefore, if Ling Xiao wanted to enter the immortal plane, he could only go through the Flying Immortal City. Ling Xiao could sense that there was an unfathomable aura within the Flying Immortal City, exuding a powerful emperor's might. It was an imperial emperor powerhouse. There was an imperial emperor powerhouse guarding the Flying Immortal City. Ling Xiao became even more cautious. After seeing the Flying Immortal City, Ling Xiao realized that there were many immortals in Taoist robes or feathered robes in the surroundings. They stepped on the void and entered the Flying Immortal City. There were also immortals leaving the Flying Immortal City. However, after sensing the aura of those immortals, Ling Xiao knew that they must be experts nurtured by the powerful forces in the immortal plane. Each of them had an extraordinary cultivation base and a deep foundation. Outside the Flying Immortal City, there was also a group of powerful warriors in golden armor standing guard. Each of them had a sharp gaze and a murderous aura around them. Clearly, they were all experts who had gone through hundreds of battles. Their cultivation bases were at least at the Immortal King realm. A group of immortal kings guarding the Flying Immortal City showed how much importance the immortal plane placed on the Flying Immortal City. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and only exuded a faint immortal light. He followed the surrounding immortals into the Flying Immortal City. Ling Xiao's current identity was Lei Ling. Ever since Ling Xiao found out about what this guy had done, he knew that there was an active volcano above his head that could erupt at any time. Therefore, he had to keep a low profile as much as possible. As long as he could sneak into the immortal world, he would be able to fly freely in the vast sky and swim freely in the vast sea. Ling Xiao had just entered the flying immortal city when he was immediately stopped by two figures. Lei Ling, you've been exposed. Come with us. A cold voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears, causing him to shiver all over. He knew that he was in trouble. They were two middle-aged men in black robes with extremely cold faces. Their hair was very short, and their skin was dark golden. Their entire bodies were filled with explosive power, and their auras were unfathomable. Moreover, both of them were celestial venerables. Dragon Vanquisher Sage, Tiger Vanquisher Sage, why are the two of you here? Ling Xiao squeezed out a smile on his face and said helplessly. The two black-robed men in front of him were the right-hand men of the old god cult master's wife, Fairy Fuyao. They were called Dragon Vanquisher and Tiger Vanquisher. Ling Xiao had inherited Lei Ling's identity and memory, so he naturally recognized them. Ling Xiao knew that he was in trouble the moment he saw them. He did not expect that old woman Fuyao would hate Lei Ling to this extent. Lei Ling had already escaped from the immortal world, but Fuyao still sent her most capable men to wait for him in the flying immortal city just to catch him. Senior Jiang Yuyang, Senior Kunwa Mountain, I'm in big trouble because of you, Ling Xiao screamed in his heart. Lei Ling, why do you think we're here? How dare you steal our ancient god cult's heaven-mending elixir? The cult master's wife sent us here to catch you. Are you going to surrender yourself, or are you waiting for us to do it? Dragon Vanquisher Sage sneered. Heaven-mending elixir? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He immediately cursed that old woman Fuyao for being so shameless. She was the one who gave the heaven-mending elixir to Lei Ling, but now she was looking for an excuse to catch him. Frowny face bookmark for easier reading, that's Lei Ling? His cultivation has reached the immortal venerable realm? It seems like he's gotten a lot of good fortune after leaving the immortal world. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lei Ling's identity. Lei Ling is really amazing to be able to cultivate to the immortal venerable realm as a rogue cultivator. Unfortunately, he has offended the Cthulhuism Society. I'm afraid he's doomed this time. I heard that Lei Ling stole the Cthulhuism Society's heaven-mending divine pill. I think he broke through to the immortal venerable realm because of that pill. Now that the two immortal venerables of the Cthulhuism Society are here to capture him, it seems like he's going to fall into their hands. Humph. How can the Cthulhuism Society be so arrogant? They're just a bunch of rats who only know how to hide in the dark. If it weren't for our immortal sects showing mercy, these evil sects would have been completely wiped out. Shoo. The evil sects are indeed weak, but the Cthulhuism sect is the strongest among them. Even the leader of the 9 great immortal sects, the Tai immortal sect, can't do anything to the Cthulhuism sect. If they hear you, I'm afraid you don't want to live anymore. Humph. God cultivators are heretics, traitors who betrayed the immortal clan. Everyone has the right to kill them. One day, the Cthulhuism Society will be completely wiped out. Everyone's attention was drawn to Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage. Different expressions appeared on their faces as they discussed in low voices. Lei Ling was a rogue cultivator, but he was still somewhat famous in the immortal world. Many people paid attention to the Xiao Immortal King's extraordinary talent. Especially some time ago, it was suddenly revealed that Lei Ling had stolen the heaven-mending divine pill from the Cthulhuism Society and was being hunted down by the Cthulhuism Society. Lei Ling had escaped from the immortal world, but no one expected him to return so soon and be intercepted by Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage as soon as he returned. This is not a good place to fight. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This was the flying immortal city. If he fought here, even if he could defeat Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage, his identity would most likely be exposed. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and gave up. Alright, I'll go with you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and nodded. Don't even think about running away, or we'll kill you. Dragon Vanquisher Sage sneered. Seeing how obedient Lei Ling was, a trace of disdain appeared in their eyes. Wang, a black chain appeared in Tiger Subdue's hand and locked Ling Xiao's arms. God-binding lock, this was the secret treasure of the Cthulhuism Society, specifically used to seal the cultivation of experts. Ling Xiao could feel that after the God-binding lock locked his arms, there was a strange rune spreading around his body, sealing his cultivation as well. However, even though the God-binding lock was powerful, Ling Xiao believed that he could break the seal of the god-binding lock anytime he wanted. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not resist and allowed Tiger subdue the god-trapping lock to seal his cultivation. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao followed Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage through the flying immortal city and toward the immortal world. Ling Xiao could feel that when he was in the flying immortal city, the Imperial Emperor expert who suppressed the flying immortal city seemed to be watching him, but it was incomparably obscure. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not make a move. Otherwise, even if he suppressed Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage, he would still be captured if that immortal emperor came. Rumble, after passing through a cloud shrouded in immortal light, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the immortal world. This was an incomparably ancient and vast world. Within the range of Ling Xiao's perception, he could sense that the immortal world was even vaster than the divine world, and the space barrier here was incomparably sturdy. The scenery in front of him was magnificent and beautiful. The mountains were undulating and towering between heaven and earth, surrounded by clouds and mist. Auspicious vapors were rising, and immortal light was shining brightly. It looked mysterious and unfathomable. In the mountain range, ancient trees towered into the sky, lush and verdant. Waterfalls and springs flowed, and rivers flowed through the mountains, containing majestic chi of origin. In the distance, huge immortal cities stood on the ground. They looked simple and majestic, as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of time and were incomparably sturdy. Ling Xiao even saw some powerful ancient ferocious beasts and primeval mutants in those mountains. They were absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and their auras were incomparably powerful. This was the immortal world. It was as if it was in the primeval times and had a heavy feeling of time. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. He wondered if he should make a move here, kill Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage, and then escape. Anyway, the immortal world was so big that it would not be easy for the old god cult to catch him even if they were extremely powerful. But at this moment, Ling Xiao's attention was attracted by a figure. It was a girl in a black gauze dress, standing on the peak of the mountains. Her skin was as white as jade, and her gauze fluttered in the wind, making her look like a floating immortal. Her black hair was like a waterfall, dense, glossy, and soft like satin. Especially her pair of peerlessly beautiful and flawless face, coupled with her large watery eyes, they seemed capable of capturing one's soul. Every single frown and smile of hers contained a myriad of amorous feelings. Damn it, why is she here? Ling Xiao had a bad feeling in his heart. How could he not know this girl in the black dress? She was the daughter of the ancient god cult's hierarch. And also the saintess of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia turned her head and smiled at Ling Xiao. In an instant, the world lost its color, as if hundreds of flowers had bloomed. It was indescribably beautiful. Ling Xiao shuddered involuntarily. This was the lawless little she-devil of the evil god cult. Not only was she extremely talented, her cultivation was unparalleled, and her character was unruly and capricious. Ling Xiao really admired Lei Ling for being able to subdue such a little she-devil, but at the same time, he was cursing him in his heart. Xianxia Saintess is here. Could it be that Madame Fuyao is here too, and the most mysterious hierarch of the ancient god cult, Gu Tongtian, is here too? Gu Tongtian's strength was extraordinary. Even if he was not as strong as Jiang Yuyang, he was not much weaker. Such a person could probably kill Ling Xiao with a slap. Greetings, Saintess. Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage also noticed Xianxia Saintess. Their faces changed, but they still bowed and greeted her. Where are you taking Lei Ling to? Xianxia's eyes moved as she said lightly. Her voice was as melodious as a bell. Saintess, Lei Ling stole the heaven-nourishing elixir of our cult. Madame wants us to capture him and hand him over to her. Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage replied respectfully. Stole the heaven-nourishing elixir? What a big sin. Leave Lei Ling to me. I'll bring him back to the cult. Xianxia said lightly, but there was an unquestionable determination in her voice. Saintess, I don't think that's a good idea. Madame wants us to bring Lei Ling back and hand him over to her. Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage were put in a difficult position. What? Don't you trust me? Do you think I'll let Lei Ling go? I'll bring Lei Ling back personally and hand him over to my mother. Get lost if you don't want to die. Xianxia sneered. Her face was as cold as ice as she scolded the two Zun cultivators in front of her. Yes. Saintess, I hope you can bring Lei Ling back to Madam as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to her. Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage trembled. Although they were already celestial venerables, they were still afraid of Yunqi Saintess. Since Yunqi Saintess was determined to take Lei Ling away, they did not dare to stop her. Moreover, they did not believe that Yunqi Saintess would let Lei Ling go without permission. After all, only Yunqi Saintess and Madame Fuyao knew what had happened between Lei Ling, Yunqi Saintess, and Madame Fuyao. The ancient god sect only claimed that Lei Ling had stolen the heaven-repairing elixir. If they knew what had happened between Lei Ling, Yunqi Saintess, and Madame Fuyao, they would not dare to hand Lei Ling over to Yunqi Saintess. Dragon Vanquisher Sage and Tiger Subdue Sage laughed. They were going to return to the ancient god sect to report this matter to Madame Fuyao. After the two sovereigns left, Yunqi Saintess glared at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Lei Ling, we meet again. Do you think I should just kill you directly? Or should I bring you back and hand you over to that bitch? Yunqi Saintess regained her composure and chuckled. She flew towards Ling Xiao and landed in front of him. Then, she lifted his chin with her crystal-clear finger. Ling Xiao could feel a fragrant wind blowing against his face. Yunqi Saintess' red lips parted slightly. She was so close to Ling Xiao that he could even hear her heartbeat. What is this little demoness trying to do? Why don't I just go all the way and kill her? Ling Xiao thought to himself as a murderous intent welled up in his heart. However, when he heard the Saintess call Madame Fuyao a bitch, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that the Saintess and Madame Fuyao were not mother and daughter. Furthermore, they did not like each other. The Saintess was even more hostile towards Madame Fuyao. Could he use the relationship between the two of them? In the end, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. After all, Saintess Yunqi was the daughter of the ancient god cult's hierarch. Not only did she have an extraordinary cultivation level, but she had also reached the immortal venerable realm. Moreover, she definitely had a Tao protector who might even be an immortal monarch expert. If he acted rashly, he would only alert the enemy. What should he do? Ss Yunqi Ts Juns, the heavens took pity on me and allowed me to see you again. Even if I die now, it's worth it. Yunqi over ttt have test you, with affectionately to teet. I didn't expect that you wouldn't be satisfied with having me, but you could have hooked up with anyone else. How could you seduce that bitch? How is she better than me? How could you treat me like this? I really want to dig your chest open and see if your heart is black. Yunqi Saintess said faintly, but her eyes were cold. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the killing intent in her eyes. Damn it. This bitch wants to kill me. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and the affection in his eyes grew stronger. He looked at Yunqi Saintess and sighed. Yunqi, you're the only one in my heart. The reason why I and Madame Fuyao. I was forced to do so. I haven't told you about this because she threatened me. If I told you, she would kill you. My Lei, are you still making up stories? Lei, keep making up stories. The Saintess sneered. She drew circles on Ling Xiao's chest with her sparkling fingers. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the Saintess' fingernails were as sharp as knives. It was as if they could break Ling Xiao's chest at any time. Yunqi, I don't care if I die, but I only hope that you can be safe and happy. Madame Fuyao hated you to the core. She once told me that she wanted to steal everything you loved, including the man you loved the most. I was forced by her because if I didn't do as she said, not only would she kill me, but she would also destroy you. I don't care if I die, but my dearest Yunqi, how could I bear to let you die in her hands? No matter what, I betrayed you. I deserve to die. Yunqi, just break open my chest and take out my heart. See what color my heart is. To be able to die in your hands is the happiest thing in my life. But I'm very regretful. I'm regretful that I didn't cherish such a sincere love placed in front of me. If there's another chance, I want to tell that girl 3 words, I love you. If I have to add a time limit, I hope it'll be billions of years, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. My love will never change. Ling Xiao suppressed his disgust and pretended to be affectionate as he said some touching words of love. Actually, Lei Ling had prepared these words in advance. Ling Xiao admired Lei Ling more and more. He also felt that it was indeed a little depressing for such a person to die silently in his own hands. Although Lei Ling had escaped from the realm of the gods, he was afraid that he would be captured one day. Hence, he had thought of 2 sets of words in advance. Ling Xiao didn't know if these words were useful. He expressed them according to Lei Ling's previous emotions and expressions. He felt that it was smooth and it was extremely carefree. Although he appeared to be affectionate on the surface, Ling Xiao was already prepared. If Xianxia still wanted to kill him, he would have to kill her first. By then, even if Xianxia's protectors were to take action, there would be no other way. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xianxia's expression was still incomparably cold. However, in the end, her body actually trembled slightly. Especially after hearing the words "I love you," Xianxia's eyes were filled with endless affection. Her gaze was bright and resplendent as if she was immersed in Ling Xiao's words and couldn't extricate herself. It had to be said that the destructive power of these words was too strong. This was the carefully prepared words of the romantic immortal king, Lei Ling. It was a great weapon to deal with Xianxia. It was specially designed to deal with this kind of little devil who was inexperienced in the world but had a strong cultivation and had lived in a world of mutual deception since young. Xianxia instantly fell into his hands. "Lei Ling, my Lei Ling, you've suffered." Xianxia's eyes were slightly red. She opened her arms and hugged Ling Xiao tightly in her embrace. "Finally, we don't have to fight to the death. I'm so tired." These words are even more tiring than fighting. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this calamity was over. Next, as long as he could use half of Lei Ling's ability to flirt with girls, he should be able to handle Xianxia. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ling Xiao held Xianxia in his arms, but he rejected her in his heart. Jin Sei and Shui Wei's faces involuntarily appeared in his mind, as well as Chongqing, that cute little girl. He could not help but shudder in his heart, and a trace of guilt gushed out. Ahem. This is just a temporary measure. I only have Jin Sei and Shui Wei in my heart. Ling Xiao said in his heart. He felt the joy in Xianxia's heart. Using Lei Ling's experience, he felt that it was about time. Buzz, there was a flash of light in Ling Xiao's palm, and a scarlet flower appeared. Its petals were needle-shaped, and it looked crystal clear. It was like a flowing flame, but it was emitting a somewhat demonic aura. This flower contained boundless and mysterious energy. As soon as it appeared in the void, it lit up the surroundings. "Xianxia, what do you think this is?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "This is red spider lily?" Xianxia was shocked, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Red spider lily, also known as the red spider lily, bloomed on both sides of the Yellow Spring River. It contained the mystery of life and death, and had the effect of reviving the dead. It was extremely mysterious. The red spider lily could be used to refine the red spider lily. Not only could it bring the dead back to life, but it also had a mysterious effect on comprehending the origin of the great ways. However, there was no red spider lily in the immortal realm, because there was no Yellow Spring River. "Xianxia, I know you've always wanted to obtain the red spider lily and refine the Permetha divine pill to save your mother. So this time, I left the immortal realm and went through a lot to finally get this red spider lily for you at the Yellow Spring River. Do you like it?" Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia affectionately and said. This red spider lily was actually obtained by Lei Ling by accident. Originally, he wanted to find a chance to please Saintess Xianxia so that he could cheat the ancient god cult's Supreme Emperor Sutra from her. However, he did not expect that it would end up benefiting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao imitated Lei Ling's tone and said these mushy words. Both his tone and expression were on point. At the beginning, Ling Xiao felt extremely ashamed, but as he spoke, he got used to it. Could it be that I have a talent in this area? Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly. Lei Ling, did you leave the immortal world just to collect the red spider lily for me? You're too good to me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. It's all that old B*tch Fu Yao's fault for sowing discord between us. She can't bear to see us living so well. I'll find a chance to kill that old hag Fu Yao and avenge you, brother Lei. The saintess was very touched. Her eyes were watery and filled with endless affection. She was very happy. At this moment, she no longer had any doubts. According to the legends, the Yellow Springs River was extremely dangerous. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. In order to help her collect the red spider lily, Lei Ling did not hesitate to leave the immortal world and went through countless difficulties to obtain the red spider lily. Saintess Xianxia fell for this kind of unswerving love. Ahem, Xianxia, I know what you're thinking. However, Fuyao is the wife of the sect leader and your stepmother. She has great power in the divine sect. You can't fight her head-on. You have to accumulate strength. It won't be too late to deal with her after you control the divine sect. Ling Xiao coughed lightly and said somewhat guiltily. All right. Brother Lei, you're still the best to me. Brother Lei, why don't you come back to the divine sect with me? My father should be coming out of seclusion soon. When he comes out, I'll take you to see him and let him host our wedding. Then, my father will pass the position of the sect leader to me. At that time, you will be the sect leader and I will be the wife of the sect leader. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and said with anticipation. Sect leader Gu is coming out of seclusion? Ling Xiao's heart trembled and he felt his scalp tingle. Gu Tongtian was a big shot in the immortal world. Although Ling Xiao did not know how strong his cultivation was, the old god sect could compete with the Tai immortal sect, one of the 9 immortal sects, for many years without being at a disadvantage. It was obvious that Gu Tongtian's strength was extremely terrifying. Not only did Lei Ling sleep with someone else's daughter, but he also slept with someone else's wife. If Gu Tongtian really found out that something was amiss, then even if Lei Ling had 10 lives, Gu Tongtian would not be able to kill him. He could not go to the old god sect. He must not go. Ahem, Xianxia. I have already made a vow that I will only marry you in this life. But I, Lei Ling, am not a man who lives off women. If I marry you like this, what will others say? They will definitely say that I am greedy for the power of the old god sect. I don't care what others say about me, but I won't allow them to say anything about you. So, I have already made a vow that when I break through to the immortal realm, I will personally go to the old god sect and ask for sect leader Gu's hand in marriage. At that time, if anyone dares to say anything, I will kill him directly. So, Xianxia, although you are the person I love the most and I don't want to be separated from you, I can't go to the old god sect now. I am going to travel the immortal world to look for opportunities and train myself so that I can break through to the immortal realm as soon as possible. Then, I will go to the old god sect to ask for your hand in marriage. Xianxia, wait for me in the old god sect. Ling Xiao said righteously. His heroic spirit was unparalleled, and his whole body exuded a kind of domineering aura. Xianxia looked at him with eyes full of stars and admiration. Brother Lei, I really didn't misjudge you. You are so good to me. How about this, I will travel the immortal world with you. This way, we will never be separated. Xianxia said affectionately. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, no. Xianxia, you can't be with me like this. I have to consider your reputation. Moreover, I, Lei Ling, want the whole immortal world to know that I, Lei Ling, am also the king of the young generation and have the ability to become an immortal king. I am qualified to be with you, Saintess Xianxia. So, Xianxia, you go back to the old god sect first. I will definitely go and ask for your hand in marriage. This red spider lily will be the token of our love. Ling Zhao's expression was extremely resolute. He directly placed the red spider lily in the palm of Xianxia Saintess. Okay. Brother Lei, I will listen to you. Xianxia Saintess had already fainted from Ling Zhao's domineering aura. How could she reject Ling Xiao at this moment? She nodded repeatedly in agreement. Moreover, Xianxia Saintess felt that Brother Lei had become more manly after returning from the immortal world. That kind of wild and domineering aura fascinated her. Xianxia, wait for me in the old god sect. I am leaving. Ling Xiao grabbed Xianxia's shoulders and stared into her eyes as he said seriously. Then, he hugged Xianxia in his arms. After a while, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and left without a trace of reluctance. My, Xianxia's man is so handsome. Xianxia clutched the red spider lily in her hand tightly. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, she blushed and muttered to herself. I've finally gotten rid of her. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After he left Xianxia, he teleported thousands of miles away and used the heaven-devouring secret skill to conceal his aura. Finally, he landed on a beautiful mountain peak and stopped. Ling Xiao felt very tired. Dealing with Xianxia was more tiring than fighting with others. Although he didn't encounter any danger when he sneaked into the immortal realm this time, it was still very thrilling and full of twists and turns. Only now did Ling Xiao believe that he was really safe. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for me to disguise myself as Lei Ling. Women are too scary. I'd better stay away from them in the future. However, if I want to find out about the immortal realm, it's best to look for the disciples of the celestial sects or the disciples of the big families. I wonder where I am now. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. There were 3,000 prefectures in the immortal realm. Each prefecture was hundreds of millions of miles wide. The entire immortal realm was probably a few times bigger than the divine realm. Lei Ling used to be a rogue cultivator. However, he was not very old. He was only a little over 1,000 years old and had only been active in a few dozen prefectures. For example, the area that Ling Xiao was in now was very unfamiliar to him. He could not find anything special in Lei Ling's memory. It's best that you're not familiar with it. This way, I won't encounter those scary women. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was currently in a desolate mountain range. Huge mountains rose from the ground in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Ancient trees stood tall, and terrifying beast roars rang out from the mountain range, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Ling Xiao could even feel that there were ferocious beasts the size of small mountains in the surrounding mountains. They were absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Their auras were extremely powerful. Moreover, the mountains were shrouded in fog. Although it looked like fog, it was actually miasma. It emitted a 7-colored light. Under the sunlight, it looked a little demonic. When Ling Xiao had just arrived in the immortal realm, he had seen a lot of beautiful immortal paradises. No matter how he looked at it, this place did not look like a paradise at all. Instead, it was extremely evil and full of evil qi. The most important thing now is to find an immortal city to gather information. Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, he had already retracted his aura and looked like an ordinary immortal. He leaped and flew into the distance. In the immortal world, saints, and sage kings were also called immortals, great immortals, and immortal kings. Those below immortals were called immortal cultivators. The immortal race had their own cultivation system, but it was more or less the same as the god realm. If it wasn't for the fact that the immortal roots of the immortal world were special and that Ling Xiao had already fused with Lei Ling's immortal root, he would have given up on the identity of Lei Ling, eh? What are those fierce beasts doing? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed as he asked in surprise. In front of him, there was a gorilla that was as black as ink, an elephant with golden hair that shone with golden light, and a huge brown bear. At this moment, they were all tied up by thick chains and were working hard to dig the mountain. That's right, they were digging the mountain. The big bear, the elephant, and the brown bear all looked to be hundreds of feet tall. Their huge bodies were filled with explosive power, and each of them had a murderous aura. Moreover, judging from their auras, they were actually powerful demonic beasts that had already reached the immortal king realm. These 3 demonic beasts were working very hard. They had already dug out more than half of the mountain in front of them, as if the mountain was about to be emptied. It was as if they were looking for some kind of treasure. An old Taoist with white hair and beard held a horsetail whisk in his hand as he walked in the air. From the back, he looked like an immortal, but his appearance was a little ugly. He had shifty eyes and was commanding the 3 demonic beasts to work. Could it be that there's some kind of treasure in this mountain? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. However, the scene in front of him looked a little strange. Although the old Taoist had an immortal aura and the immortal aura around him was incomparably pure, Ling Xiao could still feel that the old Taoist was most likely not a member of the immortal race, but more like a demonic beast that had attained Tao and cultivated the Tao of the immortal race. A demonic beast that cultivated the Tao of the immortal race was commanding 3 big demonic beasts to dig the mountain. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. Just as Ling Xiao noticed them, the old Taoist also noticed Ling Xiao. Fellow Taoist, can you help me with something? The old Taoist's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Xiao. He immediately flew over and stopped Ling Xiao, chuckling as he asked. "What can I do for you, Taoist?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Fellow Taoist, there's an immortal crystal mine under this mountain, but there's a formation left behind by the immortal race experts. We can't enter it. Can you go ahead and break the formation? I'll definitely reward you handsomely." The old Taoist smiled at Ling Xiao. "Immortal crystal mine?" Ling Xiao was stunned. In the immortal world, immortal stones and immortal crystals were hard currencies. Immortal crystals were even more precious than supreme-grade immortal stones. Not only did they contain rich origin energy, but they also contained a trace of immortal spiritual energy from the immortal world. They were essential treasures for experts at the immortal king realm and above to cultivate. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the old Taoist was digging here because there was an immortal crystal mine here. "That's right. If you can help me break the formation outside the immortal crystal mine, I'll give you 10,000 immortal crystals. How about that?" The old Taoist said with a smile. "Taoist, your cultivation is profound. If even you can't break the formation outside the immortal crystal mine, how can I break it? You think too highly of me." Ling Xiao pretended to smile bitterly as he said. His current cultivation seemed to be at the immortal realm. Naturally, he was far inferior to the old Taoist. There was even a trace of fear and trepidation on his face. "Fellow Taoist, I won't hide it from you. I'm a demonic beast who achieved Tao. It's just that I accidentally obtained the immortal race's Tao technique, so my original body is still a demonic beast. However, the formation outside the immortal crystal mine was left behind by the immortal race experts. It has a great restraining effect on demonic beasts like me. I can't even get close to that formation. However, you're different. You're a member of the immortal race, so you'll definitely be able to break that formation," the old Taoist said with a smile. He was extremely honest and didn't hide his identity as a demonic beast. At this moment, the three demonic beasts, the gorilla, the elephant, and the brown bear, also raised their heads and looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable eagerness. "Since you trust me so much, I'll give it a try." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said with a smile. "All right. Fellow Taoist, you're a straightforward person. Whether you can break the formation outside the immortal crystal mine or not, I'll give you 10,000 immortal crystals." The old Taoist's eyes revealed a trace of joy as he said. "P.S. There are only 2 updates today. Everyone, rest early. Apex." Ling Xiao had already sensed that the old Taoist was up to no good. However, judging from the situation just now, if Ling Xiao did not agree, the old Taoist would probably attack him directly. Ling Xiao could clearly sense the old Taoist's deep malice and hidden murderous intent. However, Ling Xiao did not attack directly. Instead, he chose to beat the old Taoist at his own game. He also wanted to see what kind of treasures were in the belly of the mountain. The 3 ferocious beasts, the gorilla, the elephant, and the brown bear, made way for Ling Xiao to enter the belly of the mountain. The moment he entered the belly of the mountain, Ling Xiao could sense an extremely rich immortal spiritual energy. There were many immortal stones in the belly of the mountain, ranging from low-grade to supreme-grade immortal stones. These immortal stones were the minerals that accompanied the immortal crystals. Ling Xiao could sense that there were many dazzling immortal crystals in the depths of the mountain, which contained boundless origin energy and immortal spiritual energy. However, it was obvious that the old Taoist did not care about these immortal stones. What he wanted was the immortal crystals in the depths of the mountain. Ling Xiao headed towards the depths of the mountain, while the old Taoist followed behind him not far away, as if he was monitoring him. Naturally, the 3 demonic beasts stayed outside to protect him. Rumble, finally, Ling Xiao saw the immortal crystal mine in the depths of the mountain. The blazing light was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. Immortal crystals were embedded in the mountain walls like bamboo shoots. They looked crystal clear and contained boundless energy. The boundless energy was even as blazing as lightning. It was intertwined with a gorgeous light, which was dreamy and hazy. However, in front of the immortal crystal mine, there was a transparent and dazzling barrier, which contained the power to seal and destroy. "This is the formation. Young friend, please help me break this formation." The old Taoist pointed at the transparent barrier in front of him and smiled. No wonder they don't dare to go in and dig for the immortal crystals. This is a demon-suppressing formation that is specially used to suppress demonic beasts. However, it has no effect on the immortals. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he was unfamiliar with the array formations of the immortals, the array formations of the immortals and the array formations of the God realm ultimately led to the same destination. Both belonged to the category of array formations. Ling Xiao had comprehended the heavenly capital scripture. The heavenly capital scripture was originally left behind by the heavenly capital emperor. It was an imperial scripture that contained the supreme origin of array formations. It was easy for Ling Xiao to sense the killing intent and destructive power of this immortal Dao formation that targeted demonic beasts. However, even though it was only targeted at demonic beasts, it wasn't that easy for immortals to enter. At the very least, they had to be at the immortal king state before they could enter. Moreover, this large formation contained an extremely powerful devouring power. If one were to forcefully barge into it, one's vitality would be instantly devoured by the large formation. There is actually a great formation outside a fairy crystal mine. Could it be that there is an inheritance left behind by an expert? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This immortal Dao formation was clearly left behind by the experts of the immortal tribe. It looked very ancient and should have been here for a very long time. But for some reason, it was discovered by this old Daoist and he even ordered the 3 ferocious beasts to dig here. Daoist, what kind of formation is this? How can I break this large formation? My cultivation is low, so I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to break this formation. Ling Xiao pretended to be very confused and asked. This formation is called the mysterious yellow demon suppressing formation. It is a large formation specially used to suppress demonic beasts. However, it is very easy for you to break this formation. You just need to activate the immortal's blood essence and rush into the large formation. Then, the formation will naturally collapse. You can take 10,000 of these fairy crystals. I won't go back on my word. The old Daoist smiled. I'll be damned if I believe you. If I really activate the immortal's blood essence and rush into the large formation as you said, I'm afraid even a sage king would be devoured by the large formation's devouring power. This old man is really up to no good. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face. He pretended to be excited and said, "Thank you, Daoist. In that case, I will break this formation for you." Boom, majestic immortal's blood essence rose from Ling Xiao's body. Dazzling immortal light bloomed. He took a step forward and walked into the large formation, as if sensing the immortal's blood essence on Ling Xiao's body. The formation boundary in front of him trembled slightly. Runes intertwined and shone brightly, flickering unsteadily. Crack! When Ling Xiao walked into the boundary of the formation, the surroundings were instantly filled with dazzling immortal light. Runes began to wrap around Ling Xiao's body. At the same time, an incomparably majestic devouring power surged over, wanting to devour all of Ling Xiao's blood essence and life force. Daoist, why can't I enter the formation boundary? This large formation is actually devouring my life force? Save me, Daoist. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly revealed a panicked expression as he hurriedly pleaded to the old Daoist. Young friend, it is your honor to be devoured by the formation boundary and create an opportunity for me. Therefore, you should obediently die. Seeing that Ling Xiao had entered the formation boundary, the old Daoist's expression instantly became incomparably cold. He sneered and didn't look at Ling Xiao anymore. In his heart, Ling Xiao had already completed his mission and was a dead man. He carefully took out a rune that glowed with immortal light. In the blink of an eye, he slapped his palm on the formation's boundary. Open! The old Daoist growled. In an instant, the rune blossomed with dazzling light and formed a door of light above the formation boundary. Then, the old Daoist stepped in and easily entered the formation boundary. So, he needs an immortal to restrain the devouring power of the formation boundary so that he can enter the large formation? Although Ling Xiao appeared to be in a state of panic and despair, he was laughing coldly in his heart. After entering the spirit formation boundary, Ling Xiao finally understood the profoundness of this large spirit formation. It was true that this large formation could suppress demon beasts and prevent them from entering. However, if an immortal with insufficient cultivation rashly entered, all of his life force would be devoured by the large formation. At that moment, a flaw would appear in the large formation. And the old Taoist had used this flaw to enter the large formation. Ha ha ha, these million immortal crystals are all mine. There's also the divine jade fetus left behind by the profound heaven immortal lord. With the divine jade fetus, not only do I have a chance to obtain the profound heaven immortal lord's inheritance, I even have a chance to break through to the immortal lord realm. What a great fortune. The old Taoist laughed loudly, his eyes filled with incomparable excitement. Looking at the dazzling immortal crystals on the mountain wall in front of him, his eyes were filled with incomparable fascination. What's the divine jade fetus? Suddenly, a curious voice sounded behind the old Taoist. The old Taoist priest's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly turned around. Ling Xiao was standing behind him, unscathed. He was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. His expression was very calm. You. How could you escape the devouring power of the Xianhuang demon-suppressing formation? No. You. You're not an immortal. You're an immortal king? The old Taoist priest's gaze was extremely gloomy. He seemed to have thought of something and revealed a trace of shock. Only an immortal king could enter the formation boundary unimpeded. For Ling Xiao to be able to enter the formation boundary so easily, it could only mean that his cultivation must be above the immortal king level. What made the old Taoist priest even more shocked and furious was that he still could not see Ling Xiao's true cultivation. The aura that Ling Xiao revealed was still that of an immortal, but at this moment, it gave him an unfathomable feeling. Taoist priest, you haven't answered my question yet. What is the divine jade fairy fetus? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Kid, I really didn't expect that I would be wrong. You're actually an immortal king? But so what if you're an immortal king? If you dare to have any ideas about the divine jade fairy fetus, you must die. The old Taoist priest's face became somewhat distorted, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom, the uneasiness in the old Taoist priest's heart grew stronger and stronger, but the killing intent in his heart also grew stronger and stronger. He roared angrily and instantly pointed at Ling Xiao's glabella. His finger seemed traceless, ethereal, and mysterious. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He actually felt a strange power of time from that finger. It was somewhat similar to the age destruction finger. Unfortunately, this old man was not even an immortal venerable. He was only an immortal king. Bang! Ling Xiao casually stretched out a hand and directly grabbed the old Taoist priest's arm. The old Taoist priest's expression suddenly changed. He felt that Ling Xiao's hand was like an iron clamp that contained an incomparably terrifying divine power, making him unable to move at all. Moreover, an incomparably terrifying thunderbolt bloomed in Ling Xiao's palm. In an instant, it was like a divine chain of order that directly penetrated the old Taoist priest's body. The old Taoist priest's body trembled and his face was incomparably pale. The blazing thunderbolt contained a trace of the Thunder Dao's origin. It was extremely terrifying. It crackling and crackling as it rushed into the old Taoist priest's body, sealing his cultivation. Immortal. Immortal venerable? The old Taoist shuddered, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. Is actually a immortal king. N. S.A. immortal immortal. And immortal immortal end. SS immortal immortal. Immortal venerable, this was definitely an immortal venerable expert. He. You are immortal venerable. How could you disguise yourself as an immortal? The old Taoist priest knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He complained incessantly in his heart and was full of resentment toward Ling Xiao. That's right. It's not good to fight and kill. Now, let's talk about what the divine jade fairy fetus is. Ling Xiao smiled and patted the old Taoist priest's shoulder. Who are you? Why do you want to be my enemy? The old Taoist priest stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Taoist priest, you are wrong. It's not that I want to be your enemy. It's that you have ulterior motives. You want to take my life and make me break the bounded formation for you. Isn't that right? TSK. I didn't expect that there would be such a big immortal crystal mine here. Also, who is the Xianxia celestial master? What is the divine jade fairy fetus? My patience is limited. Think carefully before you answer. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not pay any attention to the old Taoist whose cultivation was sealed. Instead, he looked around the cave in front of him. The immortal crystals contained a vast amount of energy. There were more than 1,000,000 immortal crystals here. However, Ling Xiao could vaguely sense that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious living being under the immortal crystals. It was absorbing the energy in the immortal crystals, and it contained an obscure and powerful aura. The Xianxia celestial master was a celestial master who died tens of millions of years ago. He had founded the Xianxia sect and wanted to join the ranks of the 9 great celestial sects. However, in the end, he offended a big shot. Not only was the Xianxia sect destroyed, but he also died. Legend has it that after the Xianxia celestial master died, a trace of his true spirit was not destroyed. He was sealed in an immortal crystal mine by a disciple of his sect. He was waiting for time to come back and recover his cultivation and strength. The divine jade fairy fetus is the Xianxia celestial master's physical body that was sealed in the immortal crystal mine. After tens of millions of years of absorbing immortal spiritual chi and origin energy, the divine jade fairy fetus condensed into a divine fetus. Once the divine jade fairy fetus is completely formed, the Xianxia celestial master might be able to come back to life. The old Taoist priest thought for a while. In the end, he sighed and told the truth. Then how do you know that this is the immortal crystal mine that was sealed by the Xianxia celestial master? Ling Xiao asked. I once obtained a treasure map by accident. After that, I killed a descendant of the Black Heaven sect. After searching his soul, I verified it with my treasure map. In the end, I guessed that the immortal crystal mine that sealed the Xianxia celestial master was in this mountain range. The old Taoist priest answered. I see. The divine jade fairy fetus is under these immortal crystals? Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. Whoosh, with a wave of his sleeve, a large number of immortal crystals flew into his sleeve. Ling Xiao did not hold back and kept all the immortal crystals. The old Taoist priest was heartbroken when he saw this. His eyes were about to spit fire. All of this originally belonged to him. It was Ling Xiao, the bandit, who took away everything that belonged to him. The old Taoist priest resented Ling Xiao even more. After Ling Xiao kept all the immortal crystals, he saw a stone man that was about 10 feet tall below. The stone man was glowing with immortal light and flowing with a gorgeous luster. It looked crystal clear and there seemed to be a mysterious figure in it. Ling Xiao could feel that the stone man contained a majestic aura of life. Could it be that the Xianxia celestial master really sealed himself in the immortal crystal mine and came back to life? Ling Xiao thought to himself as his heart trembled slightly. Death was an irreversible process. Even if an emperor had fallen, it was almost impossible to come back to life. However, an emperor could actually seal himself in an immortal crystal mine and come back to life. However, even if he came back thousands of years later, would he still be the same person after being reborn? Ling Xiao was getting more and more curious about the immortal realm. From the old Taoist priest's words, he knew that the Xianxia celestial master was not the only one who could do such a thing. There should be many people in the immortal realm who had done similar things. There were even people who had sealed themselves in immortal crystal mines and came back to life. In that case, was the figure in the divine jade fairy fetus the Xianxia celestial master? According to what you said, the divine jade fetus is the Xianxia immortal master? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked the old Taoist. I don't know. The immortal realm is vast and boundless. There are many immortal stones under the ground. The immortal stones are formed by divine Tao and immortal Tao energy. The most precious one is the immortal stone with life energy. It is also called the divine jade fetus. However, no one knows what is in the divine jade fetus. It could be the physical body of the Xianxia immortal master, or it could be some kind of plant, divine beast, or some kind of treasure. The divine jade fetus is extremely precious. If you sell it to a family of stonecutters, you can make a fortune. However, even an immortal master can't tell what is in the divine jade fetus. Only a family of stonecutters can open it and see what is inside. The old Taoist said honestly. Divine Jade Fetus? Divine Jade Fetus? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. From Lei Ling's memories, he found some memories of the Immortal Stone and the Immortal Jade Fetus. The Immortal Stone was like the ancient stones he had encountered in the War God Plain. It was a kind of ancient ore that had been nurtured in the depths of the earth for countless years. It was either sealed with ancient experts, or sealed with divine weapons, or even elixirs. However, Lei Ling had never played with the Immortal Stone, so he didn't know much about it. After the old Taoist's introduction, Ling Xiao had a better understanding of the Divine Jade Fetus. In layman's terms, the Divine Jade Fetus was a top-grade immortal stone. In the immortal realm, there was a saying that even immortals couldn't break an inch of jade. The Divine Jade Fetus's outer layer contained divine Tao and immortal Tao energy. It also contained the origin of the great Tao, which blocked any probing. Even an immortal master couldn't find out what treasure was inside. Can't I find out what is inside? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He secretly used the delusion breaker God Eye. His eyes were covered with a layer of strange light as he tried to investigate the Divine Jade Fetus. Ling Xiao could feel the mottled origin of the Great Path on the surface of the Divine Jade Fairy Fetus, as well as the aura of the Divine Path and the Immortal Path, which blocked his probing. Even with the delusion breaker God Eye technique, he could only vaguely sense that there was a figure within the Divine Jade Fairy Fetus, but he could not see clearly. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He used the 4 secret techniques of chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation at the same time. The 4 origin techniques gathered in his eyes. In an instant, Ling Xiao's eyes pierced through the stone skin of the Divine Jade Fetus, and he could clearly see what was inside. 2. The woman's eyes were slightly closed, and the aura around her was mysterious and unfathomable. She emitted a resplendent immortal light, and her skin was sparkling like jade. Her appearance was incomparably beautiful, and her black hair was like a waterfall. It was dense and glossy like satin. Xiao was. Ling Xiao could clearly see her breathing. This woman is alive? Is this the Xianxia Celestial Lord? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The power of Sovereign in his eyes slowly dissipated, revealing a glimmer of light in his eyes. The power of Sovereign was indeed terrifying. The power of Sovereign could not only unleash powerful attacks, but it was even more powerful than the delusion breaker God Eye. It allowed Ling Xiao to see the situation inside the Divine Jade Fetus. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had gathered too little sovereign energy and could only use it as a trump card, Ling Xiao was confident that he would be able to slay even a god emperor. However, the woman inside the Divine Jade Fetus was very strange. Even Ling Xiao could not tell her condition. She was neither dead nor alive. It was as if she had sealed herself inside. Is the Xianxia Celestial Lord a woman? Ling Xiao asked the old Taoist. A woman? I've never heard of it. But the Xianxia Celestial Lord should be a man. You can't see the situation inside the Divine Jade Fetus, can you? The old Taoist asked in surprise. However, he immediately denied this thought. Even the Celestial Lord could not see through the Divine Jade Fetus. Ling Xiao looked like a mere celestial prime. Naturally, he could not see through the Divine Jade Fetus. I'm just asking. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said noncommittally. Buzz. Ling Xiao waved his sleeve, and the Divine Jade Immortal Fetus was immediately put away by him. As the Divine Jade Immortal Fetus was absorbed into Ling Xiao's bag, the array formation outside actually trembled slightly, and finally dissipated. That formation actually existed with the existence of the Divine Jade Immortal Fetus. Now, you can give me a reason not to kill you. Ling Xiao looked at the old Taoist and said with a faint smile. The old Taoist felt his scalp tingle under Ling Xiao's sharp gaze. He hurriedly said to Ling Xiao, "My lord, if I'm not wrong, you must have just come out of seclusion, right? I know a lot of secrets about the immortal realm, and I've traveled through the dozens of prefectures in the surrounding area. I'm willing to be your guide and be at your beck and call." After sensing Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, he did not have the slightest intention of resisting. He only wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's hands. Not enough. Ling Xiao said flatly. My lord, as long as you don't kill me, I have a secret to tell you. The old Taoist gritted his teeth and said. Speak. Ling Xiao said. My lord, a peerless divine jade fetus has appeared in the immortal ancient city. It will be officially auctioned in 3 days' time. There might be an extreme Tao monarch weapon in the divine jade fairy fetus. The old Taoist said seriously. Extreme Tao emperor weapon? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He did not bring the 4 extreme Tao emperor weapons with him when he came to the immortal realm to prevent his identity from being exposed. However, if he could obtain an extreme Tao emperor weapon in the immortal realm, it would definitely increase his strength greatly. There were many experts in the immortal realm. There were even immortal emperors who were still alive. Ling Xiao had to be careful. How did you know about this? Ling Xiao asked the old Taoist. My lord, it's because I sold the divine jade fetus to the stone-cutting family in the immortal ancient city. Moreover, the extreme Tao emperor weapon might be the profound heaven celestial lord's personal sword. The old Taoist smiled bitterly. His face was filled with regret and bitterness. Oh? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He felt that the old Taoist was not simple. I obtained the divine jade fetus from the descendant of the Black Heaven sect. At that time, I didn't know what was in it. Therefore, I sold it easily. However, I found many clues from the treasure map and found some clues in a forbidden place in the Black Heaven sect. Therefore, I guessed that the divine jade fetus might be the profound heaven celestial lord's personal sword, the Black Heaven sword. The old Taoist smiled bitterly. When he found out about this, he was filled with regret. Unfortunately, the stone-cutting families in Immortal Ancient City were all sly and cunning. They didn't want to sell it to him. Instead, they treated it as a supreme treasure that would be auctioned in 3 days. Do the stone-cutting families know the connection between the immortal jade fetus and the immortal master? Ling Xiao said slowly. I guarantee that they don't know. However, the stone-cutting families have been immersed in the immortal stone for a long time. Although they can't see what's inside, they must know that the treasure inside is extraordinary. That's why they refuse to sell it to me. However, my lord, you've got the immortal jade fetus that seems to contain the immortal master. If you can get the immortal jade fetus and get the immortal master's sword, you might be able to get all the immortal master's inheritance. It's a great fortune for you. The old man said with a hint of encouragement in his voice. Very well. Your life is saved. Now, please hand over your primordial spirit and serve me as your master. Ling Xiao said lightly. Although the old man's face was full of unwillingness, he could only smile bitterly and hand over his primordial spirit. Buzz, the old man's primordial spirit was a purple rat. It looked as if it could devour the heavens and the earth. Its whole body emitted immortal light and looked ancient and mysterious. Eh? It's the ancient divine beast, the heaven-devouring rat? Ling Zhao's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he recognized the old man's original body. The heaven-devouring rat was an ancient divine beast. According to legend, it could devour the heavens and the earth. It loved to devour heavenly treasures and was extremely sensitive to all kinds of heavenly treasures. It was also called the treasure-seeking rat. The heaven-devouring rat was extinct in the immortal world and the demon world. Ling Xiao didn't expect to see one in the immortal world. The old man's name was Heaven-Devouring Daoist. After merging with the heaven-devouring rat's primordial spirit, its life was in Ling Zhao's hands. Although the old man was a little dejected, he could only accept his fate. Heaven-Devouring Daoist greets my master. The heaven-devouring rat said weakly. Very well. Now, bring me to the immortal ancient city. Ling Xiao said lightly. He came to the immortal realm this time to find out the truth of the immortal realm and see if he could get some opportunities and fortunes. The immortal ancient city was the core of this prefecture, so he would definitely be able to find out a lot of information. As for the divine jade immortal fetus that the heaven-devouring rat spoke of, it just so happened to be on the way to take a look. Yes, master. The heaven-devouring rat followed Ling Xiao out of the mountain. Rumble, outside the belly of the mountain, the gorilla, the brown bear, and the elephant were all standing there obediently. They looked at the heaven-devouring rat and waited for his orders. Whoosh, the heaven-devouring rat took out a silver-white bracelet. In an instant, it emitted a bright radiance. The 3 ferocious beasts roared. After which, they turned into a ray of light and flew into the bracelet, leaving 3 lifelike imprints on it. This is the beast taming hoop, a treasure I obtained from the ancient ruins. Later on, I subdued Big Idiot, 2 Idiot, and 3 Idiot and commanded them to work for me. The heaven-devouring rat explained to Ling Xiao. You can keep it for yourself. Ling Xiao said lightly. He had no intention of taking the beast-taming hoop away, which made the heaven-devouring rat heave a sigh of relief. However, Ling Xiao was slightly moved. The heaven-devouring rat was indeed worthy of being called a treasure-seeking rat. He had a lot of treasures on him. Rumble, at this moment, in the distant void, a blazing immortal light bloomed. More than a dozen figures with powerful aura swept across the sky. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat in an instant. They looked down at the two of them with indifferent expressions. Stone-cutting aristocratic family? The heaven-devouring rat's expression changed slightly. Heaven-devouring Taoist, you're really here. Have you found the divine jade immortal fetus of the profound heaven immortal lord? Hand over the divine jade immortal fetus and I can spare your life. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. His aura was extremely powerful and dignified. He looked indifferent as he spoke to the heaven-devouring Taoist. His cultivation base was at the immortal venerable realm. The dozen people beside him were all immortal king experts. They were all wearing black armors and emitting a baleful aura. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They vaguely surrounded Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat. They didn't come with good intentions. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look at the heaven-devouring rat. How did these people know about the profound heaven immortal lord and the divine jade immortal fetus? What divine jade immortal fetus? I don't know. Immortal venerable Xianxia, what are you doing? The heaven-devouring rat's expression changed slightly. He had just vowed to Ling Xiao that the stone-cutting aristocratic family didn't know about the divine jade immortal fetus. He didn't expect the stone-cutting aristocratic family to come here directly. Moreover, it was immortal venerable Xianxia who came here personally. This slap in the face came too quickly. Although the heaven-devouring rat was a little nervous, he felt a little more confident when he saw Ling Xiao's calm expression. His master was an immortal venerable expert after all. Immortal venerable Xianxia wanted to capture him, the heaven-devouring Taoist, with just these people? Heaven-devouring Taoist, are you still going to play dumb? You have already sold us a divine jade immortal fetus related to the profound heaven immortal lord. It's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have found the clues of the profound heaven immortal lord so easily. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the divine jade immortal fetus of the profound heaven immortal lord, then reveal your true form and acknowledge me as your master. Then, I'll spare your dog life. I don't want to repeat myself, so make your choice. Immortal venerable Xianxia said indifferently. As for Ling Xiao, who was beside the heaven-devouring rat, he didn't even put him in his eyes. After Ling Xiao restrained his aura, he looked just like an immortal. Naturally, he didn't have any sense of existence. A trace of anger flashed in the heaven-devouring rat's eyes. His heart seemed to be burning with anger. He didn't expect that the stone-cutting aristocratic family had already set their sights on the profound heaven immortal lord. The heaven-devouring rat's actions were under the surveillance of the stone-cutting aristocratic family. Today, even if Ling Xiao wasn't here, he would still fall into the hands of the stone-cutting aristocratic family. Just as the heaven-devouring rat was about to say something, Ling Xiao stood out and said indifferently, "Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring rat already has a master." A master? Who is it? I killed his master, so am I not his master now? Don't tell me it's you? Xianxia sneered. His eyes fell on Ling Xiao with a condescending look, as if he was looking at an ant. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a sneer. That's right, I'm the master of the heaven-devouring rat. Ling Xiao said seriously. You? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Where did this reckless thing come from? How dare you mock me here? Xianxia, kill him for me. Venerable Xianxia laughed. His eyes instantly became extremely cold, and a trace of cold-killing intent spread out from his eyes. Yes. Beside Xianxia, a young man in black armor walked out, holding a black spear. His aura was incomparably cold. His eyes fell on Ling Xiao, revealing a trace of cruelty. Boom, the black spear instantly pierced through the void with extreme speed, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao's glabella. This spear was like a meteor, distorting the void. the 7 kill guards of the stone-cutting family? Master, be careful. The expression of devouring rat changed slightly. That spear made him feel a great threat, but he still gritted his teeth and prepared to block in front of Ling Xiao. Let me do it. Ling Xiao said indifferently, stopping devouring rat. Whoosh, the spear light was as fast as lightning, reaching Ling Xiao's glabella in an instant. However, Ling Xiao only stretched out 2 jade-like fingers. Buzz, the spear buzzed and trembled. It was actually caught by Ling Xiao's 2 fingers, unable to move an inch further. What? The expression of the expert of the 7 kill guards and Gang changed slightly. Boom, Ling Xiao's 2 fingers trembled slightly. In an instant, an unparalleled divine force erupted, causing the expert of the 7 kill guards to tremble violently. His arm instantly lost all feeling. Ling Xiao waved his hand casually, and the black spear seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying force. It shattered with a loud bang. Then, the fragments of the spear enveloped the expert of the 7 kill guards like a storm. Not good. The expert of the 7 kill guards' expression changed drastically. He instantly wanted to retreat. Puff, the spear fragment's speed was extremely fast, and it was imbued with unparalleled divine power. In an instant, it pierced through his body, turning him into a sieve, and then directly exploded in the void. Boom, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape and was instantly destroyed. A celestial king expert had fallen. Damn it. Who are you? Gang's face instantly turned ugly. His eyes were incomparably gloomy as he stared at Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's attack looked light, it was as fast as lightning. With a clench and a fling, he easily killed an immortal king expert. Even senior immortal Gang didn't have time to make a move. This brat was clearly pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He was actually an immortal venerable expert. You keep saying that you want the heaven-devouring rat to recognize you as its master, and you still ask me who I am? Of course I am the master of the heaven-devouring rat, and you are. Do you want to die? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm. Killing a 7 kill guard was like crushing an ant to him. He didn't care about it at all. Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for slaughtering the powerful beings of the immortal race, let alone the fact that they had offended him. In any case, he would just take it as getting rid of some scourges for the human race. Brat, I don't care who you are. How dare you kill the 7 kill guards of my family? Even if you are a disciple of the 9 great immortal sects, you still deserve to die. Gang's face was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with incomparably gloomy killing intent. Master, the Jia family and the Shi family of the family are the top families. When the 2 families join forces, they are not weaker than the 9 great immortal sections. They control all the business of the immortal stones and obtain a huge amount of resources. There are endless experts in the family. For example, the 7 kill guards have a total of 1,000 immortal kings. The heaven-devouring rat transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao and introduced the situation of the family. They are not weaker than the 9 great immortal sects? No wonder they are so arrogant. If I kill them all, do you think there will be immortal monarchs coming to kill us? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Sensing the killing intent in Ling Xiao's words, the heaven-devouring rat couldn't help but tremble in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Master, the people of the family are used to being arrogant and domineering. They are tyrannical in the surrounding dozens of prefectures and monopolize all the business of the immortal stones. If you kill them, we can just leave here and go to other prefectures. I see. No wonder they are so arrogant and overbearing, asking for the immortal jade fetus and asking you to kneel down and acknowledge them as your master. Today, let me teach them how to behave. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Set up the 7 kill immortal formation, kill. Gang shouted violently. Blazing immortal light bloomed around his body, and a purple saber appeared in his hand. An incomparably fierce saber intent surged out, and the purple saber slashed down towards Ling Xiao in an instant. Kill. 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 7 thunder-like kill words burst out one after another. The remaining dozen or so cultivators of the 7 kill guards came over in an instant, flashing around Ling Xiao. Their bodies merged with the great path, and divine chains of order appeared one after another, setting up an incomparably powerful battle matrix. Their killing intent rose, and their aura was terrifying to the extreme. Although Shurgang looked overbearing and arrogant, he was incomparably cautious when he attacked. When Ling Xiao killed one of the 7 kill guards, he could see how powerful Ling Xiao was. Therefore, not only did he take out his weapon, but he also set up the 7 kill immortal formation. The 7 kill immortal formation set up by the dozen immortal kings actually erupted with a power comparable to an immortal venerable, pressing down on Ling Xiao majestically. "Master, it's the 7 kill immortal formation." Devouring Rat's heart skipped a beat, and he said worriedly. The power of the 7 kill immortal formation was so terrifying that it made him tremble with fear. He doubted whether Ling Xiao could defeat Shurgang and the 7 kill guards. "It doesn't matter." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and took a step forward, stepping directly into the 7 kill immortal formation. Kong Long Long. Facing the purple saber of Shurgang and the terrifying divine light that intertwined around him, Ling Xiao only threw out a simple punch, "Gotcha." Ling Xiao's fist bloomed with purple rays of light. In an instant, the lightning blazed, the heavenly punishment surged, and the mighty heavenly might erupted. The 9 layers of purple heaven thunder suddenly erupted. This was the 9 layers of purple heaven art that Lei Ling cultivated. Ling Xiao activated it with the heavenly punishment secret technique. Coupled with his monstrous physique, it instantly erupted with the power of the complete realm. Kong. Venerable Shurgang's purple saber looked quite extraordinary. It looked like an ancient immortal weapon, but after being hit by Ling Xiao's punch, it trembled violently. The saber light that filled the sky exploded with a loud bang. Unparalleled divine force directly poured into Shurgang's body. Puff. Shurgang's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away with his saber. Bang. Rumble. An incomparably ferocious fist print erupted, and a vast purple chi gushed out from Ling Xiao's body like a sea of lightning, blooming with vast heavenly might. The 7 killing immortals formation, which originally seemed to be overflowing with murderous intent, trembled violently and finally exploded with a loud bang. More than a dozen 7 killing guards vomited blood one after another, and each of them flew out like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Whoosh. Ling Xiao was extremely fast. Like a violet bolt of lightning, he pointed at the air and shot out over a dozen streaks of light in the blink of an eye. They directly pierced the foreheads of the 7 kills and destroyed their souls. The souls of the 7 killing guards were completely scattered. Venerable Shurgang's eyes were filled with incomparable horror, but before he could do anything, Ling Xiao appeared in front of him, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him up. Rumble. Purple lightning crackled and enveloped Venerable Shurgang like divine chains of order, completely sealing his cultivation base. "How do you want to die?" Ling Xiao smiled slightly at Venerable Shurgang. However, in the eyes of Venerable Shurgang, his smile was simply like a demon, causing him to tremble all over. His face instantly turned ashen, and an incomparable look of despair appeared on his face. They were both immortal venerables, so how could Ling Xiao be so strong? Venerable Shurgang couldn't figure it out at all. However, the only thing he understood was that he had kicked an iron plate today. "Let me go, and I promise that the Shur family won't find trouble with you. But if you kill me, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of my Shur family. Although you're strong, can you escape the pursuit of an immortal monarch?" Although Venerable Shurgang was extremely angry, he calmed down at this moment and looked at Ling Xiao seriously. "You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? Immortal monarch? It's not like I haven't killed one before." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Master, the Shur family is very powerful, and Venerable Shurgang is an elder of the Shur family. The death of a few 7 killing guards won't have much impact. But if Venerable Shurgang dies, the Shur family will definitely send immortal monarchs to investigate. Why don't we imprison Shurgang now and don't kill him first?" Heaven-devouring rat transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. "All right." Ling Xiao nodded. He was preparing to head to the immortal ancient city. If he killed Shurgang, the Shur family would be alerted. Ling Xiao did not care about Shurgang's threat. He immediately sealed Gang's cultivation and imprisoned him in the small world within his body. Boom, with a thought, a ball of sky-devouring fire appeared in Ling Xiao's palm. It emitted a dazzling 9-colored celestial light like a 9-colored celestial lotus fire. It instantly enveloped the area within 100 miles. The corpses of the 7 kill guards were instantly reduced to ashes. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If the Shi clan sensed the aura of the 9-colored immortal lotus fire, their expressions would definitely be very interesting, right? Although Ling Xiao did not know the identity of the Celestial Highness, he was sure that the Celestial Highness had an extremely high status in the celestial world. It was a good opportunity to let them fight each other. Master, where are we going? The heaven-devouring rat asked ingratiatingly. His respect for Ling Xiao grew. Ling Xiao's strength was so strong that it shocked him greatly. He secretly guessed Ling Xiao's identity. Could it be an expert from the 9 great immortal sects? Immortal Ancient City. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Immortal Ancient City? Master, aren't we walking right into a trap? If the Shi clan knows that we killed the 7 kill guards, they won't let us go. The heaven-devouring rat exclaimed with a bitter look on his face. The Shi clan's strength was unfathomable. The Immortal Ancient City was their base camp. Who knew how many immortal monarchs were guarding it? They were simply walking right into a trap. What do you know? The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Don't worry, if the Shi clan dares to attack us, we'll turn the Immortal Ancient City upside down. Ling Xiao sneered. The rat cried bitterly in his heart, but he had no choice since he had such an audacious master. He could only follow Ling Xiao nervously in the direction of the Immortal Ancient City. The 7 kill guards who followed Elder Shi Gang to hunt down Shi Tian Daoist are all dead. In the Immortal Ancient City, an expert from the Shi clan said slowly. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Who dares to attack the 7 kill guards of the Shi clan? You're courting death. Did Elder Shi Gang go after Shi Tian Daoist? Let the experts in the clan take action. As long as we catch Shi Tian Daoist, we'll be able to find the culprit. Shi Tian Daoist definitely doesn't have the guts or the strength to do so. Is it the Xia clan? How dare you attack the Shi clan? You deserve to die. Investigate. We must find the culprit. In the Shi clan, several powerful divine thoughts intertwined with each other, containing an incomparably terrifying aura. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, soon, several powerful figures swept across the sky and flew out of the Immortal Ancient City. The people in the Immortal Ancient City were discussing and guessing what had happened to the Shi clan. Master, that's the Immortal Ancient City. Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat stood in the air and looked at the city in the sky in the distance. Their eyes were filled with amazement. In front of them, it was as if a huge sacred mountain had been cut in half. The Immortal Ancient City was built in the clouds tens of thousands of feet above. It was like a dormant primordial beast, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. The Immortal Ancient City towered into the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was shrouded in celestial light and mysterious laws. From afar, it looked like a palace of the Celestial Emperor. It was not that Ling Xiao had never seen a city as majestic as the Immortal Ancient City. However, the Immortal Ancient City exuded a unique aura. It was an ancient fluctuation that had experienced the vicissitudes of time, as if it had experienced countless years of immortality. This was an extremely ancient city, even more ancient than any city Ling Xiao had ever seen. Immortal Ancient City? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of light as he softly muttered to himself. At this moment, he had already restrained his aura. He still looked like an immortal and was not eye-catching at all. The heaven-devouring rat had also changed his appearance. He had turned into an old man in a black robe. His face was full of wrinkles and his appearance was old. He followed behind Ling Xiao like an old servant. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to hide the heaven-devouring rat's aura, but he did not expect this guy to have such a superb transformation technique. Not only did his appearance change, but even his aura had changed. The heaven-devouring rat was also afraid that the Shi clan would cause trouble for him, so he changed his appearance. This was good. It could save him a lot of trouble. Let's enter the city. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and flew towards the Immortal Ancient City. End of chapter. there are two big families in the immortal ancient city, the Jia family and the Shi family. They have stone-cutting skills, and only they can cut the immortal stones intact. Therefore, they monopolize the stone-cutting business in the surrounding dozens of prefectures. In the immortal ancient city, there are thousands of large and small stone workshops and stone pavilions. However, each of them has a share of the Jia family and the Shi family, and there are also stone-cutting masters from these two families. The Jia family is more low-key, while the Shi family is more overbearing. However, the strength of these two families is extremely powerful and unfathomable. Relying on the stone-cutting business, they have found countless ancient treasures in the immortal stones and obtained many powerful resources. These two families have vaguely shown signs of catching up with the 9 major immortal sects. The immortal ancient city is also the center of the surrounding dozens of prefectures. Every day, many big shots in the immortal realm choose to come to the immortal ancient city to gamble on stones. Master, the immortal jade fetus I sold to the Shi family already knows that it is related to the Xianxia immortal master. I am afraid that they will not auction it. This time, we are likely to return empty-handed. The rat of heaven devouring followed Ling Xiao into the immortal ancient city, and at the same time introduced the situation to Ling Xiao. Return empty-handed? Not necessarily, Ling Xiao said with a smile. After passing through the hundreds of feet high city gate of the immortal ancient city, and at the same time, passing through the immortal ancient city's city defense immortal boundary, they finally entered the inner part of the city. As soon as they entered the immortal ancient city, Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered Immortal City. In front of him was an incomparably lively scene. On both sides of the wide street, there were all kinds of immortal stones. The stall owners and hawkers were shouting with all their might. The immortal stones of Tianyuan Mountain once contained supreme-grade immortal medicine. Now, they are selling at a discount. You only need 10 immortal crystals to exchange for 1 immortal stone. Come and see, the immortal stones of the Longhu mine will definitely contain immortal iron and divine gold. 30 immortal crystals for 1. The immortal jade fetus personally collected by the Chongyang immortal master. There is only 1 piece. Come and see, only 1,000 immortal crystals. Half of the immortal stone has already revealed the fragrance of the immortal medicine. Only 200 immortal crystals. Ling Xiao could see that the surrounding stall owners and peddlers did not have high cultivations. Most of them were immortals or great immortals. There were even cultivators who had yet to become immortals. The stall was filled with all kinds of strangely shaped immortal stones. They were surrounded by immortal light and looked quite strange. However, it was hard to tell whether they were real or fake. Master, in the entire immortal ancient city, other than the 2 huge palaces in the depths, which are the territories of the Jia family and the Shi family, there are also stone shops, restaurants, and inns. The celestial stones sold by these small stalls are all of inferior quality. Most of them are used to swindle those who don't know the trade. If you are interested, I know a few good gem shops. We can go and have a look. Seeing that Ling Xiao seemed to be interested in those small stalls, the sky-devouring rat hurriedly said eagerly. The charm of the immortal stone lay in the fact that no one knew what was inside. Only by cutting the stone could one see if there was any treasure inside. Therefore, there was a saying that 1 blade could reach heaven and 1 blade could reach hell. The big shots in the immortal world, especially the young supreme talents, were very interested in it. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to gamble on the stone in the immortal ancient city. Of course, there were people who obtained treasures from the immortal stone, which caused a sensation in the city. However, most of them lost their money. Relying on the popularity of the immortal stone business, the Jia family and the Shi family made a lot of money. It's okay. Let me take a look first. A gleam of light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. He walked towards a stall and picked up an immortal rock. The stall owner was an elder with a goatee. His eyes darted around, making him look like a thief. When he saw a customer enter, his eyes lit up as he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Esteemed customer, you have good eyesight. This is an old mine in the God Burial Abyss. You know about the God Burial Abyss, right? That is where the Shi family made their fortune. The immortal stone that the Shi family dug out from the God Burial Abyss was used to unlock the ancient Emperor Sutra and the Supreme Emperor weapon. It established the Shi family's foundation. If you are interested in this immortal stone, I will reluctantly part with it. I will only charge you 1,000, 10,000 immortal crystals. God Burial Abyss? You really dare to say that? The God Burial Abyss is a forbidden area. Although there are immortal stones there, the Sher family had a slim chance of survival when they obtained some back then. With your immortal cultivation, you dare to go to the God Burial Abyss to mine? Xianxia did not speak. The heaven-devouring rat could not help but laugh coldly. Hee, although the God Burial Abyss is a forbidden area and my cultivation is not strong, I can still pick up a few pieces of immortal stones in the periphery, right? This is something that I brought back after a narrow escape. It is definitely a immortal stone from the God Burial Abyss. The old man with the goatee was not angry. Instead, he chuckled. Xianxia ignored him. He held the immortal stone in his hand and closed his eyes. Just now, the God clan mark in Xiao's primordial spirit trembled. And the source was this immortal stone. This immortal stone looked black and it emitted a sparkling immortal light. There were cracks on it and it looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. However, to be able to make the God clan mark tremble, Xianxia still thought highly of it. He had obtained the God clan mark from the chaotic ancient land. Legend had it that it contained the destiny of the God clan. However, after Xianxia left the chaotic ancient land, the God clan mark had become completely silent. When Xianxia held the immortal stone, the God clan mark trembled even more intensely. It was as if there was something in this immortal stone that the God clan mark yearned for. Buzz, Xianxia opened his slightly closed eyes and a strange light shot out. The power of the sovereign lingered in his eyes, allowing him to see through this immortal stone in an instant. Inside the immortal stone, there was a broken ceramic piece that emitted an aura similar to the God clan mark. Is the source of this ceramic piece? Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He touched the other immortal stones on the stall and realized that the other immortal stones did not cause the God clan mark to react. Only this immortal stone with a ceramic piece caused the God clan mark to tremble. I want this immortal stone. 500 immortal crystals. Xianxia looked at the old man with the goatee and said indifferently. 500 immortal crystals? No way. This is an old mine in the God Burial Abyss. 10,000 immortal crystals is already considered cheap. How about this, since we are fated to meet today, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 5,000 immortal crystals. The old man with the goatee said with a smile. 500 immortal crystals. Xianxia said indifferently. Young man, why are you so stubborn? This is an old mine in the God Burial Abyss. I risked my life to bring it back. I'm afraid of you. Take away 2,000 immortal crystals. The old man with the goatee said incessantly. 500 immortal crystals. The old man with the goatee spat. When it came to the price, he became extremely shrewd. However, when he saw that Xianxia was still willing to pay 500 immortal crystals, the old man with the goatee could only agree with a pained expression. 500 immortal crystals to buy the immortal stones from the God Burial Abyss old mine. You've made a huge profit, but I've made a huge loss. The old man with the goatee mumbled as he reluctantly handed the immortal stone to Xianxia. With this lousy immortal stone, I think you've already made a fortune with just one immortal crystal. You still think that 500 immortal crystals are too little? If you don't want to, then forget it. We won't buy it. The heaven-devouring rat said in annoyance. He really could not tell what was so special about the immortal stone that Xianxia had chosen. As for the immortal stone in the God Burial Abyss, that was even more nonsense. He did not believe it at all. How should I address you? Xianxia gave the old man 500 immortal crystals, then put the immortal stone into his pouch and smiled at him. Although this old man with a goatee only looked like an immortal, Xianxia instinctively felt that he was not simple. Perhaps he had really obtained this strange immortal stone from the God Burial Abyss. Xianxia learned from the heaven-devouring rat that the God Burial Abyss was a forbidden area in the immortal world. Legend had it that countless ancient fiend gods were buried there and countless immortal stones were nurtured there. Although it was filled with danger, the quality of the immortal stones was extremely high. For example, the Sher clan had once obtained the precious immortal stone from the God Burial Abyss. From it, they had obtained the ancient Imperial Sutra and the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. This had shaken the entire immortal world and established the Shur clan's foundation. Countless people had headed to the God Burial Abyss to mine the Immortal Stone. Therefore, the Immortal Stones in the God Burial Abyss had become synonymous with supreme great immortal stones. However, the God Burial Abyss was fraught with danger. It was very difficult for ordinary people to mine immortal stones from the God Burial Abyss. Instead, they would suffer heavy casualties. Most of the immortal stones in the God Burial Abyss on the market were fake. I am Taoist Divine Void. I think you're not bad, so I'll give you a piece of news. If you want to open a stone, it's best to look for the Xia family stone cutter. Don't look for the Shur family stone cutter. The Shur family is used to being overbearing. If there's really something good inside, they might do something like forcing people to buy and sell. The old man with the goatee smiled. Do I need you to tell me that? Heaven-devouring rat rolled his eyes. This Taoist Divine Void was speaking nonsense. In the entire ancient immortal city, who didn't know just how overbearing the Shur family was? Thank you, Elder. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He really wanted to find a stonecutter to open the immortal stone in his hand. That piece of ceramic could cause the God Clan seal to react, which made Ling Xiao attach great importance to it. On both sides of the street, there were stone-cutting pavilions. Ling Xiao and the sky-devouring rat did not hesitate and directly chose the Jia family's stone-cutting pavilion. The business in the stone-cutting pavilion was very hot. The stone-cutting masters were holding immortal stones and carefully breaking the stone skin. There were many people around watching. The stone-cutting process was also the most exciting process. From time to time, there would be people screaming or sighing. However, the cost of stone cutting was not low. Ordinary immortal stones required at least one immortal crystal. As for high-quality immortal stones, even divine jade immortal fetus, the cost of stone cutting could reach hundreds or even tens of thousands of immortal crystals. Stone cutting is a technical job that involves the chaotic great Tao of heaven and earth contained in the immortal stone. Only the Jia family and the Shur family can completely cut the stone. The heaven-devouring rat sighed and said enviously. Not only the heaven-devouring rat, who would not be envious of the Jia family and the Shur family, however, the stone-cutting technique of the Jia family and the Shur family was also known as the stone-cutting heavenly scripture. Only the members of the Jia family and the Shur family could cultivate it. Only they could cut the stone without damaging the treasures in the immortal stone. The immortal stone was very strange. The stone skin on the outside was intertwined with divine Tao Qi and immortal Tao Qi. It also contained chaotic great Tao precepts. If the stone was forcefully cut, the result would only be that the treasures in the immortal stone would be completely destroyed. The bloodline of the Jia family's stonecutter is somewhat special. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the stonecutter of the Jia family who was cutting the stone. His hands were like moving clouds and flowing water. The stone skin was constantly turned into powder and fell down. It was like a butcher dismembering an ox. He cleverly cut the stone skin of the immortal stone following the texture of the immortal stone. That pair of hands was crystal clear like jade. However, they were extremely nimble and contained a mysterious aura fluctuation. It's the aura of the celestial secret skill and the divine secret skill? Could it be that they are relying on these two secret skills to cut the stone? But there are some differences. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could clearly sense the aura of these two secret skills from the stonecutter of the Jia family. The Jia family and the Shur family both had the stonecutter scripture, but there were slight differences. However, their stonecutter scripture could only be cultivated by the people of the two families. Outsiders could not learn the stonecutter scripture at all. In the end, the stonecutter of the Jia family completely cut open the immortal stone. However, it was completely empty. There were no treasures at all. This attracted a lot of sighs. How can there be nothing? This immortal stone cost me 10,000 immortal crystals. A middle-aged fat man in brocade robes screamed in pain. His face was full of pain. Cut the stone. 100 immortal crystals. The stonecutter of the Jia family said faintly. Although the fat man in brocade robes was very depressed, he did not dare to renege on the stonecutter fee of the Jia family. He could only obediently take out 100 immortal crystals and leave dejectedly. Is there anyone else who wants to cut the stone? The stonecutter of the Jia family asked faintly after receiving the immortal crystals. I want to cut the stone. Ling Xiao walked out and said calmly as he took out the immortal stone from his bosom. This immortal stone is of poor quality. There are many cracks on it. These cracks are called spirit-dispersing inscriptions. Even if there are treasures in it, they are worthless. Are you sure you want to cut the stone? The stonecutter of the Jia family looked at the immortal stone in Ling Xiao's hand and frowned. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Okay. Cut the stone. 10 immortal crystals. The stonecutter said faintly. Then, he took the immortal stone in Ling Xiao's hand and began to cut the stone. Buzz, his hands were crystal clear like jade. They were incomparably flexible and filled with mysterious immortal light. He gently stroked the immortal stone as if there was a blade on his palm. The immortal stone trembled slightly and then the stone layer began to fall off. A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He vaguely sensed that the bloodline in the stonecutter's body was emitting an aura similar to the divine clan mark. Is this the reason why they can cut the stone? Or, are they from the divine clan? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Gotcha. Soon, the stone layer of the immortal stone in the hands of the stonecutter completely fell off. Immortal light filled the air and emitted an ancient aura fluctuation. A treasure has been cut out. Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's eyes looked over and landed on the immortal stone in the hands of the stonecutter. The immortal stone cracked in the middle and a piece of black ceramic appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Top. The black ceramic piece looked very ordinary, but it exuded an ancient aura of the divine path, dense with the vicissitudes of time. A ceramic piece? It seems that this very stone is broken. Someone sighed, his eyes full of regret. No one found anything special about the ceramic piece, so they all thought that this very stone was broken. The stonecutter of the Xia family was originally indifferent, but when he saw the ceramic piece in the fairy stone, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable shock. It can actually make the God Clan mark react. This ceramic piece is not simple. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He reached out to grab the ceramic piece, wanting to study it carefully. As for whether it was broken like what others said, Ling Xiao did not care. Wait. This piece of ceramic, this young master wants it. At this moment, an arrogant voice sounded. Whoosh, at the same time, there was a piercing sound, and a piece of fairy stone was extremely fast, smashing towards Ling Xiao's palm. If he insisted on taking the ceramic piece, he would definitely be hit by that piece of fairy stone. It was obvious that the person who threw the fairy stone did not want Ling Xiao to take the ceramic piece. Such rude behavior made Ling Xiao's eyes involuntarily turn cold. Bang, Ling Xiao did not dodge and continued to grab the ceramic piece. When that piece of fairy stone came into contact with Ling Xiao's arm, a purple thunderbolt instantly bloomed, directly smashing that piece of fairy stone into powder. And the ceramic piece was also in the palm of Ling Xiao's hand. It's the third young master of the Shi family, Tianying. Someone exclaimed, and suddenly a trace of reverence appeared in his eyes. The crowd in the distance automatically dispersed, and a young man in a purple robe stepped forward, his expression arrogant and his eyes incomparably cold. Beside him, there was a woman in a green dress, looking gentle and elegant like a lily, exuding an incomparably pure aura. Especially those pair of eyes, there was not a trace of flaw, bright and dazzling. Tianying actually took a fancy to that ceramic piece. Could it be that the ceramic piece is some kind of treasure? This kid actually did not give face to Tianying, he's in big trouble now. That's right. Who dares not give face to the third young master of the Shi family? Even the Xia family had to be courteous to him. However, who was the fairy beside Tianying? It's too beautiful. I'm not sure, but with such a noble temperament, he must be from a big sect or clan. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves. Many of them were looking at Ling Xiao with a gloating expression. From their point of view, Ling Xiao had turned a deaf ear to Tianying's words. He had directly shattered the immortal stone that Tianying had thrown at him and took away the ceramic shard without a care. He was clearly not giving Tianying any face. Brat, I've already said that this piece of ceramic is mine. Are you deaf? Shi Tianying stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Her triangular eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, flashing with a cold light. Her voice was extremely cold, as if she was reprimanding someone. This piece of ceramic was cut out from my immortal stone. What does it have to do with you? As for whether or not I'm deaf, everyone should have seen it. If you didn't see it, then I can only say that your dog eyes are blind. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke slowly. Once Ling Zhao's words came out, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a dead person. In the entire immortal ancient city, who would dare to speak to Shi Tianying in such a manner? Ling Zhao's cultivation did not seem high, but he was so audacious that he did not put the third young master of the Shi family in his eyes. He was simply tired of living. At this moment, although this was the stone-cutting pavilion of the Xia family, there was no one of importance in the Xia family. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the stone-cutting master or the shopkeeper, all of them remained silent. Shi Tianying's eyes revealed a trace of coldness and killing intent. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, I originally intended to buy this ceramic shard with immortal crystals, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. Kneel down and hand over the ceramic shard with both hands. Slap yourself 100 times, and I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your dog life." Shi Tianying was really angry. In particular, Ling Zhao's indifferent and calm expression did not have the slightest trace of fear. His gaze was more like an eagle looking down at an ant from the 9 heavens. This made Shi Tianying extremely unhappy and felt that it was a great provocation. The Xie family and the Shi family were the local tyrants in the immortal ancient city. Even the people from the 9 great immortal sects had to be respectful to them. Since when did someone dare to provoke the third young master of the Shi family? Behind Shi Tianying, there were 2 old men with unfathomable auras. They were both immortal venerables. Their expressions were incomparably cold, and their auras locked onto Ling Xiao. It was as if they were waiting for Shi Tianying's order to take Ling Xiao down. "Master, you are a little impulsive." Shi Tianying is used to being arrogant and domineering. "It's just a ceramic shard, it's nothing much to give it to him. If we make a scene here, we will be the ones to suffer." The sky-devouring rat complained incessantly in his heart. He secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao, full of worry. This was the immortal ancient city. If they offended the Shi family, they might not even be able to escape. When the time came, they would be like turtles in a jar. Although the sky-devouring rat knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, he did not think that he could contend against the Shi family. Are the people of the Shi family so arrogant and domineering? After failing to buy and sell, they want to kill people here? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His expression was still very calm, but his eyes began to turn cold. How many years had it been? Ling Xiao had rarely met such fools. He did not expect to meet such people in the immortal world. A hedonistic son who relied on his family's background to do as he pleased was just an ant that could be destroyed at any time in Ling Zhao's eyes. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not afraid if trouble really came. "Calm down, both of you. This young master, it was Tianying who offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. However, can you sell that ceramic shard to me? No matter how many immortal crystals it is." The beautiful eyes of the woman beside Shi Tianying flashed as she opened her mouth to speak. Her expression was very calm. Although she said sorry, she did not have the slightest intention of apologizing. Her voice was ethereal and cold, as if there were no fluctuations in her emotions. She looked calmly at Ling Xiao. "Sister, why go through so much trouble? This brat refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you want the ceramic shard, I will just kill this brat directly," Shi Tianying said with some dissatisfaction. However, after being glanced at by the woman in green, Shi Tianying immediately shrunk his head and stopped talking. However, his eyes were still full of threat when he looked at Ling Xiao. Could this be the second daughter of the Shi family, Shi Qingyi? Someone's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but exclaim softly. "Shi Qingyi? The fairy Qingyi who entered the Alcate Immortal sect at a very young age? Hiss, this is the peerless genius of the Alcate Immortal sect. She actually came back from the Alcate Immortal sect?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as if they had thought of something. their eyes were filled with shock. The Shi family had three great geniuses, Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying. Shi Wuji was now the young master of the Shi family. He was a famous genius in the entire immortal realm and was admired by countless people. Xia Wushuang of the Xia family was also known as the peerless genius of the immortal ancient city. Although Shi Qingyi entered the Alcade Immortal sect at a very young age, the Alcade Immortal sect was one of the 9 great immortal sects. Shi Qingyi was a genius of the Alcade Immortal sect and was also known as Fairy Qingyi, one of the paintings of the 9 immortals. Compared to Shi Wuji and Shi Qingyi, Shi Tianying's talent was slightly inferior. However, Shi Tianying had also cultivated to the immortal king realm. The Shi family had 3 heroes, but the Xia family only had Xia Wushuang. Naturally, the Shi family was now very powerful and showed signs of overshadowing the Xia family. Shi Qingyi returned to the immortal ancient city this time for the stone-cutting ceremony that is held once every 10,000 years, right? Someone guessed softly. That should be right. The stone-cutting ceremony determines the control of the immortal ancient city. Although the immortal ancient city belongs to the Xia family and the Shi family in name, the guardian array is in the hands of the Shi family. This is why the Shi family is in the limelight. The Shi family is even more determined to win the stone-cutting ceremony this time. They want to seize control of the immortal ancient city for the next 10,000 years. Shi Qingyi should be back to help. Someone explained. Everyone was more and more in awe of Shi Qingyi and Shi Tianying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The immortal ancient city was about to enter an eventful period again. Sorry, I want to keep this ceramic piece. I'm not selling it. Ling Xiao said lightly. 1 million immortal crystals. If you agree, I can buy it for 1 million immortal crystals. Shi Qingyi said calmly. 1 million immortal crystals, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. 1 million immortal crystals was enough to buy those precious divine jades and immortal fetuses. Ling Xiao had only spent 500 immortal crystals to buy this immortal stone, and he had earned 2,000 times the profit. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Even the heaven-devouring rat was stunned. My goodness, master has good taste. I'm a heaven-devouring rat, why didn't I realize that this immortal stone is so precious? The heaven-devouring rat's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was known as the treasure-seeking mouse, and he had an extraordinary perception of immortal stones. However, he realized that he had made a mistake this time. Master, with 1 million immortal crystals, we can buy the divine jade immortal fetus. If that piece of ceramic is useless, then sell it. I don't want to offend the Shi family. The heaven-devouring rat whispered to Ling Xiao. Not for sale. Ling Xiao said calmly to Shi Qingyi, ignoring the heaven-devouring rat. 5 million immortal crystals. Shi Qingyi frowned and yelled out another high price. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They really wanted to know what kind of treasure that ceramic piece was. It was actually worth 5 million immortal crystals. This was especially true for those who had said that the ceramic pieces were trash. They could feel their cheeks burning as they slapped themselves on the face. Monsieur, I said, not for sale. Not to mention 5 million immortal crystals, even if it was 50 million immortal crystals, I still wouldn't sell it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but his expression was extremely determined. Young master, believe me, that piece of ceramic is completely useless in your hands. I still hope that you will sell it to me. This way, you can gain the friendship of the Shi family. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Shi Qingyi's expression turned slightly cold. Her patience was almost worn out. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. He didn't give her any face at all. However, that ceramic piece was incomparably important. She had to take it before the Jia family found out. Shi Qingyi was an extremely arrogant person. Although she looked calm and gentle, there were only a few people in the immortal realm who could catch her eye. If this wasn't the stone-cutting pavilion of the Jia family, she wouldn't have bid again and again. Are you threatening me, monsieur? Unfortunately, the friendship of the Shi family is useless to me, and I hate being threatened the most. I said I'm not selling this ceramic piece, so I'm not selling it. Ling Xiao said coldly and turned to leave the stone-cutting pavilion of the Jia family. You want to leave? Boy, if you don't leave the ceramic piece behind today, don't even think about going anywhere. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Shi Tianying's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of ferocity. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two celestial primes behind him flashed, their bodies filled with immortal Tao aura. Their eyes were cold, and in an instant they blocked Ling Zhao's path of retreat. This time even Shi Qingyi was silent and didn't stop them. For the ceramic piece, she wouldn't hesitate to use force. What? Does the Shi family really intend to force a sale? Ling Zhao said faintly with a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. His eyes seemed to be filled with purple lightning, making him exude a dignified and ancient aura. The rat of heaven devouring was trembling with fear, and he complained incessantly in his heart. If he really fought with the Shi family, it would be troublesome. At that time, if his and Ling Zhao's identities were exposed, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only be captured by the Shi family like a turtle in a jar. In the immortal ancient city, the Shi family had more than one immortal master experts in charge. You dare to fight in the stone-cutting pavilion of the Jia family? The Shi family is as arrogant as ever. At this moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Xia Wushuang? After hearing the voice, Shi Qingyi's expression changed slightly, and she stared at a figure in the distance. The crowd slowly parted, and a valiant figure walked over. It was a woman in armor. The tight soft armor outlined her perfect figure at a glance. She was tall and slender, and her whole body emitted an indescribable heroic aura. Her face was incomparably beautiful, and her skin was as white as jade. It was a combination of charm and heroic aura, especially her pair of eyebrows that were like divine swords, which added a bit of sharpness to her gentle beauty. This was a very unique woman with a heroic aura, like the brightest star in the night sky. As soon as she appeared in the stone-cutting pavilion, she immediately became the focus of everyone. Even Shi Qingyi was overshadowed by this woman. Xia family, Xia Wushuang, a name appeared in everyone's mind, and their eyes involuntarily revealed a look of awe. They did not expect that an ordinary stone-cutting session would attract Shi Tianying and Shi Qingyi. Now, it even attracted the Xia family's peerless genius, one of the two kings of the immortal ancient city, Xia Wushuang. Everyone noticed that Ling Xiao, who caused this incident, was standing there calmly, as if he was a fool without the slightest bit of apprehension or fear. They did not know if Ling Xiao was fearless because of his ignorance, or if he had something to rely on. After seeing Xia Wushuang, even the calm and gentle Shi Qingyi revealed a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Shi Tianying concealed the passion in her eyes. Every time she saw Xia Wushuang's hot figure, Shi Tianying felt that she could not control herself. This was an extremely perfect woman, making all the men in the world feel ashamed of their inferiority. Shi Qingyi, Shi Tianying, you came to my Xia family's stone-cutting pavilion to cause trouble. Do you really think my Xia family is easy to bully? Xia Wushuang stood in front of Shi Qingyi and Shi Tianying. She was extremely tall, taller than Shi Qingyi and Shi Tianying by a head. Unconsciously, she had a feeling of superiority, and her voice was indifferent. Xia Wushuang, so what if it's the Xia family's stone-cutting pavilion? This brat spoke rudely to me and my sister. What's wrong with us teaching him a lesson? Don't be a busybody here. Shi Tianying said, trying to put on a brave front. Shi Qingyi stopped Shi Tianying and looked at Xia Wushuang with a smile. Sister Wushuang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. We just want to make a deal with this young master. Why would we fight in the Xia family's stone-cutting pavilion? Is it just a simple deal? 5 million immortal crystals, you're really generous. You want to buy the divine cauldron fragment with a mere 5 million immortal crystals? Xia Wushuang smiled faintly with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Divine cauldron fragment? What's that? Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Even Ling Zhao's heart could not help but tremble. However, the heaven-devouring rat's body trembled as if it had thought of something. Its eyes revealed incomparable excitement and disbelief. Master, no wonder that little bitch Shi Qingyi would spend 5 million spiritual crystal to buy a ceramic piece. So it's actually a fragment of a divine cauldron? We're rich. The heaven-devouring rat excitedly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. What is the divine cauldron fragment? Master, the divine cauldron is also known as the cauldron of creation. It's the celestial race's treasure of providence. However, the cauldron of creation had been shattered into countless pieces during the primordial antiquity era. After so many years, a few people obtained the fragments of the divine cauldron. Some comprehended supreme divine arts from it, and some comprehended the grand Tao of the heaven and earth from it. Some had their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds, and they forged a supreme Tao foundation. The divine cauldron fragment was a treasure that represented an unparalleled opportunity. Legend had it that if one could gather all the fragments of the divine cauldron and recreate the cauldron of creation, they would be able to obtain the blessings of the divine clan and even become an emperor. In the immortal world, every time a fragment of the divine cauldron appeared, it would cause countless experts to fight over it. Ordinary people might not know, but the Jia clan and the Shi clan definitely knew. No wonder that little bitch Xianxia was willing to pay 500 spiritual crystal. Master, you're right. Even 50 million or 500 million spiritual crystal wouldn't be enough. The Shi clan is really evil. They actually want to cheat you of your treasure. They deserve to die. The heaven-devouring rat transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao, extremely agitated. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. The heaven-devouring rat was simply a fence-sitter. This fellow had probably forgotten who had just said to sell the ceramic piece to Xianxia to avoid offending the Shi clan. However, the cauldron of creation of the divine clan still made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. What was the relationship between the cauldron of creation and the divine clan seal? The fragment of the cauldron of creation could cause the divine clan seal to tremble. It could be seen that the two had a very deep relationship. Jia Wushuang, don't tell me that you don't want the fragment of the divine cauldron. This kid's cultivation is weak. If he has the fragment of the divine cauldron, it will only cause trouble. I'm helping him. Xianxia's eyes turned cold, but her heart couldn't help but sink. As expected, Jia Wushuang had found out. That's right. I also want the fragment of the divine cauldron. However, the Jia clan has always done things in an upright manner. We have never used our power to bully others, and we will never do things like force a sale. The two of you, since this young master is unwilling to sell it to you, please leave. Jia Wushuang said plainly. Very well. Jia Wushuang, I hope that you can still be so unyielding during the stonecracking ceremony. Let's go. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as she glanced at Jia Wushuang and said coldly. Don't worry about it. Jia Wushuang said plainly. Xianxia left with Tianying. Since Jia Wushuang had made a move, it was impossible for them to obtain the fragment of the divine cauldron from Ling Xiao. Xianxia and Tianying's expressions didn't look too good, especially Tianying. Before she left, she glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with warning and threat. However, Ling Xiao ignored her. Everyone tactfully dispersed. Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave the stonecracking pavilion with the heaven-devouring rat, but he was stopped by Jia Wushuang. How should I address you, young master? Jia Wushuang looked at Ling Xiao with interest. Her beautiful eyes sparkled and were filled with curiosity. I'm Lei Ling. Miss Wushuang, if you want to talk about the fragment of the divine cauldron, then forget it. Ling Xiao said plainly. Lei Ling? What a familiar name. I know that you won't sell the fragment of the divine cauldron. I'm not looking for you for the fragment of the divine cauldron. Jia Wushuang said with a smile. Her words made the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes twitch. He had already left the dozens of prefectures that Lei Ling frequented. Could it be that there were still people here who recognized Lei Ling? Ling Xiao had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still said calmly, what's the matter? I wonder if young Master Lei is interested in stone gambling? The Shi family's stone workshop recently received a batch of immortal stones. It is said that there are old mines in the god burial abyss and even immortal jade fairy fetus. There must be many treasures in it. I would like to invite young Master Lei to the Shi family's stone workshop for stone gambling. How about it? Jia Wushuang said with a smile. Stone gambling at the Shi family's stone workshop? There was a strange look in Ling Xiao's eyes. Miss Jia Wushuang was really a sentimental person. How was this stone gambling? She was probably going to cause trouble? Why did Miss Wushuang invite me? I know nothing about stone gambling. Ling Xiao asked curiously. Intuition. I feel that young Master Lei is extremely lucky to be able to find the fragment of the divine cauldron. Perhaps you can find more treasures in the Shi family's stone workshop. Could it be that young Master Lei is afraid of the Shi family? Jia Wushuang's eyes moved as she smiled faintly. I'm not afraid. However, I am really interested in stone gambling. Since Miss Wushuang invited me, I naturally have no reason to reject. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement. End of chapter. Qianyuan Stone Shop. Qianyuan Stone Shop was one of the largest stone shops in the immortal ancient city. The owner behind it was the Shi family. There were countless precious immortal stones, immortal jades, and immortal fetuses. Every day, there would be many distinguished guests spending money here. Stone gambling was also a popular activity in Qianyuan Stone Shop. After all, although the Shi family was a family of stonecutters and had a deep understanding of immortal stones, they could not be completely sure whether there were any treasures in the immortal stones. This kind of unknown was the most attractive. Every day, there would be people gambling in Qianyuan Stone Shop. They would either cut out treasures and make a fortune, or they would cut out useless stones and lose everything. The immortal stones, immortal jades, and immortal fetuses in Qianyuan Stone Shop were all extremely expensive. They could be called treasures and attracted countless people to compete for them. The place where Xia Wushuang brought Ling Xiao was Qianyuan Stone Shop. Qianyuan Stone Shop was a huge manor. It looked very imposing. On both sides of the road leading inside were towering ancient trees. All of them were emitting a majestic aura of life. They looked verdant and were the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Inside the manor, spiritual energy gathered and propitious vapors rose. Bright rays of light bloomed, like an incomparably mysterious fairyland. Many figures with powerful auras entered Qianyuan Stone Shop. All of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had extraordinary bearings. After choosing the immortal stones, they directly took out a large sum of immortal crystals to buy them. Then, they handed them over to the stonecutters of the Shi family. From time to time, there would be exclamations or regretful voices. Stone cutting was the most exciting moment. It affected everyone's heartbeat. It's Miss Xia Wushuang from the Xia family? Why would she come to Qianyuan Stone Shop? Isn't it said that the Xia family and the Shi family are not on good terms? She's not here to cause trouble, right? Someone recognized Xia Wushuang's identity and exclaimed softly. Xia Wushuang was valiant and had a different kind of beauty. Especially her perfect figure, which was full of explosive power and wildness. She was like the center of heaven and earth. No matter where she appeared, she would be the focus of everyone. She was too outstanding. Therefore, after she entered Qianyuan Stone Shop, she caused a sensation. Quickly inform the third young master that Xia Wushuang is here. I'm afraid she came to my Qianyuan Stone Shop with ill intentions. An old man with a hale and hearty face whispered to a maid beside him, then he turned around and greeted Jia Wushuang with a smile. Miss Wushuang, what brings you here? You're willing to come to our Qianyuan Stone Shop, your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. The old man said with a smile. Shopkeeper sure, I'm afraid that's not what you think, right? Don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble this time. You can treat me as an ordinary customer. I'm here for stone gambling. Xia Wushuang smiled faintly. This is Shi Dequan, the shopkeeper of Qianyuan Stone Workshop and also an elder of the Shi family. This guy is a smiling tiger, and his eyes are very sharp. His stone dissecting skill has reached the acme of perfection. The divine immortal stones and divine jade immortal fetuses that he has his eyes on, most of them can be cut open to reveal treasures. Xia Wushuang sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao and introduced this old man's identity. His stone dissecting skill has reached the acme of perfection? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Shi Dequan was a celestial prime expert with an extremely powerful cultivation. After all, if he wanted to become the shopkeeper of Qianyuan Stone Workshop, he must have enough strength to deter people and prevent people from coming to make trouble. However, Ling Xiao was also very curious about the stone dissecting skill that Xia Wushuang mentioned. Shopkeeper sure could use the stone dissecting skill to find out whether there were treasures in the divine immortal stones. As for Ling Xiao's insight into the divine immortal stones with the Dominator's eye, it could not be considered a stone dissecting skill at all. It could only be considered as cheating. Miss Wushuang wants to stone gambling in my Qianyuan Stone Workshop? No problem. As long as Miss Wushuang is interested in all the divine immortal stones and divine jade immortal fetuses in the Qianyuan Stone Workshop, I'll give Miss Wushuang a 10% discount. Shi Dequan said with a smile. Thank you very much, shopkeeper Shi. Shopkeeper Shi, please go ahead. I'll take a look around first. Xia Wushuang said noncommittally. Then, she walked into the depths of the stone workshop with Ling Xiao. Although the divine immortal stones in the periphery looked strange with divine light lingering around them and had extraordinary qi, they were all cheap goods. Most of them were below 10,000 fairy crystals, so Xia Wushuang was not interested in them at all. What she was interested in were the treasures in the Qianyuan Stone Workshop. Looking at the backs of Xia Wushuang, Ling Xiao, and the sky-devouring rat, the smile on Shi Dequan's face gradually disappeared. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Stone gambling? This is a good opportunity. Shi Dequan whispered to himself. Then, he turned and left. Qianyuan Stone Workshop has 3 grades of divine immortal stones: heaven, earth, and human. Human-level divine stones are mostly below 10,000 fairy crystals. Earth-level divine stones are between 10,000 fairy crystals to 1 million fairy crystals. The most precious heaven-level divine stones, including the divine jade immortal fetuses, are all priced above 1 million fairy crystals. Most of them are carefully selected by the Shi family. It is almost certain that there will be treasures in them. Xia Wushuang introduced them to Ling Xiao as she walked deeper into the workshop. The 3 grades of divine stones were also stored in the heaven, earth, and human courtyards. Human-level divine stones and earth-level divine stones were naturally the most popular for stone gambling. Heaven-level divine stones were rarely open to the public and were only available to some distinguished guests. Because the price was too high, very few people would go to the heaven courtyard. In the human courtyard, there were 100,000 human-level divine stones. As long as someone bought it, there would be new divine immortal stones to replace it. The number of divine immortal stones had always been maintained. As for the earth courtyard, there were only 2,000 earth-level divine stones. Ling Xiao followed Xia Wushuang and walked into the earth courtyard. There's a treasure in there. It's a top-grade celestial sword. Cries of alarm rang out from the earth courtyard. Xia Wushuang and Ling Xiao both found that someone had bought a divine immortal stone. At this moment, the divine immortal stone had been opened. A bright celestial sword was floating in the void. The sword qi was rising, extremely sharp, and exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. After being preserved for so many years, it still had such power. This showed how extraordinary this celestial sword was. 20,000 divine immortal stones to get a top-grade celestial sword? This top-grade celestial sword should be worth at least 1 million immortal crystals, right? Someone exclaimed in admiration, his eyes filled with envy. At that moment, the master of the immortal stone, a black-cloaked young man, also appeared to be very excited. His face was filled with incomparable excitement. Young Master Heiyun, sell this celestial sword to me. I'll pay 1 million immortal crystals. Someone said impatiently. 1 million immortal crystals to buy this celestial sword? I'll pay 1,500,000 immortal crystals. 2 million immortal crystals. The price of the celestial sword from the divine immortal stone was quickly pushed to a very high price. Someone from the ancient god sect? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and fell on the black-robed young man. He found that the black-robed young man was from the ancient god sect. Why would someone from the ancient god sect appear in the immortal ancient city? Ling Xiao had a bad feeling. Could it be that Saintess Xianxia had come to the immortal ancient city? From Lei Ling's memory, Ling Xiao did not find any information about the Heiyun prince that everyone was talking about. However, Ling Xiao vaguely felt that this Heiyun prince was not simple. He probably won't recognize me, right? A thought appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. If he was recognized as Lei Ling, then it would be troublesome. Especially now, Ling Xiao was not sure if there were other experts from the ancient god cult here. Lady Wushuang is here. Someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone's attention fell on Xia Wushuang. Xia Wushuang was like a princess in the immortal ancient city. She was famous even in the immortal world. Therefore, it wasn't just the people in the immortal ancient city who were attracted by her. Many other heavens' pride's eyes lit up when they saw her. Everyone, I'm not selling this flowing light celestial sword. Heiyun Prince kept the celestial sword and quickly walked towards Jia Wushuang. Lady Wushuang, this flowing light celestial sword is a treasure that I just found. As the saying goes, a treasure sword matches a beauty. I would like to give this flowing light celestial sword to you. Heiyun Prince said with a smile. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He had a handsome appearance, jade-like skin, and was extraordinary. At this moment, he handed the flowing light celestial sword to Jia Wushuang with bright eyes. This flowing light celestial sword is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. This time, I'm here to gamble on stones in the Qianyuan stone shop. I can't accept this flowing light celestial sword without doing anything. Jia Wushuang said with a faint smile. Her expression was calm and she did not accept the flowing light celestial sword. Heiyun Prince's expression froze. He did not expect Jia Wushuang to reject him so easily. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. It's okay. In that case, leave the flowing light celestial sword with me for the time being. However, if Lady Wushuang wants to gamble on stones, perhaps I can do it for her. I know the immortal stones in the earth courtyard like the back of my hand. I'll definitely be able to pick a valuable immortal stone for Lady Wushuang. Heiyun Prince said with a smile. He looked very elegant. He was naturally very fond of Jia Wushuang, especially after learning of her identity. He was even more attentive to her in the immortal ancient city. It was just a pity that Jia Wushuang did not have any good impression of him. No need. Young Master Black Cloud, please go ahead. I will take a look around first. Jia Wushuang said non-committally, her expression incomparably cold. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. He believed that with Miss Wushuang's stone-cutting skills, she would definitely be able to pick out a precious immortal stone. How should I address you, brother? Young Master Heiyun smiled and looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were very sharp. He could see that Ling Xiao and Jia Wushuang were standing side by side like a celestial couple. This made young Master Heiyun extremely jealous. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation did not seem to be high, his bearing was extraordinary. For Jia Wushuang to treat him like this, he was probably not an ordinary person. This is a friend of mine. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Jia Wushuang frowned and said. She did not like young Master Heiyun from the bottom of her heart. However, she vaguely knew that young Master Heiyun's identity was not someone the Xia family could afford to offend. Hence, she had always kept a respectful distance from him. However, she did not expect young Master Heiyun to be like a sticky candy. As long as he saw her, he would always stick to her. Friend? Could it be that this young master is also proficient in stone cutting? The immortal stones in the earth courtyard are not cheap. Ordinary people can't afford them. If you fancy any immortal stones, I can give them to you. Young Master Heiyun sized Ling Xiao up and smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, but there's no need. I'm only here to broaden my knowledge with Miss Wushuang. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As expected, young Master Heiyun did not recognize him. Hence, Ling Xiao was relieved. However, he was also curious about young Master Heiyun's identity. Since young Master Heiyun was treated like this by Jia Wushuang and the surrounding people were so respectful to him, Ling Xiao was afraid that young Master Heiyun had an extraordinary position in the ancient god cult. However, Ling Xiao was sure that there was no information about young Master Heiyun in Lei Ling's memory. Where did this young Master Heiyun come from? While Ling Xiao was pondering, he went to check the immortal stones in the earth courtyard with Jia Wushuang. Boom! The immortal stones in the earth courtyard were strangely shaped. They were surrounded by immortal light and had all kinds of mysterious appearances. There was even a great way divine sound that permeated the air. At first glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary items. The immortal stones here were expensive. Almost every immortal stone was priced at tens of thousands of immortal crystals or even hundreds of thousands of immortal crystals. Jia Wushuang looked very casual, but Ling Xiao could see that there were strands of strange light in her eyes. Moreover, when the immortal light gushed out from her palms and brushed past the immortal stones would have some slight changes. This was the Jia family's stone-cutting skill. Jia Wushuang was using the stone-cutting skill to check the immortal stones. The immortal stones in the earth courtyard are so expensive. I'm afraid there must be a lot of treasures inside. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He directly activated the power of Sovereign. His eyes were filled with divine light as he slowly looked at the immortal stones. The stone surface of the immortal stones was intertwined with the aura of Divine Way and Immortal Way. It also contained the chaotic origin power of the Great Way. It could have prevented all probing, but under Ling Xiao's eye of Sovereign, it had nowhere to hide. The scene inside the immortal stones was clearly perceived by Ling Xiao. There are indeed a lot of treasures. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He found that inside the immortal stones, some contained immortal herbs, some contained immortal crystals, and some even contained powerful immortal weapons. It was indeed the largest stone workshop of the Shi family. In the earth courtyard of the Qianyuan stone workshop, Ling Xiao indeed found a lot of treasures among the thousands of immortal stones. However, Ling Xiao also found that although most of the immortal stones seemed to be shining with immortal light and extraordinary aura, they were empty. After all, there were only a few treasures that could be found in them. Eh? What's that? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw a pitch-black immortal rock in the distance. It didn't look very conspicuous, but there was a purple bead inside. It flickered with strange lightning as if it contained a powerful aura of the Way of Thunder. That pearl made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. It seemed to have a strange connection with the Divine Punishment secret skill and the Thunder Emperor scripture. Ling Xiao immediately walked towards the immortal stone and was prepared to buy it now. End of chapter. 50,000 immortal crystals. The immortal stone that Ling Xiao had his eyes on was not expensive, but it was not as eye-catching as the other immortal stones. Ling Xiao handed the 50,000 immortal crystals to the steward of the Shi family and bought the immortal stone. At this moment, Jia Wushuang had also chosen 3 immortal stones. The 3 immortal stones looked quite extraordinary as they flowed with bright immortal light and propitious qi. They were obviously not ordinary stones. Moreover, the price of the 3 immortal stones was also very high. They added up to 1,000,000 immortal crystals. Brother Lei, did you only buy 1 immortal stone? Jia Wushuang asked in surprise. I think this immortal stone should be enough to cut out treasures. It's enough. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had looked through all the immortal stones in the earth courtyard. Although there were some precious treasures, he didn't care about them at all. Only this immortal stone was the most precious in his eyes. Brother, this immortal stone of yours looks very ordinary. There are many small cracks on it, and there is a faint purple light inside. Those are the purple light cracks, produced in the purple light mountain of the Donglin Taoist state. It's difficult to cut out any treasures from the purple light mountain. Could it be that you're embarrassed? Brother, since you're Miss Wushuang's friend, you're my friend. You can choose any immortal stone in the earth courtyard. It's all mine. At this moment, young Master Heiyun also came over and smiled at Ling Xiao. He could tell at a glance that the immortal stone that Ling Xiao had chosen was from the purple light mountain of the Donglin Taoist state. He had an extremely sharp eye and obviously had a deep understanding of the immortal stone. Brother Lei, young Master Heiyun is right. Your immortal stone should be from the Purple Light Mountain. The Purple Light Mountain is an ancient abandoned mine. It's difficult to cut out treasures from it. Why don't you choose another one? Xia Wushuang also reminded him. No need. I'll take this one. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Seeing Ling Xiao so insistent, Jia Wushuang did not try to persuade him anymore. Young Master Heiyun also shook his head. In the end, he also chose an immortal stone. It was worth 900,000 immortal crystals, and was the largest one in the earth courtyard. It was more than 3 meters tall, and vaguely looked like a human-shaped statue. It emitted a dazzling immortal light. This immortal stone was also the most expensive one. Seeing young Master Black Cloud's extravagant manner, it was clear that 900,000 immortal crystals were nothing in his eyes. Ling Xiao was also very curious about young Master Black Cloud's background. After all, Lei Ling was very familiar with the higher-ups and important figures in the ancient god cult, but he had never heard of Master Heiyun's name. Young Master Heiyun actually bought that flying immortal stone? That's 900,000 immortal crystals we're talking about. If it's broken, then it'll be a huge waste. Someone praised and clicked his tongue in wonder. Since you know that this is a flying immortal stone, how can it be destroyed? I heard that the elders of the Shur family have personally examined the flying immortal stone. Although it's weak, it's still extremely precious. It almost became a divine jade fairy fetus. That's right. The flying immortal stone is extremely precious. The Shur family isn't sure about it, so they placed it in the earth courtyard. The flying immortal stone should be placed in the heaven courtyard. 900,000 immortal crystals really isn't expensive. If there's a living thing in the immortal stone, it'll definitely cause an uproar. With young Master Heian's luck, he should be able to get a treasure out of it, right? Young Master Heian's purchase of the flying immortal stone for 900,000 immortal crystals attracted the attention of everyone in the earth courtyard. Those who could come to the earth courtyard were either rich or respectable. They had all seen the flying immortal stone before, but they weren't sure about it. Therefore, no one touched it. However, everyone was very curious about the flying immortal stone. They were curious about what kind of treasure could be obtained from the flying immortal stone. Flying immortal stone? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The power of sovereign filled his eyes, and he instantly saw through the flying immortal stone. A strange look appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. This flying immortal stone was indeed extraordinary. Let's cut it, Jia Wushuang said lightly. Although her stone-cutting skills were extremely high, it was obvious that she couldn't cut the stone herself in such an occasion. Naturally, she handed it over to the Shur family's stone-cutting master. Miss Wushuang, why don't we cut my flying immortal stone first? I can see that everyone is very curious about the flying immortal stone. I also want to know what's inside this flying immortal stone. Young Master Heian said with a smile. Flying immortal stone? The aura in this flying immortal stone is neither dead nor alive. It's very strange. I've checked it before, but I can't make up my mind. Have you really decided to cut the flying immortal stone? Jia Wushuang's gaze fell on the flying immortal stone and said slowly. I believe in my eyesight. This flying immortal stone will definitely contain a treasure. Young Master Heian insisted. In that case, let's cut the flying immortal stone. Jia Wushuang nodded and said. She was also very curious about the flying immortal stone. Master, this young Master Heian looks really annoying. If there's a treasure in his flying immortal stone, he'll be in the limelight in front of Miss Wushuang again. Heaven-devouring rat said indignantly. It's his luck that there's a treasure in the flying immortal stone. It doesn't matter if he's in the limelight or not. Have you forgotten what we're here for? Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily. Master, let's not talk about whether we can really cut out the real treasure. Although there's a high probability that there's a treasure in the immortal stone in the Shur family's Qianyuan stone shop, there's also a lot of waste. Moreover, are we really going to cause trouble in the Qianyuan stone shop? Heaven-devouring rat said with a guilty conscience. Aren't you known as the treasure-seeking rat? Go take a look at these immortal stones and see if you can find any treasure. I'm counting on you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Being stared at by Ling Xiao, Heaven-devouring rat felt even more guilty. He quickly coughed and said with a smile, Master, what are you saying? Although I'm a treasure-seeking rat, I can't see through the outer layer of the immortal stone. However, I'll try. I'll try to find more immortal stones that can be cut out with treasures. I won't let Master suffer too much. Ling Xiao gave a non-committal smile and looked into the distance. The stonecutter of the Shur family had already started to cut the stone. The immortal ascension stone was the ultimate treasure of the earth courtyard, and it was worth 900,000 immortal crystals. It had a peculiar shape, ancient and mysterious, and it was surrounded by resplendent immortal light. There was even a faint divine sound of the great Tao coming from it. It was extremely extraordinary. The hands of the stonecutter of the Shur family shone with bright light and became extremely sharp. They were surrounded by mysterious runes and started to cut the stone. Although the immortal stone was extremely hard, the hands of the stonecutter were like blades. They kept cutting the outer layer of the stone, separating the veins of the immortal stone, and breaking the divine Tao and immortal Tao aura. It was extremely ingenious and ensured that the treasure inside the immortal stone would not be damaged. As the surface of the stone fell, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Although they had yet to see the treasure, they were extremely patient. In the entire earth courtyard, only the clear sound of the stonecutter cutting the stone could be heard. Boom! Suddenly, the stonecutter's hand trembled slightly, and immediately, a dazzling immortal light burst out from the immortal stone. A treasure has been cut out! Someone exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to the immortal stone. Inside the immortal stone, there was a milky white light. It looked like a crystal-clear jade, white and flawless. In an instant, a rich fragrance filled the air, lifting everyone's spirits. They felt comfortable all over, and a warm current flowed through their limbs. It was an indescribable comfort. This is the legendary life source stone? Someone said with a trembling body. His eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. What? Life source stone? Everyone's body trembled. These 4 words seemed to have some kind of magical power, causing their breathing to quicken. Life source stone? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Master, the life source stone is an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. It's also an ultimate treasure. Not only can it be used to refine an ultimate emperor weapon, but it also contains a majestic life great Tao origin. It can enhance an expert's life origin, and there's a chance to comprehend the life origin great Tao from it. Legend has it that if there's enough life source stone, it can even allow an emperor realm expert to live for another era. Sky-devouring rat was also extremely excited as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. What's the value of the life source stone? Ling Xiao asked. The life source stone is extremely precious. 1/2 kilogram of it is worth tens of millions of immortal crystals, and it's priceless. This life source stone is at least a few dozen kilograms. Hiss. Young Master Heiyun is so lucky. The heaven-devouring rat sucked in a breath of cold air. A few dozen kilograms of life source stone was equivalent to hundreds of millions of immortal crystals. The final return of 900,000 immortal stones was hundreds to thousands of times more. Even though young Master Heiyun was rich and imposing, his face was flushed at this moment. What a pity! Xia Wushuang's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of regret. At this moment, the immortal ascension stone was completely opened. Inside was a life source stone the size of a human head. It was crystal clear and dazzling, as flawless as white jade. However, everyone suddenly discovered that there was a strange insect inside the life source stone. It looked like a cricket, but also like an ant. It was pitch black and had a pair of wings on its back. It looked as thin as a cicada's wings and was very lifelike. However, there was a trace of death aura emanating from the insect's body. The insect was dead. This life source stone has been destroyed. A true life source stone had its life origin hidden within, and it was impossible for it to leak out any life origin aura. But that life origin aura just now was most likely the last life origin aura of the life source stone. My guess is that the insect must have entered the life source stone and swallowed a large amount of the life source stone. In the end, the life source stone was exhausted, and the insect died in the life source stone for some unknown reason. What a pity. If it was a complete life source stone, it would indeed be extremely precious. Xia Wushuang explained. It turned out that the life source stone in this life source stone had been completely leaked. If there was really a complete life source stone in this immortal ascension stone, even the immortal monarchs would be alarmed and might even fight over it. But now, a destroyed life source stone had no value at all. Young Master Heiyun's face instantly turned extremely ugly. As the saying goes, one thought to heaven, and one thought to hell. Young Master Heiyun had just experienced the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Hundreds of millions of immortal crystals had disappeared. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable and his heart was about to break. Don't worry, don't worry. Young Master Heiyun forced a smile, but that smile looked even more painful than crying. Even if the life source stone has been leaked, this life source stone is still very precious, right? And that insect inside the life source stone, could it be a primordial mutant? Someone asked doubtfully. A life source stone without the life source stone is just a good-looking stone. Perhaps it's worth dozens of immortal crystals. As for that insect, who knows how many years it has been dead. Even if it's a primordial mutant, what's the use? The stonecutter of the Shi family shook his head at this moment. At this moment, everyone looked at young Master Heiyun with eyes full of sympathy. If it was a complete life source stone, it would probably cause an uproar in the entire immortal ancient city, and young Master Heiyun would also receive a large sum of wealth. But now, everything had disappeared without a trace. Young Master Heiyun had even lost 900,000 immortal crystals. This is so King exciting. Someone couldn't help but curse. Just a moment ago, they thought that a supreme treasure had appeared. But in the next moment, they realized that the immortal flying stone had been destroyed. At this moment, even the stonecutter of the Shi family was very glad that young Master Heiyun had bought the immortal flying stone. Continue with the stonecutter, Jia Wushuang said lightly. Seeing young Master Heiyun's extremely uncomfortable look, she did not say anything. She could only continue with the stonecutter, hoping to divert everyone's attention. The 3 immortal stones that Jia Wushuang had chosen were placed on the stone table by the stonecutter of the Shi family. The 3 immortal stones were not big, only the size of a wash basin. They had a strange shape, surrounded by immortal light, like a fake mountain. Soon, the first immortal stone was opened. Eh? It's also a supreme-grade immortal artifact? And it's a defensive immortal artifact? Someone exclaimed. Their attention was attracted by a small round shield in the void. That small round shield was emitting a bright immortal light, like a tortoise shell. It looked simple and mysterious. It was not damaged at all, and was a flawless immortal artifact. And it was an ancient immortal artifact. A supreme-grade immortal artifact was already very rare, let alone a defensive immortal artifact. This small round shield could be sold for at least a few million immortal crystals. Continue. Jia Wushuang looked calm and requested to continue with the stonecutter. It was as if a supreme-grade defensive immortal artifact was nothing in her eyes. Soon, the other 2 immortal stones were also opened. This time, they were not so lucky. Among the other 2 immortal stones, one was completely destroyed. There was nothing in it, while the other immortal stone had a strange tricolored flame. That tricolored flame was emitting a bright immortal light. It looked very simple and was floating in the void. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature began to rise. Tricolored immortal lotus fire seed? Not bad, not bad. If this tricolored immortal lotus fire evolves to the extreme, it can even evolve into a 9-colored immortal lotus fire. It can burn the heavens and destroy the earth. It's omnipotent. It's worth at least a few million immortal crystals. Someone said in surprise, recognizing the origin of that tricolored flame. The 9-colored immortal lotus fire was one of the top 10 immortal fires in the immortal world. However, the 9-colored immortal lotus fire was not born naturally. Its most basic form was the 3-colored immortal lotus fire. It could continuously devour heaven and earth rare flames, fuse with heaven and earth treasures, and finally evolve into the ultimate form, the 9-colored immortal lotus fire. However, the 3-colored immortal lotus fire seed was also extremely rare. It was extremely attractive to alchemists, weapon refiners, and experts who cultivated the great Tao of fire. Therefore, the 3-colored immortal lotus fire seed was extremely precious. It was worth at least a few million immortal crystals. Jia Wushuang had spent 1 million immortal crystals to buy 3 immortal stones. She had obtained a supreme-grade defensive immortal weapon and the 3-colored immortal lotus fire seed. Its value had reached tens of millions of immortal crystals. Miss Wushuang, I'll pay 3 million immortal crystals for the supreme-grade defensive immortal weapon. I'll pay 5 million immortal crystals. I want the 3-colored immortal lotus fire seed. How about 5 million immortal crystals? Miss Wushuang, please sell the 3-colored immortal lotus fire seed to me. Seeing the 2 treasures that Jia Wushuang had obtained, everyone was extremely excited. Whether it was the supreme-grade defensive immortal weapon or the 3-colored immortal lotus fire seed, they were all good things. Jia Wushuang did not care about the bidding of the crowd. Instead, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao. She smiled and said, Brother Lei, do you want to take a look at your immortal stone? Although Jia Wushuang felt that the immortal stone that Ling Xiao had bought was an old mine in the Amethyst Mountain, and it would be difficult to obtain treasures from it, she thought that Ling Xiao had already obtained a fragment of the divine cauldron. Perhaps, this immortal stone of the Amethyst Mountain could also produce treasures? Fairy Wushuang, what can be obtained from the immortal stone of the Amethyst Mountain? Even my flying immortal stone is useless. His immortal stone must be useless as well. There's no need to look at it. Why don't we go to the heavenly courtyard? There should be something good in the immortal stone there. Young Master Heiyun suddenly sneered. Although he had been pretending before, he was still hostile towards Ling Xiao. Now that the flying celestial stone had been destroyed, his mentality was already out of balance. Seeing Xia Wushuang's concern for Ling Xiao, the flames of jealousy in his heart instantly rose. He finally dropped his disguise and directly revealed his hostility towards Ling Xiao. Hearing young Master Heiyun's ear-piercing voice, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. However, he still ignored him and directly said to the stonecutter of the Shi family, "Open the stone." "Young Master Heiyun, if you want to go to the heaven-class courtyard, please go ahead. Since Brother Lei chose this immortal stone, then he must have his reasons. Why do you have to be so contemptuous? Who knows, maybe Brother Lei's immortal stone will reveal some valuable treasures." Xia Wushuang glanced at young Master Heiyun indifferently. The celestial stone of the Violet Light Mountain has never yielded any treasures. I'm just stating a fact. However, since Fairy Wushuang wants to watch, then I will accompany you. He is just asking for humiliation. Young Master Heiyun sneered. "Master, this guy is too despicable. He was still pretending just now. Ever since his flying celestial stone was destroyed, this guy has been targeting you everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, I would really want to beat him up and vent your anger for Master." Sky-devouring rat transmitted his voice with righteous indignation. "I'm afraid you're not his opponent." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't put young Master Heiyun in his eyes. He was just curious about the person behind young Master Heiyun. In Ling Xiao's eyes, young Master Heiyun was just a clown who wasn't worth his anger. Ling Xiao handed the immortal stone to the stonecutter. Hearing young Master Heiyun say that the immortal stone in Ling Xiao's hand was from the Violet Light Mountain, many people instantly lost interest and turned to leave. Only a few people stayed behind. However, they weren't here to watch the stonecutter, but to look at Xia Wushuang. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. His gaze fell on the hands of the stonecutter as he carefully observed the stonecutter's method of cutting the stone. Buzz, the stonecutter's hands were as sharp as knives, peeling off the surface of the stone. However, it was still grayish-brown in color and didn't change at all. "This immortal stone has been cut halfway, but there's still nothing. It's already wasted. Fairy Wushuang, there's no need for us to stay and watch." Young Master Heiyun's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. However, Ling Xiao didn't call for a halt. The stonecutter of the Shi family continued to cut the stone. As the mottled surface of the stone continued to fall off, the immortal stone became smaller and smaller. Suddenly, a purple ray of light bloomed from the immortal stone. "There's actually a treasure out of it?" Xia Wushuang was originally a little disappointed. However, her eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of incomparable shock. She saw a wisp of purple light rising from the immortal stone like lightning. Moreover, as the surface of the stone fell off, the purple lightning became brighter and brighter. Rumble, in the end, there was a rumbling sound of thunder in the earth courtyard, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The purple light was dazzling and incomparably gorgeous. It was like a purple lightning blooming in the void. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Buzz, a purple bead floated in the void, surrounded by purple lightning. It looked crystal clear and emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. The surrounding void trembled violently. Within the purple bead, there was a vast heavenly aura that spread out, causing the surrounding people to feel their hearts palpitating. What treasure is this? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and doubt. They never thought that the immortal stone of the Violet Light Mountain would actually yield a treasure. What made them puzzled was that the purple bead looked rather extraordinary and contained pure lightning energy. However, they couldn't recognize the origin of the purple bead. At this moment, the smile on young Master Heiyun's face froze. His face instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly. He felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped by Ling Xiao. He couldn't figure it out, nor was he willing to believe it. How could the immortal stone of the Violet Light Mountain yield a treasure? This bead must be related to the Lightning Emperor. Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. He could feel that when the purple bead appeared, not only did the Sky Punishment secret skill that he cultivated improve by leaps and bounds, but even the Lightning Emperor scripture that he cultivated began to circulate in his body on its own and began to devour the thunderbolt power that was drifting in the surrounding void. He didn't guess wrongly. This purple bead was related to the Lightning Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the human tribe. The Lightning Emperor had actually been to the immortal world before. End of chapter. This is the Great Path Source Pearl? Xia Wushuang seemed to have thought of something. She could not help but tremble, and her eyes revealed a trace of surprise. What? The Great Path Source Pearl? Everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The Great Path Source Pearl was a pearl formed by the solidification of the Great Path origin in the body of an immortal monarch expert after his death. It contained the power of the Great Path origin. If a celestial prime expert refined the Great Path Source Pearl and comprehended the Great Path origin in it, it was very possible for him to break through to the immortal monarch realm. However, if he directly refined the Great Path Source Pearl, he would only be the weakest immortal monarch even if he broke through to the immortal monarch realm. However, it could allow a celestial prime expert to comprehend the Great Path origin in it and shorten the time needed to break through. It was a supreme treasure. However, the Great Path Source Pearl could only be encountered by chance. Not every fallen immortal monarch could nurture a Great Path Source Pearl in his body. No one expected that Ling Zhao's immortal stone from Mount Amethyst could actually produce a Great Path Source Pearl. This should be a Great Path Source Pearl of the Thunder Principle. It looks very complete. It should have been left behind by a Thunder Principle immortal monarch. Xia Wushuang said slowly. She could not help but take a few more glances at Ling Xiao. She did not expect her premonition to come true. The immortal stone from Mount Purple Light actually produced a treasure, and it was a supreme treasure like the Great Path Source Pearl. Previously, because Ling Zhao's immortal stone had produced a fragment of the divine tripod, she had invited Ling Xiao to Qianyuan's stone shop on a whim. She did not have much hope in her heart, but now it seemed that Ling Zhao's luck was far beyond her imagination. Finding treasures twice in a row could no longer be described as luck. Perhaps Ling Xiao really had something special about him. How is this possible? Young Master Black Cloud's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The Great Path Source Pearl was a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. It was even more precious than Xia Wushuang's supreme defensive fairy weapon and the tricolored immortal lotus fire seed. He had just said that the immortal stone from Mount Purple Light must be a useless stone that could not produce any treasure. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Young Master, I'm willing to pay 10 million immortal crystals for this Great Path Source Pearl. How about it? A hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard walked over and smiled warmly at Ling Xiao. The old man's cultivation base was at the immortal venerable realm. Moreover, he also cultivated the Tao of Lightning. His body exuded a vast aura of lightning, majestic and mysterious. Is it Heavenly Thunder Master? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the origin of this old man. Master Heavenly Thunder was a veteran immortal venerable expert. He had been stuck in the immortal venerable realm for countless years and had never broken through to the immortal monarch realm. No one had expected that this Great Path Source Pearl would make Lord Heavenly Thunder lose his patience. I'll take this origin bead of the Great Tao for 15 million celestial crystals. At the same time, an old Taoist wearing a moon-white Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk walked over. He looked like a transcendent being. Taoist Master Yunxiao. He was also a veteran immortal venerable who had come for the Great Tao origin pearl. Other than Heavenly Thunder Master and Yunxiao Shenren who cultivated the Tao of Lightning, there were also other immortal venerables participating in the bidding. All of them wanted this Great Tao origin pearl. After all, for immortal venerables, even if they didn't cultivate the Tao of Lightning, they could still comprehend the complete origin of lightning from the Great Tao origin pearl and advance to the immortal monarch realm. This was an unbearable temptation for all immortal venerables. The more the crowd chased after the Great Tao origin pearl, the uglier young Master Heiyun's expression became. His eyes were surging with cold light and killing intent. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. Everyone, I won't sell this Great Tao origin pearl for the time being. It's very useful to me. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and smiled at the crowd. This wasn't some immortal monarch's Great Tao origin pearl. It was very likely to be the Thunder Emperor's Great Tao origin pearl. How could Ling Xiao sell it to them? Seeing Ling Xiao's resolute expression, the crowd felt a little regretful, but they could only give up. After all, with Xia Wushuang around, they didn't dare to force a sale. The stonecutter of the Shi family also had an ugly expression. It was fine that Xia Wushuang had unearthed 2 treasures, but Ling Xiao had actually unearthed a great Tao origin pearl from a piece of Mount Purple Light Mine. Wasn't this saying that the Shi family was blind? Xia Wushuang isn't here to make trouble today, is she? The stonecutter of the Shi family guessed. I didn't expect the Shi family's Qianyuan stone workshop to unearth a great Tao origin pearl. This is really worthy of celebration. I'll pay 30 million immortal crystals for this great Tao origin pearl. No one is allowed to compete with me. At this moment, a proud laughter rang out in the earth courtyard. It's the 3rd young master of the Shi family, Shi Tianying? Someone exclaimed in surprise. This voice was simply too familiar. In the entire immortal ancient city, almost everyone knew the 3rd young master of the Shi family, Shi Tianying. The crowd parted, and Shi Tianying stepped forward. His expression was arrogant and indifferent. Although there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, he had a haughty attitude. Beside Shi Tianying was the beautiful Shi Qingyi, who looked extraordinary, and a young man who was as gentle as jade and had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. That must be Fairy Shi Qingyi of the Alcade Immortal sect, right? It's not just Fairy Qingyi. Do you see that young man? He is the holy son of the Alcade Immortal sect, Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao? He is known as the King of Heaven's pride in the immortal world, one of the 10 great immortal masters in the immortal world, Senior Immortal Xiaoyao. Hiss. Senior Immortal Xiaoyao has come to the immortal ancient city. I'm afraid they are here for the upcoming stone-cutting ceremony, right? Everyone was talking about it, and their attention was attracted by Shi Qingyi and Ren Xiaoyao. Especially Ren Xiaoyao, who was extremely famous in the immortal world. He was as famous as Xia Wushuang and Shi Wuji. Everyone's expression became a little strange. The Xia family and the Shi family were not on good terms. Because of the stone-cutting ceremony, they were at daggers drawn recently. Xia Wushuang came to the Qianyuan stone shop today to make trouble. Now that Shi Tianying and Shi Qingyi had come, and even the holy son of the Alcade Immortal sect, Ren Xiaoyao, there would be a good show to watch. Shi Tianying stepped forward, and his gaze fell on the great path source bead floating in the void. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. As for Ling Xiao, he did not take him seriously at all. He directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the great path source bead. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He directly stretched out his hand in the air, and a vast and majestic devouring power erupted. The great path source bead flew directly back into his palm. At this moment, Shi Tianying didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He still clawed at Ling Xiao from the air. The cultivation of the celestial king realm erupted, making this claw seem to be able to tear the void apart. I'm not selling the great path source bead. Get lost. Ling Xiao said faintly, and then punched out in the air. Boom. Ling Xiao's fist print was extremely fierce and contained an extremely powerful oppressive force. It collided with Shi Tianying's palm in an instant, and a muffled sound erupted in the void. Ling Xiao didn't move, but Shi Tianying's expression changed. He felt a surge of divine power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing his arm to shake violently and make a crisp sound. Crack. Shi Tianying's arm had actually been broken off. Blood splattered, and Shi Tianying's whole body trembled. His qi and blood surged, and he staggered back. In the end, Ren Xiaoyao helped him stabilize his body. How dare you hurt me? Shi Tianying snapped, and there was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 As his voice sounded, figures with powerful auras rushed over from all directions. Their eyes were indifferent, and their bodies were full of killing intent, enveloping Ling Xiao, Jia Wushuang, and young Master Heiyun. The guards of the Shi family's Qianyuan stone shop were dispatched. Shi Tianying's injury was something that no one had expected. After all, Ling Xiao looked just like an immortal. It was almost impossible for him to seriously injure Shi Tianying, who was in the celestial king realm. They were afraid that Ling Xiao had hidden his cultivation. Hurt you? The great path source bead is mine. I said I'm not selling it, so I'm not selling it. Are you going to rob me? Ling Xiao sneered, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Surrounded by the experts of the Shi family, he didn't show the slightest fear. With the great path source bead in his hand, he looked very relaxed, giving everyone an unfathomable feeling. You're a celestial prime? I'm sorry. Since you're a celestial prime, why are you pretending to be an immortal? Why are you hiding like this? What are your intentions? Ren Xiaoyao glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. It's none of your business. Ling Xiao glanced at Ren Xiaoyao. Arrogant, he was too arrogant, everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao not only injured Shi Tianying, but also looked down on Ren Xiaoyao. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, even Ren Xiaoyao's elegant face revealed a trace of coldness. Shi Tianying, what do you want? Can Qianyuan Stone Shop force people to buy and sell? The great Dao source bead was opened by Lei Ling. It was his freedom to sell it to whomever he wanted. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for tearing down the Qianyuan Stone Workshop. Xia Wushuang stood up and said indifferently. Although she was extremely beautiful, she was wearing armor and looked valiant. Her words were extremely domineering, as if she did not put the Shi clan in her eyes at all. Tianying to do it. Shi Tianying sure was sure st want to Tianying to be to fight to fighting to be it of the Qianyuan Qiu Ti Qianyun Yuan of. At this moment, young Master Heiyun's face turned even uglier. He was regarded as Ling Xiao and Xia Wushuang's accomplice and was surrounded by the experts of the Shi family. He couldn't leave or stay, so he was in an awkward situation. Ling Xiao was the cause of all this. He wanted to shout that he had nothing to do with Ling Xiao, but he swallowed his words when he glanced at Jia Wushuang. This Lei Ling was simply a jinx. Lei Ling, the name sounded familiar. Young Master Heiyun's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Jia Wushuang and Shi Tianying were at each other's throats again. Tianying, stop. You can all leave. Qianyuan Stone Shop is open for business. Everyone is a guest. Miss Wushuang is honored by your presence, so we welcome you. At this moment, Shi Qingyi stopped Shi Tianying and smiled faintly at Xia Wushuang. Her smile was like the spring wind and rain, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. The experts of the Shi family all left under Shi Qingyi's order. That's right. We're here because of the reputation of the Qianyuan Stone Shop. It's said that there are many treasures in the Qianyuan Stone Shop, so we're here to take a look. Now it seems that it's not bad. It's a surprise that there are supreme-grade defensive fairy weapons, tricolored celestial lotus fire seed, and great Wei source bead. Jia Wushuang said flatly, but there was a hint of sarcasm in her words. It's your fortune to be able to find treasures. But Miss Wushuang, the most precious thing in the Qianyuan Stone Shop is the Heaven Yard. The immortal stones in the Earth Yard don't match your status. Why don't I accompany you to the Heaven Yard to play? Shi Qingyi said with a smile. How? It's simple. Stone gambling. We'll each pick a immortal stone in the Heaven Yard. Whoever has the most valuable treasure in the immortal stone will be the winner. How about that? Sure. But how do you want to bet? So what if you lose? So what if you win? If you lose? Your friend injured my third brother. How about letting him kneel down and kowtow to my third brother and apologize? If you win, the treasures in the 2 immortal stones will belong to you. No. I've never used my friends as wagers. Moreover, everyone knows how Shi Tianying was injured. Jia Wushuang shook her head and rejected Shi Qingyi's wager. She was here to gamble, but she had her own principles. She could not use Ling Zhao's dignity as a wager. Are you afraid, Miss Wushuang? Shi Qingyi said with a chuckle. It doesn't matter if I'm afraid or not. This is a matter of principle. I don't have the habit of using my friend's dignity as a wager. If you want to bet, sure. Let's bet big. If you lose, give the Qianyuan Stone Shop to my Jia family. If we lose, the mysterious yellow stone shop will belong to you. Jia Wushuang said flatly. What? Jia Wushuang's words shocked everyone. Jia Wushuang's wager was too big. She actually wanted to use 2 stone shops as a wager. The mysterious yellow stone shop was one of the Jia family's signature stone shops. It was not inferior to the Qianyuan Stone Shop. There were many precious immortal stones and immortal jades in it. Once this wager took effect, it would be a huge wager that would shake both the Jia family and the Shi family. No matter who lost a stone shop, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Especially at this critical moment when the stone-cutting ceremony was about to begin, this wager would determine the success or failure of the Jia family and the Shi family. The wager was too big, Shi Qingyi's brows furrowed. She didn't expect Jia Wushuang to make such a big move. Her original intention was to help Shi Tianying vent her anger. But now, if he accepted this bet, it would directly affect the outcome of the stone-opening ceremony of the Shi family and the Xian family. What? You don't dare? The Qianyuan stone shop belongs to your Shi family. I'm afraid you are more familiar with the hundreds of fairy stones in the heaven courtyard than anyone else. If you don't dare to bet, get out of the way. I also want to go to the heaven courtyard to see what good things are in the Qianyuan stone shop. Xia Wushuang looked at Shi Qingyi's hesitation and said with a faint smile. Xia Wushuang, you don't have to provoke me. Let's bet. I'm just afraid that when you lose the Xianhuang stone shop, your Xia family won't even be qualified to participate in the stone-cutting ceremony. Shi Qingyi sneered and said with a frosty face. Don't worry, my Xia family won't lose. It's okay to bet. The Xianhuang stone shop of my Xia family is originally under my name. I can make the decision. But can you make the decision about the Qianyuan stone shop? Xia Wushuang said lightly. Shi Qingyi was so angry that she flew into a rage out of humiliation, but she was also speechless. Xia Wushuang was right. Xia Wushuang was the genius of the Xia family and was in charge of a lot of resources. The Xianhuang stone shop was in the hands of Xia Wushuang, so she could naturally bet with it. But the Qianyuan stone shop was not under the name of Shi Qingyi and Shi Tianying. She can't make the decision, but I can. Xia Wushuang, if you want to bet, then let's bet. If you win, I'll give you the Qianyuan stone shop. So what? At this moment, an indifferent and ethereal voice sounded. Big brother? Shi Tianying was shocked, and her face suddenly showed a look of great surprise. In the distance, a valiant young man in a moon-white robe walked over. He walked with a majestic gait and an extraordinary temperament. However, his face looked dignified and domineering. His entire body exuded a powerful aura. Big brother, you finally came out. Shi Qingyi also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and said with some excitement. Brother Wuji, long time no see. Ren Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He cupped his hands and bowed to Shi Wuji. Brother Xiaoyao, I've let you see a joke today. Shi Wuji's eyes were cold and indifferent. It was as if he didn't put anyone else in his eyes except for Xia Wushuang. However, he valued Ren Xiaoyao very much. Not only was Ren Xiaoyao the holy son of the Alcate Immortal sect, but he was also here on behalf of the Alcate Immortal sect to discuss an important matter with the Shi clan. Although Shi Wuji was proud and arrogant, he didn't dare to underestimate Ren Xiaoyao. Brother Wuji, what are you saying? Qingyi is a disciple of my Alcate Immortal school, so our two sects are one. Family. As a family, let's not talk like strangers. Today, I also want to see Fairy Wushuang's stone dissecting technique. Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile. He looked gentle and refined, but he made it clear that he was on the Shi family's side. Jia Wushuang frowned slightly. She knew very well the purpose of the Alcate Immortal sect's visit to the immortal ancient city this time. It was to help the Shi family with the stone-cutting ceremony. Although Holy Son Ren Xiaoyao looked elegant and handsome, like an elegant young master, his strength was extremely terrifying. Even Jia Wushuang was a little afraid of him. Wushuang, you're too impulsive. This is the Qianyuan stone shop. If you bet with the Shi family here, I'm afraid you'll lose more than you win. Young Master Heiyun advised with some concern. It's okay. It's just a desperate situation. If I win this bet, maybe we still have some hope in the stone-cutting ceremony. But if I lose, then I lose. Moreover, with Lei Ling here, I don't think I'll lose. Jia Wushuang said with a faint smile. Fairy Wushuang, you trust me so much? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Jia Wushuang to bet on him. Wushuang, this guy was just lucky to be able to open the great Dao source bead. He doesn't know stone-cutting technique at all. Do you want him to help you? Young Master Heiyun's face was a little ugly, and his heart was burning with jealousy. I don't know why, but my intuition tells me that young Master Lei may be my benefactor. Jia Wushuang said with a faint smile. Fairy Wushuang, if I lose, won't I become a sinner of the Jia family? Miss Wushuang's stone-cutting technique is extraordinary. It's better for you to do it yourself. Ling Xiao declined. Although he admired Xia Wushuang's decisiveness in his heart, Ling Xiao believed that his relationship with Xia Wushuang had not reached that stage to make him work for the Xia family. Young Master Lei, you just need to help me pick a fairy stone later. No matter if I win or lose, I won't blame you. Even if I lose, the treasures we cut out from the fairy stone will belong to you. Consider it your reward. Jia Wushuang said sincerely. I just need to pick a fairy stone? All right. Ling Xiao thought about it and finally agreed. The fairy stones in the heaven courtyard were ridiculously expensive, and there should be many good things inside. Since Jia Wushuang said that the treasures would belong to him, then he would reluctantly agree. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't believe that he would lose. In front of the eye of the ruler, nothing could be hidden. The so-called stone gambling was just a joke. Jia Wushuang, since you and I are stone gambling, then the old rules apply. Each of us will pick 3 fairy stones. In the end, the treasures from the 3 fairy stones will be added up. The one with the highest value wins. In order to prevent anyone from not abiding by the bet, you and I will swear by the primordial spirit and make a heavenly oath. How about that? Shi Wuji said lightly. Okay. Jia Wushuang nodded. The Jia family and the Shi family used to gamble on stones often. On one hand, it was to learn from each other. On the other hand, there was also a conflict of interest. They were naturally very familiar with the rules of stone gambling. Under the witness of everyone, Jia Wushuang and Shi Wuji swore by the primordial spirit and made a heavenly oath to make a bet. Jia Wushuang and Shi Wuji were the 2 supreme kings of the immortal ancient city. At this moment, the 2 of them were stone gambling in the heaven courtyard with the mysterious yellow stone workshop and the Qianyuan stone workshop as the stakes. This immediately caused a sensation. The customers in the Qianyuan stone shop rushed towards the sky courtyard one after another. Each of their eyes revealed an incomparably excited and expectant expression. The ultimate stone-cutting competition was a big scene that couldn't be missed. Everyone left the earth courtyard and came to the heaven courtyard of the Qianyuan stone workshop. There were only a few hundred fairy stones in the heaven courtyard. Among them, there were more than a dozen divine jades and immortal fetuses. Each of them was a priceless treasure. These fairy stones had different shapes and were very strange. They bloomed with bright immortal light. Some were like weapons, some were like plants, and some were like beating hearts. They exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary objects. The heaven courtyard was rarely open to the public. Those who were qualified to enter the heaven courtyard were either rich or noble. As soon as they came to the heaven courtyard, everyone began to exclaim. The Jia family deserved to be called a stone-cutting family. Any fairy stone in the heaven courtyard of the Qianyuan stone workshop was enough to be the treasure of the other stone workshops. In the center of the heaven courtyard, there was an incense table with an incense burner and an incense stick. Within 30 minutes, 3 immortal stones had to be selected. After the final stone was cut, the winner would be the one with the highest value of the treasure. Everyone's eyes fell on Xia Wushuang and Shi Wuji, and their eyes were full of expectation. Xia Wushuang, I can give you some time to observe the immortal stones in the heaven courtyard, lest others say that the Shi family took advantage of you. Shi Wuji said faintly. No need, let's get started. Xia Wushuang said. She had been to the heaven courtyard before, so she knew about the immortal stones here. It was difficult to see anything in a short time, so she didn't want to waste more time. In that case, let's get started. Shi Wuji waved his hand, and the incense on the incense table was lit. On the Xia family's side, Xia Wushuang walked towards the immortal stones with young Master Heiyun, Ling Xiao, and Sky-devouring Rat. Shi Wuji also entered the heaven courtyard with Ren Xiaoyao, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying. As for everyone else, they were watching outside the heaven courtyard. Everyone was looking forward to it. This stone gambling was more like a preview of the stone-cutting ceremony. The confrontation between the Xia family and the Shi family was finally put on the table. Everyone was observing the movements of Xia Wushuang and Shi Wuji while talking. The Xia family is obviously at a disadvantage in this stone gambling. I don't understand why Xia Wushuang agreed to this stone gambling. This is the Qianyuan Stone Workshop, the home of the Shi family. The Shi family must be very clear about the immortal stones in the heaven courtyard. Isn't that so? I think Xia Wushuang is too impulsive this time. Although Xia Wushuang is extraordinarily talented and her stone-cutting skills are better than her master's, Shi Wuji's stone-cutting skills are also very strong. If she loses the Xianhuang Stone Workshop this time, the Xia family will definitely lose in the next stone-cutting ceremony. Not necessarily. Even immortals can't see through the immortal stones. The stone-cutting skills only make them have a higher probability of finding treasures than ordinary people. It's not absolute. Maybe Xia Wushuang has something to rely on. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who will win in the stone dissecting contest between Xia Wushuang and Shi Wuji. Let's wait and see. Brother Lei, you can just help me pick one out of the 3 immortal stones. Leave the other 2 to me. Xia Wushuang said. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded and said. What about me? Wushuang, give one of them to me. I guarantee that I'll choose a divine immortal stone that will satisfy you. Young Master Heiyun hurriedly said. Young Master Heiyun, take a look around. This battle concerns the life and death of my Jia family. I want to choose the 2 immortal stones myself. Xia Wushuang said seriously. All right. Young Master Heiyun was extremely depressed. He glanced at Ling Xiao, who had a calm expression, and his heart burned with jealousy. Xia Wushuang would rather believe Ling Xiao than him, which hurt him greatly. Ling Xiao ignored young Master Heiyun and said to the sky-devouring rat, Sky-devouring rat, use your treasure-hunting talent to see if there are any different immortal stones. If there are any, tell me. The sky-devouring rat was an ancient species and was naturally sensitive to treasures. Just like the immortal stone of the Xiantian immortal lord, it was found by the sky-devouring rat. There were a few hundred immortal stones here. It was still difficult to pick the 3 most valuable ones within an incense stick's time. Xia Wushuang didn't place all her bets on Ling Xiao. That was why she had only allowed him to pick a immortal stone. That way, Ling Xiao would have to ensure that the immortal stone he picked was the most precious treasure in the heavenly monastery. Ling Xiao walked casually and passed through the many immortal stones. The Shi family members seemed to have come prepared as they went straight for the divine jade immortal fetus. Generally speaking, the divine jade immortal fetus was the best among the immortal stones. It contained boundless vitality and had the highest probability of finding treasures. Moreover, they were all supreme treasures. However, this was not absolute. The divine jade immortal fetus could also be destroyed. There were also shocking supreme treasures in the immortal stones. What they did not see was that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with bright light. The power of the sovereign lingered in his eyes, making his eyes incomparably strange. He had the power to see through everything. The outer layer of the immortal stones could no longer block Ling Xiao's prying eyes. The divine Dao and immortal Dao aura spread out and Ling Xiao saw the scene inside the immortal stones. There are indeed many precious treasures in the heaven courtyard. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He found a purple battle saber in the first immortal stone. It was a supreme immortal tool. After that, Ling Xiao also saw mysterious elixirs and powerful weapons in the immortal stones. There was even an ancient jade book with runes on it that recorded mysterious cultivation techniques. However, Ling Xiao's power of the sovereign was not limitless. He could not use it without a limit. Therefore, he also checked selectively. At this moment, Shi Tianying looked at Ling Xiao with some resentment and sent a message to Shi Wuji. Brother, that Lei Ling is a little strange. He found the fragments of the divine cauldron in the Jia family's stone workshop and the great path source pearl in the earth courtyard. Does he also know the stone-cutting technique? Stone-cutting technique? Other than the Jia family and my Shi family, who else in the divine world dares to say that they know the stone-cutting technique? Don't worry, this time they will definitely lose. Shi Wuji said with a sneer. Brother, could it be that you have found the most precious immortal stone? Shi Tianying's eyes lit up and she quickly asked. In the entire heaven courtyard, the most precious immortal stone, or the divine jade immortal fetus, is this. Shi Wuji stopped in front of a divine jade immortal fetus. His gaze fell on the divine jade immortal fetus with a tinge of excitement in his eyes. It was a divine jade immortal fetus that looked like a mountain. It was about 10 feet tall and its surface was gray. However, it emitted a bright divine light and there was a breath of life emanating from it. "Brother, what's in it?" Xianxia asked curiously. They were all very curious as to why Shiwuji was so sure that the treasure in this divine jade immortal fetus was the most valuable treasure in the entire heaven courtyard. This divine jade immortal fetus was originally supposed to be in the auction tomorrow. Now that it is here, once it is born, it will shake the entire immortal ancient city. Shiwuji touched the divine jade immortal fetus that looked like a mountain with a tinge of excitement in his eyes. Could this be the divine jade immortal fetus that sealed the weapon of the Xianxia celestial lord? Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. She could not help but tremble as she sent a message to Shiwuji. "That's right. It's that piece. The old ancestor has already confirmed that it sealed the weapon of the Xianxia celestial lord. In the entire heaven courtyard, is there any treasure that can compare to it?" Shiwuji smiled faintly with a tinge of sharpness in his eyes. "Master, this is bad." Just as Shiwuji chose the divine fetus, the anxious voice of heaven-devouring rat entered Ling Zhao's mind. "What's going on?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked. "The divine fetus that Shiwuji chose is the one that I sold to the Shi family. It might contain the Xianxia celestial master's weapon." Heaven-devouring rat said with a bitter smile. "The weapon of the Xianxia celestial master? The Xianxia sword?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the divine jade fairy fetus. Buzz, Ling Zhao's eyes were covered with a layer of sovereign power. He instantly saw through the stone surface of the divine fetus and saw the inside of the divine fetus. Clang, there were clanging sounds in front of Ling Zhao as sword chi swept across the place. There was indeed an immortal sword inside the divine fetus. It was surrounded by dazzling immortal light and auspicious air. It looked like it was made of neither gold nor jade. It was made of a very special material, but it revealed a trace of extreme emperor's aura. "Is this the Xianxia sword?" Ling Zhao's heart jumped. The sword looked very powerful as it flowed with powerful extreme emperor's aura. It looked like an extreme emperor weapon. If Shiwuji really unearthed an extreme emperor weapon, Jia Wushuang would definitely lose. "No, there's something wrong with the sword." Ling Zhao suddenly realized that the sword was actually covered in dense cracks, as though it had been pieced together after being broken. The extreme emperor's aura was seeping out from the cracks. Although it looked extraordinary at the moment, once it was unlocked, there would be a lot of fun. Ling Zhao's expression was a little strange. He wanted to know what Shiwuji's expression would be when he unearthed the divine immortal stone. However, Ling Zhao was also confused. If the Xianxia sword was the Xianxia celestial master's sword, how could it be so damaged? Moreover, it was sealed in the divine fetus. Ling Zhao thought of the divine fetus on him. Perhaps he would only know the reason if he unearthed the divine fetus. After Shiwuji chose the divine jade fetus that contained the profound heaven sword, he felt a lot more relaxed. Soon, he chose 2 more divine jade fetus. After all, although there were a few hundred divine stones in the heaven courtyard, there were only a dozen divine fetus. The chances of treasures appearing in the divine fetus was also higher. Moreover, even Jia Wushuang was pacing back and forth among the dozen divine jades. She carefully examined the divine jades and immortal fetuses, wanting to find valuable treasures. The heaven-devouring rat was extremely anxious. Although it had helped Ling Zhao find a few immortal stones that it felt might have treasures, Ling Zhao still gave up after seeing what was inside. Although the treasures in the immortal stones were not bad, it was still not enough to form an overwhelming advantage. Soon, more than half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Ling Zhao had also walked through the entire courtyard, but he didn't find any particularly precious treasures among the immortal stones. This is the Qianyuan stone shop, so he naturally has the home advantage. But there aren't any overly precious treasures in the divine immortal stones. Here, Ling Zhao sighed softly in his heart. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and fell on a very inconspicuous divine immortal stone. It was called a divine immortal stone, but it was actually a stone table made of divine immortal stone. It looked like a mountain with a divine jade fetus on it. The divine immortal stone was a shelf for the divine jade fetus. But Ling Zhao felt that the divine immortal stone was unusual. Buzz, Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. The power of the sovereign lingered in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes were like beams of light that pierced through the surface of the divine immortal stone and saw what was inside. This is? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. After seeing the treasures inside the divine immortal stone, he instantly decided that it was this divine immortal stone. Ling Xiao walked up to the divine jade fetus and picked it up. That's the young man who found the great path source pearl? He seems to be with Fairy Wushuang. Could he have helped Fairy Wushuang choose this divine jade fetus? Someone asked doubtfully. It's possible. But this divine jade fetus is obviously not as good as the three that Shiwuji chose. Even if there are treasures in it, the chances are not very high. Someone nodded and said. But what happened next made everyone's eyes widen. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the godly jade fairy fetus. Instead, he casually threw the godly jade fairy fetus to the ground and picked up the pedestal. I'd like to ask, does this divine immortal stone count? Ling Xiao asked flatly. Sure, Tianying was stunned at first. Then, she laughed loudly and said with a mocking look, Lei Ling, you didn't choose the divine jade fetus but chose this pedestal? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Of course it counts. Although this is a pedestal, it's still a divine immortal stone. Since you chose this piece, we have no objections. That's right. If you've really decided, this divine immortal stone will count. Shiwuji said flatly. At this moment, everyone's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Am I seeing things? Could it be that this Lei Ling was an idiot? He didn't want the divine jade fetus but chose a divine immortal stone. And it's the divine immortal stone that's used as the pedestal of the divine jade fetus? Does this guy really think that treasures can be found in this divine immortal stone? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I think it's a big joke that Fairy Wushuang brought this guy here. Looks like the Xia family is going to lose this time. They'll lose because of Lei Ling. Could Lei Ling be a spy from the Shi family? Everyone was in disbelief. They did not expect Ling Xiao to choose such a special divine immortal stone. Brother Lei, are you sure you want to choose this divine immortal stone? Xia Wushuang was also surprised, but she still looked at Ling Xiao seriously and asked. Lei Ling, you're harming Wushuang. What good things can there be in the pedestal of a divine jade fetus? If there were treasures, they would have landed in the hands of the Shi family. Young Master Heiyun sneered. Ling Xiao ignored young Master Heiyun. Instead, he smiled at Xia Wushuang and said, Fairy Wushuang, I'm sure. If you trust me, choose this divine immortal stone. Xia Wushuang took a deep look at Ling Xiao, but Ling Zhao's expression was calm and indifferent. She couldn't see anything from Ling Zhao's expression, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of trust in him. All right. I'll take this fairy stone. Xia Wushuang said seriously. Wushuang, do you really believe in Lei Ling? You'll regret it. Young Master Heiyun said in exasperation. But no matter what he said, Xia Wushuang seemed to have steeled her heart to believe in Ling Xiao and finally chose that fairy stone. The time for an incense stick to burn passed quickly. The three fairy stones chosen by Shiwuji were naturally divine jade fairy fetuses. Xia Wushuang chose 2 divine jade fairy fetuses and 1 fairy stone. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Many of them looked at Ling Xiao with mockery in their eyes. They sighed in their hearts. They were afraid that Xia Wushuang would lose the mysterious yellow stone mill to the Shi family because of Ling Xiao. Xia Wushuang, you and I are both stonecutter. Naturally, we don't need to rely on outsiders. In that case, how about we cut our own stones? Shiwuji glanced at Xia Wushuang and smiled slightly. He already had victory in his hands. No matter what Xia Wushuang chose, he believed that he would win this time. Moreover, Xia Wushuang actually believed in Ling Xiao and chose a fairy stone as the base of the divine jade fairy fetuses, which filled Shiwuji with confidence. Sure. Xia Wushuang nodded calmly. Then, do you want to go first, or should I? Shiwuji asked. The guest will follow the host's decision. You go first. Xia Wushuang said. All right. Shiwuji nodded and didn't decline. He walked over directly. Everyone's gaze fell on Shiwuji. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the most precious heaven courtyard in the Shi family's Xianyuan stone shop. They naturally believed that the 3 divine jade fairy fetuses that Shi Wuji had chosen would definitely contain precious treasures. They just didn't know what kind of treasures would be born from these 3 divine jade fairy fetuses. Buzz, Shi Wuji stood in the center with his hands behind his back. His figure was handsome and imposing, and he emitted an extraordinary temperament. He had a lofty attitude, as if he was a king looking down on all living things. He stretched out his jade-like hand, and there was a dazzling light flashing in his palm. In an instant, a beam of immortal light bloomed from it, following his palm towards a piece of divine jade immortal fetus. That piece of divine jade immortal fetus trembled slightly, and the outer layer of stone actually fell off rapidly. Without damage. Divines and immortal qi. The immortal Tao and immortal qi were immortal and immortal qi without any. The immortals. In just a few moments, the divine jade immortal fetus shed a few layers of stone and became smaller. Resplendent immortal light began to bloom from it. Of his T.S. Shi Wuji's speed was more than 10 times faster than that of the Shi family stonecutter. Legend has it that Shi Wuji has surpassed his master. His stonecutter skills have reached the pinnacle of the Shi family, and the ancestors of the Shi family are full of praise for him. It seems that the rumors are not true. With such a strange stonecutter skills, it seems that the Jia family will lose in this stonecutter ceremony. Someone exclaimed. That's right, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of treasure Shi Wuji will find this time. Could it be a quasi-emperor weapon? Or a quasi-emperor immortal pill? Or it could be an extreme metal. Seeing Shi Wuji's fast stonecutter speed, Jia Wushuang's expression became slightly solemn. The 2 families of stonecutter were families of stonecutter. They both had extraordinary stonecutter skills. Stonecutter was not only a skill to explore heaven and earth, but also a supreme offensive skill. Shi Wuji's stonecutter skills were so high, and his speed was so fast that it was like an art. This also showed that Shi Wuji's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Shi Wuji should be close to the immortal realm, right? Jia Wushuang thought to herself. No one noticed that Ling Zhao's eyes were shining, and there was a layer of strange light over his eyes. That was the eye of the ruler. Under Ling Zhao's eye of the ruler, Shi Wuji's stonecutter skills seemed to be slowed down by thousands of times. They became extremely slow, and appeared very clearly in Ling Zhao's eyes. Ling Zhao could see that Shi Wuji's hands were trembling slightly. In fact, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Shi Wuji's palms were patting, shaking, cutting, and cutting. Every time, they landed accurately on the nodes where the divine Tao and immortal Tao auras intertwined. He quickly separated the 2, and then peeled off the stone surface. The reason why it was difficult to see through the immortal stone was because the divine Tao and immortal Tao auras were intertwined on the surface of the stone. Without stonecutter skills, forcibly cutting the stone would easily cause a conflict between the divine Tao and immortal Tao auras, which would cause an explosion and completely destroy the immortal stone. Ordinary stonecutter would be very careful during the process of stonecutter. They didn't dare to relax in the slightest, for fear of damaging the immortal stone. However, Shi Wuji's stonecutter was like a kind of art. It looked casual, but it was extremely easy for him to break open the stone surface, gradually revealing the things inside. Through Shi Wuji's stonecutter skills, Ling Zhao gradually learned the stonecutter skills of the Shi family. So, this is the stonecutter skill? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. The stonecutter skill was a skill to break down the divine Tao and immortal Tao auras. One had to understand the origin of the divine Tao and immortal Tao. From this point of view, it wasn't difficult for Ling Zhao to master the stonecutter skill since he had the divine Tao and immortal Tao. Moreover, under Ling Zhao's abnormal eye of the ruler, Shi Wuji's stonecutter skills were completely revealed to Ling Zhao, allowing Ling Zhao to master the stonecutter skill very quickly. If it weren't for the fact that this place wasn't suitable, Ling Zhao would have already tried to cut the stone. There's a treasure! Someone exclaimed in surprise. Boom! Inside the divine jade fairy fetus, a 5-colored divine glow gushed out, containing the mysterious power of the 5 elements. In an instant, it appeared in front of everyone. The divine jade fairy fetus was completely cut open, revealing the formation inside. It was a piece of metal that emitted five-colored light. It looked about the size of a fist, but it contained vast and majestic power of the five elements. It looked flawless, as if it had formed the most perfect balance. It's the five elements immortal gold? Someone said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is it really the five elements immortal gold? This is an extreme metal unique to our immortal realm. It's a supreme treasure used to forge immortal emperor weapons. I didn't expect such a treasure to be found. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Top. The five elements immortal gold looked dazzling and dazzling. It was surrounded by five-colored divine light, and there was a mysterious origin energy of the great Tao spreading out from it. The five elements intertwined with each other, forming the most perfect balance. The dazzling light looked very intoxicating. Five elements immortal gold? Shiwuji was also a little surprised, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he found that there was a treasure in the divine jade fetus, he didn't know what it was. He didn't expect it to be a five elements immortal gold. This is really a good fortune. With this five elements immortal gold, my natal treasure can finally be perfect. Shiwuji smiled slightly. He felt that he was going to win. Even without the mysterious heavenly sword, he would win with the five elements immortal gold. Xia Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. It was actually a five elements immortal gold. The divine jade fetus of the Qianyuan stone shop was indeed extraordinary. It was extremely difficult to extract an extreme Tao metal from the divine jade fetus. In the entire immortal ancient city, the number of extreme Tao metals that had been extracted could be counted on one's fingers. Ha ha ha. My Qianyuan stone shop actually extracted a five elements immortal gold? Good fellow, Wuji, come and show it to your granduncle. In the depths of the Qianyuan stone shop, a figure with a terrifying aura suddenly came out, bursting with dazzling light. An old man with white hair and beard flew across the sky and landed beside Shiwuji in an instant. His eyes were filled with excitement. An immortal monarch expert from the Shi family? Everyone trembled when they felt the origin energy from the old man. They couldn't help but be shocked, and their eyes were filled with awe. This old man was a real immortal monarch expert, the immortal monarch of the Shi family in charge of the Qianyuan stone shop. Shiren, everyone didn't expect that the birth of the five elements immortal gold would alarm immortal monarch Shiren of the Shi family. Although immortal monarch Shiren came for the five elements immortal gold, he probably also wanted to put pressure on Xia Wushuang. Everyone looked at Xia Wushuang with a trace of pity in their eyes. This time, Xia Wushuang was definitely going to lose. Granduncle, look. Shiwuji smiled and handed the five elements immortal gold to immortal monarch Shiren. Good lad, not bad at all. I heard that the little girl from your Xianxia family is gambling on stones, right? Using Qianyuan stone workshop as a wager, this young man was really daring. Ha ha ha. With granduncle here, no one dares to behave atrociously in my Qianyuan stone workshop. You can open your stones in peace. Immortal monarch Shiren laughed. Yes. Shiwuji nodded, then turned around and continued to cut the stones. With the five elements immortal metal leading the way, everyone was looking forward to Shiwuji's results. They wondered what kind of treasures he would find in the next two divine jade immortal fetuses. The second divine jade immortal fetus was quickly unearthed as well. To everyone's disappointment, although the second divine jade fetus also revealed a treasure, and it was a supreme grade immortal weapon, the tip of the spear was broken. It was a damaged supreme grade immortal weapon. Although it was still powerful and valuable, it was still inferior to the five elements immortal gold. However, Shiwuji did not mind. His gaze landed on the third piece of divine jade, the immortal fetus. The mysterious heaven sword will be born today. Shiwuji's eyes shone brightly, filled with anticipation. The mysterious heaven sword was famous in the immortal world because of the mysterious heaven immortal monarch. According to the legends, the mysterious heaven immortal monarch was the most promising person to become an immortal emperor. He was extremely powerful and was known as the invincible immortal monarch. He had never been defeated in the immortal world. The mysterious heaven sword, a supreme grade emperor weapon, shone brightly because of the mysterious heaven immortal monarch. However, due to an unforeseen event, the mysterious heaven immortal monarch died in battle and the mysterious heaven sect was completely destroyed. However, the divine jade immortal fetus that contained the mysterious heaven sword fell into the hands of the Shur clan by chance. It's a pity that the divine jade immortal fetus that contained the body of the mysterious heaven immortal monarch was obtained by Shur Tian Daoist. If I could obtain the body of the mysterious heaven immortal monarch, I might be able to obtain the inheritance of the mysterious heaven scripture. I might even have a glimmer of hope to become an immortal emperor in the future. Shur Wuji thought to himself with a trace of regret in his eyes. Although the Shur clan was wantonly searching for Shur Tian Daoist was as cunning as a ghost. They had yet to find his whereabouts until now. What Shur Wuji did not know was that Shur Tian Daoist was standing obediently beside Ling Xiao. That's right, Shur Tian Rat was very obedient at this moment and he was very nervous. He tried his best to restrain his aura and his breathing became extremely stable. He was afraid that the Shur clan would discover something unusual about him. Ever since he entered the Qianyuan stone shop, he was very worried and frightened. However, no one was paying attention to Shur Tian Rat at this moment. Everyone's eyes were on Shur Wuji and the last piece of divine jade immortal fetus. They wanted to see what kind of treasure would appear in the last piece of divine jade immortal fetus. Huff, Shur Wuji took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes, there was a trace of dazzling sharpness in his eyes. His hands emitted dazzling immortal light and dazzling runes as they slowly fell towards the divine jade immortal fetus. The divine jade immortal fetus trembled slightly. As Shur Wuji broke down the divine Dao aura and immortal Dao aura, the stone layer quickly fell off. However, this time, it seemed to take a long time. Shur Wuji was very cautious. Although his speed was still very fast, this piece of divine jade immortal fetus was incomparably huge. It would take a long time to completely open it. However, everyone was very patient. As the stone layer fell off layer by layer, the anticipation in everyone's eyes grew stronger. Master, it's over. If Shur Wuji really opens the profound heaven sword, you will definitely lose. Shur Tian Rat said with worry and anticipation. His intestines were about to turn green with regret. This piece of divine jade immortal fetus was sold from his hands to the Shur clan for only a few 100,000 immortal crystals. He, Shur Tian Daoist, was known as the treasure-seeking rat. He never thought that one day, he would fall for this and give away a treasure to someone else. If I had the profound heaven sword, how could it have fallen into the hands of this guy? Even the body of the profound heaven immortal lord was snatched away by him. My life is so bitter. Shur Tian Rat's heart was bleeding as he wailed. Profound heaven sword? I'm afraid not. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Boom, at this moment, a dazzling immortal fetus bloomed from the divine jade immortal fetus, and a sharp aura rose. A mysterious and ancient sword intent instantly broke through the layers of stone layer and appeared before everyone, clang. 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 At this moment, all the experts in the heaven courtyard who used swords as weapons trembled. They felt their swords buzzing and emitting a strange fluctuation as if they were worshipping the King of Swords. What treasure is this? It has such a terrifying sword intent? Someone exclaimed with a trembling voice. Peak. Chaotic immortal light shone from the divine jade fairy fetus. The sword that erupted from it was mighty and eternal, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The sword was like the birth of the King of Swords, causing all the swords to tremble and hum uncontrollably. It was as if they were worshipping their king. Before it was fully unlocked, there was already such a terrifying aura. It was even more terrifying than when the 5 elements immortal metal was unlocked. Everyone was shocked and curious, secretly guessing what kind of treasure was inside the divine jade fairy fetus. Could it be a boundary emperor weapon? Someone guessed. A boundary emperor weapon shouldn't be this powerful. Such a powerful sword eternal and immortal. It's still so terrifying even after being sealed for billions of years. I'm afraid, someone shook his head. Could it be the legendary extreme emperor weapon? The person who spoke with a trembling voice. If the extreme emperor weapon could be unlocked from the divine jade fairy fetus, not only would Xia Wushuang lose, but the Shur family would also regain their former glory. Rumble, all the stone layers fell off completely. It was as if thunder had exploded. In an instant, a blazing light shot up into the sky, piercing through the heavens and earth. Clang, a sword hum resounded across the sky. An immortal sword that was neither gold nor jade floated in the void from the divine jade fairy fetus. It exuded a mighty and eternal sword will, mysterious and immortal. The immortal sword was extremely bright and dazzling. It flowed with mysterious light as if it could illuminate the heavens. Two ancient words appeared on the sword. Profound heaven. The profound heaven sword was born, a mighty emperor's aura burst out, causing everyone to tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was really an extreme emperor weapon, they felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shiwuji had really unlocked an extreme emperor weapon from the divine jade fairy fetus. The profound heaven sword is born. Shiwuji reached out to grab the profound heaven sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. Profound heaven sword? The profound heaven immortal lord's extreme emperor weapon? Someone exclaimed. The profound heaven sword was very famous in the immortal world and was filled with many legends. Because the profound heaven immortal lord defied the heavens, countless people in the immortal world admired him. They didn't expect the profound heaven sword to be sealed inside a divine jade fetus. Ha ha ha. We won. With the appearance of the profound heaven sword, who can contend against it? Shi Tianying's eyes were also filled with excitement as she shouted at Ling Xiao and Xia Wushuang arrogantly. Xia Wushuang's face instantly turned pale. Profound heaven sword? Looks like he's really going to lose. Xia Wushuang said with a wry smile, a trace of deep exhaustion in his eyes. When the five elements immortal metal appeared, although she was shocked, she didn't think she would lose. However, after seeing the profound heaven sword, she didn't have any other thoughts. You lost? That might not be the case. Ling Xiao smiled at Jia Wushuang. Boom, at this moment, Shiwuji also grabbed the profound heaven sword and a blazing immortal light bloomed. He raised the profound heaven sword and a blazing light beam instantly rushed into the sky. Shiwuji held the profound heaven sword in his hand and a lofty feeling emerged in his heart. He felt as if he had become an invincible great emperor that could sweep across the heavens and destroy everything. Everyone looked at Shiwuji with eyes full of awe and respect. The appearance of the profound heaven sword, could it really be a sign that Shiwuji was going to rise? Crack, but at this moment, an incomparably crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. Cracks began to appear on the profound heaven sword in Shiwuji's hand. Then, like a mirror, it shattered. The smile on Shiwuji's face froze in an instant and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Shiwuji's body trembled and his face was extremely ugly. His eyes seemed to spit out flames. Everyone's body trembled and their faces revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Some people even rubbed their eyes and carefully looked at the profound heaven sword. The profound heaven sword actually shattered. Everyone looked at each other and felt as if there were 10,000 grassland divine beasts running through their hearts. Originally, everyone thought that the profound heaven sword of the profound heaven immortal lord had really appeared, but now it seemed that the profound heaven sword had shattered in front of their eyes. A flawless extreme Dao Emperor weapon was a priceless treasure. Then how much was a shattered profound heaven sword worth? This is the profound heaven sword. How could the profound heaven sword shatter? Damn it. This is impossible. Shiwuji's handsome face began to distort. He was not willing to believe the scene before him. He had just raised the profound heaven sword and it had shattered. This was like an incomparably resounding slap to his face. Feeling the strange gazes of the surrounding people, Shiwuji felt a burning pain on his face and endless anger surged in his heart. However, he did not know who to vent his anger on. Shiwuji was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. The profound heaven sword actually shattered? Xia Wushuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was incomparably shocked and did not understand why the profound heaven sword had shattered, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, if the profound heaven sword was intact, she would not need to open the stone. Even if she did, she would only be humiliating herself. Immortal Lord Shi'an's expression was also incomparably solemn. He walked up without a word and carefully examined the fragments of the profound heaven sword. He shook his head and said, "These cracks have long existed. I'm afraid that when the profound heaven immortal lord died, the profound heaven sword also suffered heavy damage. Although it has been sealed for countless years, it is still completely destroyed." Immortal Lord Shi'an's words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed on Shiwuji's body. Wuji's body trembled and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft. He was actually so angry that he vomited blood. Ling Xiao looked at Wuji with some pity. What a pitiful child. Anyone who obtained an extreme Dao Emperor weapon but it turned into scrap metal in the blink of an eye would probably go crazy. The profound heaven sword actually shattered? Heaven-devouring rat also widened his eyes and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Right now, he really didn't know whether to rejoice or feel depressed. Earlier, he thought that selling the divine jade immortal fetus to the Shi clan for only a few 100,000 immortal crystals was a huge loss. But now, it seemed that he had made a huge profit. This stone cutting is really like heaven and hell. Heaven-devouring rat thought to himself. /book 62507/L. Immortal monarch Shiren, you are an elder of the Shi family. What do you think of the 3 treasures Shi Wuji found? Jia Wushuang walked up and looked at Immortal Monarch Shiren calmly. Immortal Monarch Shiren's expression was a bit unsightly, but he still said faintly, the 5 elements immortal metal is valued at 150 million immortal crystals, the immortal spear is valued at 3 million immortal crystals, and the profound heaven sword. Although it's broken, the sword fragment is still an extreme metal and is valued at 30 million immortal crystals. The total is 183 million immortal crystals. Jia Wushuang, if the treasures from your 3 immortal stones exceed this value, then you win. Immortal Monarch Shiren is indeed fair. Jia Wushuang smiled faintly. That was what she wanted from Immortal Monarch Shiren. The 5 elements immortal metal was an extreme metal. Although it wasn't very big, it was indeed worth it to be valued at 150 million immortal crystals. The immortal spear was damaged, so 3 million immortal crystals wasn't too high either. As for the profound heaven sword fragment, it was a bit unrealistic. The sword fragment might be worthless to ordinary people, but to immortal monarchs, they might be able to see something from it and integrate it into a new weapon. 30 million immortal crystals wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. Immortal Monarch Shiren couldn't go back on his word in front of everyone, so he could only pretend to be impartial. Don't be so smug. Jia Wushuang, I don't believe you can find any treasures. Shi Tianying said with some indignation. Jia Wushuang smiled faintly and ignored Shi Tianying. She began to cut the stones. This time everyone's expression was a bit different. Shi Wuji's stone cutting was full of twists and turns. Everyone originally thought that Shi Wuji would win, but now it seemed that Jia Wushuang might still have a chance of winning. Most importantly, they wanted to see if Jia Wushuang's 3 immortal stones could produce any valuable treasures. Buzz, Jia Wushuang's slender fingers were as white as ivory, and her wrist was as white as snow. As her slender hand fell, the immortal jade fetus trembled slightly and the stone layer began to peel off rapidly. Jia Wushuang's stone-cutting speed wasn't inferior to Shi Wuji's at all, and she was also incomparably relaxed. The first immortal jade fetus was quickly cut open. Wang, a mysterious light bloomed, and a rich medicinal fragrance spread out from it, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily tremble. An immortal pill the size of a longan flew out from the divine jade fairy fetus. It emitted a powerful spirituality as if it wanted to break through the void and escape. Xia Wushuang was already prepared. She stretched out her hand in the air and directly grabbed the immortal pill into her palm. Boom, there seemed to be a strange flame rising from the immortal pill, which contained a powerful aura of the origin. It's actually the heaven-burning immortal pill? Someone's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of incomparable surprise. The heaven-burning immortal pill was a quasi-emperor pill. It contained the fire origin energy, which could increase one's comprehension and perception of the fire origin energy. It was incomparably precious. Everyone did not expect that Jia Wushuang's first piece of divine jade immortal fetus would actually open a heaven-burning immortal pill. The sky-burning immortal pill is an ancient immortal pill. The pill formula has long been lost. If this sky-burning immortal pill is auctioned, it can be auctioned for at least 50 million immortal crystals. Someone said slowly. Everyone was also a little excited. Jia Wushuang and Shi Wuji were known as the peerless duo of the immortal ancient city. The battle between the 2 kings of heaven's prides at the pinnacle of stone-cutting made everyone incomparably excited. Seeing that Jia Wushuang had opened the sky-burning immortal pill, everyone vaguely sensed that perhaps Jia Wushuang had a chance of winning. Jia Wushuang put away the sky-burning immortal pill and then continued to open the second piece of divine jade fairy fetus. The second piece of divine jade fairy fetus had a very strange shape. It looked like a heart with 7 apertures on it, and at the same time, it spewed out bright immortal light. This was a 7-apertured divine jade fairy fetus, which contained an incomparably majestic vitality. Sure, Wuji originally wanted to choose this piece of divine jade fairy fetus, but in the end, because he could not make up his mind, he hesitated and chose to give up. This piece of divine jade fairy fetus was chosen by Jia Wushuang. As Jia Wushuang opened the stone, more and more vitality gushed out from it, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Could it be that this piece of divine jade fairy fetus is nurturing a powerful creature? Someone said in bewilderment. If this piece of divine jade fairy fetus nurtured a powerful creature, it meant that this piece of divine jade fairy fetus must have been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. It must have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, and must be incomparably terrifying and powerful. Everyone was looking forward to it more and more. Crack, in the end, the divine jade fairy fetus was completely opened, and it actually split directly from the middle into 2 halves. Bright immortal light pervaded the air, and mist rose, looking mysterious and peaceful. In the center of the divine jade fairy fetus, there was actually an egg. The egg was dark golden color, and there were many strange patterns on it. At this moment, it actually cracked open with a crack. A kitten as white as jade walked out of the egg. It looked very cute. It blinked its big clear eyes, and looked at the people around it, as if it was a little scared. However, when it saw the dark gold eggshell, its eyes suddenly lit up, and it began to eat the eggshell in big bites. After it finished eating the eggshell, the kitten seemed to have grown a size. In the end, it patted its little belly, and actually lay down on the divine jade fairy fetus, and fell asleep directly. This kitten's heart is really big, everyone thought in their hearts. But what exactly is this little white kitten? This little white kitten has 2 fleshy horns on its head, and they look like dragon horns. Could it be a mutated dragon? Chinchilla? Someone asked curiously. Chinchilla? Everyone laughed bitterly. However, this little fellow had walked out of the egg, so they couldn't recognize its origin for a moment. A dark gold egg? A little white kitten? It looks so familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. The heaven-devouring rat said suspiciously. You recognize it? Ling Xiao asked. I think so. I think I've seen it in an ancient book, I remember now. This is one of the 4 primordial evils, Tao Wu. The heaven-devouring rat seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly exclaimed. Tao Wu? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. After he came to the demon realm, he gradually understood that the Taotai clan of the old goat was not simple. It was actually one of the 4 primordial evils. The 4 primordial evils were chaos, Taotai, Tao Wu, and Xianxia. The true chaos was already very rare, and the beasts of chaos in all the realms now mostly had a trace of the chaos bloodline. The old goat and Emperor Devouring Sky were both from the Taotai clan. And Gu Daoi's true form was Xianxia. Ling Xiao didn't expect to see one of the 4 primordial evils, Tao Wu, in the immortal realm. As one of the 4 primordial evils, Tao Wu was no weaker than the other 3. Its strength was terrifying. When the 4 primordial evils reached adulthood, they would at least have the strength of an immortal lord. P.S. 4th update. Everyone, rest early. I haven't updated much these few days, because something happened at home. Muyu has been dealing with it, and it's finally over today. Muyu has 4 days off during the May Day holiday, so I'll make up for it. Everyone, please bear with me. Thank you for your understanding. End of chapter. Tao Wu, one of the 4 beasts of chaos? Immortal monarch Sure An's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. This was a young Tao Wu. It was extremely precious and had endless potential. When it grew to its peak, it would become an invincible deity lord. It even had a glimmer of hope to peek into the supreme god realm. Tao Wu could be said to be one of the best mounts. Deity Lord Shuren did not expect that Jia Wushuang's divine jade fetus could produce such a ferocious beast. It's Tao Wu. Hiss. It's a top-tier ferocious beast, known as one of the 4 beasts of chaos. It can fight with the ancestral dragon. Its strength is extremely terrifying. A young Tao Wu is invaluable. Although it's not as valuable as an Apex Emperor weapon, its value is immeasurable. I wonder if Tao Wu is as valuable as the 5 elements immortal metal? It's hard to say. The 5 elements immortal metal is an apex metal that can be used to forge Apex Emperor weapons. Although Tao Wu has endless potential, it's only a young beast. I'm afraid its value is not as valuable as the 5 elements immortal metal. However, if this young Tao Wu is auctioned, it's worth at least 100 million immortal crystals. Everyone was discussing. They did not expect Jia Wushuang to be able to obtain one of the 4 beasts of chaos, Tao Wu. Tao Wu's young beast? Shi Wuji's face was a little ugly. The young Tao Wu was extremely precious. Now it seemed that the sky-burning immortal pill and the young Tao Wu were close to the value of the 3 treasures he had obtained. Could it be that Jia Wushuang really had a chance to win? Shi Wuji thought of the broken profound heavenly sword and felt extremely unwilling. If the profound heavenly sword was not broken, so what if there was a young Tao Wu? Jia Wushuang would still lose. Damn it. Is this crazy woman really going to win? Shi Tianying and Shi Qingyi's faces were also ugly. It seemed that since the profound heavenly sword was broken, everything had gone out of their control. They did not know why it had turned into such a strange situation. This young Tao Wu is worth 100 million immortal crystals. Deity Lord Shiren said expressionlessly. It seemed like the sky-burning immortal pill and the young Tao Wu were worth 150 million immortal crystals. After hearing Deity Lord Shiren's words, Shi Wuji and Shiren and Shi Qingyi. 100 million immortal crystals? This old man is really shameless. If the infant Swanee were to be auctioned, its value would definitely not be lower than the 5 elements immortal gold. Even if it was 200 million celestial crystals, I'm afraid there would be people who would want it. The heaven-devouring rat said indignantly. 100 million immortal crystals? Jia Wushuang frowned slightly. This price was still a little low. In her opinion, the infant swan and I should be worth about the same as the 5 elements immortal gold. However, now that immortal monarch Shiren had made it clear that he was biased towards Shi Wuji, she couldn't say anything. After all, the value of such rare and exotic beasts was the most difficult to determine. Those who liked them could pay any price, while those who didn't would find it difficult to sell them for a high price. Fairy Wushuang, don't worry. Continue to cut the stones. Ling Xiao gave Xia Wushuang a reassuring look, indicating for her to continue. Xia Wushuang took a deep breath and nodded. Without looking at immortal monarch Shiren, he walked to the last immortal stone. The sky-burning immortal pill and the baby Swanee are only worth 150 million immortal crystals. Can the last immortal stone contain treasures worth 33 million immortal crystals? It's hard to say. It's just an immortal stone. How can it be so easy to find treasures? Xia Wushuang's stone-cutting technique is already extraordinary, but now it seems that she's going to lose to this kid. Yeah, what a pity. Everyone shook their heads and their eyes were filled with pity. Lei Ling, if you cause Wushuang to lose the dark yellow stone mill, not only will the Xia family not let you off, but I won't let you off either. Young Master Heiyun glared fiercely at Ling Xiao as he threatened. Ignorant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't even look at young Master Heiyun. This made young Master Heiyun even angrier, and his face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, Xia Wushuang was already standing in front of the immortal stone. Her expression was extremely calm, and she began to cut the stone. Buzz, the immortal stone trembled slightly, and the stone layer peeled off. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Although many people thought that it would be difficult to find any precious treasures in this immortal stone, they couldn't help but look forward to it. Could there really be treasures in this immortal stone? Ling Zhao's expression was very calm. He already knew what was in the immortal stone, and he believed that after the treasure was revealed, it would probably cause a commotion. Boom, when the immortal stone was finally cut open, a dazzling immortal light bloomed from it. From the immortal stone, a jade talisman as white as jade flew out. It exuded an ancient aura, and there were strange runes lingering on it. It looked very strange. What's that? Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Xia Wushuang was extremely nervous at the beginning, but when she saw the jade talisman, her body suddenly trembled, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This is the Imperial Jade Inheritance. Xia Wushuang was extremely excited. At the same time, there was a mysterious source energy lingering within the Jade Talisman. Wisps of Emperor aura spread out, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily tremble. What? It's the Imperial Jade Inheritance? Someone exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, everyone's breathing became hurried, and their eyes were filled with incomparable longing. The Imperial Jade Inheritance. This was the Imperial Jade Inheritance that only immortal monarchs and immortal emperors could leave behind. It was the most precious treasure, because it was very likely to contain the complete inheritance of an immortal monarch, or even an immortal emperor. No one expected Xia Wushuang to be able to cut open the Imperial Jade Inheritance. Fairy Wushuang, with this piece of Imperial Jade Inheritance, I think you'll definitely win. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. When he checked the Imperial Jade Inheritance just now, he immediately made up his mind. The Imperial Jade Inheritance contained a complete Emperor Realm inheritance, which was more precious than extreme Dao metals, and could even be compared to an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. This was because if the Imperial Jade Inheritance really contained the Great Emperor's inheritance, it would definitely contain Supreme Emperor scriptures and Peerless Emperor techniques. This was a supreme treasure that could tempt even immortal monarchs. The Imperial Jade Inheritance? After hearing these words, immortal monarch Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Shi Wuji and Shi Tianying's expressions instantly became gloomy. They knew that they would definitely lose this stone gambling. The Imperial Jade Inheritance was incomparably precious. Even if it was only the inheritance of a immortal monarch, its value would not be lower than the 5 elements immortal metal. If it contained the Great Emperor's inheritance, its value would be immeasurable. End of chapter. Thank you, Lei Ling. Xia Wushuang said seriously to Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with joy. With the Jade Palace inheritance in hand, there was no doubt about the stone gambling this time. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. They thought that there was no precious treasure in this fairy stone, but they did not expect the most precious treasure to be in this fairy stone. Ling Xiao used the Jade Palace inheritance to help Xia Wushuang win this stone gambling. This also meant that the Qianyuan stone shop was going to change owners. Immortal Lord Shiren, Shi Wuji, I don't think I need to say more about the result of this stone gambling. Xia Wushuang looked at Immortal Lord Shiren and Shi Wuji and said plainly. It's your good fortune to have found the Jade Palace inheritance. You won this stone gambling this time. Immortal Lord Shiren said expressionlessly. Xia Wushuang, you have to admit defeat. This Qianyuan stone shop belongs to you. Shi Wuji gritted his teeth and said. Although he was unwilling, he and Xia Wushuang had made an oath to the heavenly way, so he could not go back on his words. Moreover, he could not do anything to go back on his words under the watchful eyes of everyone. However, the Qianyuan stone shop, one of the biggest stone shops in the Shi family, contained all kinds of precious fairy stones and fairy jades, but from today onwards, it would belong to Xia Wushuang. Originally, Shi Wuji wanted to use the stone gambling to defeat Xia Wushuang and obtain the Xianhuang stone shop, which would greatly damage the Xia family. But now, all his plans were in vain. The Shi family really kept their promise. Xia Wushuang said plainly, but his voice was extremely harsh in the ears of Shi Wuji and Shi Tianying. They heard a hint of sarcasm. Xia Wushuang, don't be complacent for too long. The Qianyuan stone shop will be with you for the time being. After the stone gambling ceremony, you will return it obediently. Shi Tianying looked at Xia Wushuang angrily and said. Stone gambling ceremony? It's not too late to say that after the Shi family wins. Xia Wushuang said plainly. Xia Wushuang, the Qianyuan stone shop belongs to you. The stone gambling is over, but there is one more thing that I hope you won't stop. Immortal Monarch Shiren glanced at Xia Wushuang expressionlessly. What is it? Xia Wushuang asked doubtfully. Immortal Lord Shiren's eyes were filled with wisdom as if he could see through everything. After his gaze swept past Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat, it stopped on the heaven-devouring rat. Shi Tian Daoist, I didn't expect that you would dare to come to the immortal ancient city after killing my people. Do you really think that your disguise technique can fool me? Immortal Lord Shiren's gaze was extremely sharp as he stared at the heaven-devouring rat and said coldly. What? The heaven-devouring rat's entire body shook, its eyes filled with disbelief. He didn't expect immortal monarch Shuren to recognize him. Damn it, how could immortal monarch Shuren, this old bastard, recognize him? Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat had used double disguises. Logically speaking, even immortal monarchs should not be able to see through his identity. Ling Xiao's eyes also flashed with sharpness. He was slightly surprised. Immortal Lord Shuren actually recognized the heaven-devouring rat. This was something he did not expect. And you are the partner of Shirtian Daoist. You should have a part in killing my people, right? Immortal Lord Shuren's gaze fell on Ling Xiao as he said coldly. Immortal Lord Shuren's words made everyone look at each other with a strange look in their eyes. The Shu family lost the stone gambling and wanted to use other reasons to make things difficult for them. The name Shirtian Daoist was so familiar. It seemed that the Shu family had been looking for this person. Why was he here? However, everyone understood that Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat were in trouble now that they were targeted by the Shu family. Master, what should we do? How did this old bastard of the Shu family recognize me? We're finished. In the immortal ancient city, I'm afraid we can't escape. The heaven-devouring rat's anxious voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind. Why are you panicking? If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that when you sold the divine jade immortal fetus to the Shu family, they left some kind of mark on your body. That's why immortal monarch Shuren was able to recognize your identity with a single glance, Ling Xiao said faintly. The Shu family is too sinister. They already knew that there was a problem with the divine jade fetus that I sold them. They have sinister intentions and want to use me to find the reincarnation of the profound heaven immortal lord. Why don't we just run? If we stay here, we'll definitely die. The heaven-devouring rat said in shock and anger. Run? Where to? Let's wait and see. Let's see Jia Wushuang's attitude first. Ling Xiao said faintly. Although Ling Xiao was surprised that immortal Lord Shuren had exposed the heaven-devouring rat's identity, he didn't care. He had already helped Jia Wushuang win the stone gambling. Jia Wushuang couldn't possibly hand them over to immortal Lord Shuren, right? Immortal Lord Shuren, what are you doing? These two are my Jia family's distinguished guests, not Shirtian Daoist. Jia Wushuang frowned slightly and said faintly. Jia Wushuang, this is my Shu family's matter. I hope you won't interfere. They killed my Shu family's people and stole our divine jade fetus. Now, you'd better come with me. Immortal Lord Shuren said indifferently. Immortal Lord Shuren, I'll say it again. They are my Jia family's distinguished guests. They can't go with you. Jia Wushuang was extremely tough. She stood in front of Ling Xiao and the heaven-devouring rat. Her eyes were extremely cold as she stared at immortal Lord Shuren without backing down. At this moment, young Master Heiyun was looking at Ling Xiao with gloating eyes. He had long disliked Ling Xiao, especially when Ling Xiao had helped Jia Wushuang win the stone gambling and even obtained the Imperial Jade Palace inheritance. This made him extremely jealous. Now that he saw immortal Lord Shuren making things difficult for Ling Xiao, he was extremely pleased and had no intention of helping. Jia Wushuang, I don't want to fight with you. But if you insist on protecting these two murderers, don't blame me for being impolite. Immortal Lord Shuren said coldly with a trace of cold-killing intent in his eyes. Rumble, immortal Lord Shuren's body emitted blazing immortal light as a mighty emperor's aura spread out. He was like a dazzling sun, causing the surrounding people to tremble and their eyes to be filled with respect. Immortal Lord Shuren, Lei Ling and his servant are my Jia family's distinguished guests. If you attack them, you will be making an enemy out of my Jia family. Jia Wushuang said calmly. An ancient golden sword appeared in her hand as well as a dazzling immortal light radiated from her body. She stood with the sword in her hand as a vast sword intent rose around her. Facing immortal Lord Shuren, she showed no fear. Her eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Jia Wushuang is going against immortal Lord Shuren for these two people? Who is this Lei Ling? Everyone was extremely shocked and couldn't help but size Ling Xiao up. However, they all felt that Jia Wushuang wasn't a match for immortal Lord Shuren. After all, immortal Lord Shuren had broken through to the immortal Lord realm many years ago. Jia Wushuang was still too young, and the gap between her and immortal Lord Shuren was huge. Even if she was extremely talented, it would be difficult for her to stop immortal Lord Shuren. How dare you capture Lei Ling? Are you tired of living? At this moment, a languid female voice rang out in the void. It contained a myriad of emotions, causing the hearts of those who heard it to flutter. End of chapter. Buzz. The void vibrated slightly, and a strange fluctuation spread out. Celestial music was pleasing to the ear, accompanied by celestial Tao petals falling from the sky. The fragrance made one's heart flutter. Four exceptionally beautiful maids carried a carriage over. The carriage was forged from a type of mysterious immortal gold, releasing resplendent radiance. Light muslin fluttered about, auspicious energy curling about, multicolored light shining in tens of thousands of streaks. A beautiful figure sat cross-legged on the carriage. It was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She was wearing a luxurious long dress. Her skin was as white as jade, and there was a hint of redness in her cheeks. Her figure was incomparably hot, like a fresh pomegranate, and incomparably perfect. She had a delicate face, especially her pair of watery peach blossom eyes. They seemed to contain all kinds of amorous feelings and endless temptation. One look at her and one could not help but be captivated. This was a mature woman. Every frown and smile showed the most perfect side of a woman. Once she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the men. Everyone was captivated and intoxicated by her, and there was a moment of absent-mindedness. However, among these people, only one was not attracted to her. Madame Fuyao, why is she here? Ling Zhao's face looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his expression became extremely ugly. This woman was the wife of the ancient god cult master, Fuyao. Ling Zhao had never imagined that he would meet Madame Fuyao here. He had been careful enough, even coming to the immortal ancient city billions of miles away to avoid the Xianxia Saintess and Madame Fuyao. He had never imagined that he would meet Madame Fuyao here. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. At this moment, Madame Fuyao also saw Ling Zhao. She smiled sweetly at him, and it was as if the world had changed its color. However, Ling Zhao's whole body trembled, and he complained incessantly in his heart. Lei Ling, this bastard, first seduced Madame Fuyao, and then Xianxia Saintess. However, he was discovered by both of them. Lei Ling escaped from the immortal realm when he saw that his plan had been exposed. He did not expect that he would fall into the hands of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain, and now become Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had used Lei Ling's trick to deceive Xianxia Saintess, he was not confident that he could deceive the shrewd Madame Fuyao. This time, he was in big trouble. Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. His mind spun rapidly as he tried to think of a countermeasure. Moreover, Ling Xiao was silently criticizing Lei Ling in his heart. Lei Ling had always thought that Madame Fuyao was only at the immortal reverent stage. However, Lei Ling now discovered that Madame Fuyao's cultivation had actually reached the immortal monarch stage. Moreover, she didn't seem to be at the first heaven of the immortal monarch stage. Lei Ling thought that he was playing with others, but in reality, he was being played in the palm of others' hands. Madame Fuyao? When immortal monarch Shuren saw Madame Fuyao, his expression changed. His eyes revealed a deep fear. Who is this? How could there be such a grand display? Those four maids were all experts at the immortal king realm? Hiss. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes filled with confusion. Shu, do you want to die? This is Fairy Fuyao, the wife of the cult master of the ancient god cult. Haven't you heard of her? She is a vicious and merciless person. If you are targeted by her, you will definitely die. Someone beside him tugged at his sleeve and transmitted a message to him. His voice was filled with fear. Fuyao? I have heard of her. It seems that the cult master of the ancient god cult is in seclusion now. This Madame Fuyao is in charge of the ancient god cult, right? She is an extremely powerful figure. No wonder immortal monarch Shuren is so fearful of her. Isn't that so? The ancient god cult is extremely powerful. It is ranked first among all the evil sections. It is a superpower that can contend with the 9 immortal sects. Compared to the Sher family and the ancient god cult, the Xie family is nothing. The cult master of the ancient god cult has unfathomable strength. He has been in seclusion for so long. Could it be that he wants to become an immortal emperor? How can it be so easy to become an immortal emperor? Anyway, the ancient god cult's strength is unfathomable. It is not something that we can fathom. However, does this Madame Fuyao know Lei Ling? She actually scolded immortal monarch Shuren for Lei Ling? That's hard to say. Let's just wait and see. Madame Fuyao's appearance caused a commotion among the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Jia Wushuang frowned slightly. She did not like Madame Fuyao. However, when she thought of Madame Fuyao's identity, she remained silent in the end. Moreover, Madame Fuyao had actually come to help Lei Ling. This made Jia Wushuang even more curious about Lei Ling. Madame Fuyao, we are honored by your presence. This old man has failed to welcome you. May I know what relationship you have with this boy? This boy killed my Sher family's people and stole my Sher family's items. I hope that Madame can hand him over to this old man for punishment. Immortal monarch Shuren cupped his hands towards Madame Fuyao. Lei Ling is an old friend of mine. I have been looking for him for a long time. Who does your Sher family think you are? How dare you capture my people? Step down. Madame Fuyao chuckled. In the end, her expression changed abruptly. It was covered with frost, and her expression was incomparably majestic. Even though immortal monarch Shuren was an immortal monarch expert, she still berated him without hesitation. Although immortal monarch Shuren was incomparably furious and his eyes were surging with flames, he seemed to have thought of something. In the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and his expression became incomparably calm again. Since Lei Ling is an old friend of Madame Fuyao, this old man will spare him for now. Madame Fuyao, we are honored by your presence in the immortal ancient city. I hope that you can come to the Sher family so that our Sher family can play host to you. Immortal monarch Shuren smiled at Madame Fuyao. Everyone was surprised. Immortal monarch Shuren had actually endured Madame Fuyao's berating, even if the old god cult was stronger than the Sher family, this was the immortal ancient city. Immortal monarch Shuren was also the strongest expert of the Sher family. Could there be a reason for him to be so weak and fearful of Madame Fuyao? Even Sher Tianying, who had the most violent temper, had a face full of indignation. However, at this moment, he had actually endured it. Go to your Sher family? Is this a hongmen banquet? This old man had better stay at the Jia family. On the day of the stone-cutting ceremony, ask that old bastard Sher Pujuan to come and pay his respects to this old man. Then, all of you can get lost. Madame Fuyao sneered. Then, she waved her hand as if she was driving away flies. Immortal monarch Shuren, Sher Wuji, Sher Tianying, and Sher Qingyi's faces were ashen. They were incomparably ugly, and their eyes were surging with flames. However, what surprised everyone was that in the face of such humiliation from Madame Fuyao, the Sher family, who had always been strong and overbearing, had actually chosen to endure it. The reason behind this was very thought-provoking. Let's go. Immortal monarch Shuren's face was extremely gloomy. If he continued to stay, he would only be humiliating himself. He led Sher Wuji and the rest and turned to lead Qianyuan Stone Shop. Top. As for Qianyuan Stone Workshop, it would belong to Xia Wushuang from today onwards. Lei Ling, settle your matters and come to the Xia family to find me. Don't think of running away, you know my methods. Madame Fuyao glanced at Lei Ling with a faint smile. Then, the four maidservants lifted the carriage and turned to leave. What sin have I committed? Ling Xiao let out a long sigh in his heart. His face was also very ugly. He was afraid that he couldn't run away. Since Lady Fuyao dared to leave, she must have some method to monitor his every move. Could it be that he really had to meet Lady Fuyao? Thinking of Lady Fuyao's methods in Lei Ling's memory, Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. Master, what's the relationship between you and Lady Fuyao? She just saved us, but she doesn't seem to have good intentions. Sky-devouring rat looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Ling Xiao said plainly. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a bad mood, Sky-devouring rat shrunk his head and didn't dare to continue asking. Lei Ling, although I don't know what your relationship with Lady Fuyao is, I advise you to stay away from her. Xia Wushuang looked deeply at Ling Xiao and said. I understand. Ling Xiao was depressed. He wanted to stay away from Lady Fuyao more than anyone else, but he couldn't shake off Lei Ling's fate of meeting people from the old god cult wherever he went. You're Lei Ling? I finally remember. You're the person wanted by the old god cult. You secretly learned the old god cult's supreme technique and stole our transcendent divine elixir. You've got guts. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Young Master Heian sneered and looked at Ling Xiao as though he was looking at a dead man. Then, he turned around and left. Secretly learned the old god cult's supreme technique? Stole the transcendent divine elixir from the old god cult? Hearing young Master Heian's words, Xia Wushuang and Sky-Devouring Rat were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, they were puzzled. If Lei Ling was really the old god cult's wanted criminal, why would Lady Fuyao help Ling Xiao? Lei Ling, I'll follow you to meet Lady Fuyao later. If she really wants to kill me, I will plead for you. Xia Wushuang said slowly. Thank you, Fairy Wushuang, but I'll go see Madame alone. Nothing will happen. Ling Xiao forced a smile. Thoughts spun in his mind as he used Lei Ling's memories to find a way to convince Madame Fuyao, but in the end, he still failed. Ling Xiao was prepared to meet Madame Fuyao first to see what she wanted. If she really wanted to kill him, then he would have to do it by force. However, Ling Xiao had a feeling that Madame Fuyao wouldn't kill him. All right. Then be careful. Thanks to you, I was able to win the Qianyuan stone shop. According to our agreement, the heaven-burning immortal pill, the baby swan and the imperial jade inheritance are all yours. Of course, the 5 elements immortal metal, the immortal spear, and the fragments of the profound heaven sword that Shi Wuji obtained are also yours. Xia Wushuang nodded and raised her hands. Suddenly, 6 dazzling lights floated in front of Ling Xiao. They were the 6 treasures from the stone gambling. Although Shi Wuji had obtained 3 treasures, according to the rules of the stone gambling in the immortal ancient city, the winner had everything, including the treasures that were obtained. Therefore, Shi Wuji's 3 treasures were left behind. Shi Wuji was probably very distressed now. After all, the 5 elements immortal metal was an extremely rare metal, and now it belonged to Ling Xiao. In that case, I won't be polite. Ling Xiao nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the 6 treasures. This was what he had agreed to with Xia Wushuang, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Among the 6 treasures, Ling Xiao valued the imperial jade inheritance and the baby swan the most. The former might contain the complete immortal Dao inheritance, which could allow him to cultivate more immortal Dao secret skills. The latter was one of the 4 chaotic beasts, and its future potential was limitless. Ling Xiao suddenly had a thought. The 6 treasures were kept in the small world in his body, and the divine jade fairy fetus that he had obtained before was also in it. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the fragment of the mysterious heavenly sword was trembling slightly, as if it had a mysterious connection with the divine jade fairy fetus. Could the woman in the divine jade fairy fetus really be the mysterious heavenly celestial master? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the people in the heavenly courtyard had all left, leaving only Ling Xiao, Xia Wushuang, and the Sky-Devouring Rat. Fairy Wushuang, I still have a divine jade fairy fetus here. Please help me open it. Ling Xiao waved his sleeve and the divine jade fairy fetus appeared in the heavenly courtyard. This divine jade fairy fetus is not simple. After glancing at the divine jade fairy fetus, Xia Wushuang's expression suddenly became very serious. Although she could not see what was in the divine jade fairy fetus, she could feel that there was an incomparably majestic vitality in the divine jade fairy fetus, which was even more exuberant than the divine jade fairy fetus of the swan and cub. Ling Xiao could have opened the stone himself, but after observing Shi Wuji and Xia Wushuang, Ling Xiao understood the key to opening the stone. Moreover, he had the celestial immortal secret skill and the divine secret skill, so it was not difficult for him to cultivate the stone dissecting skill. However, this divine jade fairy fetus was very important. Ling Xiao was afraid that something might go wrong, so he decided to let Xia Wushuang open the stone. Let me try. Xia Wushuang stood in front of the divine jade fairy fetus. She was also very curious about what was in this divine jade fairy fetus to have such exuberant vitality. Buzz, Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, majestic immortal qi surged and shrouded the entire heavenly courtyard, forming a huge bounded domain. Ling Xiao had a premonition that when the divine jade fairy fetus was opened, there would be a big commotion, so he had arranged it in advance. Let me do it. Xia Wushuang waved her hand. Immediately, an ancient formation disk bloomed with dazzling immortal light. It looked extremely simple and mysterious. It directly activated rays of dazzling light and shrouded the entire heavenly courtyard. This is the heaven sealing formation disk. It can seal all auras and fluctuations. Even if an extreme Tao Emperor weapon is born, it can also seal the scene of the extreme Tao Emperor aura to prevent others from spying on it. Xia Wushuang explained to Ling Xiao. After the heaven sealing formation disk sealed the heavenly courtyard, Xia Wushuang began to open the stone. As the stone peeled off, dazzling immortal light bloomed and auspicious qi filled the air. The figure inside gradually became clearer. It's a person? When Xia Wushuang saw the human figure in the divine jade fairy fetus, she could not help but tremble and exclaim. Top. Xia Wushuang didn't expect there to be a person inside the divine jade fetus, and it looked like a woman. Sua, dream, WW, Suaming, calm, if a living being could be born from the divine jade fetus, it must be an incomparably powerful ancient expert. Who was this woman? Xia Wushuang was also very curious. Wang, as she moved faster and faster, the stone layer kept peeling off, and the divine Tao and immortal Tao auras were separated. The figure inside the divine jade fetus became clearer and clearer. Crack, in the end, the divine jade fetus completely shattered. A woman appeared before Ling Xiao and Xia Wushuang. She was an otherworldly woman. Her entire body exuded an otherworldly aura, noble and mysterious. She had a stunning face, and her black hair was like a waterfall, falling to her waist. Her skin was as white as ivory, and as pure as glass. At this moment, although her eyes were slightly closed, her entire person seemed to be asleep, vivid and lifelike. Boom, after the divine jade fetus completely shattered, a powerful devouring force seemed to come from the woman, and it instantly devoured all the energy inside the divine jade fetus. Is she really the profound heaven immortal lord? Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly. Light flashed in his hand, and the profound heaven sword fragment appeared in his palm. He wanted to give it a try. Wang, the fragment of the mysterious heaven sword began to hum and tremble. The woman's eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of light shot out from her eyes. They were dazzling and breathtaking like divine lamps. Rumble, the surrounding void began to tremble violently. There seemed to be an incomparably mysterious connection between the woman and the profound heaven sword fragment. Dazzling immortal light bloomed, and a vast and violent devouring force erupted, surging to the extreme. There were hundreds of divine immortal stones and divine jade fetus in the heaven courtyard, but at this moment, they seemed to be attracted by the woman, and instantly flew over. The majestic divine Tao and immortal Tao auras from the divine immortal stones were like rivers flowing into the sea, merging into the woman and the profound heaven sword fragment. How could this be? Xia Wushuang's face showed a trace of shock, and she began to be on guard. Ling Xiao also took a few steps back. Although he had expected this to happen, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. The hundreds of divine immortal stones and divine jade fetus, and the majestic energy contained in them were all devoured by the woman and the profound heaven sword fragment. Clang, the profound heaven sword fragment violently trembled, and the sound of metal clanging could be heard. As more and more majestic energy surged into the profound heaven sword fragment, it merged into the profound heaven sword fragment, and the fragments actually were formed, forming a new profound heaven sword fragment. The profound heaven sword? That's right, extreme Tao monarch weapons are indestructible, they won't be destroyed so easily. The woman S. Wushuang. Is she the immortal lord? Wushuang said, TT. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He didn't stop what was happening, but allowed the woman and the profound heaven sword to devour the majestic energy around them. It was a pity that the precious divine immortal stones and divine jade fetus were completely destroyed, turning into hundreds of useless stones. However, Ling Xiao found that after the energy in the divine immortal stones and divine jade fetus were completely devoured, the woman and the profound heaven sword didn't seem to have completed the final transformation. I'd like to see if you're the immortal lord. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He took out all the immortal crystals and piled them up like a small mountain in the heaven courtyard. Millions of immortal crystals, the immortal qi contained in them, rushed toward the woman and the profound heaven sword in her hand like a torrent. Xia Wushuang also took out all the immortal crystals on her. As the daughter of the Xia clan patriarch and the king of heaven of the Xia clan, even if she didn't bring many immortal crystals this time, she still had tens of millions of them. With so many immortal crystals piled up together, the entire heaven courtyard was about to be filled. However, the woman and the profound heaven sword were like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the vast and majestic energy around them. However, after tens of millions of immortal crystals were devoured, the woman and the profound heaven sword finally seemed to be full. Clang, the sound of the sword was crisp and pleasing to the ear. At the same time, an ancient and vast sword intent erupted, incomparably swift and fierce. The profound heaven sword exuded a powerful emperor's aura. It was dazzling, as if it could penetrate everything. It floated in front of the woman, emitting an intimate and attached fluctuation. In the end, the profound heavenly sword circled around the woman and its powerful emperor aura slowly converged. In the end, it turned into a long sword that was neither metal nor jade. The woman held it in her hand and stood there with the sword in her hand. The powerful aura around the woman slowly converged and soon calmed down. The heaven courtyard now looked like a mess. There was only a pile of useless stones left, and there was no trace of immortal qi. The woman stood in front of Ling Xiao and Xia Wushuang. Her eyes were empty, and her face was a little dull. She didn't say a word and was extremely silent. "Are you, the immortal lord?" Ling Xiao looked at the woman and asked softly. The woman was silent. "Master Lei Ling, her condition doesn't seem right. It's a little like the soul detachment syndrome. She's like a walking corpse without spiritual intelligence, but she has her own subconscious and weak will." Xia Wushuang frowned and said. She could feel that the woman's body contained an extremely terrifying power. It was the power of the great Tao origin, which meant that the woman's cultivation was at least in the immortal lord realm. However, there was no primordial spirit in her primordial spirit sea of consciousness. There was only a misty soul floating around, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. Therefore, it wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but that she couldn't answer at all in her current condition. What a strange condition. Ling Xiao was also very surprised. He didn't expect the woman to be so strange when she came out of the divine jade immortal fetus. "Miss, where are you going next?" Ling Xiao asked again. However, the woman still didn't say a word. "Well, it's useless to ask," Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. However, at this moment, the woman moved. She stepped forward and stood behind Ling Xiao with her sword in hand. She acted as if she was Ling Xiao's maid. "Master Lei Ling, she's not going to follow you, is she?" Xia Wushuang was slightly stunned. "Follow me?" Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and walked forward. However, the woman also walked forward. When Ling Xiao walked, she would walk. When Ling Xiao stopped, she would stop. She kept following behind Ling Xiao. And was less than a meter away from him. "Master, I suspect that she's the Xianxia celestial lord," the heaven-devouring rat said. "Oh? How so?" Ling Xiao asked. Tens of millions of years ago, the Xianxia celestial lord was invincible in the celestial world. She was known as the most dazzling genius of that era and the most promising peerless genius to become an immortal emperor. She and the Xianxia sect she founded even wanted to be one of the 9 great celestial sects. However, she offended an important figure and died. The Xianxia sect was completely annihilated. However, tens of millions of years ago, the Xianxia celestial lord was already a peerless celestial lord and stood at the peak of the celestial lord realm. "How powerful is the person who killed her?" the heaven-devouring rat said respectfully as he stole a glance at the lady. "You mean, an immortal emperor?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Perhaps only an immortal emperor could suppress the Xianxia celestial lord and annihilate the Xianxia sect. "That's right. The important figure the Xianxia celestial lord offended should be an immortal emperor. Legend has it that when the Xianxia celestial lord died, her soul was destroyed and only her physical body was left. Therefore, it was sealed in the divine jade immortal fetus. The lady in front of us is very similar to the Xianxia celestial lord. Both of them have strong physical bodies but weak souls," the heaven-devouring rat said with a nod. "Her soul was destroyed?" If the Xianxia celestial lord's soul was really destroyed tens of millions of years ago, then the weak soul in her sea of consciousness might have been reborn in her physical body after tens of millions of years? However, can she still be the Xianxia celestial lord? Ling Xiao sighed softly. The so-called reincarnation was nothing more than a beautiful wish. The reincarnation of the almighty experts was actually the indestructible primordial spirit fusing with the baby's body. It was similar to possession. However, Jiang Yuyang was an exception. Jiang Yuyang seemed to have lived 9 lives, but even he couldn't tell how he reincarnated. Mr. Lei Ling, this Xiantian celestial lord is quite pitiful. If she is willing to follow you, please take good care of her. There was a trace of sympathy in Xia Wushuang's eyes. That's the only way. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. He did not expect that the result would be like this. I just didn't expect the Xiantian immortal lord to cause such a huge commotion and destroy the immortal stone and immortal jade fetus in the heavenly character courtyard. Ling Xiao looked at Xia Wushuang apologetically. This was the heaven-type courtyard. A few hundred immortal stones added together was worth at least a few 100 million immortal crystals. Now, all of it had been destroyed by this woman. It's all right. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have obtained the Qianyuan stone store, and my Xia clan's mysterious yellow stone store would have been lost. Just take this as your reward. You don't have to worry about it. Xia Wushuang waved his hand and said in a carefree manner. In that case, thank you very much. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Let's leave this place first. I'm afraid that many people in the immortal ancient city are watching us. If the heaven-type courtyard is sealed for too long, I'm afraid that others will notice something wrong. Xia Wushuang said. All right. Just as well, I want to meet Madame Fuyao. Ling Xiao said with a strange light in his eyes. Are you sure that Madame Fuyao won't do you any harm? Xia Wushuang asked curiously. Although she did not like Madame Fuyao, she also understood the strength of the ancient god cult and the terrifying power that Madame Fuyao possessed. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even her Xia clan had no room to resist. I don't think so. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Although he really did not want to see Madame Fuyao, since things had come to this, he could only brace himself and go over. The formation boundary that shrouded the heaven-type courtyard disappeared. Ling Xiao and Xia Wushuang left the Qianyuan stone store together and headed for the Xia clan. The Xiantian celestial master also followed Ling Xiao like the most loyal guard. In the depths of the immortal ancient city, there were 2 palace-like buildings. They were grand and magnificent, shrouded in bright immortal light and surrounded by auspicious qi. They were like the palaces of the celestial emperors. These were the residences of the Xia clan and the Shi clan. In the Shi clan, in the palace where Shi Wuji lived. Bang! 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 In the palace, many precious jade, glazed, and crystal lamps were smashed to pieces. Outside the palace, there were many maids kneeling and trembling. Shi Wuji's face was livid and his eyes were surging with anger. It took a long time before he gradually calmed down. Inside the palace, there were Shi an immortal, Shi Tianying, Shi Qingyi, Rin Xiaoyao, and the others. That bitch Fuyao humiliated our Shi clan. Does she really think that the ancient god cult can kill us? Sooner or later, I will make that bitch beg for death. Shi Wuji said with a gloomy expression. We are so close to the Alcade immortal sect, so it's not surprising that the ancient god cult saw through us. The Xia clan and the Shi clan have worked for the ancient god cult for many years, but the ancient god cult has always treated us like grass and killed us at will. The Xia clan is blindly loyal and refused to betray the ancient god cult. Now that the stone opening ceremony is coming, it's not surprising that they asked the ancient god cult for help. I just didn't expect that the person who came this time would be Fuyao. Shi an immortal frowned and said. Martial granduncle, big brother, that bitch Fuyao came to the immortal ancient city. Could it be that she noticed something? Why don't we go all the way and send the experts in our clan to kill that bitch? Shi Tianying's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. No. Now is not the time to alert the enemy. After the stone opening ceremony, our Shi clan will completely control the immortal ancient city. At that time even Fuyao will die. Now we need to be patient. Shi Qingyi shook her head and said. Junior sister Qingyi is right. Now is not the time to act rashly. We can't let the ancient god cult notice anything strange. If they notice any clues about the treasures under the immortal ancient city, it will be difficult to deal with them. Let's wait patiently for a few days. After the stone opening ceremony, the Shur clan will control the immortal ancient city. At that time, we will use thunderous means to wipe out the Xia clan and the ancient god cult. Then, no one can stop us from exploring the treasures below. Ren Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and he said with a smile. Then let's wait patiently for a few more days. The Jie family must be destroyed and that Lei Ling must die too. I want those two sluts, Jia Wushuang and Fu Yao, to become my toys. I want them to understand the consequences of going against me, Shi Wuji. Shi Wuji said indifferently with a gloomy look. Since brother Wuji has such a refined interest, it is Xia Wushuang and Fu Yao's honor. Don't worry, with the protection of the Al-Qaeda Immortal sect, even if the ancient god cult makes trouble, they can't do anything to the Shur clan. Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile. Although he looked gentle, there was a kind of arrogance between his eyebrows, as if everything was under his control. P.S. It's finally the holiday. Happy holiday, everyone. Tomorrow is the May Day holiday. Miyu won't go out to play these days. She will concentrate on writing at home and strive for more. The Summit Xia family, Rain Listening Pavilion. The Rain Listening Pavilion was the most honorable pavilion in the Jie family. It was usually sealed off and prohibited from entering. But now, Madame Fu Yao was staying in Rain Listening Pavilion. Ling Xiao and Xia Wushuang came to Xia family and walked to Rain Listening Pavilion. Brother Lei Ling, Madame Fu Yao is inside. Go on in. I'll be outside. If there's any problem, just shout. Xia Wushuang stopped and said to Ling Xiao slowly. Thank you, Fairy Wushuang. I think there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Sky-devouring rat naturally stayed outside Rain Listening Pavilion. Only Xianxia Immortal Lord acted as though he didn't hear anything and continued to follow Ling Xiao into Rain Listening Pavilion. Stop. Outside Rain Listening Pavilion were Madame Fu Yao and her 4 beautiful maidservants. Their faces were cold as they scolded. Madame has ordered that only Lei Ling is allowed to enter. The rest must stay outside Rain Listening Pavilion. Ling Xiao was taken aback and suddenly felt a headache coming on. This Xianxia Immortal Lord didn't have any consciousness. Even if Ling Xiao told her something, she wouldn't be able to do anything. If she insisted on entering Rain Listening Pavilion, what should he do? Miss Xiantian, how about you stay outside Rain Listening Pavilion and wait for me? I'll be out in a while. Ling Xiao whispered to Xiantian Immortal Lord. But Xiantian Immortal Lord was indifferent. His eyes were empty as though he didn't hear what Ling Xiao said. He knew it. Ling Xiao shook his head, and then he clasped his hands towards the 4 female attendants and bowed. This is my attendant, Xiantian. There's something wrong with her head, so I can't order her around. How about you let her come with me? No. Madame has ordered that only you are allowed to enter. If anyone else dares to enter Rain Listening Pavilion, kill them. A beautiful maidservant said coldly. Clang. Clang. Clang, just as she finished her sentence, the sound of swords rang out. It was clear as a dragon's roar. The 4 maidservants drew their swords at the same time. The sword radiance was sharp and pointed at Xiantian Immortal Lord. Not good. Ling Zhao's eyes twitched as he knew something was wrong. Boom, just at this moment, the profound Heaven Immortal Lord seemed to have sensed the hostility. Instantly, a terrifying beam of light shot out from his eyes as a terrifying killing intent burst out. A majestic sword will rose and bloomed from the Xiantian Immortal Lord. It was as though a peerless divine sword had appeared in the world. That majestic pressure pressed down on the 4 maidservants. Rumble, the expressions of the 4 maidservants changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They felt as if there was an immemorial divine mountain pressing down on them. Its power was terrifying to the extreme, making it difficult for them to resist. At the same time, a peerless sword intent locked onto the 4 of them. It was as if the slightest movement from them would cause them to be killed immediately. These 4 maids were all experts in the Immortal King realm. Usually, they were taught by Madame Fu Yao personally, so their strength could be considered to be extremely powerful. But now, they actually seemed to be unable to withstand the sword intent of the profound heaven immortal lord, causing them to be extremely shocked. You. Who are you? One of the maidservants snorted coldly. The profound heaven immortal lord did not answer, but a terrifying power rose from his body. At the same time, the profound heaven sword in his hand trembled slightly as if an extreme emperor's aura was about to burst out. Xianxia was shocked. If the profound heaven immortal lord really killed the 4 maidservants of Madame Fu Yao, then they would be in big trouble. Xianxia quickly stood in front of the profound heaven immortal lord. Miss Xiantian, don't be rash. They mean no harm. Facing the rising sword intent of the profound heaven immortal lord, Xianxia was shocked. The peerless sword intent was vast and incomparably pure. It made the profound heaven immortal lord seem to have become a peerless sword immortal, born for the sword and wielding the origin of sword Dao. Xianxia actually felt an aura similar to Duguchobai's. This was the pure sword intent that could only be possessed by dedicating oneself to the origin of sword Dao. After feeling Xianxia's aura, the light in the profound heaven immortal lord's eyes slowly receded. The sword intent on her body also gradually disappeared. She quickly calmed down and returned to her empty expression. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The 4 maidservants of Madame Fu Yao also heaved a sigh of relief. They secretly wiped the sweat on their foreheads and quickly put away their long swords. It was too terrifying. The terrifying sword intent made them feel an irresistible despair, as if they were about to be drowned by the invincible sword intent. Let them come in together. At this moment, Madame Fu Yao's voice came from the raindrop pavilion. It was indifferent and ethereal. Only then did the 4 maidservants feel as if they had been pardoned. They stepped aside and allowed Xianxia and the profound heaven immortal lord to enter the raindrop pavilion. Finally, a storm has been averted. Xianxia thought to himself. The raindrop pavilion was incomparably exquisite. It was made up of several bamboo buildings. There was a purple bamboo forest in the surroundings that emitted a resplendent immortal light. Auspicious vapors filled the air and misty mist lingered. After entering the raindrop pavilion, Xianxia saw a peerless figure standing in the courtyard. Madame Fu Yao. Lei Ling, you still dare to come and see me? Madame Fu Yao turned around and looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like the ringing of a bell. At the same time, it contained endless temptation that made one unable to help but sink into it. She exuded a mature aura from head to toe. Her figure was hot, and her skin was as white as jade. Especially her beautiful and charming face, her big, watery eyes seemed to be able to steal one's soul. Even though Xianxia had seen Madame Fu Yao's face in Lei Ling's memories, he could not help but be amazed when he saw her in person. She was indeed a stunner. Lei Ling dares not to disobey Madame's summons. Xianxia suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and smiled faintly. If you dare to come and see me, you shouldn't have brought anyone. Moreover, it's such a beautiful woman. Who is she? Madame Fu Yao's gaze fell on the profound heaven immortal lord with a hint of scrutiny. Eh? Her soul was actually so weak, but her cultivation was actually so strong? And this sword, is the profound heaven sword? Madame Fu Yao's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Only now did she realize that the profound heaven immortal lord's body was abnormal. She's the reincarnation of the profound heaven immortal lord? Where did you find her? Madame Fu Yao looked at Xianxia and asked. I got her out of the divine jade immortal fetus. Xianxia told her everything that had happened. I see. But why did she follow you? Did you do something to her? Madame Fu Yao's eyes wandered as she looked at Xianxia suspiciously. Peek. Madam, I didn't do anything to her. As for why she wants to follow me, I don't know either. Xianxia laughed bitterly. All right. Let's put the matter of the profound heaven immortal lord aside for now. Let's talk about the matter between us. Madame Fu Yao strode over and stood in front of Xianxia. Immediately, a strange fragrance assailed his nostrils. Madame Fu Yao stared at Xianxia with her bewitching eyes, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back and admit defeat. Madam, I know I've let you down, but my sincerity towards you can be seen by the heavens. If you want to kill me, I will have no complaints. Xianxia laughed bitterly in his heart, knowing that it was finally here. However, he could only brace himself and display Lei Ling's acting skills, looking at Madame Fuyao with deep affection. "Oh? Then tell me how you've let me down?" Madame Fuyao smiled slightly, her eyes moving as if she was not angry at all. "Madam, I shouldn't have given in to the temptation of Xianxia and betrayed you to be with her." Ling Zhao's face revealed a sorrowful expression. "And?" Madame Fuyao smiled. Ling Zhao's scalp went numb, but he could only brace himself and say, "I shouldn't have escaped from the immortal realm after you found out. I dared to do it, but I didn't dare to admit it. I've let you down." And? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. However, in that split second, a thought flashed through his mind. Then, he looked at Madame Fuyao with a fiery gaze. "Madam, my biggest mistake was to fall in love with you. The deeper I love you, the deeper the pain in my heart. That kind of pain makes me wish I was dead. I only ask that you give me a quick death, and let me die in your hands. That way, even if I die, it will be worth it." Ling Xiao resisted the urge to vomit, and said these words with deep affection. That's right, these were Lei Ling's original words. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. He had already used all his strength, and this was more tiring than a great battle. If he still couldn't find a way to survive, then he could only run. "Lei Ling. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Actually, the mistakes you mentioned just now are not mistakes to me. Instead, you've made a great contribution to me. Do you know?" Madame Fuyao sighed softly. She extended a slender hand and brushed Ling Zhao's cheek. "What?" Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. "You may not know, but that little bitch Xianxia used her identity as the saintess to collude with the elders, protectors, and disciples in the divine sect. She wanted to become the master of our divine sect. Originally, even I couldn't do anything to her, but I didn't expect the matter between you and her to be exposed at this time. In my sect, if the saintess wants to inherit the position of the sect leader, she has to remain single for the rest of her life. But she has already broken the precepts, so she will never be able to become the leader, nor can she threaten my position. So you have done me a great service, do you know?" Madame Fuyao said lovingly. Ling Xiao suppressed the disgust in his heart and shuddered. However, he still pretended to be pleasantly surprised and said, "So, did I help madam?" "That's right, you did help me." Madame Fuyao nodded and said, "But your biggest mistake was to escape from the immortal realm and betray me. Do you know how much my heart hurts? Lei Ling, I lost my appetite for you and suffered the pain of lovesickness for you, but you treat me like this. You really have no conscience." Madame Fuyao stared at Ling Xiao with an incomparably bitter gaze, filled with deep affection. At this moment, Madame Fuyao seemed to have truly shed her disguise and revealed the attitude of a little girl in front of Ling Xiao. "What? You can do that?" Ling Xiao was a little dumbfounded. It was as if 10,000 grassland divine beasts were galloping through his heart. He had originally planned for Madame Fuyao to kill him, but he did not expect Madame Fuyao to reveal such an attitude. "So, you have to make it up to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Madame Fuyao approached Ling Xiao, her red lips parted slightly as she spoke with a smile. "How do I make it up to you?" Ling Xiao turned his head with difficulty and said dryly. "You have already hooked up with that little b*tch Xianxia, so your next task is to make her completely fall in love with you, love you to death, then mercilessly abandon her, attack her, and tell her that the person you truly love is me, not her." Madame Fuyao smiled faintly. "What? Do you need to be so ruthless?" Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. In her heart, she increasingly felt that the people of the old god cult were all abnormal. There was something wrong with their brains. Saintess Xianxia was like that, young Master Heiyun was like that, and so was Madame Fuyao. Yes, I need to be so ruthless. That little b*tch, although I won't kill her, I will let her know what it means to live a life worse than death. Do you agree?" Madame Fuyao said with a cold smile. "All right. I agree." Ling Xiao said without hesitation. He would rather die than himself. In any case, he had to get through this hurdle first. "You really are my good Lei Ling. Since that's the case, I'll forgive you for leaving without saying goodbye this time," Madame Fuyao said with a smile. Then, a pair of slender jade-like hands touched Ling Xiao's cheeks and gently moved forward. Her red lips were directly pressed on Ling Xiao's lips, leaving behind a trace of sweetness. Boom, Ling Xiao's head felt like it had exploded. I was kissed by force? Ling Xiao's heart trembled violently, and a feeling of incomparable shame grew in his heart. He instantly wanted to push Madame Fuyao away. Clang, at that moment, a sharp sword chi bloomed behind Ling Xiao. In an instant, it slashed down towards Madame Fuyao. The profound heaven immortal lord behind Ling Xiao had made his move. The profound heaven sword was incomparably sharp and contained a powerful emperor's aura, as if it could cut through everything. Madame Fuyao's expression changed involuntarily, and her figure moved like a ghost, instantly shifting the void and dodging the sword. The profound heaven immortal lord pointed his sword at Madame Fuyao from afar with a dangerous light in his eyes. My good Lei Ling, this profound heaven immortal lord is so protective of you. Although her soul is weak, it seems like she's jealous. Madame Fuyao was not angry and smiled faintly. Madam, I'm sorry. I can't control Miss Xiantian, and I don't know why she attacked you with her sword. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. However, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the profound heaven immortal lord had made his move. Otherwise, he did not know what Madame Fuyao would do to him. She did not want to let Jin Se and Shui Wei down. All of this was Lei Ling's fault. When Ling Xiao thought of this, he could not help but gnash his teeth in hatred towards Lei Ling. He could not wait to resurrect Lei Ling and kill this guy with his own hands. Peak. With the Xiantian celestial lord around, Madame Fuyao gave up on teasing Lei Ling. She did not want to be cut by the Xiantian celestial lord while they were being intimate. That would be dangerous and spoil the fun. Lei Ling, I've come to Immortal Ancient City for an important matter. I might need your help. Madame Fuyao said seriously. Madam, what's the matter? Lei Ling will not shirk his responsibility. Ling Xiao said loyally, looking like a lackey. You might not know, but the Jia family and Shi family in Immortal Ancient City belong to the Ancient God sect. Jia Shaoxing and Shi Pujuan are the guardians of the Ancient God sect. Madame Fuyao said. The Jia family and the Shi family belong to the Ancient God sect? Ling Xiao was slightly surprised, but he had already guessed it. Jia Shaoxing was the clan leader of the Jia family, while Shi Pujuan was the clan leader of the Shi family. Both of them were experienced immortal lords. He had not expected them to be the guardians of the Ancient God sect. The Jia family was a superpower that was not weaker than the immortal sects. They had a large amount of resources and were extremely powerful. However, they were the assets of the Ancient God sect, which showed how powerful the Ancient God sect was. Although the Jia family and the Shi family belong to the Ancient God sect, the Ancient God sect does not have many restrictions on them. However, as they have more immortal stones and immortal jades and immortal fetuses, they have obtained a large amount of resources. This has allowed the experts in their family to become more powerful. Their powerful strength has bred ambition and made them want to break away from the control of the Ancient God sect. The Jia family is still fine. After my warning, I found out that they are still loyal to the Ancient God sect. However, the Shi family is different. They are ambitious and have openly colluded with the Alcade Immortal sect. I think they are going to betray the Ancient God sect and join the Alcade Immortal sect. Madame Fuyao said with a cold smile. The Shi family wants to betray the Ancient God sect? How dare they? This group of ingrates. If not for the Ancient God sect, how could they have obtained so many resources? The Shi family did not want to repay the Ancient God sect and even tried to rebel. They deserve to die. Ling Xiao said righteously. You are right. Shi family deserves to die. But now is not the time for us to act rashly. The great defensive array of the Immortal Ancient City is a flawless emperor array. It is extremely terrifying and can even kill celestial lords. The control is in the hands of the Jia family and the Shi family. In the stone-cutting ceremony, the final winner will be able to gain control of the Immortal Ancient City's great protective array. Madame Fuyao said slowly. Madam, you mean to wait until the Jia clan wins the extermination of Shi Didian, defeats the Shi clan, and gains control of the Great City Barrier Array before attacking the Shi clan? Ling Xiao asked thoughtfully. That's right. However, the Sher family probably wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited people from the Alcade Immortal sect. They were probably planning to make trouble after the stone opening ceremony. So now, let's see who will be the final winner in the stone-cutting ceremony. Madame Fuyao said slowly. What does Madame want me to do? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I want you to join Xia Wushuang in the stone-opening ceremony and seize control of the Great Defensive Formation. Madame Fuyao said directly. Participate in the stone-cutting ceremony? Madame thinks too highly of me. I don't even know what the stone-cutting ceremony is about. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't belittle yourself. I've seen your performance in the Heaven Courtyard. Your stone-cutting skills are probably not weaker than Xia Wushuang's. The stone-cutting ceremony, as the name suggests, in addition to stone-cutting, there is also a duel between immortal masters. With your strength, the opponent is likely to be Shi Wuji and Ren Xiaoyao. If you win this duel, the Jia clan will be able to win. Madame Fuyao smiled slightly. Okay. Since Madame has ordered, I will naturally work hard to win that duel. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He couldn't refuse. Not only was Lei Ling's cultivation speed extremely fast, but his combat strength was also extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a name for himself in the immortal world and even made countless women fall in love with him and willingly give themselves to him. Madame Fuyao knew that Lei Ling's combat strength was very strong, so she let him represent the Jia clan's foreign aid. Very well, then you should prepare well. If you really help me win this duel and eradicate the traitor Sher clan, there will be a reward. Madame Fuyao giggled. Her red lips parted slightly, and her small tongue licked her lips gently, emitting endless temptation. Then, she smiled sweetly at Ling Xiao and turned to enter the Raindrop Pavilion. I don't want any reward. Ling Xiao's body quivered, and he quickly suppressed the charm in his heart and thought to himself. This Madame Fuyao was really a vixen, frantically probing at the edge of danger. Ling Xiao felt very tired, and he didn't know how Lei Ling dealt with her back then. Ling Xiao and the Xianxia Immortal Master left the Raindrop Pavilion together. Ling Xiao, are you okay? After seeing Ling Xiao come out, Xia Wushuang couldn't help but sigh in relief. I'm fine. Madame Fuyao has pardoned me, and the old god cult will no longer want me. Thank you Fairy Wushuang, and Madame Fuyao also said that I will represent the Jia clan's foreign aid to participate in the duel of the stone-cutting ceremony. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It's good that you are fine. But do you want to participate in the duel of the stone-cutting ceremony? With Madame Fuyao's words, the Jia clan naturally has no objection. For the next period of time, young Master Lei can stay in the Jia clan, and the stone-cutting ceremony is not far away. Xia Wushuang said with some surprise. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Xia Wushuang arranged for Ling Xiao to stay in the Windsong Pavilion. The Windsong Pavilion was not far from the Raindrop Pavilion, and it was also an independent courtyard on the hillside, with its back facing the waterfall, and looking at the sea of clouds. It was a magnificent sight. Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in the Windsong Pavilion. Ling Xiao threw the baby swan and I to the sky-devouring rat to take care of. The baby swan and I had just been born, and it needed to swallow many heavenly treasures. The sky-devouring rat was very experienced in taking care of this kind of beast, and Ling Xiao was relieved to leave the baby swan and I in his hands. Among the 6 treasures, the immortal weapon long spear and the sky-burning immortal pill were placed aside. Ling Xiao played with the 5 elements immortal metal for a while, and felt the perfect balance of the 5 elements immortal metal. Ling Xiao kept it. These extreme Dao metals were incomparably precious, and Ling Xiao had a plan in mind, an incomparably crazy plan that required a large amount of extreme Dao metals. With this piece of 5 elements immortal metal, he was much more confident. Finally, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the Imperial Jade Inheritance. The Imperial Jade Inheritance was an inheritance treasure left behind by an expert in the immortal world during the antiquity times. It contained the expert's inheritance, and was incomparably precious. It could be said that it was extremely rare to see such a well-preserved Imperial Jade Inheritance in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao was also very curious about which expert's inheritance was in this Imperial Jade Inheritance. Ling Xiao placed the Imperial Jade Inheritance close to his glabella, and at the same time, activated the celestial secret skill. His whole body was radiant with immortal light, and he began to accept the powerful inheritance in the Imperial Jade inheritance. Peak rumble. In Xianxia's sea of consciousness, a dazzling immortal light shone as brilliantly as the sun. An ancient and mysterious aura flowed within the Imperial Jade inheritance. Squall. It was an extremely pure immortal Tao aura that also contained a vast emperor's aura. Is this the inheritance of an immortal emperor? Xianxia was slightly shaken. As the pure immortal Tao aura merged with Xianxia's sea of consciousness, a vast torrent of memories blossomed from the Imperial Jade inheritance. It was mysterious and unfathomable, changing without a trace. A figure with an extremely fierce aura appeared in front of Xianxia. It looked like an old man or a young man, but he was shrouded in a monstrous murderous aura. His blood-red eyes were bloodthirsty and murderous. Xianxia couldn't help but be moved. He had never seen someone with such a strong murderous aura. It was as if he was born to kill. I am the Great Slaughter Immortal Lord. I obtained the Great Slaughter Immortal Art and defeated the geniuses of the immortal world. I fought hundreds of millions of monsters alone and was invincible. I attained Tao in 100 years, became a king in 1,000 years, and became a monarch in 10,000 years. I set foot on the Eternal Emperor's road and conquered the heavens. I fought 36,581 battles in my life. I won all of them. And beheaded all of them. There has never been a single survivor under my command. I attained Tao through killing and walked on the path of slaughter. I peered into the origin and comprehended yin and yang. However, the Emperor's road was severed and there was no hope of attaining Tao. The heavens were jealous of the heroes. What could they do? A majestic voice exploded in Xianxia's sea of consciousness like thunder from the 9 heavens. It was mysterious, dignified, ancient, and enormous. This was the inheritance left behind by an expert called the Great Slaughter Immortal Lord. Although his memories weren't complete and were mostly related to cultivation techniques, Xianxia still vaguely knew his life story. In short, it was the story of an ordinary young man from the immortal world who obtained the Great Slaughter Immortal Art and dominated the immortal world. In the end, the Great Slaughter Immortal Lord set foot on the Eternal Emperor's road, but he died there because it was severed. The Great Slaughter Immortal Art? What a familiar name. This was actually a supreme monarch technique that contained the complete slaughter origin. This Great Slaughter Immortal Lord is truly impressive. Although he didn't obtain the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, Xianxia wasn't disappointed. He discovered that the Great Culling Immortal Art was indeed extremely powerful. To live by killing, to prove one's Tao through killing, to slaughter all living beings, to sweep through invincibility, this was the grand art of immortal slaying. Xianxia saw that even though the Grand Slaughter Immortal Lord had obtained many cultivation methods and immortal arts, he had never cultivated them. He had cultivated the Grand Slaughter Immortal Art to the extreme and evolved it into the slaughter essence. Eventually, he had relied on it to dominate the world. However, Xianxia seemed to have heard of the Great Culling Immortal Art from somewhere. Rumble, Xianxia's mind spun, but in his sea of consciousness, the great immortal slaying art turned into a black mist that surged with the origin of slaughter. Eventually, the black mist condensed into an ancient slaughter character. Whoosh, the word slaughter seemed to represent the ultimate power of slaughter in the world. In the end, it turned into a black streak of light and fused with Xianxia's soul. The great immortal slaying art. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if he had been slaughtering in the Azura hell for millions of years. The bloody massacre, the wanton slaughter, the destruction of all living beings, the shattering of everything. Slaughter seemed to have become an instinct, deeply imprinted in his soul. As for the great immortal slaying art, it was as if he had cultivated it for countless years and had reached perfection. With a single thought, a terrifying black mist surged around Xianxia. His killing intent soared, and his entire aura became dark and cold. This aura could even affect one's mind and cause great pressure and deterrence to the enemy. Xianxia could even feel that with this great immortal slaying art, his battle strength had soared by 30%. No wonder the Imperial Jade Palace inheritance is so precious. I can actually obtain the complete inheritance and comprehension of an expert through it. Truly heaven-defying. Xianxia marveled and finally understood why the Imperial Jade Palace inheritance was so precious in the immortal world. This Imperial Jade Palace inheritance was not made from ordinary treasures of heaven and earth. It was the crystallization of an expert's soul power. Obtaining the Imperial Jade Palace inheritance was no different from being enlightened. This great immortal slaying art was a pure killing art. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. It was extremely precious to Ling Xiao. Although this great immortal slaying art is a supreme emperor art, I vaguely feel that it's not complete. It seems to be incomplete. It can't be called incomplete. Perhaps it's some other kind of slaughter origin. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly had a thought. However, he had no clue at the moment. The great immortal slaying art was indeed very powerful. It was even stronger than many of the emperor arts that Ling Xiao cultivated. A month later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. It was a pleasant surprise that he had obtained the great immortal slaying art's inheritance. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that it would take him so long to refine the Imperial Jade Palace inheritance and inherit the great immortal slaying art. While Ling Xiao was refining the Imperial Jade Palace inheritance, the profound Heaven Immortal Lord stood beside him like a loyal guard. "Master, you're finally out of seclusion. The stone-cracking ceremony is about to begin." The heaven-devouring rat was standing guard outside. When he saw Ling Xiao come out of seclusion, he was pleasantly surprised. "Stone-cracking ceremony? Didn't you say it would take 3 months? Is it brought forward?" Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. "That's right. The Xie family and the Shi family have agreed. The stone-cracking ceremony will be brought forward tomorrow. Fairy Wushuang asked me to stay here and wait for you to come out of seclusion. I'll bring you to see her." The heaven-devouring rat explained. "All right." Ling Xiao nodded and said. Under the lead of the heaven-devouring rat, Ling Xiao and the profound Heaven Immortal Lord left the Windsong Pavilion. They passed through many palaces and pavilions and even passed a few mountain peaks. Finally, they saw Xie Wushuang in a palace built on the peak of a mountain. In the palace, besides Xie Wushuang, there was also a middle-aged man in a long robe. He looked elegant and extraordinary. His eyes were wise and deep as if they could see through people's hearts. The Xie family patriarch, Xianxia. "Lei Ling, you're out of seclusion?" After seeing Ling Xiao, Xie Wushuang's originally anxious face revealed a trace of joy. "Greetings, Fairy Wushuang and Patriarch Xie." Ling Xiao smiled at Xie Wushuang and Xianxia. "You're welcome. You must be the Lei Ling that Madame mentioned. You're indeed a young supreme talent. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you for this stone-cracking ceremony." Xianxia smiled. His body was surrounded by a faint layer of clear light. Although Ling Xiao couldn't tell what level of monarch immortal he was at, he knew that he was a genuine monarch immortal expert. "You're too kind, Patriarch Xie." Ling Xiao laughed. "Lei Ling, the ceremony will begin tomorrow. The ceremony will be hosted by Madame Fu Yao and the Dubhe Immortal Lord. It seems like the Shi family is determined to rely on the Alcade Immortal sect." Xie Wushuang said slowly. **Sui*** Meng **Xiao star. Who is the Dubhe Immortal Lord?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. The Dubhe Immortal Lord is the Grand Elder of the Alcade Immortal sect. There are 7 Immortal Lords in the Alcade Immortal sect, known as the Alcade 7. They are named after the Big Dipper, Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar and Alcade. The Alcade Immortal Lord is the strongest and is the leader of the Alcade Immortal sect. The Dubhe Immortal Lord is second only to the Alcade Immortal Lord. Xie Wushuang explained. "I see. How will the stone-cutting ceremony be held tomorrow?" Ling Xiao asked. Although he had been listening to people talking about the ceremony, he did not know what the ceremony was about. The ceremony actually comes from the Immortal Ancient City's City Defense Array, the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array. Below the Immortal Ancient City is the place where Divine Daoqi and Immortal Daoqi converge. An ancient great emperor used this as a foundation to set up the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array. Within the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array, immortal stones and immortal jade fetuses are produced every 10,000 years. Most of them are from the void treasures captured by the Emperor Array and turned into chaos strange objects. The Array Eye of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array is among these treasures. The ceremony is to find the Array Eye of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array from these treasures. Once the Array Eye is found, one can control the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array and win the ceremony. However, the Jie family and the Shi family had a discussion and divided the contest into 3 rounds. The first round was a battle of wits. The two families would send out their own people to identify the origin of the immortal stone and the immortal jade fetus, as well as the treasures within them. Furthermore, they had to open the stones as fast as possible. The second round was a battle of wits. The Xia family and the Shi family would each send out an expert to compete and defeat the opponent. Actually, the first and second round was just for fun. The key was the third round. The third round was called the Array Battle. Enter the core region of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation, choose the Immortal Stone or Immortal Jade Immortal Fetus, and find the Array Eye. Therefore, in the third round, we must do whatever it takes. Otherwise, once the Shi family controls the Array core, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xia Wushuang said slowly and explained the stone-cutting ceremony. Literary battle, military battle, and formation battle? Ling Xiao nodded and said. With Xia Wushuang's explanation, he understood. Lei Ling, I hope that you can participate in tomorrow's martial arts battle and accompany me in the third battle. Xia Wushuang said seriously. Martial arts battle? Do you trust me that much? Although I'm only an immortal venerable, do you really think I can win the martial battle? Ling Xiao said with a smile. If Madame Fuyao says you can win, then you can win. Xia Wushuang nodded. All right. Since you trust me, then there's no problem. But what about Wen Zhan? Wen Zhan, are you planning to give up? Ling Xiao nodded and said. The Jia family probably won't be able to win the civil war. Therefore, we should focus on the second and third round. Xia Wushuang said. Why is that? Ling Xiao was puzzled. The civil war has always been the weakness of the Jia family. When the time comes, we will randomly choose 10 fairy stones and each family will send 10 stone-cutting masters. Although I don't want to admit it, the Jia family's stone-cutting masters are indeed inferior to the Shi family. Xia Wushuang said with a wry smile. Ling Xiao nodded. There was no other way. The Jia family's strength was obviously weaker than the Shi family's. They could only give up on the stone-cutting skill. All right. Since you trust me so much, I can only do my best. Ling Xiao said with a nod. His eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Since he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Slaughter of Immortals skill, he might be able to see the true power of the Great Slaughter of Immortals skill in tomorrow's martial arts battle. The main reason why Ling Xiao was willing to help the Jia family was because of Madame Fuyao. Ling Xiao previously thought that Lei Ling had offended Madame Fuyao, so he got rid of Xianxia and avoided the territory of Madame Fuyao and the ancient god cult to come to the immortal ancient city. But now, it seemed that Madame Fuyao did not mind Lei Ling hooking up with Xianxia. Instead, she was happy to see it and even gave Ling Xiao a task. This way, Ling Xiao would have a chance to infiltrate the ancient god cult. Ling Xiao realized that many of the secrets of the immortal world were only known to the ancient god cult or the 9 major immortal sects. Ordinary people did not know at all. He had a heavy responsibility this time. Besides finding out the truth of the immortal world, he also had to find out about the Eternal Emperor Road. Just like the Great Slaughter Immortal Lord. Although Ling Xiao knew that he had gone to the Eternal Emperor Road, he did not know the specific details and process. The ancient god cult claimed to be able to compete with the 9 major immortal sects. Ling Xiao would definitely know more inside information. Fairy Wushuang, have you heard of the Great Slaughter of Immortals skill? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked Jia Wushuang. Great Slaughter of Immortals skill? I'm not sure. Xia Wushuang shook her head. Great Slaughter of Immortals skill? Why would Lei Ling suddenly ask about the Great Slaughter of Immortals skill? This is the Supreme Emperor skill lost by the Heavenly Immortal Sect. Xianxia, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly said. The Supreme Emperor skill lost by the Heavenly Immortal Sect? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. That's right. However, this was only what the Heavenly Immortal Sect claimed. In fact, the Great Slaughter of Immortals skill had nothing to do with them. In ancient times, there was a Heavenly Immortal Emperor who dominated an era. He was dazzling and invincible. He had 4 apex Emperor weapons, namely the Immortal Slaying Sword, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, and the Immortal Extinguishing Sword. At the same time, he also created 4 supreme emperor skills, namely the Great Immortal Slaying Art, the Great Immortal Slaughtering Art, the Great Immortal Trapping Art, and the Great Immortal Extinguishing Art. The Heavenly Immortal Sect obtained the Immortal Slaying Sword and the Immortal Trapping Sword. At the same time, they also obtained the Great Immortal Slaying Art and the Great Immortal Trapping Art. Therefore, they claim to be the legacy of the Heavenly Immortal Emperor. Over the years, they have been searching for the other 2 immortal swords and 2 emperor skills. Xianxia explained. The 4 immortal swords and immortal skills? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. The doubts in his heart were finally resolved. He also finally understood why he felt that the great slaughter of immortal skill was incomplete. It turned out that there were 4 complete immortal skills. Legend has it that the 4 immortal swords and immortal skills complement each other. Once they are complete, one can obtain the complete legacy of the Heavenly Immortal Emperor. Once the 4 immortal swords are used, they can even slaughter great emperors. Xianxia exclaimed in amazement. Who is this Heavenly Immortal Emperor? How could he be so heaven-defying? Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The 4 immortal swords could slaughter great emperors. Such means reminded him of the heavenly emperors of the human race. Although many people say that the Heavenly Immortal Emperor is from the immortal race, he should be from the immortal race. Xianxia said as he looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully. Immortal race? Didn't the immortal race exterminate the immortal race long ago? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. That's right. The immortal race is almost extinct. However, it doesn't mean that the immortal race doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise, where did the old god cult and those evil sects come from? They all obtained the legacy of the immortal race and regarded the immortal race as the orthodox sect. That's why the 9 immortal sects didn't tolerate them and turned them into evil sects. Xianxia explained softly. I see. Ling Xiao understood in his heart. With Xianxia's explanation, Ling Xiao had a clearer understanding of the feud between the immortal race and the immortal race. However, the 9 immortal sects should be extremely powerful. They should be far more powerful than the evil sects like the old god cult. Why would they tolerate the existence of the old god cult? Could it be that there was something more to this? Ling Xiao also thought of the immortal race mark in his sea of consciousness. Could the immortal race mark be related to the old god cult? There were many mysteries that Ling Xiao couldn't find the answers to. There was a huge white jade square in the middle of the Xianxia family's mansions. Usually, it was heavily guarded by the experts of the 2 families. This was the place where the stone-cutting ceremony was held. Although there were many people in the immortal ancient city who were interested in the stone-cutting ceremony, not everyone could participate in it. Only those who had been invited by the Xianxia families were qualified to enter. Chapter 29-22 of the Great Ancient Emperor, Stone Dissecting Ceremony. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Those who were able to attend the stone-cutting ceremony were all influential figures in the immortal realm. They more or less knew about the relationship between the Jia family and the Shi family. Moreover, the Shi family did not hide anything when they wanted to join the Alcade Immortal sect. Not only had Shi Qingyi become a disciple of the Alcade Immortal sect, but the saint of the Alcade Immortal sect, Ren Xiaoyao, had also come. Even the second-ranked Dubhe Immortal Lord had come to the immortal ancient city. It was unusual for Madame Fuyao and Dubhe Immortal Lord to be the judges of this ceremony. Although the Xia family and the Shi family still maintained a friendly relationship on the surface and did not fall out with each other, it was probably because of this stone-cutting ceremony. He was afraid that after the stone-cutting ceremony, there would be a big storm coming. Madam, will you announce it? Dubhe Immortal Lord glanced at Madame Fuyao and smiled faintly. All right. Madame Fuyao did not decline and stood up in the void. Everyone's eyes fell on Madame Fuyao. There was a moment of absent-mindedness in their eyes, but they were full of passion. She was a woman who was perfect to the extreme. It was as if all the most beautiful words could be used to describe Madame Fuyao. Although Jia Wushuang and Shi Qingyi were equally beautiful, they were a little more inexperienced. They were not like Madame Fuyao, who was mature and charming. Every frown and smile was filled with a myriad of emotions that dazzled people. At this moment, Madame Fuyao was the center of attention. I announce that the stone-cutting ceremony has officially begun. With Madame Fuyao's announcement, the stone-cutting ceremony began. The Jia and Shi families had held countless stone-cutting ceremonies and were very familiar with the process. Therefore, there was no need for any judges. Madame Fuyao and the Immortal Lord looked more like witnesses. Jia Miexing and Shi Pejuan stepped on the void. Their gazes collided, and sparks seemed to fly in all directions. Buzz, an ancient seal appeared in each of their palms. The difference was that the ancient seal in Jia Miexing's hand was black, simple and mysterious, and filled with a vast divine Tao aura. The ancient seal in Shi Pejuan's hand was white, exquisite and perfect. It bloomed with bright immortal light and surged with vast immortal Tao power. The two ancient seals instantly soared into the sky, radiating dazzling rays of light in the void. The two ancient seals attracted and repelled each other, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. In an instant, they turned into two pillars of light that shot into the depths of the earth. Crack, bolts of lightning intertwined in the surroundings as blazing runes rose into the air. At the same time, an extremely terrifying emperor's aura spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Dazzling light shone in front of everyone's eyes, and auspicious chi coiled around it. It was as if a strange formation space had faintly appeared. Whoosh! 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 Rays of brilliant light were fired from the formation and landed on the white jade square. They eventually turned into immortal rocks. Those celestial stones flowed with mysterious light. They were of different shapes and were dazzling. There were even celestial jades and immortal fetuses that contained boundless life energy. There were over 1,000 immortal stones. At this moment, Madame Fuyao and the Immortal Lord's eyes flashed as they struck at the same time. Madame Fuyao pointed in the air and 10 pieces of immortal stones flew out towards the 10 stonecutters from the Shi family. The Immortal Lord stretched out his hand and similarly, 10 pieces of immortal stones flew out towards the 10 stonecutters from the Jia family. The first round, the literary battle begins. With Madame Fuyao's announcement, the literary battle began. In the first round, the Jia family and the Shi family each sent out 10 stonecutters to identify the origin and type of the immortal stones and then cut them as fast as possible. This was a contest of stonecutters, and it also represented the foundation and power of the Jia family and the Shi family. Neither Jia Wushuang nor the 3 brothers from the Shi family made a move. This round was a contest between the stonecutters trained by the 2 families. Suddenly, the eyes of the stonecutters from the Jia family and the Shi family shone brightly. They each held an immortal stone and quickly formed seals with dazzling runes. They tested the immortal stones while looking for the internal nodes of the immortal stones and then began to cut them. Rumble, on the white jade square, divine light shone brightly, and auspicious vapors filled the air. The contest between the stonecutters from the Jia family and the Shi family instantly attracted everyone's attention and brought the stonecutter ceremony to a climax. Fairy Wushuang, is the Jia family really unable to win the first round? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked faintly. He could see that until now, the stonecutters from the Jia family and the Shi family were still neck and neck. After quickly identifying the immortal stones, they entered the most exciting part of the stonecutters. They can't win. The Shi family has won 3 consecutive stonecutters ceremonies and has been the owner of the immortal ancient city for 30,000 years. They have obtained a huge amount of resources and their stonecutters have improved by leaps and bounds. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that the Jia family's stonecutters are indeed very different from the Shi family's. Jia Wushuang shook her head and said, "You may see that the 2 sides are neck and neck, but the immortal stones in the immortal coalescence emperor formation are all products of the immortal realm. They have been nurtured in the immortal coalescence emperor formation for 10,000 years and contain majestic divine Tao and immortal Tao aura. It is very difficult to separate the nodes." "I see." Ling Xiao nodded and said. Very quickly, he saw the difference. At the beginning, the stonecutters from the Jia family and the Shi family were neck and neck. They had identified the immortal stones almost at the same time and then began to cut the stones. But in the process of cutting the stones, the difference between the 2 families could be seen. On the immortal stones, divine Tao aura and immortal Tao aura were intertwined. There were thousands of such nodes. The Jia family's stonecutters needed a few breaths of time to break a node, but the Shi family's stonecutters were almost twice as fast. Therefore, many people could see that the hands of the Shi family's stonecutters were fluttering like butterflies. Their speed was extremely fast and they were constantly breaking the nodes on the immortal stones. But the Jia family's stonecutters were much slower. The Shi family will definitely win this battle of wits. Shi Tianying sneered. The Jia family is already on the verge of collapse. Such stonecutters are really a disgrace to our family. Shi Qingyi also said coldly. On the Jia family's side, although Jia Miexing and Jia Wushuang looked normal, many elders of the Jia family had extremely ugly expressions. This was simply a disgrace to the Jia family. If they were only slightly behind the Shi family, it would be fine. But now, it seemed that they were being crushed by the Shi family. If the first battle of wits was like this, then what about the next two battles? Could it be that the Jia family was going to lose this stonecuttering ceremony? Top. Everyone's expression was also very strange. They looked at the Jia family with strange expressions. This time, the Jia family had really lost face. Without a doubt, the Jia family was bound to lose this time. Gotcha. Soon, a crisp sound was heard. The stonecutter of the Shi family had finished their work and opened the treasures in the fairy stones. 10 dazzling light balls floated in the void, looking mysterious. On the other hand, the Jia family had only finished cutting 2 fairy stones. A crushing defeat. It was a complete and utter defeat. The Jia family has lost this battle of wits. Without waiting for the 2 judges to announce the result, Jia Miexing stood up and said flatly. Thank you, Brother Miexing. Shi Pujuan said with a smile. However, no one stopped the Jia family's stonecutter and allowed them to continue cutting. After about 15 minutes, all the stonecutter had finished cutting the stones. However, the stonecutter of the Xia family had an ugly expression on his face. His face was full of shame. The gap was too big, they stepped back gloomily. Although Jia Miexing and Jia Wushuang did not say much, they were also very upset. The first battle of wits and the second battle of wits did not have much impact. The most important thing is the third battle. Whoever can find the core of the formation will win this stone opening ceremony. That being said, from the first battle of wits, the gap between the Jia family and the Shi family's stone cutting technique is too big. If this goes on, it will be almost impossible for them to win the third battle. Let's watch the second battle. I wonder who the Jia family will send for the second battle of wits. Only Jia Wushuang, right? That's right. In this generation, the Jia family only has Jia Wushuang. However, if she participates in the battle of wits, it will be even more difficult to win the battle of wits. Battle of wits. Hehe, although they are stone-cutting families, the immortal realm is also a place where the strong are respected. This also represents the foundation of both families. However, I think that if Jia Wushuang does not participate, the Jia family will also lose the battle of wits. Many people who came to participate in the stone opening ceremony were discussing in low voices. Each of them had different expressions. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were indifferent. However, everyone had seen that the Jia family had lost so miserably in the first round of the literary battle. There was probably no suspense in the stone-cutting ceremony this time. For the second round, the Shi family will be represented by me. Ren Xiaoyao stepped into the void and cupped his hands toward Jia Wushuang and Jia Miexing. His face was filled with an extremely gentle smile. It's the Xiaoyao saint? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The unfettered sage sun is actually representing the Shi clan. It seems like the Shi clan and the Alcade Immortal sect have a close relationship. Someone guessed. Unfettered Saint Sun? So handsome. If I can marry Xiaoyao Saint Sun, even if I have to shorten my lifespan by tens of thousands of years, I am willing. A young girl's eyes lit up as she said shyly. Little whore, you really dare to think about it? The unfettered Saint Sun doesn't like you. Only Xia Wushuang is worthy of him. It seems that Xia Wushuang will be representing the Jia family. These are the 2 kings of heaven in the divine realm. If we can fight here, our trip will not be in vain. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone's eyes were full of expectation. Their eyes fell on Xia Wushuang, looking forward to seeing Xia Wushuang fight. However, Xia Wushuang looked calm and indifferent, as if she had no intention of responding to Ren Xiaoyao. I'm Lei Ling. I will represent the Jia family in this martial battle. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. At this moment, he did not hide his cultivation. The aura of the celestial prime realm was released, shrouding him in a layer of incomparably mysterious aura. It had to be said that Lei Ling's appearance was no worse than Ling Zhao's. His long purple hair was thick and lustrous, and his body was surrounded by purple thunderbolts. He was tall and handsome, and his appearance was even better than Ren Xiaoyao's. Otherwise, Lei Ling would not have been able to charm so many young women in the immortal realm. Lei Ling? After seeing Ling Xiao, everyone was slightly stunned. They did not expect the Jia family to send Lei Ling to fight. Who was this Lei Ling? Although many people knew Lei Ling and knew that Lei Ling was the person who won the Qianyuan stone shop for Xia Wushuang, there were many big shots present who did not know Lei Ling. After hearing the introduction of the people next to them, everyone knew Lei Ling's identity. Is the Jia family giving up on the martial battle? I'm afraid that's the case. After all, Xia Wushuang can't fight, and the Jia family has to preserve their strength for the upcoming battle. This Lei Ling doesn't look weak. He's actually a celestial prime expert. So what if he's not weak? Can he be compared to the unfettered saint? The unfettered saint is a king of heaven who is famous in the immortal realm. Lei Ling will only be humiliating himself if he fights. That's right. Lei Ling will definitely lose. It's just a question of how many moves he can take. I think he will be defeated by the unfettered saint within 10 moves. 10 moves? You're overestimating him. I bet he will lose in 5 moves. I bet 3 moves. Before the martial battle began, everyone began to talk about it. However, they were generally not optimistic about Ling Xiao and thought that he would definitely lose. Lei Ling? Ren Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He also thought that Xia Wushuang would fight, but he did not expect it to be Lei Ling. He was slightly disappointed. In the entire younger generation of the Jia family, the only one that could catch his eye was Xia Wushuang. Ren Xiaoyao, let's start quickly. I think everyone is looking forward to the third battle. Let's end this quickly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked extremely calm. Ren Xiaoyao was the holy son of the Alcade Immortal sect. He had the powerful immortal skills of the Alcade Immortal sect. For Ling Xiao, he was a good opponent. Yes, he was only good. If an immortal master was here, Ling Xiao might be able to take him seriously. However, he was just a celestial prime. Even if he was a king of heaven in the immortal realm, Ling Xiao did not take him seriously. Okay. Ren Xiaoyao nodded and his eyes instantly became extremely sharp. He could hear the carelessness and indifference in Ling Xiao's words, which made him slightly angry. Although he looked gentle on the surface, he was incomparably arrogant and cold in his bones. In the entire younger generation of the immortal ancient city, only Xia Wushuang and Shi Wuji were worthy of his attention. Who was this Lei Ling? How dare he look down on the unfettered saint? Although Ren Xiaoyao was calm on the surface, he had secretly decided to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Boom, Ling Xiao operated the immortal force around his body, and the blazing lightning bloomed. There seemed to be purple thunderbolts in his palm that began to superimpose. Peak. The ninefold purple cloud art, this was the cultivation method that Lei Ling practiced. It was created by an ancient immortal, and its power was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao used the divine punishment secret skill to control the ninefold purple cloud art and easily cultivated it to the perfection realm. A purple palm print came across the sky, containing the ninefold thunder light. It was ancient and mysterious. In an instant, it soared in the void and suppressed Ren Xiaoyao. The battle between Ling Xiao and Ren Xiaoyao was in the sky above the immortal ancient city. The immortal ancient city was protected by the immortal coalescence emperor formation, so no matter how powerful their attacks were, they could not affect the people watching below. Good. Ren Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Ling Xiao's palm was powerful, and it contained a trace of the origin power of thunder, which made him look down on Ling Xiao less. Clang, the light in his palm was dazzling, and in an instant, an immortal sword appeared. The sword light was sharp, and at the same time, it was surrounded by bright starlight. Star river shattering. Following Ren Xiaoyao's soft shout, the immortal sword soared into the sky like a dazzling river of stars sweeping towards the sky. It contained a vast and ethereal sword intent of the Milky Way, as if it could shatter everything. This was the Star River shattering immortal skill of the Alcate Immortal sect. Ren Xiaoyao was an expert in sword principle. As soon as he made a move, the aura around him became extremely sharp, like an unsheathed divine sword, blooming with peerless light. Rumble, the purple palm print collided with the Star River in the sky in an instant. The void shook, the Star River shook, and the sky was dyed purple by the thunder. Everyone saw that in an instant, the dazzling light was dazzling, and the sword chi in the sky swept in all directions, completely annihilating the palm print. Ren Xiaoyao came with the immortal sword, and the sword light illuminated the world. The sword crossed the sky and wanted to cut Ling Xiao under it. Boom, Ling Zhao's expression was calm. Facing Ren Xiaoyao and the sword chi in the sky, he stepped into the void and punched out. Heaven and earth shook violently, and a terrifying divine power erupted from Ling Zhao's body, causing the void in all directions to shake in an instant. Under this punch, the sword light that filled the sky suddenly exploded with a bang. The immortal sword in Ren Xiaoyao's hand trembled violently, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Ling Zhao's strength was too terrifying. At that moment, Ren Xiaoyao felt as if he was facing an ancient ferocious beast. It caused his entire body to tremble before he was sent flying. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. His eyes were like lightning, shooting out dazzling beams of light. He charged towards Ren Xiaoyao. Blazing lightning bloomed around him, enveloping him in a layer of purple lightning. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder, about to send down lightning punishment, destroy everything, and suppress the heavens and earth. 7 Constellations Azure Dragon Sword. Ren Xiaoyao's expression was fierce, and his eyes were full of strong fighting intent. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Instantly, all the contempt in his heart disappeared, and he began to use his full strength. Although this martial battle was nothing, it was no longer a martial battle between the Xia and Shi families. This was Ren Xiaoyao's battlefield. If he lost this battle, not only would Ren Xiaoyao's reputation be damaged, but the Alcate Immortal sect would also be humiliated. Therefore, Ren Xiaoyao did not hold back at all. The immortal sword in his hand emitted boundless immortal light, causing the sky to shake violently. 7 dazzling stars appeared in the eastern sky domain. Vast starlight sprinkled down, forming an azure dragon that flew across the sky and suppressed Ling Xiao. 7 Constellations White Tiger Sword. 7 Constellations Vermilion Bird Sword. 7 Constellations Black Tortoise Sword. Ren Xiaoyao slashed down 3 more times in a row. The sword light illuminated the sky in all directions. In the eastern sky domain, the southern sky domain, and the northern sky domain, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise flew across the sky at the same time. This was a supreme immortal skill of the Alcate Immortal sect. It contained the power of the 4 poles and 8 wastelands. It could lead to the origin of the true spirit of the 28 constellations and erupt with destructive power. In the face of Ren Xiaoyao's peerless swordsmanship, Ling Zhao's expression was extremely calm. He was barehanded, and his fists were like dragons. Every punch shook the sky, made the void tremble, and erupted with blazing thunderbolts and the ultimate physical strength. Boom! The battle between Ling Xiao and Ren Xiaoyao instantly became extremely fierce. Lei Ling can actually fight with Ren Xiaoyao to such an extent? Who is he? I don't seem to have heard of Lei Ling before. Everyone's eyes were full of disbelief. This battle was beyond their imagination. Originally, they thought that this battle would be a crushing defeat. Ren Xiaoyao would be invincible and defeat Lei Ling. However, they did not expect that Lei Ling's combat strength would be so powerful that he could fight Ren Xiaoyao to a draw. He is really strong. Xia Wuxuan's beautiful eyes were shining as she whispered to herself. Lei Ling is definitely not an ordinary person. How can he be so strong? Could it be that Lei Ling is just his alias? Shi Wuji's eyes shone brightly. Lei Ling had unleashed such a powerful combat strength, which made him extremely solemn. Shi Tianying and Shi Qingyi's expressions were naturally very ugly. Especially Shi Tianying, the enmity between him and Ling Xiao was not small. He constantly wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Zhao's powerful combat strength made him feel a little frightened. As for Madame Fuyao and Dubhe Immortal Lord, both of them looked extremely calm, but in fact, their hearts were far from as calm as they appeared. Lei Ling left the immortal realm once. Not only did his cultivation break through to the immortal venerable realm, but his combat strength also improved by leaps and bounds. It seems that he has obtained a great fortune. This is good too. Madame Fuyao thought to herself. Above the 9 heavens, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ren Xiaoyao became more and more intense. The so-called immortal qi traces its origin back to the power of the great Tao origin. However, the immortal qi of the immortal realm actually contains such a rich immortal substance. As a result, the people of the immortal clan not only have a long lifespan, but also the attack power of the immortal technique is extremely powerful. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and there was a trace of understanding in his eyes. In fact, Ling Xiao deliberately fought with Ren Xiaoyao to such an extent. Otherwise, even if Ren Xiaoyao was the holy son of the Alcade immortal sect, he would not be able to withstand a few moves from Ling Xiao. One must know that Ling Xiao's current combat strength was too terrifying. He could even kill an immortal emperor expert. The reason why he and Ren Xiaoyao were in a stalemate in the battle was not only to preserve his strength and avoid exposing his strength, but also to test the power of the immortal technique. Sure enough, Ling Xiao found many special things. The immortal qi was, in fact, the power of the origin. However, it was fused with many immortal substances. Not only could the immortal qi delay aging, but it could also explode with powerful combat strength. It could be said that with the immortal qi alone, the combat strength of an immortal clan expert could crush experts of the same realm from other clans. Not to mention, Ling Xiao found that the bloodlines of many immortals were also extremely shocking. The immortal clan experts with immortal roots were even more powerful to an abnormal extent. For example, although Ren Xiaoyao was not old and had only broken through to the immortal venerable realm for a short period of time, Ling Xiao felt that those immortal venerables of the human clan who had broken through for hundreds of thousands of years might not be a match for Ren Xiaoyao. The immortal clan was indeed a powerful opponent. Ling Xiao and Ren Xiaoyao had already fought for thousands of rounds. Sui Meng Xiao Shua WW Suiming come in the eyes of the crowd. Ling Xiao and Ren Xiaoyao had used all their divine skills and erupted with extremely powerful combat strength. In the end, they were evenly matched. Now, the crowd was no longer sure who would win this battle. They were even looking forward to it. Could Lei Ling create a miracle and defeat the Holy Sun? But for Ling Xiao, this battle was not a challenge. He just promised to understand Wushuang and verify some of his speculations. And now, this battle could finally end. Ren Xiaoyao, let's decide the outcome with one move. Ling Xiao said lightly as he sent Ren Xiaoyao flying with a punch. Okay. As you wish. Ren Xiaoyao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly with a sharp look in his eyes. He was still injured. Although Ling Xiao only used the 9 levels of the Purple Cloud skill to fight, his attainments in the Thunder Principle origin were extremely high, and his physical body was unparalleled. Although he fought Ren Xiaoyao's immortal sword with his fists, after thousands of collisions, Ren Xiaoyao still suffered serious injuries. He already knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, so he planned to deal with Ling Xiao with the most powerful immortal skill. Boom! Ren Xiaoyao's body bloomed with an unparalleled light, and an ancient and mysterious aura flowed around him. 9 heaven stars fall. As Ren Xiaoyao shouted softly, in an instant, the hundreds of millions of acupoints all over his body gushed out rays of light like stars and began to light up. The firmament above the 9th heaven trembled violently. In an instant, the brilliance of the sun seemed to be covered, and hundreds of millions of stars appeared above the firmament. In an instant, the Milky Way shook, and the stars in the sky seemed to resonate with the acupoints all over Ren Xiaoyao's body. The unparalleled power of the stars sprinkled down, and in an instant, it turned into supreme stars and pressed down across the sky. Is this the 9 heaven stars fall immortal skill? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the celestial art that Ren Xiaoyao had used. The 9 heavenly stars fall immortal art was the supreme emperor art of the Alcade immortal sect. It was extremely famous in the immortal world. It could use the supreme star source to condense billions of supreme stars. At the same time, it contained the power of space and could destroy everything. Its power was unparalleled. Even if Lei Ling is defeated, he should be proud that he was able to force the unfettered Holy Sun to use the 9 heaven starfall celestial technique. That's right. If the unfettered Saint Sun uses the 9 heaven starfall immortal technique, he might even be able to fight against an immortal monarch. Lei Ling is going to lose for sure. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Once the Nine Heavens Starfall Great Immortal technique was used, the outcome was already decided. Rumble, that scene was incomparably spectacular. It was as if billions of stars had fallen from the nine heavens, converging into a vast galaxy, forming an incomparably terrifying starry domain. It enveloped Ling Xiao and was about to kill him. Ling Xiao's expression remained calm and indifferent. Boom, dazzling celestial light bloomed around him. The celestial light became extremely sharp, like sword qi, and swept across the surroundings in an instant. An incomparably terrifying murderous aura and killing intent spread out from Ling Xiao's body. It contained the ultimate slaughter intent realm. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a demon god, wanting to slaughter billions of living beings. Great Slaughter Immortal Technique. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. Rumble, in an instant, billions of celestial lights gushed out from his palm. Each of them contained a terrifying aura of slaughter and destruction. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they enveloped Ren Xiaoyao. Each of the celestial lights could penetrate the heavens and earth, and each of the sword qi could destroy everything. In an instant, the power tore apart the starlight in the sky and collided with the unparalleled Nine Heavens Starfall Great Immortal technique. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. In an instant, the surrounding heavens and earth trembled. Stars shattered one after another. The billions of stars that were formed from the star source seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying sword qi and were annihilated one after another. In just an instant, the star domain that enveloped Ling Xiao was completely shattered. The slaughter sword qi that filled the sky, which contained the aura of the slaughter origin, enveloped Ren Xiaoyao. What? Ren Xiaoyao's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He did not expect that his Nine Heavens Starfall Great Immortal technique would be broken so easily by Ling Xiao. The slaughter sword qi that covered the sky made his scalp tingle. His body trembled, and the depths of his soul were throbbing. It was as if he was about to die. Rumble, Ren Xiaoyao did not even think about it. He slashed out with the immortal sword in his hand. Streams of sword qi crisscrossed, forming a defensive storm that enveloped his body. At the same time, he still felt insecure. The blazing light around him rose, and the clothes on his body bloomed with bright runes. It was a powerful defensive immortal artifact, and at this moment, it was completely activated by him. The light in his palm was dazzling, and a small crimson shield appeared. It expanded against the wind and blocked in front of him. He was completely scared, however, the terrifying slaughter sword qi quickly enveloped him, tore through the defensive storm, and blasted on the small crimson shield. The runes were annihilated. The small crimson shield was a powerful supreme-grade immortal artifact, but it still could not resist. In the end, cracks appeared on it, and then it directly collapsed. The clothes on his body also trembled violently. The runes were destroyed, and it began to disintegrate. Even with so many defensive means, it was impossible to resist the surging slaughter sword qi. Ancestor, save me! Ren Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with despair as he roared crazily. How dare you! Above the sky, the Tianshu Immortal Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. He slapped down from the sky. In an instant, endless flames gathered and formed a huge palm print. It collided with the slaughter sword qi and annihilated all the sword qi. He reached out in the air and grabbed Ren Xiaoyao back. If he had not taken action, Ren Xiaoyao would have died in Ling Xiao's hands. Is this the power of the Great Slaughter of Immortals technique? Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Under this blow, Ren Xiaoyao was almost obliterated. Although the Tianshu Immortal Lord had blocked the Massacre Sword Qi, Ling Xiao could clearly see that the Massacre Sword Qi had left scars on the Tianshu Immortal Lord's palms. The Tianshu Immortal Lord's cultivation was at least above the fourth heaven of the Immortal Lord realm. He had already condensed the origin source immortal body, but he was still injured by the Great Slaughter of Immortals technique. If I can get the Immortal Culling Sword and combine it with the Great Slaughter of Immortals technique, I will be able to slay even gods and immortals. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Lei Ling won the second martial battle, everyone was stunned at this moment. And their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Ren Xiaoyao was defeated. The Nine Heavens Stars Fall Immortal technique was such a powerful emperor technique, but it was still defeated by Ling Xiao. What was the last immortal technique that Ling Xiao used? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubts and shock. P.S. I originally planned to write in seclusion during the May Day holiday, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. I went out with my wife, so I did not update much. I will find opportunities to update more. Everyone, go to bed early. Your Excellency, aren't you too vicious? Tianshu Immortal Master stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, his eyes surging with cold-killing intent. If he had not acted in time, Ren Xiaoyao would have died in Ling Zhao's hands. He was extremely shocked. The powerful celestial art that Ling Xiao used at the end made him feel extremely unfamiliar, but its power was extremely terrifying. It directly tore apart the 9 heaven stars fall immortal art and defeated Ren Xiaoyao. The aura of the slaughter origin alarmed the Dubhe Immortal Lord. However, although Ren Xiaoyao came back, he was seriously injured. His flesh and meridians were destroyed by the slaughter origin aura and could not be recovered in a short time. Tianshu Immortal Master was extremely angry. This was the holy son of Alcate Immortal Sect, the hope of the future, but he was defeated by Ling Xiao. He could not wait to kill Ling Xiao. However, when he saw Madame Fuyao's warning look and thought of the next plan, he forced himself to hold back. Vicious? If I were not powerful, I would not have ended up better than Ren Xiaoyao in front of the 9 heaven stars fall immortal art. Tianshu Immortal Master is really childish. In the arena, life and death are up to fate. If he did not admit defeat, he deserved to be killed by me. However, as the referee, Tianshu Immortal Master acted without permission. Isn't this breaking the rules? Ling Xiao responded faintly. His eyes were as bright as lightning, as if there was a blazing light piercing through the void. Facing Tianshu Immortal Master, he still showed no fear. Very good. Lei Ling, I will remember you. Ren Xiaoyao admits defeat in this battle. Tianshu Immortal Master's face turned cold and he looked deeply at Ling Xiao. Everyone's expression was a little strange. Lei Ling was really audacious. He did not give face to Tianshu Immortal Master. Did he really think that the Jia family could protect him? Many people looked at Lei Ling with sympathy and schadenfreude. After offending the unfettered Saint Sun and Dubhe Immortal Lord, Lei Ling was doomed. Seeing that Tianshu Immortal Master had restrained himself, Madame Fuyao's gaze also returned to calmness. She said faintly, the Jia family wins the second battle. Following Madame Fuyao's announcement, the martial battle officially came to an end. Ren Xiaoyao woke up slowly. After hearing the result, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. This time, he fainted from anger. Lei Ling, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Xia Wushuang's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. She knew Ren Xiaoyao very well, especially the last move of the 9 heaven stars fall great immortal technique. Even she would find it difficult to withstand it. It was very likely that she would be defeated by Ren Xiaoyao. However, not only had Ling Xiao withstood the attack, he had even defeated Ren Xiaoyao with lightning speed. Fairy Wushuang, I've fulfilled my mission, right? Now, it's 1 win and 1 loss. The most important thing now is the third battle. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. That's right. For the third battle, the Jia family and the Shi family will each send 3 people. We will directly enter the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array to choose the Immortal Stone. Whoever can get the core of the array will win the stone opening ceremony and control the Immortal Coalescence Emperor Array. Xia Wushuang said seriously. Who is the Jia family going to send? Ling Xiao asked. Young Master Lei Ling, you and I will fight together with Young Master Heiyun. Xia Wushuang smiled faintly and pointed at Young Master Heiyun in the distance. Young Master Heiyun immediately walked over. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not expect Xia Wushuang to choose Young Master Heiyun. This guy was really annoying. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that when Young Master Heiyun saw him this time, the arrogance on his face completely disappeared. Instead, he revealed an extremely flattering smile. Senior, I'm so honored to be able to participate in the battle with you. I believe that with your supreme luck, you will definitely be able to get the core of the array. Young Master Heiyun nodded and bowed to Ling Xiao. Senior? Why do you call me senior? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Senior, of course you are my senior. I was ignorant and offended you. Senior, please don't blame me. I didn't expect you to be the famous Lei Ling, who is also Madam's favorite. I'm just a latecomer. There are still many things I need your advice on. Young Master Heiyun said modestly. Ling Zhao's body trembled and his face turned green. He finally understood young Master Heiyun's identity and why he had never seen young Master Heiyun before, even though he was from the ancient god cult. This guy was actually Madame Fu Yao's new boy toy, no wonder young Master Heiyun called him senior. In young Master Heiyun's eyes, Lei Ling had committed such a huge mistake and was still forgiven by Madame Fu Yao. Since Lei Ling was in the emperor's heart, he naturally had to serve him carefully. You are the senior. Your whole family are seniors. In the future, you are not allowed to call me senior. Call me Lei Ling. Ling Xiao glared at young Master Heiyun fiercely. In Lei Ling's memory, there were rumors in the ancient god cult that Madame Fu Yao had been unrestrained ever since the cult leader went into seclusion. She kept boy toys and liked handsome young men the most. Lei Ling didn't believe it previously. However, when Ling Xiao saw young Master Heiyun's behavior, he had no choice but to believe it. This Madame Fu Yao was really hardcore. At this moment, Madame Fu Yao looked at Ling Xiao and young Master Heiyun. She revealed a smile and revealed a myriad of amorous feelings. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shudder. His face turned ghastly pale. Alright, senior. Young Master Lei Ling. Young Master Heiyun didn't know why Ling Xiao was so repulsed. He was a little confused but still nodded and agreed. After hearing young Master Heiyun's words, even Xia Wushuang looked at Ling Xiao with a strange look in her eyes. This time, I can't clear my name. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. The third round of the stone opening ceremony, the formation battle begins. As Madame Fu Yao's voice resounded in the void, the third round of the formation battle began. It's here, everyone's spirits were shaken, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the highlight of the stone opening ceremony. It also represented who would be able to completely control the immortal ancient city in the next 10,000 years. The three people from the Jia family were Xia Wushuang, Ling Xiao, and young Master Heiyun. The three people from the Shi family were the three siblings, Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying. The six of them stepped on the void and looked at each other. Suddenly, there was a burst of bright light and sparks, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the six figures instantly flew and plunged into the formation space below. Peak. The formation space was the core area of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation. It was located under the White Jade Square and was also the intersection of the Divine Path Aura and the Immortal Path Aura. It contained boundless energy. In this area, many immortal stones would be born every 10,000 years. The third battle was to find the immortal stones that contained the core of the formation in the formation space. Then, through stone cutting, they would refine the formation core and control the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation. The rules were simple. This battle did not restrict any means. Even if the other party obtained the formation core, as long as they were strong enough, they could snatch it back. Therefore, the battle between the Jia family and the Shi family was not only a battle of stone-cutting skills, but they also had to guard against each other's sneak attacks and find the formation core as quickly as possible. However, in this battle, Ling Xiao had shown great combat strength, so Jia Wushuang was relieved. On the contrary, the Shi family should be worried the most. After all, although Shi Wuji was strong, he was only on par with Ren Xiaoyao. According to the combat strength that Ling Xiao had shown, even if the three siblings of the Shi family attacked together, they would not be a match for Ling Xiao. Rumble, the formation space of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation was a gray area. Propitious vapors rose and mist filled the air. On the ground, there were many immortal stones that shone with immortal light. This formation space was like a mustard seed. It did not look big from the outside, but from the inside, it was tens of thousands of miles long. Moreover, everyone outside could see everything that was happening in the space of the formation. However, no one could interfere, not even Madame Fu Yao and the Dubhe Immortal Master. They could only wait for them to come out and determine the winner. Who do you think will get the formation core this time? Someone asked curiously. It's hard to say. The Shi family has a higher chance of winning. After all, they have controlled the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation for 30,000 years and won the stone-cutting ceremony. This time will be no exception. But I'm afraid that Lei Ling will not follow the rules. With his strength, if he were to snatch the core of the array when the three Shi siblings discovered it, I'm afraid that the three Shi siblings might not be his match. There's no other way. Every dog has its day. The Jie family may really win this stone-cutting ceremony. Everyone looked at the scene in the array space and started discussing. The core of the array resonates with our bloodline, so we will definitely be able to find the core of the array faster than the Xia family. The only thing I'm worried about now is Lei Ling. His combat power is strong. If he forcefully snatches the core of the array, it will be troublesome. Within the formation space, Shi Wuji transmitted his voice to Shi Qingyi and Shi Tianying. Lei Ling? He was just a clown. Big brother, if he dares to snatch the core of the formation, we'll use the destruction talisman to kill him. Shi Tianying sneered as a cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. The Extermination Immortal Talisman is a Supreme Immortal Emperor Talisman. Out of the 3 chances, we have already used it twice. We only have 1 chance left. Don't waste the Destruction Immortal Talisman unless you have no other choice. Shi Qingyi said slowly. That's right. When we find the core of the array, the 2 of you just have to hold Lei Ling back for a while. I will be able to refine the core of the array. Don't use the Destruction Immortal Talisman if you can. Shi Wuji nodded and said. Don't worry, big brother. I won't let anyone disturb you while you're refining the formation core. Shi Tianying said confidently. Let's find the core of the array as soon as possible. When I gain control of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor array, not only Lei Ling, but also the Xia family will be wiped out. Shi Wuji's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Big brother, leave Xia Wushuang and that bitch Fu Yao to me. I want to *CK them to death and let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. Shi Tianying said coldly. As you wish. Shi Wuji nodded and said. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the 3 of them turned into 3 rays of light and instantly plunged into the depths of the formation space. Within the formation space, there was an area with a radius of 10,000 miles. There were at least a few 100,000 immortal stones here. Of course, most of the immortal stones were actually useless stones and could not be used to unlock treasures. However, there were also some precious immortal stones that might contain extremely precious treasures. At this moment, no matter how precious the treasures were, the Xia family and the Shi family did not care about them. All they wanted was the right to control the Immortal Coalescence Emperor array. Only by controlling the Supreme Emperor array could they become the true owners of the Immortal Ancient City. Fairy Wushuang, what does the core of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor array look like? Ling Xiao asked Xia Wushuang. The core of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor array is not fixed in shape. Even if it was a small cauldron 30,000 years ago, a small sword 20,000 years ago, and an ancient seal 10,000 years ago. However, the core of the array is like the way of heaven and earth. It contains an extremely unique aura and is different from the other immortal stones. Besides testing one's stone-cutting skills, it also tests one's understanding of the array. Young Master Lei Ling, you are not familiar with the Immortal Coalescence Emperor array. Hence, I hope that you can pick some immortal stones. Then, I will sense the power of the array and pick the immortal stones that might contain the core of the array. I hope we can make it in time. The Shi family's perception of the core of the array is far better than ours. Xia Wushuang explained. Her eyes were full of deep worry. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Say. Young Master Lei Ling, I will help you pick the immortal stones. I am cultivating the nature creation skill of the divine sect. I can sense the nature creation skill. The immortal stones that contain treasures will not escape my senses. Young Master Black Cloud said with a flattering smile. In that case, let's split up and meet up with Fairy Wushuang. Ling Xiao said flatly. Then, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. There were hundreds of thousands of immortal stones in the array space. Although Ling Xiao had the eye of the ruler and could see through the immortal stones, his power of the ruler was limited and he could not see through hundreds of thousands of immortal stones. Hence, he had to think of another way. Ling Xiao reached out and picked up an immortal stone. This immortal stone contained a majestic divine path aura and immortal path aura. It looked extraordinary and it was like a beating heart. Ling Xiao suddenly had an idea and activated the Divine Path secret skill and the Immortal Path secret skill. Suddenly, the Divine Path aura and Immortal Path aura in his body intertwined and turned into a mysterious devouring power that surged toward the immortal stone in his hand. Buzz, the immortal stone in his hand trembled slightly. In an instant, the majestic Divine Path aura and Immortal Path aura were refined by Ling Xiao's two origin secret skills and integrated into Ling Xiao's body. The immortal stone in his hand dimmed. Soon, the surface of the stone shattered and revealed the item inside. It was empty. It was a useless stone. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He thought he had finally found the fastest way to find the core of the array. Top. Ling Xiao used the Heavenly God secret skill and Heavenly Immortal secret skill to quickly cut the stone and devour the Divine Dao and Immortal Dao aura in the immortal stone. Sui, Meng, WW, Suiming, Calm, this was the real stone-cutting skill. However, Ling Xiao had done it discreetly. Even if those outside the formation space could see what was going on inside, they could only see that Ling Xiao had destroyed an immortal stone. Ling Xiao could quickly cut the stone with the Heavenly God secret skill and Heavenly Immortal secret skill. He could also detect the intensity of the Divine Dao and Immortal Dao aura. Since it was the core of the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation, it must contain the Emperor's aura. Ling Xiao only needed to use the Heavenly God secret skill and Heavenly Immortal secret skill to detect if the immortal stone contained the Emperor's aura. There was no need to cut the stone. Buzz, Ling Xiao was surrounded by dazzling immortal light. He leaped up and flew into the distance. He used the Heavenly Immortal secret skill and Heavenly God secret skill to detect if the immortal stones contained the Emperor's aura. These immortal stones came from all over the immortal world. Does this Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation contain the power of multiple dimensions? Ling Xiao thought to himself. These immortal stones were clearly not produced here. Even 10,000 years could not have produced so many immortal stones. These immortal stones came from all over the immortal world. They were clearly transported here by the Immortal Coalescence Emperor formation using a unique method. Of course, most of these immortal stones did not contain any treasures. Even if there were some treasures, Ling Xiao did not care about most of them. It's an origin source immortal medicine? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He suddenly saw an immortal stone in front of him. It was shining with immortal light and filled with auspicious qi. It looked extraordinary and there was an origin source immortal medicine in it. The origin source immortal medicine looked very unique. It looked like a snow-white ginseng. It was chubby but had a human face. It was sleeping soundly in the immortal stone. White Jade Immortal King Ginseng? The name of this origin source immortal medicine appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. White Jade Immortal King Ginseng was the main ingredient for refining supreme immortal elixirs. It could allow one to be reborn and condensed body of origin. It was extremely precious. However, according to Lei Ling's memories, even in the immortal world, the White Jade Immortal King Ginseng was extremely rare. Whoosh, Ling Xiao naturally didn't hold back. He reached out and grabbed. Immediately, the celestial stone landed in his palm and he put it away. There were hundreds of thousands of immortal stones here. Every time the Jia clan and the Shi clan held the stone opening ceremony, they would enter this place to fight. Although their main goal was to find the core of the formation, they would also selectively take away some immortal stones. As long as it was not too excessive, taking away dozens of immortal stones was not a big deal. The Jia and Shi families had already tacitly agreed. However, after so many years, they all knew that there were basically no treasures in the immortal stones here, so very few people would take the immortal stones here. Ling Xiao's speed wasn't fast. He looked slow as if he was wandering around. However, no one noticed that he was surrounded by resplendent immortal light. He was using the Heavenly Deity secret technique and Heavenly Immortal secret technique to investigate the immortal stones. Trying to find the core of the formation among hundreds of thousands of immortal stones was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He was very fast and could investigate dozens of immortal stones in an instant. He would only use the eye of the ruler to investigate those extremely special immortal stones. It's the Great Tao Immortal Metal? I've struck gold. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that in one of the immortal stones in front of him, there was a piece of metal the size of a fist. It emitted resplendent immortal light and flowed with the aura of the great Tao origin. It was very mysterious. It was another piece of extreme Tao metal. The great Tao immortal metal was not inferior to the 5 elements immortal metal. It was an extreme Tao metal unique to the immortal realm and could be used to refine extreme Tao emperor weapons. Ling Xiao naturally didn't stand on ceremony and kept the immortal stone. Whoosh, along the way, Ling Xiao found that most of the immortal stones were useless stones. Although some of them contained treasures, he didn't care about them. However, even so, there were still some fish that escaped the net. Ling Xiao found dozens of origin source immortal herbs, a few supreme grade immortal weapons, a piece of extreme Tao metal, and a few unknown elixirs. Along the way, he had a bountiful harvest. However, Ling Xiao still couldn't find the core of the formation. It's not a good idea to continue searching like this, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, Ling Xiao found Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the area that the Shi family was searching. Shi Wuji looked at Ling Xiao coldly and ignored him. He continued to fly forward. Something's not right. The 3 from the Shi family didn't search the immortal stones one by one. Instead, they went directly in a certain direction as if they already knew what was ahead. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with golden light. Shi Wuji, Shi Tianying, and Shi Qingyi also noticed Ling Xiao. However, they ignored him and went to a specific area to search. I see. Through observation, Ling Xiao found something strange about the 3 Shi family siblings. It turned out that the 3 of them seemed to have a fixed area. They didn't search the immortal stones one by one. Instead, they came to a certain area, checked the immortal stones there, and went to the next area. I might be able to pick up some scraps if I follow them. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He gave up searching aimlessly and chased after the 3 of them. Ling Xiao didn't get close to them. He was hundreds of feet away from them, but he followed behind them closely. After seeing the 3 Shi family siblings stop, Ling Xiao used the Sky Immortal Secret Skill and the Sky God Secret Skill to search for the immortal stones in this area. Ling Xiao's efficiency was more than 100 or 1,000 times greater than theirs. Big brother, Lei Ling has been following us, Shi Tianying said coldly. Don't worry about him. Is he trying to take advantage of us by following us? How can there be such a good thing? If I find the core of the formation later, you guys stop him. I only need a moment to refine the core of the formation, Shi Wuji said with a sneer. Big brother is right. Does Lei Ling really think that the Shi family is a pushover? We must teach him a lesson later, Shi Qingyi said coldly. The 3 of them seemed to have a clear division of labor. After quickly searching for the immortal stones in a certain area, they flew to the next area. Ling Xiao was also very patient. He followed them for hundreds of feet. When they stopped, Ling Xiao also stopped to search for the immortal stones. Just like that, Ling Xiao followed them for a few thousand miles. Eh? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. He saw that the 3 Shi siblings had stopped, but this area was clearly different. The immortal stones here were extremely large, with a radius of about 10 feet. They had strange shapes and were very different from the immortal stones in other areas. Most importantly, Ling Xiao felt that the immortal stones here contained an extremely majestic divine path aura and immortal path aura, far surpassing that of other areas. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by mysterious rays of light as he probed the surrounding immortal stones. At the same time, the eyes of the 3 Shi siblings seemed to light up. They quickly probed the immortal stones, picking them up and then putting them down, searching for the formation core. However, they were not as fast as Ling Xiao. Soon, Ling Xiao found that one of the immortal stones was a little strange. The immortal stone was only the size of a fist and looked very inconspicuous. There were holes on it, from which faint immortal light shot out. However, Ling Xiao could sense a faint trace of extreme emperor's might from the immortal stone. Buzz, without hesitation, Ling Xiao used the ruler's eye to look at it. Suddenly, the layers of stone disappeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he saw the inside of the immortal stone. It was a bead, black and white in color, flowing with a mysterious extreme emperor aura. It looked very colorful and very mysterious. Ling Xiao felt the strange fluctuations of the sun, moon, stars, and all things in the world from the bead. It was the power of the formation. That's it. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He was immediately sure that the black and white bead in the immortal stone was the formation core. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Ling Xiao leaped over and grabbed at the immortal stone in the air. However, at this moment, Shi Wuji also noticed that the immortal stone was acting strangely. Qingyi, Tianying, stop him! Shi Wuji roared and grabbed at the immortal stone as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shi Tianying and Shi Qingyi were slightly taken aback. Then, powerful immortal light bloomed around them, and they charged at Ling Xiao. However, they were still one step too late. Ling Xiao arrived in front of the immortal stone in the blink of an eye. Just as Shi Wuji shouted, Ling Xiao had already grabbed the immortal stone. This godly immortal rock is mine. Ling Xiao smiled. His smile was extremely radiant. However, Shi Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. Although he did not examine it carefully, he was 90% certain that the core of the formation was in the immortal rock in Ling Zhao's hand. Lei Ling, hand over the immortal stone in your hand. Otherwise, die. Shi Wuji said coldly. There was a cold killing intent in his eyes. He was determined to get the core of the formation. No matter who dared to stop him from obtaining the array core, they would all die. Whoosh! 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 Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying instantly appeared around Ling Xiao and surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with coldness. With just the three of you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His gaze was extremely calm, but his entire body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Kill him. Shi Wuji's eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, a formation map appeared in his hand. He then pressed it down towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, blazing divine light blossomed as dazzling runes appeared one after another. The formation spread out, and the crisp sound of a sword rang out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Ling Xiao only felt the light in front of him changing. His entire body was enveloped by the space formed by the formation map. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword chi pierced through the heavens and earth. They were hundreds of millions of feet long. In front of Ling Xiao, there seemed to be a sword domain. Countless streaks of sword chi swept towards him like a storm. Kill! 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 3 cold roars were heard. Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying each held a black ancient sword in their hands. They exuded a monstrous killing intent as they charged towards Ling Xiao. What a powerful formation map! Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. The formation map was incomparably ancient. It contained slaughter sword intent as if it could destroy everything. It could even pose a great threat to an immortal monarch. Shi Wuji's cultivation base was at the immortal venerable realm. Shi Tianying and Shi Qingyi were slightly weaker. However, the 3 black ancient swords in their hands caused their aura to skyrocket. They were like 3 peerless immortal venerables as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Get lost. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Facing the surging sword chi, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he suddenly roared out, roar. It was as if a dragon's roar had exploded between the heavens and earth. It contained a terrifying sound wave that shattered the sword chi that was sweeping across the sky. Ling Xiao took a step forward and threw out a punch. Crack, blazing lightning exploded. The unparalleled fist print swept across the void and penetrated the heavens and earth in an instant. It was like an immortal immemorial divine mountain, standing in front of Shi Wuji and the other 2. The huge fist print was ancient and mysterious. It was incomparably ferocious. In an instant, it collided with the 3 sharp black ancient swords. Clang, sparks flew in all directions as the surrounding void trembled violently. The 3 Shi brothers' faces changed abruptly, revealing a trace of disbelief. They were suddenly sent flying backwards, their bodies trembling violently. You useless chickens and dogs dare to snatch the immortal stone from my hands? Ling Xiao sneered. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the void. His purple hair fluttered in the wind. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. He looked carefree and unrestrained as if he was the focus of the heavens and earth. His robe fluttered in the wind. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the note of the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to rumble. His entire body was emitting an extraordinary aura. The battle between Ling Xiao and the three Shi brothers had alerted Jia Wushuang and Master Heiyun almost instantly. Not good. Lei Ling and Shi Wuji are fighting. Jia Wushuang and Master Heiyun looked at each other, revealing a trace of strong fighting spirit in their eyes. They instantly flew towards the place where the battle had erupted. Outside the formation space, everyone's expression suddenly changed as their gazes fell on the center of the battlefield. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would be the first to obtain the immortal stone that contained the core of the formation. Even though the stone had not been opened and it had not been verified, the intense battle between Ling Xiao and the three Shi brothers and sisters made them understand that the immortal stone in Ling Xiao's hand must contain the core of the formation. Now, it was up to the Jia family and the Shi family, who would be able to obtain the core of the formation. This battle was unavoidable. Peak. The formation diagram that Shi Wuji used was called the Limitless Sword Formation Diagram. It contained billions of limitless sword chi. Each limitless sword chi was formed from the power of metal and was extremely powerful. The black ancient swords in the hands of the three siblings were three limitless swords. They were set with the Limitless Sword Formation Diagram, allowing them to move freely in the Limitless Sword Formation Diagram and control billions of limitless sword chi at the same time. Each limitless sword chi was comparable to the power of an immortal king. Its power was extremely terrifying. With the limitless sword in hand, Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying all had the combat strength of an invincible immortal venerable. If an ordinary immortal venerable was trapped in the sword formation, his soul would have been completely destroyed. With the Limitless Sword Formation Diagram, Shi Wuji was even confident that he could fight against an immortal monarch expert. This was naturally the treasure that the Shi family had obtained from the divine jade immortal fetus over the countless years. It was a treasure refined by a limitless immortal monarch in the ancient times. Its power was unparalleled, and it contained a trace of sword Dao origin power. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! In the Limitless Sword Formation Diagram, Shi Wuji, Shi Qingyi, and Shi Tianying all held the limitless sword in their hands. They turned into three resplendent balls of light and controlled billions of limitless sword chi. Like lightning, they all charged towards Ling Xiao. Streaks of sharp sword chi tore through the void. They were dazzling like brilliant fireworks, but they also contained extremely terrifying killing intent. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a mysterious and eternal glow. His fists were like dragons, controlling endless lightning. Every single punch was ferocious and domineering, obliterating the sword chi that filled the sky. Although the limitless sword chi was fierce, they couldn't get close to Ling Xiao at all. They were all exploded by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao walked over as if he was pushing the sun, moon, and stars. The limitless sword chi around him was annihilated, turning into a resplendent rain of light. How can he be so strong? Shi Wuji was shocked, and his expression was extremely ugly. Although the three of them were holding the limitless sword and could control the power of the Limitless Sword Formation Diagram, facing Ling Xiao was like facing the vast might of the heavens. Every punch of Ling Xiao caused the blood in their bodies to churn and shake violently. Boom! Ling Xiao arrived in front of Shi Wuji and the other two. He punched out in the air, using his bare fist to block the infinite sword. A blazing light burst out, causing the infinite sword to tremble violently. Shi Qingyi and Shi Tianying, who were slightly weaker, trembled violently and were sent flying. Whoosh! Ling Xiao kicked out in the air, causing the limitless sword chi to explode. Then, without slowing down, he kicked towards Shi Wuji's head. Shi Wuji was shocked and furious. He slashed down with the limitless sword, wanting to cut off one of Ling Xiao's legs. Ling Xiao's figure was as fast as lightning. The tip of his foot was sharp as he avoided the blade and kicked the body of the sword, causing the Wuji sword to hum and tremble. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. He directly extended two fingers that were as translucent as jade and caught the infinite sword. Then, with a sudden jolt, an unparalleled divine force passed through the infinite sword and into Shi Wuji's body. Shi Wuji's arm went numb, and the infinite sword flew out of his hand and landed in Ling Xiao's hand. With your meager strength, you want to imitate others and steal their treasures? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Boom! With the infinite sword in his hand, he suddenly shook it. In an instant, a mighty thunderbolt exploded. A wave of heavenly punishment rushed into the infinite sword, causing it to shine brightly. The infinite sword buzzed and trembled, as if it wanted to break free from Ling Xiao's control, but was forcefully suppressed by Ling Xiao. The infinite sword in Ling Xiao's hand suddenly spewed out a terrifying heavenly punishment force. It was like a light pillar that penetrated the heavens and earth, directly piercing through the void. Boom, wrapped in a sword light that was hundreds of millions of feet long, Ling Xiao directly slashed down with his sword. The surrounding infinite sword chi was annihilated. The void trembled violently, and the space formed by the infinite sword formation was directly cut open by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a step forward and walked out of the area covered by the infinite sword formation. Shi Wuji, are you trying to start a war between the Jia and Shi family? At this moment, Jia Wushuang also rushed over. She coldly reprimanded, her face was as cold as frost, and her eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. She did not expect Shi Wuji and his siblings to be so unscrupulous. They directly besieged Ling Xiao and wanted to snatch the array core from Ling Xiao. War. Hasn't the war already begun? Shi Wuji sneered, a trace of ferocious killing intent in his eyes. Both the Jia and Shi families understood that the array core was the most important. Whoever could obtain the array core and control the immortal coalescence emperor array would be able to control the life and death of the other party. Therefore, for the sake of the array core, both parties would do anything. Fairy Wushuang, the array core is in this immortal stone. Quickly refine it. Leave the three of them to me. Ling Xiao said indifferently, a trace of strong fighting intent in his eyes. Whoosh, he handed the immortal stone to Jia Wushuang. Is it really the array core? Jia Wushuang's face revealed a surprised and delighted expression. She had guessed that the immortal stone might be the array core. Otherwise, the three Shi siblings would not be so determined to kill Ling Xiao. She did not expect that the array core would have to be obtained by Ling Xiao. Be careful. Jia Wushuang knew that this was not the time to be courteous. After receiving the immortal stone, she said to Ling Xiao seriously. Young Master Heiyun's eyes were full of vigilance. He protected Jia Wushuang and began to retreat. Ling Xiao stood in front of the three Shi brothers. Kill them. Shi Wuji's eyes revealed a trace of ferocious killing intent. In an instant, a terrifying aura rose from his body, and a blazing immortal light bloomed. Flames began to rise around his body, and in an instant, three immortal swords appeared. At the same time, the infinite sword floated in front of him, releasing an unparalleled sword chi. Shi Wuji chose to burn his immortal body in exchange for a few times more power. Then, he controlled the infinite sword and directly released a monstrous sword chi. It covered the sky and enveloped Ling Xiao, young Master Heiyun, and Jia Wushuang. At the same time, Shi Wuji's words were like a signal. Shi Qingyi's eyes revealed a trace of crazy killing intent. Light flashed in her hand and an immortal talisman surrounded by resplendent immortal light appeared. The word annihilate was engraved on the talisman using ancient inscriptions. A terrifying destructive force spread out from the immortal talisman, as if it was going to destroy the world. That terrifying aura made Jia Wushuang and young Master Heiyun's faces change. Their eyes revealed an incomparably shocked look. Not good. It's the destruction immortal talisman. Jia Wushuang shouted. Her voice was filled with anxiety. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt a strong threat. The destructive aura contained in the immortal talisman was actually the destruction origin. It was extremely terrifying. This was an immortal talisman that could pose a great threat to him. Swoosh, Ling Xiao basically used a teleportation secret technique in an instant, directly teleporting tens of thousands of meters away. He appeared in front of Shi Qingyi in an extremely strange manner. At the same time, Ling Xiao dodged Shi Wuji's infinite sword chi. Freeze. Ling Xiao uttered an ancient syllable. Boom, a vast power of time exploded from his body. It was as if the world had frozen in an instant. The mysterious power of time enveloped Shi Qingyi and stopped in an instant. This was the power of the time cycle. Ling Xiao did not hesitate to expose part of his strength and chose to free Shi Qingyi with the Time Sutra. Shi Qingyi's cultivation was originally lower than Ling Xiao's, so she could not escape from the time-stop domain. She felt that she had lost all feeling in her body and could not move. However, her mind did not stop. Therefore, she watched as Ling Xiao took the destruction immortal talisman from her hand. She did not have time to activate the destruction immortal talisman. No. Shiwuji let out an incomparably shrill roar filled with anger and disbelief. Originally, Shiwuji planned to control the infinite sword qi to delay Ling Xiao, Jia Wushuang, and Prince Heiyun. Then, he would give Qingyi time to activate the Destruction Immortal Talisman and completely bury the three of them in one fell swoop. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao's strength to be so terrifying. Not only did he appear in front of Qingyi like a ghost, he even snatched the Destruction Immortal Talisman from Qingyi. Shiwuji did not have time to help at all. He could only watch as the Destruction Immortal Talisman fell into Ling Xiao's hand. This was their trump card and trump card, the Destruction Immortal Talisman that could kill an immortal monarch. In an instant, Shiwuji hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. All right. Prince Lei Ling, kill them. Jia Wushuang's eyes revealed an inexplicably surprised expression. Then, she said decisively. When Qingyi took out the Destruction Immortal Talisman, she was already in despair. She naturally knew the Shi family's Destruction Immortal Talisman. It was a trump card that could kill an immortal monarch. Although she also had the Jia family's powerful trump card, it could not block the Destruction Immortal Talisman. She almost thought that the three of them would die here. However, she did not expect Ling Xiao to snatch the Destruction Immortal Talisman at the critical moment. The Xia family and the Shi family were already mortal enemies. At this point, the two families had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no room for negotiation, so Xia Wushuang directly gave up refining the array core now and rushed towards Shiwuji. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck out with his palm, bang, he slapped the top of Qingyi's head, and the terrifying power of heavenly retribution rushed into Qingyi's sea of consciousness, smashing her primordial spirit into smithereens. Qingyi's eyes were devouring. His face was filled with terror. He didn't even have a chance to fight back until he died. The divine light in his eyes dimmed, and he directly died, ruthlessly destroying a flower. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all and killed Qingyi. At this point, Ling Xiao knew that the war between the Xia and Shi families had officially started, so he decided to be ruthless. Second sister. Second sister. Shiwuji and Shi Tianning roared furiously. Their voices were extremely mournful and filled with bone-deep hatred. Right in front of their eyes, Ling Xiao killed Qingyi. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their hearts were filled with extreme hatred. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Shi Tianning. He punched out in the air, and an unparalleled fist print directly landed on Shi Tianning's chest. Hee. Lei Ling, Shi Tianning's eyes instantly bulged out, and blood flowed out of her orifices. With bone-deep hatred, she spat out blood from her mouth. She only had time to spit out a few syllables before her entire body exploded and died. In the void, blood rained down. Shi Tianning was blasted apart by Ling Xiao's punch. In the blink of an eye, the three siblings of the Shi family, Qingyi and Shi Tianning, had all died in Ling Xiao's hands. Only Shiwuji was left. Those who kill will be killed by others. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his gaze landed on Shiwuji. At this moment, outside the array space, everyone was stunned. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that no one had time to react. In the beginning, Shiwuji had set up the limitless sword array and led Qingyi and Shi Tianning to kill Ling Xiao and steal his treasures. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to break out of the encirclement and kill Qingyi and Shi Tianning in the blink of an eye. Lei Ling, you're courting death. You'll pay with your life for killing the disciples of the Alcate Immortal sect. Two incomparably cold voices exploded in the void. One contained monstrous hatred, and the other contained endless killing intent. They were the head of the Shi family, Shi Pijuan, and the Dubhe Immortal Lord, Shiwuji, Qingyi, and Shi Tianning were the children of Shi Pijuan. Qingyi was a disciple of the Alcate Immortal sect, and the niece of the Dubhe Immortal Lord. She was also one of the most important disciples of the Alcate Immortal sect. Originally, everything was under their control. After all, Shiwuji and the other two had the limitless sword array and the Destruction Immortal Talisman. Especially the Destruction Immortal Talisman, it was a supreme treasure that could kill an immortal lord. In their opinion, the array core would definitely fall into Shiwuji's hands. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so ruthless. In an instant, he had killed Xianxia and Xianxia. They did not even have the chance to stop him. Rumble, terrifying immortal light rose around Xianxia and the Dubhe immortal lord. Emperor's aura filled the air. It was the aura of the great Tao origin. It seemed to be able to shatter the void and destroy everything. The two high immortals had gone mad, they actually couldn't help but directly rush over from the void, wanting to kill their way into the array space and kill Ling Xiao. Xianxia, do you want to start a war? Xianxia's body flashed, and he blocked Xianxia's path and said flatly. Dubhe immortal lord, this is a matter of the ancient god cult. Does the Alcade immortal sect have to get involved in this? Madame Fuyao also blocked the Dubhe immortal lord and said coldly. Get out of my way. Those who block me will die. Xianxia, the war has begun. From today onwards, the Shi family will forsake the darkness and join the light. We will betray the Cthulhuism sect. Everyone has the right to kill the Jia family for colluding with the Cthulhuism sect. Xianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly. Madame Fuyao, Lei Ling killed the disciples of the Alcade immortal sect. He must die. Are you going to protect him? The Dubhe immortal lord said coldly. Ha ha ha. What a good excuse. Let's cut the crap. Since the Alcade immortal sect wants to fight, the ancient god cult will naturally accompany you. Madame Fuyao laughed loudly, and her eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble, she was surrounded by dazzling divine clouds and exuded an ancient aura. She was ethereal and stood opposite the Dubhe immortal lord from afar. She was not at a disadvantage at all. In that case, let me have a taste of Madame's heaven and earth reversal divine technique. The Dubhe immortal lord said flatly. Blazing starlight bloomed around him. In an instant, he was connected to the 9 heavens and earth. End of chapter 29:36. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.